Chapter 1, he really reborn. In the afternoon corridor, a young man in work clothes sat in the corner with his head down, dozing off, when a large hand suddenly slapped him awake. Stop sleeping. The client is urging us. Hurry up and deliver this batch of goods. Then a set of keys was tossed into his arms. Yu Lu instinctively raised his hand to catch them and pushed up the frame of his glasses on his nose. Still a bit dazed, he blinked twice, momentarily unable to react. The voice sounded again. What are you still doing there? Are you still half asleep? Hurry up. Yu Lu was pulled up from the ground and then pushed towards the exit. It wasn't until he was driving the familiar silver van on the road that Yu Lu hazily realized that he had been reborn. As if to validate Yu Lu's guess, the scene in front of him suddenly changed as they passed through a traffic light. The bustling wide road disappeared, and the tall buildings on both sides vanished. In their place was a straight road that seemed to stretch endlessly, flanked by vast green pastures. On this road, there were no vehicles or pedestrians in sight ahead, and looking back was a haze of gray mist that instinctively felt dangerous. That moment, a voice echoed in Yu Lu's mind. Road Survival Challenger Selection Criteria. Aged 1860, able-bodied. Detected that Yu Lu is 21 years old and meets the criteria. Welcome to the Road Survival Challenge world. Challenger Yu Lu, I am your support system. Please remember the challenge rules. Challengers must drive to the destination within the specified time. To check in, successful check-ins will earn rewards, while failures will result in erasure. Random treasure chests will appear along the way. Challengers can obtain supplies by picking up these chests. The higher the quality of the chest, the more abundant the supplies, but opportunities often come with crises. The highway at night will become more dangerous. It is recommended that challengers stop to rest. The first 5 days are a novice protection period. Challengers are encouraged to seize the opportunity to explore. A solemn statement, death during the challenge means true death. As the voice finished, a light screen popped up in front of Yu Lu, displaying his current data. Challenger name, Yu Lu. Personal attributes, strength, 38 stamina, 50 agility, 45. Mental power, unknown. Overall evaluation, small trash. Current bound vehicle attributes, half new box truck, original vehicle, defense, 0. Please work hard to collect supplies to improve vehicle performance. Yu Lu didn't find the data on the light screen ironic. Instead, it slowly lifted the corners of his mouth. He hadn't seen such poor data in a long time. So, he really had been reborn. Finally, he no longer had to continue being a preset NPC, repeatedly killed and refreshed by challengers. In his previous life, he had also been drawn into the Road Survival Challenge. And with a truck full of supplies, Yu Lu had performed brilliantly in the first challenge, quickly accumulating a lot of useful materials and successfully upgrading his vehicle to level 2. But when he returned to the real world, he was found by his parents, who morally blackmailed him, forcing him to take on the burdens left by their remarriages. Thus, when he reached level 3 and 4 roads, Yu Lu's performance gradually faded into the crowd due to the burdens. By the time he reached level 5, he was collectively backstabbed by these burdens and died in the challenge world. However, Yu Lu's consciousness did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into an NPC in the challenge world, like a preset program, guarding fixed levels and creating difficulties for challengers. Kill challengers or be killed by challengers. The difference was that the challengers he killed were truly dead, while he himself, even if he died, would still be resurrected time and again by the challenge world. He had been forced to be a laborer without salary or freedom, even witnessing the extinction of humanity. Many times, Yu Lu would rather be completely dead. But now, fate had given him a chance to start over. Excited, Yu Lu couldn't help but punch the steering wheel, causing the horn to blare loudly. But Yu Lu found the sound lively and pleasant. This time, he decided not to expect hypocritical familial love and to stay away from those burdens that drained his blood while backstabbing him. But he didn't dare to naively think he could change the outcome of humanity's extinction. He just wanted to see how far he could go. At that moment, the system announced again. Level 1 road is a plain terrain, with the destination being Diana Valley, a total distance of 5,000 kilometers, with a duration of 30 days. Challengers, please bravely hit the road. Upon hearing this, Yu Lu hesitated not at all, directly shifting gears, releasing the clutch, and stepping on the gas to drive the silver van out. Compared to the Yu Lu of the second round, at this moment in the Dragon Kingdom's 187th District chat channel, messages were flying quickly, and everyone was anxious about suddenly being pulled into the Road Survival Challenge. Dragon Kingdom 187 District, online users, 10,000. What the hell? What's going on? Am I dreaming? How did I suddenly end up on the Inner Mongolia grassland? Where is this? What does the Road Survival Challenge mean? Oh my god, I think I've been kidnapped. Help! Why was I pulled into this nonsensical challenge without my consent? This is illegal. I'm going to sue you. What the hell? What is this broken thing? My rideshare order is about to time out. There's no signal on my phone, and I can't even call emergency numbers. Can anyone call the police? Please help me report it. While these people were still at the starting point, uncertain about what was happening, Yulu's vehicle had already driven several hundred meters away, and he spotted a wooden box by the roadside, resembling a supply box from a game. Yulu stopped the car, took a wrench from the glove compartment, and walked straight toward the wooden box. The novice protection period supply boxes generally wouldn't spawn too dangerous monsters, so Yulu unhesitatingly reached out to touch the box, and in the next moment, a flash of white light appeared, the wooden box vanished, and an item dropped. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 unit of gasoline. Rather standard. Yulu knew that the lowest level of the box typically only yielded 1 item, or even an empty box or a low-level monster. But this supply wasn't important. What mattered was that Yulu knew the first challenger to open a treasure chest would be announced district-wide and receive rewards. Sure enough, right after he picked up the gasoline, the system's voice sounded again. Announcement: congratulations to challenger Yulu for becoming the first chest opener in this district. You have received a system reward. Announcement: congratulations to challenger Yulu for becoming the first chest opener in this district. You have received a system reward. Announcement: congratulations to challenger Yulu for becoming the first chest opener in this district. You have received a system reward. Repeated 3 times to ensure every challenger in Dragon Kingdom's 187 district heard it. Then came the system voice that only Yulu could hear. Please select 2 rewards from the following. 1. Talent card. Can successfully awaken a talent after use. 2. Nickname card. Can hide real name and only display a nickname externally after use. 3. Weapon card. Can obtain 1 silver level weapon after use. Chapter 2 Enlightenment Wukong talent cards can help individuals awaken their talents. Although they are not considered rare cards, only a small number of challengers have the opportunity to obtain them, and one can acquire at most 1. Therefore, those who typically receive a talent card will use it on themselves, but the specific talent that can be awakened depends on the individual. In his previous life, Yulu also awakened a talent, but that was already in the later stages of the secondary highway. Nickname cards can be used to change names. After use, whether in system broadcasts or group chat names, only the nickname will be displayed and the real name will not be shown. As for weapons, they are also a very precious resource. Having a silver level weapon provides basic safety on the first level highway. Therefore, talent cards are definitely a necessary choice. But Yulu hesitated between nickname cards and weapon cards for a moment before quickly deciding, I choose 1 and 2. This is because, comparatively, while the value of nickname cards and weapon cards is similar, the drop rate of nickname cards is significantly lower. On the first level highway, as long as one can open a few silver treasure chests, they're sure to get a silver weapon. After Yulu returned to the car, he noticed that the content of the chat channel on the screen had transformed from initial panic to discussions about himself with many people, tagging him and asking him to come out and explain. The challenge had just begun, and Yulu did not want to become the topic of everyone's conversation, so he decisively chose to use the nickname card. System, please enter a new name. Yulu thought for 2 seconds and entered Sun Wukong. Then the constant notification sound disappeared because the name Yulu could no longer be found in the chat channel of Dragon Nation's District 187, but a new Sun Wukong had just emerged. After fixing his name, Yulu got out of the car to check the supplies in the cargo box behind. The small delivery truck he was driving was a 2-seater, windowless van with a partition between the driver's seat and the cargo box. To enter the cargo box, one had to get out of the car and go through the cargo door. At that moment, when Yulu opened the cargo door, it was filled to the brim with supplies. In addition to drinks like mineral water, cola, Sprite, and Fanta, there were also instant noodles, self-heating rice, and bag bread, among other items. The shelf life of these drinks and food ranged from less than a month to 6 months, all classified as fast-moving consumer goods. That why Yulu was originally a delivery driver, but unexpectedly got pulled into a road survival challenge world during his delivery. This cargo box filled with near-expiration goods, might only sell for half or even a tenth of the original price in the real world, but in the initial stage of the road survival. Challenge. It was a scarce hard currency, of course. The challenge had just begun, and everyone likely had some food and drinks in their vehicles, plus no one had opened anything particularly useful yet, so Yulu was not in a hurry to exchange supplies. After closing the cargo door, Yulu returned to the driver's seat. Before setting off, he also used the first reward talent card from the system. In his previous life, Yulu awakened the Beast Whisperer talent, which allowed him to communicate with monsters, but the initial cooldown time was somewhat long in the monsters he could communicate with were of low level. However, as his talent upgraded later on, it proved to be quite useful, and he successfully persuaded several powerful monsters to abandon their attacks. Just when Yulu thought he would awaken the Beast Whisperer talent again, the screen in front of him displayed Challenger name, Yulu personal attributes, Strength, 38 Stamina, 50 Agility, 45 Spirit, 99 Talent, Beast Tamer level 1 overall evaluation. See, compared to your average physical data, your spirit is surprisingly above average. So are you a genius or a madman? Yulu found the system's evaluation slightly speechless, yet also somewhat novel. From this talent, it seemed that some things were already different from his previous life. Moreover, his initial spirit was noticeably higher than in his last life. Was this due to his rebirth? Confidently, Yulu started the car and drove forward. About 10 minutes later, he saw a wooden box again, and this time what he opened was a bottle of mineral water. Yulu felt a bit disappointed. He was now somewhat looking forward to the appearance of treasure box monsters to test his talent. But why Yulu continued on the road. Within an hour, he opened 2 more boxes, one of which was empty, and the other contained a pack of napkins. Just as he was about to move on, the system's prompt sounded. Fuel tank range is below 10 kilometers. Gasoline detected in backpack. Would you like to use it? Use, Yulu replied without any hesitation. Thus, the gasoline one in his backpack disappeared, and the fuel tank range changed to 59 kilometers. When Yulu stopped again to open a box, this time, after the wooden box disappeared, a gray creature suddenly sprang out and pounced directly at Yulu. Yulu instinctively sidestepped and activated his talent against the little gray creature. After activating the Beast Tamer talent, Yulu felt as if he had established an invisible mental link with the little creature in front of him. Only then did he clearly see that it was a gray rat, about the size of an adult's palm, resembling a southern breed. After being tamed by Yulu, the rat's originally fierce eyes instantly became clear, and even its gaze toward Yulu was filled with a dog-like eagerness. He wasn't frightened by the rat when he opened the box, but now, with the rat staring at him like that, Yulu instinctively took a step back, feeling goosebumps rising on his back. However, the rat's eyes were filled with affection, and every time Yulu took a step back, it would jump forward several steps, standing on its hind legs and repeatedly bowing to Yulu with its front paws. Why Yulu? Alright, if I can convince myself that this gray rat is a pet rat, it actually feels a little odd that a minute later, Yulu brought the rat into the car and let it squat on the floor mat of the passenger seat. Let's not forget that in his previous life, his talent was Beast Whisperer, and he had dealt with animals quite a lot. Even in the real world, he had seen many animals, not just in zoos, but also in rural areas. As a child who grew up in the countryside, who hasn't seen a few rats? After convincing himself like this, Yulu drove while glancing at the chat channel on the screen at that moment. Most of the discussions in the chat channel were about opening boxes. I just opened a pack of instant noodles, but it's a brand I've never seen before that I don't know if it's edible. I opened a bottle of bottled water without a product label. Why did I open an empty box? An empty box is already considered good. I just opened a palm's-eye spider that bit me. It hurts so much, I don't know if it's poisonous. Whoa, I opened a unit of rubber. What is this good for? Does anyone know? Why hasn't Yulu come out to reply? He hasn't died, has he? Hard to say. I noticed that the previous number of online users was exactly 10,000, and now there are 3 less. Chapter 3, let's call you Steel Oil from now on. Yulu glanced at the top left corner of the chat channel, and sure enough, the original Dragon Country Zone 187, online players 10,000, had changed to Dragon Country Zone 187, online players 9,997. However, he didn't believe that these 3 people had encountered dangerous treasure box monsters. After all, it was the first day of a newbie period, unless their luck was extremely bad. The most likely scenario was that these 3 had either wandered into the gray fog behind the starting point out of curiosity or rebellion. As for others guessing that he had already died, He didn't care at all. However, now that some basic materials had already been found, he could consider putting some water and food on the market later. Just as he was thinking this, the big mouse in the passenger seat suddenly squeaked twice and bowed to Yulu, then realized what it meant. So you were just saying you were hungry? It turns out that it wasn't trying to be cute, but was asking for food. As the first little brother he had tamed, Yulu did not treat it poorly. He took out a bag of small bread from the cargo box and gave it to the big mouse, placing the box of small bread under the passenger seat and telling the big mouse, "Just stay in here and don't let the food crumbs fall outside." The big mouse nodded while gnawing on the small bread, and although it had a thieving look, its actions were somewhat endearing. Yulu couldn't help but chuckle. "From now on, I'll call you Steel Oil." Steel Oil squeaked twice in protest, clearly unhappy with its new name. But Yulu ignored its objections and continued driving. Both sides were vast grasslands, and a single vehicle traveled on this seemingly endless, lonely road. If paired with a song by Sue Wei, it could instantly wash away the weariness. If it weren't for the survival crisis, that is. After driving for another hour, Yulu found 2 wooden boxes, one of which contained a unit of gasoline, while the other had a wasp. Before Yulu could use his talent on the wasp, Steel Oil suddenly jumped up and swallowed the wasp whole. Then it chewed on it, making a crunching sound as if it were eating popcorn. Yulu, I didn't expect treasure box monsters could eat each other. But thinking about it, it made sense. Originally, there was a mortal-enemy relationship between challengers and treasure box monsters. And now that Steel Oil had been tamed, it naturally became part of the challenger camp and would actively attack when encountering treasure box monsters. However, being a big mouse, it was more than enough to deal with small insects, but if it encountered natural enemies like snakes or owls, it would probably just be a snack. After getting back in the car, Yulu checked the time. When he entered the challenge world, it was a little past 1 in the afternoon in the real world. But now, after nearly 3 hours, the time displayed on the screen was 11:30 in the morning, indicating that there was a time difference between the challenge world and the real Dragon Country. Looking at the chat channel, some people were already asking for water and food. After all, lucky people like Yulu, who drove a truck filled with water and food into the challenge world, were very few. Most people could only manage to bring 2 or 3 bottles of water. Moreover, this was still a benefit for the first batch of challengers for Blue Star. After this, regardless of whether you were driving or how many supplies you had in your vehicle, when pulled into the challenge world, you could only take the clothes on your body. Everything else, including the vehicle, would be randomly matched by the system. If matched with a vehicle that had high fuel consumption, you would wish you could push it when you couldn't afford the gas, and if matched with something like a bicycle, unless you could upgrade quickly, even if you pedaled hard, it would be challenging to reach the destination within the time limit. Yulu scrolled through the screen and switched to the trading channel, where some trading links had already been posted, such as selling low-grade metal 1, exchange for 10 bottles of water or 5 portions of food. Hurry if you want to buy. Selling low-grade wooden planks, exchange for water or food, price negotiable. Selling low-grade rubber. 1 unit of rubber for 1 unit of gasoline. I have 10 bottles of mineral water, 1 exchange for an antidote pill. Come if you need. Level 1 healing potion, exchange for level 1 blueprints or silver-grade weapons. Serious inquiries only. Some prices were reasonable, while others were quite steep. Yulu didn't pay much attention and directly posted a few links. 1 bottle of mineral water for 2 units of basic materials. Choose 1 from Dolly Garden small bread. Country-style marinated egg, or konjac, exchange for 1 unit of basic materials. Choose 1 from spicy chicken feet or duck tongues, exchange for 2 units of basic materials. A bar of chocolate for 4 units of basic materials. Orders can be placed directly, no bargaining. If you have blueprints, equipment, weapons, potions, or cards, please private message me for better prices. Besides the items listed in the links, Yulu's cargo box was mostly filled with cola, Sprite, Fanta, iced tea, instant noodles, self-heating rice, and self-heating hot pot, but he didn't plan to sell them yet. After all, being hungry for 1 or 2 meals wasn't a big deal. And since other challengers might also have brought some food or found some from treasure boxes, there shouldn't be a significant shortage for the time being. So Yulu planned to wait a couple of days until everyone was short on food before putting these products on the market. After posting the links, Yulu felt a bit hungry himself. He ate his self-heating rice dish of kung pao chicken and drank most of a bottle of mineral water. Then poured the remaining water into the self-heating rice packaging box that he had wiped with a tissue and placed it in Steel Oil's box. After doing all this, Yulu got back on the road again. On the first day of the challenge, most challengers only managed to travel a few dozen or 100 kilometers before stopping, mainly due to a lack of supplies and insufficient gasoline. Additionally, since the challenge time was 30 days with a distance of 5,000 kilometers on average, They only needed to cover about 160 to 170 kilometers per day, so the pressure wasn't too great. But what they didn't know was that the first 100 challengers to reach the finish line and successfully check in would receive additional rewards. Yulu used all the gasoline he found from treasure boxes to escape, all for that extra reward. His goal wasn't just to be in the top 100, but to be the first in this zone. Chapter 4. Like a Siberian Husky. The current vehicle is still a primitive one, so the maximum speed is only 30 miles per hour. After resting and unpacking, Yulu ran for more than 8 hours that day, covering only 180 kilometers. The daytime challenge lasts from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and when it turns 8 p.m., the sky instantly darkens. At that point, challengers must not leave their vehicles more than 2 meters away, or they risk being attacked by monsters. Yulu wasn't planning to take any risks for now, so after noticing it was past 7:40, he stopped the car, went to the roadside to take care of urgent matters, stretched his limbs, and returned to the vehicle. Just as he was about to prepare a self-heating hot pot for dinner, he saw a new private message on the screen. Chujinghuan, I have a level 1 engine blueprint. What price can you offer? Yulu's eyes lit up. While other challengers had no clue about vehicle upgrades, Yulu knew that upgrading a vehicle required 4 basic blueprints: the engine blueprint, chassis blueprint, body blueprint, and electrical system blueprint. Additionally, there are some optimization blueprints, such as tire reinforcement, defense enhancement, interior optimization, space folding, and functional area expansion, among others. There are also rare blueprints or items that cannot be found in treasure chests and can only be obtained through special rewards. Of course, even with blueprints, the corresponding materials are needed to upgrade, and the higher the level, the more materials are required. Therefore, a challenger who can upgrade their vehicle by a level after a challenge is considered very skilled. Right now, Yulu didn't reply immediately. He waited until after finishing his self-heating hot pot to respond. What do you need? Chujinghuan replied immediately. Food and water are fine. Besides what you've listed, do you have any staple food that can fill my stomach? Yulu certainly wouldn't lay bare his resources and let the other party make unreasonable demands. He replied, I have 3 buckets of instant noodles and 3 bottles of mineral water. How about trading that for your blueprint? Chujinghuan disagreed. This is a blueprint. It should be a very rare item. You're offering too little. Yulu, it's just a level 1 blueprint, not rare at all. If you don't believe me, check the trading channel. Several people are already listing blueprints. Chujinghuan, but they're asking for food for 10 people and 20 bottles of water. Yulu, I'll give you at most 3 buckets of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water. Chujinghuan, no, that's still too little. I want 10 bottles of water plus 10 spicy chicken feet, 10 duck tongues, and 10 chocolate bars. Yulu, 3 buckets of instant noodles, 6 bottles of water, 2 duck tongues, and 1 chocolate bar. I've already listed it on the trading link. If you're willing to accept it, place the order. If not, go ask someone else. Chujinghuan didn't reply again, and Yulu wasn't anxious. It was only the first day of the challenge, and he believed that even if others could afford that price, they wouldn't trade essential resources like water and food for blueprints. By tomorrow, even if the other party came to him, he wouldn't offer that price anymore. At that moment, the outside was completely dark, and the system kindly reminded all challengers again as night fell. The roads at night are fraught with danger. The 2-meter radius around your vehicle is a safe zone. Please pay attention. Then, before those rebellious challengers could start doing something reckless, indistinct rustling sounds came from the darkness, occasionally mixed with the calls of unknown animals, sounding particularly eerie. Yulu wasn't particularly scared, as he knew that the night monsters during the novice period had their power significantly weakened. So he was planning to take the opportunity to tame a couple as his subordinates. However, before that, he first counted and organized his supplies. Initially, the cargo box contained 6 packs of 500 milliliters mineral water, 24 bottles each, 2 boxes of 1,500 milliliters mineral water, 12 bottles each, 2 packs of 500 milliliters cola, 24 bottles each, 2 packs of 500 milliliters Sprite, 24 bottles each, 3 packs of 500 milliliters Fanta, 24 bottles each, 3 boxes of 1,000 milliliters iced tea, 12 bottles each, 24 buckets of instant noodles, beef flavor, 24 buckets of instant noodles, sour cabbage flavor, 2 boxes of bag bread, 10 boxes of self-heating rice, 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 1 box of spicy chicken feet, 1 box of duck tongues, 2 boxes of marinated eggs, 1 box of konjac, and 12 boxes of chocolate, 10 bars each. Yulu had eaten a little, exchanged a small portion, and the remaining supplies nearly filled half of the cargo box. He could only organize it slightly for easier access. It was impossible to sleep in the cargo box tonight. After counting the supplies in the cargo box, Yulu looked at the system backpack. He had opened a total of 12 wooden boxes today, with 3 empty boxes and 2 monster boxes, one of which contained stolen lamp oil, and the other was eaten by the stolen lamp oil. Of the remaining 7 boxes, 2 yielded gasoline, and the others were a pack of napkins, a bottle of mineral water, a steam bun, a bag of bread, a portion of low-level wood, a portion of low-level rubber, and a portion of low-level metal. From trading, Yulu currently had the following upgrade materials: low-level wood 5, low-level rubber 3, low-level metal 4, low-level glass 2. Yulu then scrolled through his private messages and continued to block 2 people attempting to freeload, ultimately filtering out 3 useful messages. Sunrue, hello. I have a piece of genuine leather. Do you want it? Wong Feiwen, do you need tiles? I have 2 pieces. Chi Winshuan, level 1 endurance potion, which can increase endurance by 1 point. I'll trade it for 10 of each item in your trading panel. Do you want to exchange? Yulu replied one by one. I'll take the leather. It's worth the price of 2 basic materials. I'll take the tiles. 2 pieces are worth the price of 3 basic materials. The price is too high. You can select up to 5 items. In the end, Yulu exchanged 1 bottle of water and 2 small breads for the genuine leather, and 1 bottle of water and 2 chocolate bars for the 2 tiles. These materials would be needed for interior optimization and decoration later on. As for the endurance potion, they couldn't agree on a price, so no exchange was made. After finishing the private messages, Yulu checked the time. It was now 9:30 p.m. He picked up a wrench, called out to the stolen lamp oil, and the 2 of them, 1 person and 1 mouse, got out of the car together. Yulu didn't recklessly walk into the darkness, but stood at the edge of the 2-meter safe zone, making it easy for him to return to safety at any time. The stolen lamp oil stayed hidden behind Yulu, probably realizing that its level was completely insufficient for the nighttime battlefield. Suddenly, pairs of glowing green eyes approached in the darkness. As they got closer, Yulu saw that they were the eyes of wolves. He quickly stepped back and returned to the safety zone. Almost as soon as Yulu retreated back to safety, several wild wolves lunged at him, but were stopped by an invisible barrier. Outside the barrier, the wolves bared their teeth, seemingly provoking Yulu. Come out. Yulu calmly surveyed the pack of wolves, finally fixing his gaze on the largest, most robust wolf that appeared to be the leader. In the next moment, his Beast Tamer talent activated. This time, Yulu clearly felt some strain. Taming a wolf was much more difficult than taming the stolen lamp oil. Yulu even noticed his mental strength plummet from 99 to 25, his temples pounding, and a sharp pain like needles stabbing in his brain. But fortunately, the wolf's gaze gradually shifted from fierce and bloodthirsty to gentle and clear, resembling a Siberian husky. The system then prompted, "Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully taming a level 2 wild wolf king. Talent points, 2. Note, after reaching 10 talent points, it can be upgraded to level 2. Chapter 5. You can't just open a zoo in the car, can you? Yulu couldn't help but look down at the new member, the oil thief, who was bouncing around in celebration. So this guy was ignored by the system because his level was too low? After the wild wolf king was tamed, it howled a few times and chased away the remaining wolves. Those wolves looked back reluctantly, as if they were abandoned children. Yulu felt a strange sense of guilt and couldn't help but step forward, wanting to comfort the wild wolf king by patting its head. But unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. He heard an almost imperceptible hissing sound near his ear, which made Yulu's heart skip a beat. At this moment, his left side had already extended beyond the safety zone. He wanted to retract his left foot, but his reaction speed was no match for that of a snake. Just as the snake's fangs were about to bite his ankle, a sharp wolf claw suddenly extended and pressed the snake's head to the ground. At that moment, the snake's head was less than 10 centimeters from Yulu's ankle. Still shaken, Yulu quickly stepped back into the safety zone. Just as he was about to use his talent against the snake, a sharp pain like needles pierced his head, accompanied by a wave of dizziness, causing him to fall to the ground. Clearly, his mental strength was insufficient to use his talent again, and he had entered cooldown time. The oil thief, who had been happily bouncing on the ground, immediately jumped onto Yulu's shoulder, curling up and acting like a lifeless mouse due to the appearance of its natural enemy. Yulu had no time to be speechless when he saw the wild wolf king directly pinning the snake's head and vital point with its front paws, then biting and tearing it apart into 3 sections, chewing it like it was eating a spicy strip. Yulu, well, I've seen the oil thief eat a wasp in the morning, so I guess it's not surprising that a wolf eats a snake. Meanwhile, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for killing a level 1 swift shadow snake, earning 1 copper coin. Yulu's spirits lifted again. Currency in the challenge world was a good thing, as 1 copper coin could buy 5 units of low-grade materials. Above copper coins, there were silver coins and gold coins, with a 10-fold exchange rate. Once the newbie protection period was over, the system would open the shop, where 5 different items would refresh daily, sometimes living supplies or upgrade materials, sometimes blueprints for weapons or equipment cards. Items that challengers couldn't find themselves or couldn't exchange for in the trading interface could be purchased in the shop. Yulu brought the Wild Wolf King into the car, but its large size meant it had to crouch in the passenger seat with its head lowered. The oil thief was now quietly lying in the corner, pretending to be a soulless mouse. Yulu felt a bit troubled by the lack of space in the driver's cabin and decided to stock up on carbonated drinks and instant noodles early the next morning to clear some space in the cargo area. After all, he might need to continuously tame other monsters as his subordinates. At this moment, he reached out to stroke the somewhat coarse wolf fur and said, "I'll call you Ironback." Ironback seemed to have no objections to its new name. After Yulu helped it recline the passenger seat, it turned around and found a comfortable position to lie down. Yulu also prepared to sleep. A good night's rest would give him the energy to drive for long periods during the day. However, just before falling asleep, he glanced at the light screen and noticed that the link he had hung up after communicating with Xu Jinghuan had recently been snapped up. Yulu thought, this kid waited for a long time without saying a word, so he traded silently? Yulu opened the system warehouse and found an extra level 1 engine blueprint inside. Upon opening it, the details read, Level 1 engine blueprint. Used to upgrade the original vehicle's engine to level 1. Increasing vehicle speed by 50. Materials required for upgrade. Low-grade wood 5.5, low-grade rubber 5.3, low-grade metal 25.4, low-grade glass 5.2. Yulu's current maximum speed was only 30 miles per hour. After the upgrade, it could reach 45 miles per hour. However, he only had enough low-grade wood. He was lacking in the other 3 materials, especially metal, which he was short on significantly. Leaning back against the reclined driver's seat, Yulu silently thought, I hope I can exchange for enough upgrade materials tomorrow. Just as he began to feel drowsy, he couldn't help but remember his past life. Yulu's parents divorced and formed new families when he was very young, and he grew up living in the countryside with his grandmother. Since childhood, Yulu had envied other children who had their parents by their side, and whenever he asked his grandmother where his parents were, she always said they were working hard outside and too busy to come back to see him. Yulu grew up in his grandmother's kind lies, so he didn't turn out wrong and always retained a sense of kindness in his heart. However, later on, that kindness became his downfall. On the eve of the college entrance examination, his grandmother fell gravely ill and passed away. Before she died, she asked those around her to help keep it from Yulu until after his exams, at which point they handed him a letter. In the letter, his grandmother wrote down his parents' addresses and urged him to find them and live well, to be a good child. So, just after turning 18, Yulu, having dealt with his grandmother's funeral, set out alone to search for his parents with the only 500 yuan left in the house. At first, he didn't understand why his grandmother gave him 2 addresses instead of 1. It wasn't until he arrived that he realized his father and mother had already formed their own families and had new children. He gained a half-brother who was only a year younger than him, a half-sister who was 3 years younger, and even an unrelated older brother, the son of his mother's current husband, who was 4 years older than him. In his past life, it was this unrelated older brother who incited Yulu's younger brother and sister to not only exploit him, but also pushed him into a pile of monsters, making him attract the monsters' firepower to clear a path for their escape. Looking back now, Yulu thinks he was so foolish back then. Being too young, he was manipulated by them through PUA tactics and moral coercion, telling him that family should support each other and not be calculative. Sometimes, even when he felt uncomfortable in his heart, he repeatedly compromised in the face of his mother's tears and his father's guilty expressions. Clearly, when he first went to find them, they had cold and disgusted attitudes, stating, "You're an adult now. We have no obligation to raise you." Looking back, it's truly ridiculous. They never considered him family. All those tears, care, and guilt were merely means to gain his sympathy. Perhaps it was the long years spent as an NPC in the challenge world, witnessing humanity's descent into extinction, that made the rotten people from his original family incapable of shaking Yulu's heart now. He even couldn't be bothered to hate them. This time, he would only keep his distance. But if one day in the future, those people shamelessly danced in front of him again, Yulu wouldn't hold back. That night, Yulu didn't sleep soundly. Before dawn the next day, he was awakened by Ironback's large, fishy tongue. Yulu opened his eyes resentfully and glanced at the time, finding it was still not yet 6 o'clock, with over 2 hours until dawn. Right in front of him was a massive wolf head, and the saliva on its tongue was almost dripping onto Yulu's face. Yulu quickly pushed the wolf head away and had to sit up. Sigh, it seems that being a beast tamer has its troubles. He had only tamed 2 so far, If he got more in the future, especially larger monsters, how would he arrange these subordinates? You can't just set up a zoo in your car, can you? Chapter 6 Level 1 Engine. Lu rummaged through the cargo box and pulled out spicy chicken feet, duck tongues, and small bread rolls. Unfortunately, Tai Bei showed no interest in these processed foods. Instead, it was drooling at the trembling little oil thief hiding under the seat. Lu patted its wolf head and said, "No eating, colleagues, okay? Besides, it's so small that it wouldn't even fill your teeth." Tai Bei grunted in dissatisfaction. Clearly, it preferred meat, especially fresh, breathing ones. So, Lu suggested, if it comes to that, can you hunt around here by yourself? As a level 2 wild wolf king, Tai Bei should be able to handle anything lower than its level. And since they were still in the newbie protection period, even in the dark, monsters with too high a level wouldn't spawn. Upon hearing Lu's words, Tai Bei leaped outside, disappearing into the darkness, followed by the sound of howling wolves. Whether it was calling its little brothers was uncertain. Meanwhile, Lu rinsed his mouth with some mineral water in the car and wiped his face with a wet tissue. As for brushing his teeth, showering, or changing clothes, those were not on the agenda for now. He had the snacks he had just given to Tai Bei for breakfast and shared a bit with the little oil thief. Without Tai Bei around, the little oil thief returned to normal, happily nibbling on the duck tongue while chirping cheerfully. It was clear that it was a carefree mouse and wouldn't be scared into depression by Tai Bei. After finishing breakfast, Tai Bei still hadn't returned, but the system occasionally chimed with notifications, indicating copper coins were being deposited. It seemed Tai Bei was having a good feast. With over an hour until dawn, Lu decided to sort through the items in the cargo box and post them on the trading channel. He kept 2 packs of 1,500 milliliters mineral water, 3 bottles of cola, 3 bottles of Sprite, 6 packets of instant noodles, 1 box of small bread rolls, 5 portions of self-heating rice, half a box of braised eggs, and a box of chocolate. This should be enough for him and the little oil thief to eat for a week. To quickly gather upgrade materials, he priced the instant noodles and self-heating rice hot pot at 5 units of low-level metal each. Once the mall opened, these items probably wouldn't sell for this price. After listing the items, Lu checked the trading situation from yesterday and found that his current base materials were low-level wood 7, low-level rubber 5, low-level metal 6, low-level glass 3. He had made progress toward upgrading the level 1 engine. By the time Tai Bei returned with a satisfied burp, the darkness had transformed into bright daylight in an instant. The entire challenge world seemed to have a switch. At exactly 8 in the morning, it switched to daytime mode. And at 8 in the evening, it switched back to nighttime mode. At this moment, Lu was ready to go. As soon as Tai Bei got into the car, he started the vehicle and set off. From 8 in the morning until noon, except for getting out to open boxes, Lu had been driving. In that morning alone, he opened 6 wooden boxes, yielding 1 unit of gasoline, a banana, a bottle of water, and 2 empty boxes, along with a small snake about the thickness of a finger from 1 box. Lu had overexerted his mental energy last night, and it had just recovered to 56 points. Just as he was hesitating whether to tame the little snake, he saw Tai Bei devouring it like it was a spicy strip. Lu, you really can eat. He was somewhat speechless. Last night, it had eaten 1 snake, this morning 7 monsters, and now it was munching on a little spicy snack. Lu hadn't even lifted a finger, and his copper coin count had already increased to 9. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that Tai Bei seemed to have grown a bit bigger, and even its fur looked shinier. When Lu stopped to rest, he checked the warehouse and found that he had gathered enough upgrade materials. Low-level wood 510, low-level rubber 5.6, low-level metal 25.29, low-level glass 5.5. The system timely reminded him. Detected level 1 engine blueprint. Upgrade materials are complete. Would you like to upgrade? Lu nodded. Upgrade. The system replied. Okay, the upgrade will take 1 minute. Then, Lu was surrounded by a cloud of white mist, with the sound of metal clanging echoing within. 1 minute later, the white mist dissipated, and the vehicle looked no different overall, except for the display on the screen indicating changes in vehicle performance. Current bound vehicle attributes. 50 new box truck. Vehicle modification. Level 1 engine. Speed increased by 50, remaining to upgrade the entire vehicle to level 1. Level 1 chassis, level 1 vehicle body, and level 1 electrical system. Please challengers work hard to collect materials to improve vehicle performance. To Lu's delight, the system once again announced in the chat channel and distributed rewards. Announcement. Congratulations to challenger Sun Wukong for becoming the first in this area to upgrade vehicle performance. Received a system reward. Announcement. Congratulations to challenger Sun Wukong for becoming the first in this area to upgrade vehicle performance. Received a system reward. Announcement. Congratulations to Challenger Sun Wukong for becoming the first in this area to upgrade vehicle performance. Received a system reward. It echoed 3 times, and the chat channel erupted. Meanwhile, Yulu was listening to the system's individual reward announcement. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu, nicknamed Sun Wukong, for receiving the Newbie Road Medal. 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. That was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. Enough to buy a piece of golden level equipment. Yulu was ecstatic, his eyes nearly turning into the shape of gold coins. Then he looked at the Newbie Road Medal, which detailed, Newbie Road Medal, when worn, grants the favor of the god of luck, increasing the chance of encountering high-level treasure chests by 5. Wonderful. Although this 5 chance seemed ordinary during the newbie period, it will be different after that. After a challenge, he would at least encounter a dozen more high-level treasure chests than other challengers, and the resources from those chests would be sufficient to support him to go further and last longer. After wearing the Newbie Road Medal, Yulu looked at the chat channel, where messages tagging him were coming in one after another. Wow, worshipping the big shot. Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, how did you upgrade? So envious. Can you share your experience? I know. The Great Sage has listed a lot of drinks and food in the trading channel. Reasonable suspicion that the Great Sage is running a supermarket. Yeah, we are all newbies. How do you have so many resources? Come out and explain. Sun Wukong. Am I the only one curious about what the reward is? Upstairs. I'm also curious, Sun Wukong. Can you share with us? No other intentions, mainly because I've never seen it. Where's the first one to eat crabs, Yulu? What use is being the first to eat crabs? It still requires money, like the big shot, Sun. Please take us along. Sun Wukong. Do you need leg accessories? Big shot? A super obedient little cat that warms the bed. Meow. Don't be disgusting upstairs. Your name looks like a big man. Is there really someone with the surname Sun? This name looks so fake. Sun Wukong, we are all from Long Country. Don't just eat alone. Help out us poor people. When we go back, we will repay you. Sun Wukong. Yes, good people will be rewarded. Yulu didn't reply to a single message. He just blacklisted those trying to freeload or morally bind him one by one. He didn't necessarily want to be a lone wolf player, but he would keep a respectful distance from those freeloaders and self-righteous individuals. Chapter 7. The true killer is ruthless, not even sparing its own kind. After resting for half an hour, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yulu set off again. This time the maximum speed increased to 45 miles per hour, and Yulu felt like a tractor had been upgraded to a senior citizen's joyride. Perhaps the rookie medal played a role, as Yulu managed to find a total of 8 wooden crates that afternoon, and not a single one was empty. Moreover, besides some basic materials and gasoline, Yulu also found a good item, a treasure chest locator. Treasure chest locator can be installed on vehicles after installation. It will automatically locate all treasure chests within a kilometer radius. Even better, this treasure chest locator can level up along with the vehicle. Each time the vehicle levels up, its locating radius will expand by 1 kilometer. Yulu couldn't help but mutter how wonderful it was, and followed the system's prompt to install the treasure chest locator. Consequently, the central control area, which was originally just an old-fashioned radio, expanded to include an electronic display screen the size of a tablet, resembling a car navigation system, except that it displayed flashing icons representing treasure chests. After driving a short distance, Yulu saw a small brown icon flashing on the display screen, and he located a wooden crate based on the icon's position. This led Yulu to speculate whether different levels of treasure chests would have different colored icons. This would have to wait until the rookie protection period was over to be verified. However, what he found inside this wooden crate was not very pleasant. As soon as Yulu placed his hand on it, a flash of white light occurred, and the crate disappeared, but no items fell out. Instead, a large swarm of cockroaches flew out. Although Ironback and the oil thief were guarding Yulu, they were still outnumbered by the swarm. Yulu took 2 big steps back to avoid most of the cockroaches, but the largest and fattest one still flew towards his face. Yulu swung the wrench in his hand, but it was not effective against cockroaches. What made Yulu's hair stand on end was that up close. He saw that this cockroach was even bigger than an egg, with wings spread out close to the size of an adult's fist. What the hell kind of cockroach is this? It couldn't have escaped from a biological lab in the beautiful country, could it? Although Yulu internally complained, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, in a survival challenge on the road, such unscientific things could happen. So why be surprised by a mutated giant cockroach? Just as the mutated giant cockroach was about to land on Yulu's face, he quickly activated his talent. As the system's prompt sounded, The mutated giant cockroach hovered 3 centimeters from the tip of Yulu's nose. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully capturing a level 1 mutated giant cockroach. Talent points 1. Current talent points 3. Note: talent points can be upgraded to the second tier after reaching 10 points. Yulu let out a long breath. He really didn't expect this mutated giant cockroach to be a level 1 monster. Its level even higher than that of the oil thief. Crack crack. Squeak squeak crack crack. Yulu turned his head and saw the oil thief happily munching on cockroaches. Its 2 little front paws constantly grabbing cockroaches to shove into its mouth, one bite at a time. Yulu, after successfully capturing the mutated giant cockroach, the other cockroaches also stopped attacking. Just like how Ironback dominated the wolf pack, this mutated giant cockroach seemed to also have the ability to dominate the cockroach swarm. Ironback, which had been protecting Yulu, also stopped fighting the cockroaches, but instead of eating them like the oil thief, it looked at the oil thief with disdain as it feasted. At that moment, the mutated giant cockroach spread its wings, and all the remaining cockroaches flew into its wings and disappeared. In the end, only the mutated giant cockroach remained, landing directly on the back of the oil thief, which surprisingly did not resist. This was because the mutated giant cockroach occasionally pulled out a cockroach from under its wings to feed the oil thief. The interaction between the cockroach and the mouse was oddly harmonious. Yulu, he actually didn't want to bring the mutated giant cockroach back in a vehicle because he was afraid it would leave cockroaches all over his car in the future. But seeing his mental energy drop from 67 points back to 35, he couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, since it has already been captured as a little brother. He might as well bring it along. However, before getting into the car, Yulu reiterated to the mutated giant cockroach and the oil thief, "Once you get in the car, you must stay in the cardboard box and not run around. Especially you, giant cockroach. Don't let your cockroaches spread all over my vehicle." He named the mutated giant cockroach Giant Cockroach. The giant cockroach shook its long antennae, indicating that it understood. Then, once they got in the car, Yulu saw the oil thief breaking up its little bread and feeding it to the giant cockroach, while the giant cockroach would occasionally pull out a cockroach from under its wings to feed the oil thief. Watching them mutually feed each other, Yulu felt a strange sense of warmth despite his speechlessness. Incredible. If this were in the real world, he could probably make a small profit by live streaming their feeding interactions. Yulu then looked at Ironback, who was sticking out its tongue and grinning at him, and thought that if he added in a scene of this creature munching on spicy strips while grinning, it wouldn't just be a small profit, it would be a big profit. However, as of now, it was already 7:30 in the evening, and there was only half an hour left until dark. This afternoon, due to the speed increase to 45 miles per hour, Yulu had covered a total of 240 kilometers that day, combined with the 180 kilometers from yesterday. His total mileage had reached 420 kilometers. Yulu was quite satisfied with this achievement, but the challenge would continue for more than 20 days. So he decided to balance work and rest, making sure to recharge when necessary. After letting Ironback out for a buffet, Yulu browsed the trading channel, trading a bottle of water and a bucket of instant noodles for a lighter, then trading 2 self-heating hot pots for a small alcohol stove kit, and finally trading a chocolate bar for a bag of solid alcohol. He then used the alcohol stove to boil water, cooked the instant noodles, and added 2 marinated eggs and the ham sausages he found today. Just as night fell completely, Yulu's instant noodles were ready, emitting a fragrant aroma, which made the surrounding monsters stir restlessly, their cries echoing, mixed with the sounds of Ironback hunting and tearing. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for killing a level 1 desert mouse, earning 1 copper coin. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for killing a level 1 spotted hyena, earning 1 copper coin. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for killing a level 1 prairie wolf, earning 1 copper coin. TSK, TSK. Yulu couldn't help but exclaim, truly ruthless, not even sparing its own kind. However, he felt no psychological burden about it, as this was a challenge world, not Blue Star. While slurping his noodles, he checked his trading records. His business was quite good today. A third of the items he listed had sold, netting him over 100 basic materials. He then checked his private messages, blocking a few freeloaders and successfully filtering out 2 useful messages. Zhu Jinghuan, I have a level 1 electrical system blueprint. Trade you 3 buckets of instant noodles, 6 bottles of water, 2 duck tongues, and 1 chocolate bar. Following, that was a trading link. Yulu clicked to see that it indeed was the level 1 electrical system blueprint. Level 1 electrical system blueprint. After use, it can upgrade the original vehicle's electrical system to level 1, allowing electric energy generated during vehicle operation to be stored in the battery, with a maximum storage of 5 kilowatt hours. Materials required for upgrade: low-grade wood 10, low-grade rubber 5, low-grade metal 10, low-grade glass 15. Yulu's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 8, Clavicle Chain, Unknown Rank. With this power storage feature, everyday appliances can be used in the vehicle in the future. Moreover, among the existing basic materials in Yulu's possession, only 3 units of low-level glass are needed for an upgrade. However, Yulu instinctively wanted to negotiate a lower price, as water and food had become even scarcer today than yesterday. But upon seeing that familiar name, Yulu's thoughts changed. This Chu Jinghuan had traded an engine blueprint with him yesterday and brought an electrical system blueprint today. Was it because he had a talent for this? Or was he just incredibly lucky to keep finding blueprints? Regardless of whether it was special talent or sheer luck, it was worth Yulu's while to interact more with him. Perhaps he would rely on him for blueprints in the future. After pondering for 2 seconds, Yulu sent a private message asking, "Can you tell me why your chances of finding blueprints are so high?" However, Chu Jinghuan was more cautious than Yulu had imagined, replying, "If you want to trade, I'm willing. If not, I'll ask someone else." He seemed to have quite a temper, but considering it from his perspective was normal. If someone asked Yulu about his background, he would also feel annoyed. So Yulu directly initiated the trade, even sending him an extra self-heating rice meal, saying, "No offense intended. If you find any other blueprints in the future, please prioritize trading with me." 2 minutes later, Chu Jinghuan replied with a single word, "Okay." Yulu stared at his name for 2 seconds and realized he had no impression of him, indicating that this person hadn't gone far in his previous life. However, although the water and food traded yesterday weren't much, they could last for 2 days with careful consumption. Plus, he could find some food and drink from treasure chests. So why was he eager to trade again within 24 hours? Yulu pondered for 2 seconds and suddenly thought of a reason. There might be more than just him in Chu Jinghuan's vehicle. The first batch of challengers was selected by the system based on probability, usually with only 1 challenger per vehicle. Even if there were other passengers before being pulled into the challenge world, the extra people would remain in the real world, with only the challenger and the vehicle entering the road survival challenge world. However, there were some special cases, such as if 2 people in the same vehicle were both selected as challengers and were pulled into the challenge world together. This situation, while rare, was not impossible. Yulu didn't know whether this situation was fortunate or unfortunate. In his previous life, in the intermediate arena, he had encountered a pair of twin sisters from Bear Country who worked well together and progressed quite well. However, most pairs of vehicles struggled to reach the intermediate arena, regardless of whether they were friends, couples, or family members. This was simply due to the scarcity of resources in the early stages. The supplies found in treasure chests along the way were barely enough for 1 person to survive. To support 2 people, one would need extreme luck or special talents or opportunities. On this lonely and dangerous highway, having a reliable teammate was a lucky thing. But when resources were scarce and survival pressure was high, the person beside you could become the most dangerous presence. Yulu didn't dwell on strangers. He turned to another private message. "Sherlang, I found a clavicle chain. It's an equipment item. Do you want it?" He also attached the equipment details. But what excited Yulu first was not the content of the private message, but the sender's name. He knew this Sherlang. In his previous life, he had dealt with him and had a fairly good relationship, frequently trading supplies. Unfortunately, after reaching the intermediate arena, Yulu's progress was hindered, and the gap between him and Sherlang widened, causing their relationship to gradually fade. After becoming an NPC, Yulu witnessed Sherlang advance to the advanced arena. But ultimately, he also fell in the level 8 highway challenge, making him one of the more prominent challengers. Now, with an excited heart, Yulu looked at the details of the clavicle chain and became even more thrilled. Clavicle chain, unknown rank after wearing it. You can change its appearance at will. With it, you will never have to worry about your looks again. It's painless cosmetic surgery, and you deserve it. But please do not casually use celebrity faces to avoid infringement. Yulu wasn't ugly. One could even say he was somewhat handsome. But he desperately needed this clavicle chain. So he suppressed his excitement and asked Sherlang, "What materials do you want to exchange?" Sherlang's message was sent around 5 in the afternoon. Yulu's message didn't receive an immediate reply, probably because he was busy. It wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock that Sherlang replied, "I want gasoline and metal. You can decide the quantity." It wasn't that he didn't want to ask for more, but this clavicle chain was genuinely useless to him. With an unknown rank and no benefits or defensive effects, it could only be used to change appearance. But this was a road survival challenge. and he hadn't encountered anyone else or any vehicles in the last 2 days of driving. Who was he going to impress? Moreover, he considered himself quite charming and handsome, so he had no issues with appearance anxiety and didn't need such a useless item. Yulu knew that Lang was a wealthy second generation in the real world, with an initial vehicle that was an expensive sports car. Fast, but with a terrifying fuel consumption rate. Yulu checked his warehouse and found he had 15 units of metal. After deducting the 10 units needed to upgrade the electrical system, he still had 5 units left. As for gasoline, he only had 2 units in his warehouse and needed to keep 1 unit as a reserve. The fuel tank currently had a range of over 80 kilometers, and he wasn't sure if he could find gasoline within that distance. So, Yulu replied, "I can offer 5 units of metal and 1 unit of gasoline. Are you willing to trade?" This price was definitely a loss. After all, once the store opened, the value of 5 units of metal and 1 unit of gasoline would be less than 2 copper coins. However, equipment items, even at the lowest bronze level, were worth 10 copper coins. Given that the rank of this clavicle chain was unknown based on his previous life experience, Yulu had strong reasons to suspect that its rank was at least silver, which would mean its value could exceed 100 copper coins. But Lang was unaware and thought he was getting a good deal, quickly responding, "Of course, but make sure you read the equipment details clearly. Don't come back later and say I tricked you." Yulu wanted to laugh, thinking that this statement should have been made by him. He replied, "I guarantee I won't go back on my word, but you shouldn't either. I can only offer this much metal and gasoline. Do you need any food or drinks? Check my trading panel. I can add some items if you want." Lang hesitated for a moment and said, "Thinking you add some instant noodles and cola?" Yulu didn't hesitate, directly editing the trade link to include 5 units of metal, 1 unit of gasoline, 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 bottles of cola, and 2 bottles of 1,500 milliliters of mineral water, sending it to Lang. When Lang saw that long list of supplies, his finger hovering over the screen trembled slightly. He cursed in his heart, "Damn, in the real world, others take advantage of me, and here I am, becoming the one benefiting." Little did he know that when Yulu received the clavicle chain, he was feeling the same way. He looked at himself in the small mirror inside the sun visor, putting the clavicle chain around his neck. The silver chain had no unnecessary decorations, its overall shape resembling AM by a strip, like a slender little silver snake coiling around Yulu's neck, inexplicably adding a touch of charm. Yulu pinched his face in front of the mirror for a while until he confirmed that the person in the mirror had transformed into a completely different sunny, handsome guy, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Chapter 9. Like an unparalleled scumbag. After the transaction was completed, Yulu actually wanted to chat with Lang a bit more, but he was afraid that being too enthusiastic would seem a bit abnormal. After all, to Lang, he was still just a stranger. So in the end, Yulu only politely mentioned that if there were good things in the future, Lang could prioritize coming to him for trade, and he would give a friendly price. Lang agreed, and the two ended their conversation. On another parallel road, Lang finally gathered enough materials to upgrade his engine, but just before the upgrade, he hesitated for a moment. The reason was simple. This Koenigsegg was his favorite among all his sports cars. What if it turned into an ordinary car, like everyone else's after the upgrade? But Lang only hesitated for 2 seconds before choosing to upgrade, because he had already thought of a solution. He could just buy another one. After all, his family wasn't short on money. Why save money for him? Should he use it to subsidize a love child? 1 minute later, the engine upgrade was successful. Lang walked around his sports car and found that there was no change in appearance. So he started the car, and the adrenaline-pumping roar echoed. And after flooring the accelerator, the original speed limit of 50 miles per hour increased to 75 miles per hour, which excited him instantly. It should be noted that Lang, unlike other rich second-generation kids, didn't indulge in debauchery or entertainment. His only interest was various extreme sports, such as skydiving, extreme skiing, wingsuit flying, free climbing, deep-sea diving, and so on, also known as stylish self-destruction. Racing was one of his interests, and his pursuit of speed was almost an instinct ingrained in his genes. However, after entering this highway survival challenge world, no matter how hard he pressed the accelerator to the floor, he couldn't exceed 50 miles per hour, which frustrated him greatly. It felt like driving an electric wheelchair would be faster than him. Ask yourself, which sports car driver can patiently maintain a speed of 50 miles per hour on a straight, flat road with no obstacles or other vehicles and pedestrians? What is the difference between that and a swimming champion using a dog paddle to swim the entire freestyle? The system would frequently pop up to remind him of insufficient fuel. At the moment, Shi Lang filled the gas tank with the gasoline he exchanged with Sun Wukong. Wanted to take a run for fun. But before he could drive for 3 minutes, he heard a loud bang from the front of the car. As he stepped on the brake, the seatbelt tightened suddenly, firmly restraining Shi Lang in the driver's seat. The corners of his mouth, which had been upturned, immediately drooped. Damn, he forgot it was night, and there were many monsters around. That crash probably left a big dent in his car's front. But before he could feel sorry for himself, the system sent a reminder. Congratulations to Challenger Shi Lang for killing a level 2 wild hedgehog and earning 1 silver coin. Shi Lang, huh? What's that? He picked up the metal baseball bat placed in the passenger seat, excitedly got out of the car. On the other side, when Tai Bei returned from the buffet, he was momentarily stunned to see Yu Lu's changed expression. Then he cautiously approached to sniff, confirming that he still had that familiar scent before relaxing and showing a silly dog grin. Yu Lu also reached out to pat its wolf head. TSK, TSK. The texture was getting better and better. Looking at Tai Bei's performance tonight, he had earned a total of 10 copper coins. No wonder its belly was round. It was almost 11 at night, and it was time to sleep. Today, the cargo space had cleared some room and could fit 1 person. However, Yu Lu thought about it and felt a bit uneasy leaving the 3 of them in the driver's cabin. If they went to the cargo space, he would be even more worried. In the end, Yu Lu still curled up in the driver's seat to sleep, but the passenger door was not fully closed. Before sleeping, he told Tai Bei that if it wanted to go hunting, it could open the door by itself and not wake him up before dawn. Tai Bei nodded in agreement. As a former wolf king, its intelligence was not low. After being tamed by Yu Lu, it could understand his words, and learning to open the door was a piece of cake. It just needed to watch Yu Lu do it once. A dreamless night passed, and the next morning, Yu Lu was awakened by a series of chirping sounds. Looking at the time, it was 7:30 in the morning, and it was still dark outside. Tai Bei was not in the car, so it seemed to have gone out to hunt again. Yu Lu pinched the bridge of his nose, reached for his glasses from the center console, and then looked curiously at the little creature called stealing lamp oil, wondering what it was chirping about. Did it want to go out hunting too? At this glance, Yu Lu was startled, because stealing lamp oil had grown to twice its size compared to yesterday, and was now about the size of a 3 to 4-month-old kitten. Moreover, its originally dark gray fur had lightened a lot and turned into a medium gray. Recalling that it seemed to have been feeding the big cockroach before going to sleep last night, the corners of Yu Lu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Just how many cockroaches did it eat to grow that much overnight? As stealing lamp oil saw Yu Lu looking at it, it became even more anxious, hopping around. Following its paw's direction, Yu Lu finally saw the big cockroach lying motionless in the corner of the box, even the 2 antennae on its head drooping listlessly. Yu Lu was shocked. Could it be that it was stuffed to death? However, when he got closer, he found the cockroach's antennae were still slightly trembling, indicating it was not truly dead. But what exactly was going on, Yu Lu didn't know. Not to mention he wasn't a veterinarian. Even if he were, he probably wouldn't help a cockroach with treatment. So he turned to stealing lamp oil and asked, what happened to it? Did it eat too much? Then, stealing lamp oil gestured and chirped for a long time before Yu Lu finally understood its meaning with a black line on his face. The cockroach was about to give birth. Yu Lu was embarrassed. It turned out the big cockroach was not male, but female. No, it should be called a female cockroach, right? In any case, the conclusion was that the big cockroach was a soon-to-lay-egg female cockroach, and it needed a laying bed. So Yu Lu took another cardboard box, lined it with a few napkins, and placed small bread and water inside as food for the cockroach. Meanwhile, stealing lamp oil anxiously guarded nearby, occasionally helping to tear off some crumbs of bread to stuff into the cockroach's mouth. Suddenly, Yu Lu was hit by forgotten biological knowledge, making him close his eyes and not daring to look anymore. Female cockroaches only need to mate once to continue laying eggs and can even reproduce without mating. He didn't know if the big cockroach had mated before, but the bad news was female cockroaches can lay eggs every 7 to 10 days. And those eggs grow into cockroaches that can lay eggs. A single female cockroach can produce 10,000 to 100,000 offspring in a year. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Half an hour later, the big cockroach successfully laid an egg sac, which was much larger than a normal egg sac. And Yu Lu reasonably suspected that there were definitely over 100 cockroach eggs inside. So he smiled at stealing lamp oil and said, why don't you eat the egg sac too? It should be delicious and very nutritious. Like an unparalleled scumbag. Stealing lamp oil looked up in confusion. Chirp? Chapter 10, what time is it? Still engaging in moral coercion? The oil thief didn't heed Yu Lu's instigation and went to eat the cockroach eggs. It seems to be more loyal than Yu Lu, a human. However, Yu Lu's expression wasn't pleasant, After Tai Bei returned, he recalled whether there had been any insecticide refreshed in the mall during his past life while driving. It seemed there hadn't been. Were there any challengers who had opened boxes and gotten insecticide, then put on the trading board? No, that hadn't happened either. It was truly despairing. Yulu racked his brain trying to think of ways to eliminate cockroaches. Perhaps camphor trees or some plants with special scents could work. But he had no idea where to find those things in the challenge world. While Yulu was deep in thought, Tai Bei, who was lying in the passenger seat, suddenly nudged him with his wolf nose, and Yulu realized he had almost missed a wooden box due to his distraction. Seeing that Yulu was not focused, Tai Bei jumped out of the passenger door as soon as the car stopped and rushed towards the wooden box by the roadside. Yulu grabbed a wrench and got out of the car, but before he could reach the box, it flashed with white light. A unit of wooden flooring fell out. Yulu, HM? HM. This was truly a direction he hadn't considered. He didn't expect Tai Bei to be able to open boxes in his place. Did that mean the oil thief and the cockroaches could also open boxes for him? And what about the baby cockroaches? If they could too, wouldn't that mean he had a whole group of box opening assistants? Just send a baby cockroach to open a box, and if a monster popped out, Tai Bei would go fight while Yulu just waited to collect the loot. Wonderful. When he got back in the car and saw that egg sack that looked like a pod, Yulu found it wasn't so annoying anymore. Although he wasn't sure if the baby cockroaches could open boxes for him, the adult cockroach should be able to. As a flying cockroach, it had a small target, was agile, and hard to attack, making it the best choice for opening boxes. Suddenly, Yulu felt a fondness for the adult cockroach, tore open a vacuum-packed marinated egg, placed it in a cardboard box, and said in a kind tone, "Eat up, eat more." If the adult cockroach and the oil thief were human, they would definitely understand that Yulu's true meaning was, "Eat more so you can work hard for me later." But they weren't human, and weren't as clever as Tai Bei, so other than feeling that their owner treated them well, they had no other thoughts. With this idea in mind, when Yulu spotted a wooden box again, he sent the oil thief to open it. The oil thief jumped in front of the box and cautiously extended its little claw. White light flashed. A unit of rubber dropped out. The car continued, and they found another wooden box. This time, Yulu assigned the adult cockroach to open it. In fact, Yulu secretly hoped it would be the baby cockroaches. But unfortunately, they were still just an egg sack. The adult cockroach landed on the wooden box, white light flashed, and a wasp flew out. Several times larger than an ordinary wasp. A cockroach and a wasp faced off in the air. Yulu's conscience struck, feeling it wasn't very kind to treat the adult cockroach, who was still in confinement after giving birth, this way, so he directly activated his talent against the wasp. The next second, the system notified, "Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully capturing a level 1 mutated yellow wasp. Talent points 1. Current talent points 4. Note: after talent points reach 10, it can be upgraded to the second tier." At the same time, Yulu felt a stabbing pain in his head, which lasted nearly 3 minutes before fading. His mental strength had dropped to 35 after capturing the adult cockroach yesterday, returned to 55 today, and now dropped back to 19. It seemed he needed to rest for 2 days to regain his strength to activate his talent again. Half an hour later, Tai Bei opened another box, and this time it dropped a unit of glass. After Yulu picked up the glass, the system suddenly detected that the conditions for upgrading to level 1 electrical system have been met. Would you like to upgrade? It turned out that early this morning, someone had placed an order in Yulu's trading board, exchanging 2 units of glass. And combined with the unit of glass dropped from the treasure chest, the materials for upgrading the electrical system had been gathered. Yulu didn't hesitate and chose to upgrade. The system replied, "Okay, the upgrade will take 1 minute." Then a white mist appeared in front of Yulu, and after a minute of clinking sounds, the mist dispersed. This time, the car had slightly changed. The central control section and gear shift looked a bit more advanced. And a small battery-like symbol appeared in the bottom right corner of the dashboard, showing the battery's charge, which was currently empty. Besides that, the vehicle performance displayed on the screen had also changed. Current bound vehicle attributes: 50 new box truck, vehicle modification, level 1 engine, speed increased by 50. Level 1 electrical system, battery function activated. Distance to upgrade the entire vehicle to level 1. Level 1 chassis and level 1 body structure. Please work hard to collect materials to improve vehicle performance. This meant that Yulu could now use household appliances in his car. It was a nice improvement, even though Yulu didn't have any household appliances yet. However, there was no system announcement this time, nor any extra rewards. Yulu knew that to get extra rewards, he had to be the first to complete the overall upgrade of the vehicle. It was only the 3rd day of the challenge, and he had already upgraded 2 components. So he was very satisfied with his progress. Yulu looked again at his trading board. About 2/3 of the items listed had been sold, and the remaining ones were expected to be sold out by tomorrow. However, he still needed the chassis and body structure. He remembered that the most used material for the chassis was rubber, while the most used material for the body structure was wood. Therefore, based on the current materials in his warehouse, he adjusted the trading items and also included gasoline in the trading conditions. The gasoline he could produce was barely enough for his own use, but if he saved more, he could trade with Sherlang later. Just as Yulu finished adjusting the trading content and casually browsed the chat channel, he found someone actually cursing at him. He scrolled up and found that the instigator was named Li Jianhong, who seemed to have bad luck and hadn't gathered much material. So he began acting like an online beggar in the chat channel. He had also sent Yulu a private message before, saying, "Hello, Sun Wukong. I am the president of company, now in trouble. I hope you can support me with some food and drink materials, and when I return to reality, I will definitely thank you." Yulu had just glanced at it and blacklisted him. Then, probably because he was really struggling, today he went crazy in the chat channel, cursing several challengers who were developing well and had many trading items, especially targeting Yulu. He accused Yulu of being rich and unkind, lacking compassion, and being a leech. In short, he hurled various accusations at Yulu for lacking morality, clearly having so many resources but refusing to help others, preferring to watch others starve rather than lend a hand, saying his conscience was greatly damaged. Yulu had seen many people like this in his past life, so he didn't intend to pay attention. But to his surprise, someone in the group actually spoke up for him. "Sun Rue, Li Jianhong, you speak so grandly. Why don't you share your money with everyone in the real world? What time is it? Still engaging in moral coercion." Sherlang, "Li Jianhong, what kind of old beggar are you, just blabbering here? Claiming to be the president of a company, yet you dare to flaunt a broken skin company? Look at your mouth, full of entitlement. Have you been someone else's grandson for too long in the real world? So you come here to seek validation? You want support? It would be better if you starved to death, old beggar." Chu Jinghuan, "It's just a matter of each taking what they need. If you think Su Yukon stuff is too expensive, you can choose not to buy it. Why don't you mention that there are things sold for even more than what he sells? Supply and demand determine the value of goods. And here we can't measure it with real-world prices." Chapter 11. You can't even handle it yourself, and you want to step in? To be honest, Yulu was quite moved. He knew Sherlang's temperament. He was quite fierce when it came to cursing. Sun Rue had previously traded a piece of genuine leather with him, and he didn't expect her to actively stand up and speak for him. What surprised Yulu even more was Chu Jinghuan. Although they had traded twice, the process hadn't been pleasant, and Yulu thought he would feel the same as Li Jianhong, thinking that he was heartless because of his wealth. He didn't expect him to have quite a decent perspective. Originally, Yulu didn't plan to respond, but now he decided to say something. However, his response was quite brief. "Li Jianhong, idiot. Middle finger." JPG. Li Jianhong was almost furious, constantly sending messages in the group, but Yulu ignored him. Just as he was about to close the screen, he received a private message from Sherlang. Yulu opened it and saw, "Big brother, do you have any car repair tools?" Yulu was a bit surprised and replied, "What's going on? The rookie protection period shouldn't be that brutal. Why would he need to repair a car? Wasn't the quality of his sport car pretty good?" As a result, Sherlang replied, "Sigh, don't mention it. I upgraded the engine last night, got a bit too excited, and sped a little, then crashed into a wild boar. And now the front of my car is crushed in a big chunk." "Yulu," he replied, "I don't have a car repair kit either. But if your car can still run, just keep driving it. Try to upgrade the main body of the car first. After the upgrade, the damaged parts will automatically disappear. Just like new." If you remember correctly, Sherlang's sports car seemed to have a rear engine, so damage to the front shouldn't affect its drivability. Sherlang, "Really? That's great. I'll find a way to upgrade the main body of the car first." "Thanks, big brother." Yulu chuckled. He was actually a bit afraid that Sherlang would ask how he knew this information. But fortunately, although Sherlang seemed carefree, he actually had a good sense of propriety. After closing the conversation with Sherlang, Yulu saw that it was getting late, so he decided to have lunch first, then take a break before heading out. In the afternoon, Yulu continued to let Ironback and the others open chests, even intentionally training them to cooperate. When a cockroach opened a hyena, Ironback immediately locked its throat, and Yulu finally showed a satisfied smile. However, Ironback's combat power was only decent during the rookie period. After that, if they encountered higher-level chest monsters, it would probably be tough to deal with. Not only Ironback and the others, but even Yulu himself urgently needed to improve his combat power. Using drugs to enhance attribute data was the most direct method, but practical training was also essential. So that evening, after letting Ironback go out to hunt, Yulu did some simple physical training next to the car, such as push-ups, sit-ups, high knees, and squats. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Yulu indulged himself by using a 1,500 milliliters bottle of mineral water to dampen his short-sleeved t-shirt, gave himself a quick wipe, and then used the remaining water to wash the t-shirt a bit before hanging it on the back of the passenger seat. By the fourth day of the challenge world, when Yulu opened his eyes, he felt soreness in several places, especially in his thighs. However, Yulu was not discouraged. Instead, he planned to gradually increase his training volume. Although the results were slow, he believed that as long as he persisted, he would see results. Perhaps sensing Yulu's determination. On that day, out of the 10 chests he opened, 3 dropped potions that enhanced personal attributes: a level 1 stamina potion, a level 1 agility potion, and a level 1 mental power potion, each of which could increase an attribute's upper limit by 1 point. Without hesitation, Yulu drank them all, and his personal attribute panel changed to challenger name. Yulu personal attributes: combat power, 38 stamina, 51 agility, 46 mental power, 39.99 talent. Beast Tamer, level 1. Overall evaluation: C. Compared to your ordinary physical data, your mental power is surprisingly above average. So are you a genius or a madman? Well, actually, the change wasn't that significant. While resting at night, Yulu received several private messages reminding him to restock. He checked the trading backend and found that mineral water, self-heating rice, and self-heating hot pot were all sold out, leaving only 2 buckets of instant noodles and a small amount of snacks and drinks. So Yulu replied uniformly, "Out of stock, sold out." To his surprise, not long after he sent the message, the remaining items were also sold out, leaving only 2 bottles of iced tea. Yulu looked through the transaction records and found that it was indeed those who reminded him to restock that bought them. Looking at the materials in his warehouse, he felt that he urgently needed blueprints. He wondered if Chu Jinghuan would come to trade new blueprints with him. Just as he was thinking about this, Yulu received a private message. "Lu Gao, hello, big brother. I found an automatic inflatable mattress and want to exchange it for 3 bottles of water and 3 servings of food. Would you trade?" Yulu was immediately interested. Sleeping in the driver's seat wasn't a solution. He had originally thought about using cardboard as a cushion to sleep in the cargo box tonight. But now that he had an inflatable mattress, he didn't want to sleep on cardboard anymore to avoid waking up sore in the morning. So he replied, "What does the mattress look like? Can you send a photo?" Lu Gao quickly sent a photo and details of the inflatable mattress. The photo looked like a palm-sized round object, but the details said, "Automatic inflatable mattress, size 1, 2M, 1 button automatic inflation, 1 button automatic compression. A great helper for your home and travel, can help relieve fatigue and ensure a good night's sleep." Yulu was instantly very tempted, so he basically didn't haggle and directly created a trading link with the water and food he had opened in the past few days and sent it over. After getting the mattress, Yulu browsed through the trading channel and saw that a challenger was selling a camping tent, which was not a system product, but brought in from the real world. According to the seller's product description, it cost several hundred when purchased, but now it could be exchanged for 2 bottles of water and 1 serving of food. Yulu thought for a moment and decided to buy it to set up next to the car for Ironback to sleep in. Its size was growing, and having such a large wolf always curled up in the passenger seat was uncomfortable. Moreover, with its thick fur, it probably wouldn't be afraid of the cold. So Yulu chatted with the seller and successfully exchanged 1,000 milliliters bottle of iced tea and 2 bags of bread for the tent. After getting the tent, Yulu examined it and found that it was quite easy to set up. It was the type with a canopy and a 1-room, 1 living room structure. It might come in handy in the future. Yulu didn't set up the canopy and directly pitched the tent next to the car. Since it was the rookie protection period, with no wind or rain, there was no need for much fixing. While Yulu was busy, a sudden call from Ironback broke the darkness, and this time it didn't sound right. It wasn't the usual excited hunting call, but sounded more like a whimper when it was running away with its tail between its legs. Yulu was stunned. Then he saw Ironback rushing into the safe area, its neck and wolf head covered in blood, with a very obvious wound on its nose. Immediately after, a black figure darted towards Yulu's direction like lightning, but fortunately, it was blocked by the safety barrier. With the light from the car, Yulu could see that it was a pure black cheetah with red-black eyes, and its wide-open mouth still had bloodied wolf fur in it. Yulu's heart skipped a beat when the Black Panther lunged at him. To be honest, even knowing there was a safety barrier, his heart couldn't help but thump. It was much more thrilling than watching a 3D movie. Moreover, the Black Panther in front of us is not a fictional character from a movie, but a real. Just at that moment, the ironback creature that brought the Black Panther over-nudged Yulu's hand with its nose and let out a soft whimper, as if urging him. "Yulu? What's going on? You can't handle it yourself? And you want me to go up?" Chapter 12. You will be called Black Wind from now on. Outside the safe zone, the Black Panther pounced for a while, but couldn't break through the barrier. Inside the safe zone, Yulu and Tai Bei looked at each other. After being urged by Tai Bei for a long time, Yulu finally understood its meaning when the Black Panther was about to give up and leave. This guy wanted him to use his talent to tame the Black Panther. Yulu, he was still thinking about resting for 2 days to recover his mental strength, but Tai Bei had him take on a big task. Looking at his mental strength that had just recovered to 41 points, Yulu felt uneasy, thinking he might not be able to handle the Black Panther after all. But seeing how eager Tai Bei was to chase after the Black Panther, Yulu gritted his teeth and activated his talent. Then, congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully taming the level 2 three-tailed Black Panther. Talent points 2. Current talent points 6. Note: after talent points reach 10, it can be upgraded to the second stage. At that moment, Yulu couldn't even hear the system's announcement clearly. His mind was buzzing, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, feeling dizzy. If he hadn't managed to grab the car door in time, he would have fallen to the ground. His mental strength had dropped to a bright red 0, followed by a bold red reminder. Your mental strength is severely depleted. Please rest and recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, it may cause irreversible consequences. Yulu didn't dare to be careless. He didn't even have the strength to speak. He struggled to crawl into the cargo box, lay down on the inflatable mattress, and fell into a deep sleep. Outside the car, Tai Bei was sniffing the Black Panther and getting familiar with its scent. Finally, under Tai Bei's lead, the Black Panther cautiously followed it into the tent. That night, Yulu slept very soundly, or perhaps he just passed out. When he opened his eyes again and crawled out of the cargo box, it was already bright outside. Then Yulu saw a Black Panther sitting at the front of the tent. Upon noticing him, its black-red panther eyes immediately turned to him, examining and sizing him up, but without hostility. Its 3 black tails were gently swaying behind it. Indeed, it was only at this moment that Yulu realized this Black Panther had 3 tails. But thinking about it as a product of the roadside survival challenge world, it didn't seem strange anymore. Compared to the graceful and dignified Black Panther, Tai Bei looked like a love-struck dog at this moment, circling around the Black Panther, its tail wagging nonstop. When it saw Yulu, it smiled like a silly dog, constantly gesturing for Yulu to come closer to the Black Panther. Yulu walked up to the Black Panther, first extending his hand for it to smell his scent. After it got familiarized, he tentatively reached out to touch the Black Panther's head. The Black Panther rubbed its head against Yulu's palm, resembling a docile big cat, completely different from the feeling Tai Bei gave him. This was probably the difference between raising a cat and raising a dog. Yulu thought for a moment and said to the Black Panther, "How about I call you Black Wind from now on?" Black Wind used one of its tails to hook Yulu's ankle in response. Thus, Yulu's small group now had 5 members: Big Rat the Oil Thief, Wilderness Wolf King Tai Bei, 3-tailed Black Panther Black Wind, mutated Big Cockroach, and the yet-to-be-named mutated Big Wasp. While having breakfast, Yulu casually named the mutated Big Wasp Little Yellow, showing how casual he was. But Little Yellow had no objections, as it currently held the lowest position in the vehicle. As the owner, Yulu was undoubtedly the boss, and the second in command should be Tai Bei. But it was too much of a sycophant towards Black Wind, leading to Black Wind subtly taking on a role of the second in command. As for the Oil Thief and Big Cockroach, they were still in a state of feeding each other sweetly, with the Oil Thief even helping Big Cockroach take care of its egg sac, leaving Little Yellow isolated. However, it was sensible enough to quietly stay under the windshield of the passenger seat, pretending to be just a car ornament. After a full night's sleep, the discomfort from the depletion of mental strength had completely disappeared. He checked his current mental strength and found it had recovered to 30 points. He wasn't sure if it was just his illusion, but it seemed like the recovery speed was faster than the previous 2 days. Yulu also checked Tai Bei's injuries and found that its tough skin had mostly healed, with only a new scar remaining on its nose, but should be fine. After breakfast, it was already 9 a.m. Yulu planned to take advantage of the last day of the newbie protection period to cover more ground. In the previous 4 days, he had run 180 kilometers on the first day, 240 kilometers on the second day, and 260 kilometers on the third and fourth days. Today, he aimed to run 300 kilometers. Therefore, Yulu changed his box opening strategy. According to the treasure chest positioning functions navigation, when approaching the treasure chest, he would slow down and let Big Cockroach or Little Yellow open the box. If a treasure chest monster was spawned, he would let Tai Bei or Black Wind handle it, allowing Yulu to get off the car directly to collect the supplies, reducing waiting time. At Yulu's request, Tai Bei and the others took turns opening boxes and fighting monsters, and they coordinated quite well. By the end of the day, they had a bountiful harvest, not only obtaining enough food for 2 days, but also 3 basic materials and a weapon, which was a silver-level long knife. When they parked to rest at night, Shirlang sent a message to Yulu. "Big brother, I found an automatic loot card for supplies. Do you want it?" Yulu's eyes lit up, feeling that Shirlang was really bringing him good luck. For others, this automatic loot function might seem a bit useless, since they would have to get out to open the box anyway. But it was different for Yulu. With this function, he wouldn't even need to stop. So Yulu immediately replied, "Yes, what do you want in exchange?" Shirlang replied, "Wood and gasoline." Seeing this request, Yulu knew that this guy must have gotten the blueprint for the vehicle's main body, so he was hoarding wood. Fortunately, Yulu was not lacking in materials and gasoline at the moment, so he directly quoted, 5 units of wood for 3 units of gasoline. Can you accept it?" Shirlang, "That is perfect, just don't let yourself lose too much, big brother." Yulu replied with a smile, "No loss. If you become wealthy in the future, don't come to me asking to trade back with the same materials." Shirlang, "That wouldn't be right. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on my word." Yulu chuckled, feeling that chatting with Shirlang was quite pleasant. So after the transaction was completed, he took the initiative again. "How about we add each other as friends? We can exchange information in the future." Shirlang readily replied, "Sure." So the two added each other as friends. Finally, Yulu felt he couldn't just wait for the blueprint to arrive. So he proactively messaged Zhu Jinghuan. "Hello, do you have the chassis or vehicle main body blueprint?" Zhu Jinghuan seemed a bit surprised. "Didn't you sell out your water and food?" Yulu couldn't help but facepalm. "I just haven't posted in the trading section. I still have some stock. And I can also find some from opening boxes, so don't worry about me lacking supplies for exchange." Meanwhile, on another parallel road, Zhu Jinghuan looked at his sister, who was sleeping with tear stains on her face in the passenger seat, gritted his teeth, and replied, "I can only give you the blueprint tomorrow. If you trust me, just give me a bottle of water and some food as a deposit." Yulu thought for a moment and felt that if he could establish a stable source for blueprints, it was a worthwhile risk. Moreover, with his current supply reserves, losing a bottle of water and a bit of food was just a minor setback. So Yulu decisively took a 1,500 milliliters bottle of mineral water and a bun and steamed bread he had obtained from opening boxes and sent them over. Chapter 13, the long-awaited mall. To be honest, when Zhu Jinghuan received water and food from Sun Wukong, he was a bit surprised. His previous impression of Sun Wukong was neither bad nor good. It could only be said that human nature is selfish. Sun Wukong's clear pricing was already much better than many who wanted to take advantage of others or resort to moral coercion. Everyone was caught up in this inexplicable survival challenge, and everyone wanted a bit more hope to survive. Zhu Jinghuan originally came out to travel with his sister, who had just finished her college entrance examination, and then they were both dragged into this challenge world. At first, the system said that the siblings had awakened a rare lucky attribute talent, with a 50 chance of obtaining blueprints every day. They were quite happy, thinking they had it made. However, what they didn't expect was that the dog-like system was playing word games with them. Apart from blueprints and treasure chest monsters, they couldn't obtain any other resources, and the drop rate for treasure chest monsters was twice as high as that for other challengers. It could be said that all of their good luck was used on that 50 blueprint drop rate. So, they could only rely on trading blueprints for resources. But the problem was that everyone was poor, and very few could afford to pay. Just yesterday, Zhu Jinghuan's sister had even been injured by a treasure chest monster, so he had to exchange blueprints for healing medicine. Today, they didn't manage to obtain any blueprints again, so he and his sister had nearly starved the whole day. He could barely hold on, but his sister's injury had not healed, and it certainly wouldn't work out if this continued. At that moment, when he received water and food from Sun Wukong, he was unexpectedly moved to tears. He barely held back his emotions, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and gently woke his sister. "Xiaoyan, wake up. Brother has exchanged for food and drink." In the end, after some pushing and shoving, Zhu Jingyan ate a bun and drank a quarter of a bottle of mineral water, while Zhu Jinghuan ate a steamed bun and drank a quarter of a bottle of mineral water. The remaining half bottle of mineral water would likely be their breakfast for tomorrow. The next morning, the system's prompt echoed in every challenger's mind. "Dear challengers, the newbie protection period has officially ended. We hope that through these days of adaptation, you have gotten used to our Road Survival Challenge's survival mode. Now, the real challenge is about to begin, so please try your best to survive." When the system's voice sounded, Yulu was doing high knees next to the car. Hearing the system's announcement, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with anticipation for what was to come. At 8:30 a.m., the silver van set off. Half an hour later, a green dot appeared on the treasure chest positioning navigation, indicating a bronze treasure chest. Yulu immediately sent out Xiao Huang. And he didn't even stop the car, just slowed down. Soon, a white light flashed, the treasure chest disappeared, and resources dropped. Obtained low-level metal 2, obtained low-level rubber 1, obtained hemostatic bandage 1. These resources directly appeared in Yulu's warehouse because he had already used the resource auto-pick card to activate the resource auto-pick function. Yulu was overjoyed. After Xiao Huang got back in the car, he increased the speed again, rushing towards the next blue dot on the treasure chest locator. The silver treasure chest. The whole morning went smoothly. Although the number of treasure chests sharply decreased, they opened only 3 in total. But the resources were more abundant than the gains from opening treasure chests for a whole day during the newbie period. During the lunch break, Yulu opened the long-awaited mall interface and saw 5 types of products listed. Seasoning set, price 2 copper coins, limited to 1 purchase. Electric stove set, price 3 copper coins, limited to 1 purchase. Antidote, price 5 copper coins, limited to 1 purchase. Beef noodles, price 1 copper coin, limited to 10 purchases. Low-level metal, price 5 units for 1 copper coin, limited to 10 purchases. With Ironback and Black Wind for wild hunting, plus the 10 gold coins as a reward for upgrading the engine, he now had over 1,000 copper coins in total, so he was not short on money. Therefore, he immediately ordered one of each of the first 3 items and 3 portions of beef noodles and low-level metal each. Then, he took out a portion of beef noodles from the system as today's lunch. The food sold in the system mall also had the advantage of staying fresh and warm in the warehouse, no matter when it was taken out. It would be steaming hot beef noodles. Although the taste wasn't particularly good, it was already a decent meal compared to the self-heating rice, hot pot, and bread they had before. After finishing the hot beef noodles, Yulu put the previously purchased alcohol stove set on the trading interface, with the exchange conditions filled in as blueprint cards or equipment, etc. Just 5 minutes after he posted the trade link, Chu Jinghuan sent a message. I have a chassis and body blueprint. Which one do you want? Yulu, I want both. Chu Jinghuan, okay. Then I need you to give me 2 bottles of 1,500 milliliters water and food for 2 people. Hearing this, Yulu was surprised. Huh? Only this little this time? Chu Jinghuan, I also want that alcohol stove set you posted. Yulu readily replied. No problem. So he directly sent the alcohol stove set along with 2 bottles of water, 2 bowls of beef noodles, and 2 marinated eggs. Don't ask him why he was so generous, because now that resources were abundant and the mall was open, giving a little extra to bind a long-term supplier of blueprints was a very worthwhile deal for him. Moreover, others might not understand the value of the blueprints. But he was very clear about it. 2 level 1 blueprints, even if he doubled what he was giving, would still be worth it. However, when Chu Jinghuan received the items sent by Yulu, he was even more moved. The water and food from last night had already exceeded his expectations. After all, they were strangers, and no one dared to trust others easily. But now, Sun Wukong not only gave him trust, but also acted generously. So after trading the blueprints, Chu Jinghuan couldn't help but add, I killed a sheep. Do you want to eat lamb? Yulu now had the electric stove and seasoning set and was planning to cook, so he replied, sure, then give me 2 kilograms of lamb. What do you want? Food and water, or something else? Chu Jinghuan, do you have any hemostatic healing medicine? Yulu had indeed obtained a hemostatic bandage in the morning, so he replied, I have 1 hemostatic bandage, plus 2 chocolate bars for you. How about that? Chu Jinghuan, okay. Soon, the trade was completed, and Chu Jinghuan sent Yulu a bloody lamb leg, which looked to weigh about 3 to 4 kilograms. He was quite an honest person, but, Yulu, brother, didn't you use the system to decompose after killing the sheep? Chu Jinghuan replied, the system decomposition is a bit of a scam. I killed a rabbit yesterday, and after decomposition, there was only a piece of meat the size of a palm left. Yulu, brother. Although the animals in the challenge world look similar to those on Blue Star, their essence is actually different. You should also be able to notice that they differ in many aspects and cannot be eaten directly. Many organs and body parts are toxic and must be decomposed by the system before the remaining meat can be consumed. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinghuan was also stunned. He looked at the lamb, which was already half decomposed in his hands, and then at Sun Wukong's message, hesitatingly asked the system, is it still too late to choose system decomposition now? Chapter 14. The first in the whole server. Fortunately, in the end, the system helped Chu Jinghuan decompose the lamb again, but the total amount of lamb he got was only 5 pounds, even though the sheep was almost 100 pounds. Chu Jinghuan felt heartbroken, but he still endured the heartache and sent 2 pounds of lamb to Yulu again. Thank you for the information, otherwise, I might have ended up with an upset stomach. Yulu was not polite and accepted it directly, then asked, shall we add each other as friends? Chu Jinghuan was eager for this. Sure. So the two successfully added each other as friends. Yulu put the lamb into the warehouse, planning to cook a lamb hot pot for dinner. As for the bloody sheep leg, he directly threw it to Tai Bei and Hei Feng, since they were just products of the challenge world and were not afraid of toxins. Yulu also mentioned the issue of animal toxins in the chat group of Dragon Country's 187th district to prevent others from, like Chu Jinghuan, choosing to do it themselves because they couldn't bear the loss of decomposition by the system. Sun Wukong. Everyone pay attention. The animals in the challenge world are not from blue star species. Many parts contain toxins and cannot be eaten directly. They need to be decomposed by the system before the remaining parts can be safely consumed. Worried that some might not see it, Yulu sent it several times. After that, Yulu went to upgrade the chassis. 1 minute later, the chassis upgrade was successful. The exterior of the vehicle still showed no changes. Only the vehicle performance on the screen was different. Current bound vehicle attributes: 50 new box truck, vehicle modification, level 1 engine, speed increased by 50. Level 1 chassis, suitable for hilly terrain. Level 1 electrical system, activated storage function. Remaining to upgrade the entire vehicle to level 1. Level 1 vehicle body. Please challengers work hard to collect materials to improve vehicle performance. The blueprint for the level 1 vehicle body was also available, but he was still lacking 3 units of wood. Yulu wondered if any other challengers had upgraded their chassis. If so, then they should be able to guess, based on the vehicle performance info, that the secondary road was hilly terrain. Yulu planned to check this afternoon. If he could find wood, that would be best. If not, he would trade for it in the evening, aiming to upgrade the entire vehicle to level 1 today. However, when he switched back to the chat screen, he found that his kind reminder had instead attracted a lot of insults. Zhang Jiabao. Sun Wukong, why did you remind us only now? I ate toxic chicken yesterday, and I had diarrhea 6 times overnight. I feel like I'm about to collapse. Li Jianhong. Sun Wukong, is it true? Are you trying to scare everyone into not eating meat, so you can continue selling your expired junk food at high prices? Li Yaozu. I have a friend who died after eating toxic snake meat. Since you knew about this, why didn't you say it sooner? Do you know how many lives your selfishness has cost? Zhou Gang. Exactly, what a late warning. It would have been better if you hadn't said anything. Yulu rolled his eyes silently and decisively blacklisted these few people, then noticed that some had already been on his blacklist. Of course, there were also some rational individuals who spoke up for Yulu Danghan. Sun Wukong, thank you for your sharing. We will take care. Qi Wenxuan. Thank for the reminder, senior brother. I just killed a guinea pig and was about to roast it directly. I'll decompose it through the system first. Sun Rue. Why do you have such hostility towards someone who kindly reminded you? Is there something wrong? Sherlang. A bunch of brainless fools. If you have the ability, don't believe it, just eat it. If you get poisoned, consider it a contribution to energy conservation for Blue Star. Lin Xingyang. Even if it's decomposed, I wouldn't dare eat it directly. I'd have to cook it first. Doghead. JPG. Yulu glanced at the upper left corner of the chat channel. Dragon Country 187 District, online users 9,802. Just half a day past the novice protection period. Over 100 people had already died, and it seemed the number would continue to decline. He didn't know how long those stubborn ones could last. Yulu had no time to argue with those people, so he turned off the screen and closed his eyes to rest. After resting enough, he set off again. The luck in the afternoon was slightly poor. Yulu only found 2 treasure chests, 1 wooden chest, and 1 silver treasure chest. However, the silver treasure chest gave him a little surprise. When it was Xiao Huang's turn to open the chest, the moment Xiao Huang touched the treasure chest, a swarm of wasps surrounded it. At that moment, Yulu, who was in the van, quickly closed the car window, but Xiao Huang, who had made it back into the car in time, was directly paralyzed. Fortunately, Yulu didn't completely abandon humanity. In a situation filled with wasps, even if he let Tai Bei and Hei Feng out, it would be hard to win in one strike. So he directly targeted the largest wasp with his talent. The next second, congratulations to challenger Yulu for successfully capturing a level 1 golden ring hornet. Talent points 1. Current talent points 7. Note, once talent points reach 10, it can be upgraded to level 2. Then, Yulu's car decoration added a golden ring hornet. With its golden black stripe pattern, it looked quite formidable. Having been stung by wasps in childhood, Yulu felt uneasy all over, but fortunately, the golden ring hornet was relatively well-behaved. It had no choice but to be well-behaved since there was another one eyeing it hungrily for the lamp oil. Unlike the wooden chests during the novice protection period, if a treasure chest monster appeared in the current treasure chest, the materials inside would only be better than those without treasure chest monsters. For example, This silver treasure chest dropped a hooded windbreaker, which belonged to silver-level equipment. Wearing it not only automatically adjusted the temperature within a range of 10 degrees, but also could resist damage up to 10 points. Yulu's mental strength dropped to 19 points again, but perhaps due to previous experience with clearing, he actually felt no discomfort this time. This showed that human adaptability has potential. Yulu put on the windbreaker over his t-shirt. Initially, he felt a bit hot, but once he wore it, it immediately felt much cooler, as if the air conditioning was on. After entering the challenge world, not only was the vehicle speed limited, but other functions of the vehicle were also restricted, such as air conditioning, radio, and human-machine interaction functions, etc. Of course, Yulu's vehicle originally had no human-machine interaction function. When naming the Golden Ring Hornet, Yulu also took the lazy route and simply called it Golden Tiger. The Golden Tiger had no objection to its name and just touched antennae with Xiao Huang, seemingly exchanging some information. Then Yulu noticed that among the few animals on his vehicle, the lamp oil stealer and the cockroach had a great relationship. Tai Bei and Hei Feng also got along well, though it was mostly because Tai Bei was a sycophant, and now Xiao Huang and Golden Tiger also seemed quite close. So it turned out he was the lonely one. Forget it, being lonely is fine. Yulu had no thoughts of dating. His only current thought was to go further. If he could change the outcome of humanity's extinction, that would be even better. If not, he hoped to stand as humanity's last line of defense. With such thoughts, during dinner, while eating lamb hot pot, Yulu traded 3 units of metal with Deng Han for 3 units of wood on the trading interface and then upgraded the vehicle body. 1 minute later, when the originally scratched and paint-damaged 50 new van transformed into a brand new van. The system announcement also rang out. Announcement: congratulations to Sun Wukong from Dragon Country's 187 district for becoming the first challenger in the entire server to upgrade the entire vehicle to level 1. You have received a special system reward. Announcement: congratulations to Sun Wukong from Dragon Country's 187 district for becoming the first challenger in the entire server to upgrade the entire vehicle to level 1. You have received a special system reward. Announcement: congratulations to Sun Wukong from Dragon Country's 187 district for becoming the first challenger in the entire server to upgrade the entire vehicle to level 1. You have received a special system reward. Chapter 15. Vehicle luggage rack. When this announcement was made, not only were others surprised, but even Yulu himself was astonished. His mouth slightly agape. He had initially only thought about being the first person in his district to reach level 1 with the vehicle, but unexpectedly, he had achieved the first place in the entire server. Then, the system's individual broadcast sounded. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu, nickname Sun Wukong, for obtaining the Lucky Goddess Vehicle Pendant, 1 level 1 group leader card, 1 discount shopping card, and 3 opportunities to enter the service area. When Yulu saw these rewards, his eyes immediately lit up behind his glasses. Lucky Goddess Vehicle Pendant. You can pray once a day. After praying, there's a 5 chance that today's treasure chest will contain the item you want. Level 1 group leader card. Can establish a group chat for 10 people and can also be upgraded to increase the number of group members. Discount shopping card. Can be used in the service area at a 90 discount. This card will be invalidated after 1 use. As for the opportunities to enter the service area, although there was no detailed introduction, Yulu knew that there were many good things for sale there. In his previous life, he had only entered the service area after a challenge match, and he hadn't expected there would be opportunities to enter midway. Looking at the discount shopping card, Yulu decided to save up more copper coins, so as not to waste this rare card. So when Tai Bei and Hei Feng were preparing to go out hunting, Yulu smiled at them and said, "I'll set up the tent for you, but you don't need to rush back. Make sure to eat well while you're out." Hei Feng, Bei. The wolf and the leopard looked puzzled, feeling that Yulu's words seemed to have some deep meaning. They hesitated for 2 seconds before stepping into the darkness, turning back every 3 steps. After the vehicle overall leveled up to 1, the performance details changed to current bound vehicle attributes. Level 1, speed increased by 50. Suitable for hilly terrain, defense capability 100, electric storage function enabled. Please challengers work hard to collect materials to enhance vehicle performance. Meanwhile, the original safe range of the night expanded from a radius of 2 meters to a radius of 5 meters. After setting up the tent, Yulu did some physical training, staying busy until nearly midnight before going to sleep. The nighttime system automatically switched to silent mode upon detecting that the challenger had entered a sleep state. Therefore, Yulu did not immediately notice that he had gained a new title until he woke up the next morning and found Tai Bei and Hei Feng sleeping soundly in the tent outside the vehicle. And judging by their size, they seemed to have grown a bit. It looked like they had a hearty meal last night. Then, When Yulu took the driver's seat and checked the copper coin earnings from the previous night, he was immediately stunned. Because last night, Tai Bei and Hei Feng had helped him earn 85 copper coins, most of which came from level 1 monsters, and 3 from level 2 monsters, each yielding 1 silver coin upon defeat, which was likely the result of Tai Bei and Hei Feng working together. What shocked Yulu the most was that he had unexpectedly gained the title of Monster Butcher. Monster Butcher, due to your consecutive kills of 100 monsters. This title is rewarded. While wearing this title, the hate value of monsters towards you will increase by 30, and at the same time, you will have a 30 chance of receiving double rewards upon killing monsters. In simple terms, wearing this title increased the risk, but also the rewards. However, for Yulu, who had a group of minions protecting him, the 30 hate value only brought benefits, not drawbacks. So he unhesitatingly equipped the title. After having a simple breakfast, Yulu woke Tai Bei and Hei Feng and packed up the tent. Tai Bei had grown too large to sit in the passenger seat, so Yulu let it stay in the cargo area, while Hei Feng could still barely fit in the passenger seat. Yulu planned to find someone today to swap for a vehicle luggage rack, so that Hei Feng and Tai Bei could sit on the roof of the vehicle, making it easier for them to get out and deal with treasure monsters when they encountered them. Before setting off, Yulu sincerely prayed to the lucky goddess pendant hanging from the rearview mirror, hoping to find a potion to increase his combat power today. Unfortunately, the entire morning passed without any gains. During the lunch break, he first checked the system store, and the items refreshed today were high-quality rice 5 kilograms, priced at 2 copper coins, limit 1 purchase, level 1 healing potion, priced at 5 copper coins, limit 1 purchase, level 1 engine blueprint, priced at 10 copper coins, limit 1 purchase, a dozen wet wipes, priced at 2 copper coins, limit 10 purchases, low-grade wood, priced at 5 units for 1 copper coin, limit 10 purchases. Except for the level 1 engine blueprint. Yulu bought all 4 other items, but he only bought 3 portions of low-grade wood, and 1 of each of the others. Then Yulu browsed the trading board, but did not see the vehicle luggage rack. So he sent a message in the chat board requesting a purchase. Looking for a vehicle luggage rack. Needs to be larger. Please private message if interested. After sending the message, Yulu quickly received several private messages, but after inquiring, he found that either the size was not suitable, or they were impractical luggage boxes, or they were asking for an outrageous price. Just as he was about to give up, he received another private message from Sun Rue, who had traded with him before. Hello, what kind of vehicle luggage rack do you want? I can help you process it, you provide the materials, and I only charge for labor. Seeing this message, Yulu's eyes lit up immediately, as he guessed that Sun Rue must have awakened a talent for crafting. So he replied, I need a vehicle luggage rack that is 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 60 centimeters high, made of solid steel pipes welded together, sturdy with low wind resistance, with a small door in the middle that is 40 centimeters wide and easy to install. Can you make it? It seemed that Sun Rue calculated for a moment before replying seriously. I can, but it's a bit large, so it will take me some time to make it. Yulu, no problem, just tell me how much material and labor cost you need. Sun Rue calculated for a while before replying. The materials will require 3 units of metal and 1 unit of wood, with the wood used as the base plate. As for labor cost, would 3 copper coins be acceptable? Yulu felt that this cost was completely acceptable, but before he could reply, Sun Rue added, Don't worry, if there are any quality issues later, you can come to me for free repairs. So Yulu replied, No problem. Let us add each other as friends. For a talented challenger like this, as long as they had good character and values, Yulu wanted to befriend them. Moreover, he now had a group leader card, so he could consider bringing in a few trustworthy challengers to communicate in the group later. In Sun Rue's view, Sun Wukong was definitely a big shot, and being able to add him as a friend was something she greatly desired. The labor fee she offered to Yulu was also a fair price, just to curry favor with a big shot, as it might help her in the future. Chapter 16 Water Collector. In order to quickly help Yulu make the car luggage rack, Sun Rue decided not to drive in the afternoon. After receiving Yulu's materials and deposit, she focused on hammering away at her workbench. Meanwhile, after taking a half-hour break, Yulu hit the road again. Throughout the afternoon, he opened 2 silver treasure chests. Although the quantity was not high, the rewards were decent. The first treasure chest dropped, obtained low-level metal 2, obtained low-level glass 3, obtained daily use sanitary napkin 1, obtained orange 2, obtained 4-inch mango cake 1, obtained sportswear set 1. The second treasure chest dropped, obtained gasoline 3, obtained toothbrush 1, obtained low-level fighting skill scroll 1. Upon seeing the last item, the skill scroll, Yulu could barely contain his excitement. Low-level fighting skill scroll. After learning, for every 2 hours of training, you can increase your strength by 1 point. with a maximum increase of 5 points. Although 5 points isn't much and requires training to obtain, upon reflection, wasn't this a warm response from the goddess of luck? Even though Yulu prayed for a potion to increase his strength, he ended up with a fighting skill scroll. After parking in the evening, Yulu first learned the fighting skill, then trained for 2 hours straight. Seeing his strength increase from 38 to 39, he finally stopped to address his dinner needs. Yulu didn't like sweets, so he browsed the trading channel and exchanged the mango cake with a challenger named Lin Xinyang for a bowl of shredded meat over rice. To be honest, this shredded meat over rice made by Lin Xinyang was quite good, despite lacking green peppers due to insufficient ingredients. It tasted better than anything Yulu had eaten before. 1 bowl of shredded meat over rice, 2 oranges, and a bottle of cola later, Yulu was full. He then began to clean himself with a towel he had opened from a treasure chest a few days ago, and changed into the sportswear set he had just obtained. One of the more user-friendly aspects of the world of challenges is that clothes obtained from treasure chests automatically adjust to fit the wearer's size. After putting on the sportswear, Yulu couldn't help but sniff himself. To be honest, he smelled a bit, especially his hair, which was so oily that it could make flies slip. This was unavoidable. Although Yulu had plenty of drinking water, he lacked water for daily use. Therefore, after so many days in the game, he hadn't properly bathed or washed his hair. At that moment, someone should have already acquired the water collector. Just as Yulu was thinking of checking the trading board for one, he received a private message from Sun Rue. She directly sent over the completed car luggage rack without even asking Yulu for the remaining payment. Hey, check it out. If it doesn't work, I can modify it. Along with the luggage rack, she also sent a welding gun and a protective mask, lending them to Yulu for installing the rack. Yulu first settled the remaining payment, then climbed onto the roof of the car with the luggage rack and tools. After fussing for more than half an hour, he finally managed to install the rack. Once installed, Yulu shook the railings of the luggage rack vigorously. He noticed the entire car shook along with it. But the rack remained stable, which relieved him. After jumping down, he let Tai Bei and Hei Feng try it out, which led to an awkward situation. Hei Feng easily leaped onto the luggage rack, while Tai Bei struggled to climb up, eventually requiring Yulu to help lift its rear. The luggage rack could accommodate both pets, but Tai Bei had difficulty getting up. So, Yulu asked Sun Rue to help make 2 simple U-shaped ladders to assist Tai Bei in jumping up. Sun Rue immediately got to work after receiving the materials. And half an hour later, she sent the items over. By the time Yulu installed the U-shaped ladders, it was already 12:30 a.m. He returned the welding gun and protective mask to Sun Rue and sent her the sanitary napkin he had opened today. Thank you, the items are great. I'm very satisfied. This is a free gift for you for what I opened today. Sun Rue was about to start her menstrual period in 2 days and was worried about not having sanitary napkins. She didn't expect the big shot to give her one for free, which made her feel that her hard work that day was worthwhile. She then asked, by the way, do you want a water collector? This was perfect timing for Yulu. He was thrilled. Do you have it? What is the price? Sun Rue replied, I have the blueprint and can help process it. The materials needed for the water collector are 2 units of metal, 3 units of glass, 1 unit of rubber, and 1 unit of wood. If someone else wants to process it, I charge 5 units of materials as a processing fee. But for you, I'll only charge for units. Yulu initially thought about ordering more, but felt a bit embarrassed after hearing her. However, after considering it, he said, okay, then please help me make 3. The current water collector is the most basic type, collecting only 2 liters of water a day. Even with 3, that is only 6 liters, barely enough for Yulu to take a combat bath. However, once higher-level water collectors appear later, he won't have to worry about domestic water anymore. Not to mention bathing, even installing a swimming pool in the car will be possible. As for taking advantage of Sun Rue, he could make it up to her with other items when he received the goods later. Sun Rue was also straightforward. After accepting Yulu's materials, she said, I have other orders on hand. I can give you one tomorrow and deliver the other 2 the day after. Is that okay? Yulu replied with an okay emoji. After chatting with Sun Rue a bit late, Yulu woke up the next day at 8:30 a.m. He had some bread for breakfast, quickly packed up his tent, and before setting off, he prayed to the goddess of luck. Today, I hope to find an autonomous driving card. Please, please. Yulu even clasped his hands and bowed 3 times. After chatting with Sun Rue last night, he remembered the advanced features that vehicles developed into in his previous life, such as space expansion, functional zoning, and even a car being equivalent to a mobile castle. However, among all these features, the one that interested Yulu the most was the autonomous driving feature. The autonomous driving produced by the system was far more intelligent and advanced than Blue Star's autonomous driving technology, truly liberating one's hands. Almost all the big shots who could reach high-level areas had enabled this feature. For example, in his previous life, Sherlang enabled this feature on a level 5 highway. However, Yulu had never seen the store or server selling autonomous driving or related items, nor had he seen anyone selling it on the trading board. Thinking back to Sherlang trading him to the collarbone chain and the automatic item pickup card, Yulu had reason to suspect that this autonomous driving was also a special card or equipment that only a lucky few could obtain, like Sherlang. But now he had the newbie road medal and the goddess of luck car pendant, increasing his chances of encountering high-level treasure chests by 5, and the probability of obtaining desired items by 5. If he couldn't find the autonomous driving feature today, he could pray continuously until the challenge ended. Surely he would find it someday, right? Yulu's thoughts were clear, and his outlook was optimistic. However, he did not anticipate that this prayer would lead to a cross-zone pursuit. Chapter 17. Cross-district pursuit. A whole morning passed, and Yulu had only opened one wooden box. Finding a bottle of floral water. It seemed not very useful, but it was a hint from the challenge world to the challengers. The moment he saw the floral water, Yulu thought that in 2 days, a large number of mosquitoes would appear, biting people even during the day. After all, this was a road survival challenge. No matter how smooth the road was, unexpected events could still occur. However, Yulu did not expect that the unexpected event on his side would come faster than anyone else's. During the lunch break, Yulu was browsing the mall to see if there were any good items today. Before he could place an order, he caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of a small dot appearing in the distance. That it was rapidly approaching and enlarging. It was a black SUV. When Yulu saw the vehicle, he was stunned. What shocked him even more was that the SUV had a white background with black letters on the license plate, along with some Korean characters. Damn! Yulu couldn't help but curse, because just a second ago, he saw the driver's side window of the SUV open, and a dark gun barrel was pointing at him. Yulu quickly rolled up his window, and in that instant, a bullet hit the glass of his driver's side window. Fortunately, Yulu's vehicle had already been upgraded to level 1, with 100 points of defense, so the bullet did not penetrate the glass, only leaving a clear bullet mark on it. Yulu hurriedly started the car and accelerated just as the SUV was about to collide with him. But in less than 3 seconds, he felt a jolt from the rear of his car. There was no choice. The original vehicles were different, and their original performance varied. Even though Yulu's car speed had increased by 50, it was still only 45 miles per hour, which might not be enough to match the SUV's original speed. Fortunately, the SUV's defense was evidently inferior to Yulu's van. After the collision, his van suffered minimal damage, while the front of the SUV crumpled in. The SUV's speed was forced to slow down, and Yulu took the opportunity to distance himself from it. Before Yulu could take further action, Ironback rolled down the passenger window, and Big Cockroach, Little Yellow, and Golden Tiger flew out, heading toward the SUV behind them. Following closely, Black Wind also jumped out of the window. Ironback's body was not as flexible as Black Wind's, and it couldn't jump out directly, so it anxiously barked at Yulu, signaling him to slow down. Yulu took another glance in the rearview mirror and saw the SUV starting to swerve, with gunshots ringing out from time to time. This time, however, the shots were not aimed at him. They were likely targeting Big Cockroach and the others. Seeing this, Yulu immediately slowed down, and Ironback jumped out of the car. Before long, the SUV was forced to stop, and angry curses from a man inside could be heard. But this angry shouting lasted only 3 seconds. As soon as Ironback leaped into the SUV, the man's curses turned into screams. Seeing this, Yulu also stopped the car, but he did not rush to get out. Instead, he waited a few minutes until the man's screams gradually weakened. He adjusted his hooded jacket, gripped his silver long knife, and then cautiously got out of the car, walking toward the SUV. To be honest, Yulu's heart was still racing because everything happened so suddenly that he felt a bit dazed. In Yulu's impression, Level 1 to Level 3 roads belonged to the beginner stage, where there were only small zones, large zones, and national competitions. It was only at Level 4 roads in the intermediate stage that he would encounter international friends. And now, encountering people from Korea on a Level 1 road was unexpected. Could it be because he had ranked first in the server after upgrading his car, attracting envy and resentment? While Yulu was pondering, he had already reached the front of the SUV, and the interior was a bloody scene. Black Wind was gnawing on the man's right arm. Ironback was tightly biting the man's neck. Little Yellow was stinging the man's left eyelid. Golden Tiger was stinging the man's ear. And Big Cockroach was attempting to crawl into the man's mouth. The man, who was strapped into the driver's seat with a seatbelt, had already taken his last breath. Eyes wide open. To be honest, the scene before Yulu was somewhat chilling, but more than that, he felt a strong sense of security. He felt no guilt over the man's death because he knew that if it weren't for Ironback and the others today, he could very well have been the one to die. In the challenge world, there was indeed a type of directional teleportation card. But Yulu did not expect that such a card would appear so early, and that someone would use it to hunt him down. The outcome could only be described as evil begetting evil. At Yulu's command, Ironback and the others reluctantly released the man's corpse, and Yulu took the opportunity to scavenge the supplies from the SUV. The first and most important item was the handgun that had fallen under the passenger seat. Next, Yulu found a pack of military hot pot seasoning, 3 packs of turkey noodles, and 5 bags of pickled vegetables in the back seat and trunk of the SUV. Unfortunately, since the man was dead, he couldn't access the items in his system warehouse. Then, when Yulu tried to open the front hood of the SUV to see if he could dismantle some useful parts, the system suddenly reminded him, "Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully killing Park Junho from Zone 12 of Korea. Would you like to decompose the vehicle?" Yulu was taken aback for a moment before nodding and saying, "Decompose." 3 seconds later, the SUV and the corpse disappeared, replaced by a fragment of an intelligent driving core, 32 copper coins, a replaceable SUV skin, and a pile of basic materials. Yulu directly skipped over the copper coins and basic materials, focusing his attention on the intelligent driving core fragment. Intelligent driving core fragment. Collect 50 fragments to synthesize an intelligent driving core and unlock smart automatic driving. Suddenly understanding how the automatic driving function came about, Yulu felt a bit heavy-hearted, and his anticipation diminished. After taking a deep breath, Yulu realized that this might be the true meaning of the Road Survival Challenge. Even if he didn't want to kill, if he stood out too much, he would still attract all sorts of troubles and pursuits. If this was the price of becoming strong, Yulu would not back down. He wouldn't actively seek trouble, but if someone insisted on provoking him, he would make them understand what it meant to hit a brick wall. After sorting out his emotions, Yulu moved all the items he obtained from decomposing the SUV into his car's warehouse. He also tried out the SUV skin. After selecting the skin change on the screen, his van appeared to transform into a black SUV, looking quite imposing and upscale. However, upon entering the vehicle, he found that the interior still looked like the original van. After the novelty wore off, Yulu switched the vehicle's exterior skin back to its original van state. He still preferred and was more accustomed to the van. Regarding this pursuit, Yulu could say it was a blessing in disguise. At least he now had a good amount of basic materials in his warehouse. The purchasing power of the 32 copper coins was also decent. Once back in the car, Yulu decided to place orders for all the items refreshed in the system all today. High-lumen flashlight priced at 3 copper coins, bought. Anti-inflammatory medicine priced at 5 copper coins, bought. Pure natural coconut water priced at 1 copper coin for 3 bottles, bought. Sunscreen priced at 3 copper coins, bought. Energy protein bars priced at 1 copper coin for 3 bars, bought. Among them, the high-lumen flashlight and anti-inflammatory medicine were limited to 1 purchase each. The sunscreen was limited to 3, and the pure natural coconut water and energy protein bars were limited to 5 each. Yulu managed to buy everything while still not spending all 32 copper coins. Chapter 18. Consumption at the service area in the afternoon. Yulu decided not to continue driving. He decided to practice martial arts first, and then head to the service area to see if he could buy some items to enhance his defensive capabilities in case he encountered another chase. After all, his reputation as the top player in the server had already been announced by the system, and with the first pursuer appearing, there would surely be a second and a third. What if next time, it wasn't just one person, but a group coming after him? Although the likelihood of this was extremely low, Yulu decided to prepare in advance. So after a simple lunch, he spent 20 minutes organizing his supplies, then began training in martial arts, continuing for 2 hours until he saw his strength value rise from 39 to 40 points, before finally stopping to rest. After another 20 minutes, feeling sufficiently rested, Yulu took out a discount shopping cart from the system warehouse and chose to enter the service area. 100 meters ahead, a sign appeared indicating 500 m to service area. Following the sign, he drove another 500 meters and saw the second sign for service area, along with a fork in the road leading to it. The van turned onto the fork, and after passing through a short stretch of fog with visibility of less than 3 meters, a small service area appeared before him. The service area had a gas station, a shop, a resting area, and restrooms, and at that moment, there were no other people in the service area, but quite a few monsters were wandering around. As soon as Yulu got out of the car, he was collectively noticed by those monsters. Seeing some of them baring their teeth and showing aggressive expressions, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to be wearing a title of Monster Slayer, which attracted the hatred of monsters. Yulu quickly removed the title and had Tai Bei and Hei Feng guard him on either side. Only then did the surrounding monsters return to normal and continue wandering aimlessly. Once safe, Yulu headed straight for the shop. At the entrance stood a crocodile in a security uniform, balancing on its two short, thick hind legs and tail, while its upper body was upright, holding a baton in its front paws. When it saw Yulu, a malicious glint flashed in its eyes. But that glint faded when it swept its gaze over Tai Bei and Hei Feng, who were guarding Yulu's sides. With the escort of Tai Bei and Hei Feng, Yulu walked into the shop, but Tai Bei and Hei Feng were blocked at the entrance by an invisible barrier. Yulu gestured for them to be patient, then smiled at the octopus shopkeeper behind the counter and said, "Hello, I'd like to buy some items." The octopus shopkeeper was several times larger than a person, currently reading a newspaper with a pair of small round glasses perched on its face, though it was unclear how they stayed on. Upon hearing Yulu, its dead fish-like eyes glanced over him from behind the lenses, while its two tentacles holding the newspaper remained still. Another tentacle reached out to pat the vending machine beside the counter, and it spoke in human language. "Choose for yourself, and I'll give you the items once you pay." The octopus shopkeeper's attitude was nonchalant. Behind it was a whole wall of shelves, each compartment filled with goods. After speaking, its gaze returned to the newspaper, only its peripheral vision occasionally darting toward Yulu. Yulu thanked it and began selecting items at the vending machine. The vending machine was touchscreen, displaying photos of the products, their prices, and detailed descriptions. The items sold at each service area were different, and, after browsing, Yulu found several desirable items. Level 1 Stamina Potion. Increases stamina value by 1 point. Price 10 copper coins. Limit of 10. Level 2 Strength Potion. Increases strength by 2. Price 50 copper coins. Limit of 5. Level 2 Agility Potion. Increases agility value by 3 points. Price 50 copper coins. Limit of 5. Level 3 Mental Power Potion. Increases mental power by 5 points. Price 80 copper coins. Limit of 3. Night Vision Goggles. Allows visibility at night. Price 100 copper coins. Limit of 1. Multi-Functional Knife. Includes various knife functions, lighter, bottle opener, screwdriver, etc. Essential for survival. Price 30 copper coins. Limit of 1. Cleaning Bubbles. Crushed to clean the whole body. A great helper for home and travel. Price 2 copper coins. Limit of 20. Monster Snacks. Used to feed monsters, can reduce their aggression and hostility. Price 10 copper coins per pack. Limit of 5. Camouflage Liberation Shoes. Although simple in style, they allow you to move swiftly and prevent foot fungus. Price 100 copper coins. Limit of 1. Adding all these up, it came to 1160 copper coins. If you used the discount card, you would only need to pay 116 copper coins, which was quite a bargain. So Yulu also bought a few more food items, including 2 boxes of canned luncheon meat, 4 boxes of canned fruit, 20 sandwiches, and 20 hamburgers, totaling 196 copper coins. In the end, the total was 1,356 copper coins. Yulu clicked on checkout, and the system automatically deducted 136 copper coins from him, giving him 4 pieces of chewing gum as change. Yulu, all right then. He had a total of 1,385 copper coins remaining, and after the transaction, he had 1249 left. Although he wanted to buy more, he had already emptied the items for sale in the vending machine, so he could only regretfully give up. The octopus shopkeeper did not see the actual payment amount Yulu made, but only saw a long list of purchases in the back end. Its eyes widened in surprise, and its demeanor toward Yulu shifted from disdain to respect and flattery. It put down the newspaper and, using several tentacles to simultaneously retrieve the items Yulu had purchased from different shelves, said flatteringly, "Oh, esteemed customer, you are indeed generous. I wonder if today's products will satisfy you. If not, I have special recommendations. Would you be interested?" Yulu, feeling that he hadn't bought enough, replied without hesitation, "Of course I'm interested. I hope you can recommend some valuable items." "Certainly. Please take a look at this item. I think it suits you perfectly," the octopus shopkeeper said, pulling out a glasses case from below the counter with one of its tentacles. Yulu opened it to find a pair of silver, rimless glasses. Encouraged by the octopus shopkeeper, he took off his original black-framed glasses and put on the rimless ones. In an instant, the world in front of him seemed to become clearer, and to Yulu's surprise, the three-dimensional data of the octopus shopkeeper also appeared before his eyes. Octopus shopkeeper, Paul Strength, 98 Agility, 98 Intelligence, 95 Comprehensive Evaluation, a level combat power, with an IQ exceeding 95. If you're not fully confident and do not have a death wish, please do not offend easily. Yulu's heart raced, and he mimicked the octopus's tone to ask, "Oh, dear Mr. Paul, I really like these glasses. May I ask how much they cost? To his surprise, the octopus's expression instantly fell, and its tone became very cold. The price is 3,998 copper coins. Limit of 1. No negotiation. Yu Lu. He didn't know which of his words had offended the other party. Although he felt the price was a bit steep, when he saw the small diamond logo on the glasses case, he immediately felt balanced. These glasses were diamond-level equipment, which indeed justified the price. So Yu Lu directly paid the 400 copper coins, and, as the octopus prepared to give change, he said, "No need to return the extra 2 copper coins. Consider it your tip for your hard work." Upon hearing this, the octopus salesperson's expression finally softened. Then, as Yu Lu was about to leave, the salesperson casually said, "Welcome to come again next time, but I hope that when you come again, you won't mistake me for a sir. After all, no lady likes to be called sir." Yu Lu. "Oh, I'm very sorry." Chapter 19. Level 2 Vehicle Body Blueprint. After leaving the store, Yu Lu went to the gas station. The staff at the gas station was a capybara wearing a little yellow hat, who appeared very calm. So calm that after Yu Lu asked about the price of gasoline 7 or 8 times, it finally replied slowly, 1 copper coin. For 3 units? With a purchase limit of 50 portions. Yu Lu's discount shopping cart expired as soon as he left the service area. So he ordered 50 portions without hesitation, totaling 150 units for 5 copper coins. The automatic item pickup feature only works for items dropped from treasure chests. Materials obtained from vehicle disassembly and goods purchased at the service area can only be stored in the warehouse after being loaded onto the vehicle. Embarrassed under the gaze of Ms. Paul the octopus, Yu Lu ran back and forth several times to load all the items onto the van. Just as he was about to head to the restroom for a quick shower, the system reminded him, the service area will close in 3 minutes. Challengers are advised to leave quickly or face the consequences. The monsters that had been wandering in the service area now cast unkind looks at Yu Lu, prompting him to hurry back to the vehicle, start it up, and drive out of the service area. Once back on the road, Yu Lu planned to list some of the food he had just bought on the trading interface to make a profit. As soon as he opened the screen, he saw a private message from Sun Rue, who had sent the first water collector half an hour ago. Yu Lu accepted it and placed the water collector in the passenger seat. With the clean bubble ready, he wasn't in a rush to store water for a shower. So the water accumulated in this collector could serve as drinking water for his lantern oil. A box of luncheon meat contained 24 cans, and with 2 boxes totaling 48 cans, Yu Lu kept 6 cans for himself and listed the remaining 42 cans for sale at 1 copper coin each. The 4 boxes of fruit canned goods contained 12 cans each, totaling 48 cans of yellow peaches and pears. Yu Lu kept 3 cans of each type and listed the remaining 42 cans at 1 copper coin each. He set aside 5 out of 20 sandwiches, listing 15 at 2 copper coins each, and kept 3 out of 20 hamburgers, listing 17 at 3 copper coins each. These prices matched the original prices at the service area store, so Yu Lu's listings could be considered fair. However, since he bought them at a discount, he was still making a significant profit. After finishing the listings, Yu Lu posted an advertisement in the chat area. A new batch of luncheon meat cans, fruit cans, sandwiches, and hamburgers is now available at discounted prices. Buy quickly while stocks last. Instantly, many people in the chat began to Yu Lu Wang Feiwen. Sun Wukong. Awesome boss. Chiwen Xuan. Where did you get so much food? I'm really jealous. Zhang Jingjing. Are we playing the same challenge? I feel like we're in completely different dimensions. Lu Xinghua. Wow. I haven't had a hamburger in a long time. I want to buy one. Is there a roasted duck hamburger? Sun Wukong. Li Jianhong. Please tell me these aren't expired foods again? Sun Wukong. Lin Shengyang. No way. Why do we have to use copper coins this time? I don't have any. Can we still trade with materials? Or can I use other foods? Sun Wukong, Zhou, Jianbo. I haven't had yellow peachkin food in a long time. LV Gao. I bought a sandwich, and it was pretty good. I snagged 2 more for breakfast tomorrow. Hee. Zhang Jiabao. Everyone, don't buy Sun Wukong stuff. Don't let this capitalist suck our blood. Sun Rue, you idiot upstairs. Verdict is in. I just wanted to buy a hamburger to satisfy my cravings and found they were all sold out. Are you still here, acting like a clown? Yu Lu ignored the chatter after posting his listings. He took out 2 clean bubbles, sending one to Sun Rue, thinking that girls might prefer being clean. This type of clean bubble is somewhat like laundry pods. When squeezed in hand, it produces many bubbles to envelop the body for a thorough clean. Yu Lu had used them twice in his past life, and now, holding one in his hand, he was about to squeeze it when he remembered something. He rummaged through the cargo box to find the dirty clothes he had previously worn and put them all on before squeezing the clean bubble. The sparkling, colorful bubbles instantly enveloped Yu Lu from head to toe. If he hadn't used it before, he might have felt a bit nervous on the first use. But Yulu felt relaxed, as if he were taking a bath. Unfortunately, this relaxing process lasted only 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, the bubbles disappeared, leaving Yulu feeling as clean as if he had just scrubbed down in a big bathhouse in northeast China. Even the clothes he wore were fresh and clean, exuding a faint fragrance. To be honest, in the absence of bathing facilities, this clean bubble was quite useful, saving time and effort while ensuring cleanliness. After a busy afternoon, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Yulu unwrapped a hamburger, eating while browsing the trading interface. After finishing the hamburger, he finally found a message he had been looking for: weapon forging and upgrading services available, parts and ammunition configuration produced by Old Zhao, guaranteed quality. Yulu privately messaged the person named Zhao Wei. Hello, can a pistol be equipped with ammunition? After killing Park Junho from the Stick Country at noon, Yulu had obtained his pistol but found it empty. The off-road vehicle disassembly didn't yield any bullets either. With a firearm in hand, Yulu certainly didn't want to opt for cold weapons, so he wanted to equip some bullets for the pistol. Old Zhao did not reply immediately, seeming to be busy. However, Sun Rue sent a message. Wow, boss, the clean bubble you gave me is really useful. Do you have any more? I'd like to buy 2. Just as Yulu was about to respond, he saw a message from Chu Jinghuan. Hello, I have obtained the Level 2 vehicle body blueprint. Do you need it? He also attached details of the Level 2 vehicle body blueprint. Level 2 vehicle body blueprint can upgrade a Level 1 vehicle body to Level 2. Vehicle defense capability 500. Unlock space folding function. Materials required for upgrade: low-grade wood 100, low-grade rubber 15, low-grade metal 45, low-grade glass 40. Compared to the materials required for the Level 1 blueprint, the materials for the Level 2 blueprint had multiplied several times. But of course, the performance after upgrading also increased several times. Yulu replied without hesitation. I need it. What's your price? After pondering for a moment, Chu Jinghuan responded. Do you still have stock of those hamburgers, sandwiches, and canned goods? The trading interface shows they're sold out. Yulu did still have a bit left, but he wanted to eat some himself. So he replied, not much left, but I can spare you 2 luncheon meat cans for fruit cans, 2 sandwiches, and 1 hamburger. Do you want anything else? After thinking for a moment, Chu Jinghuan replied, I want a weapon. Do you have one? Yulu indeed had one. His silver long knife had not been used and seemed not very practical for him since the ironbacks could protect his safety. When the ironbacks could no longer protect him, it was the firearms that gave Yulu a greater sense of security. So he directly sent a photo and attributes of the silver long knife. When Chu Jinghuan saw the level of the long knife, he was somewhat taken aback. To him, the food Yulu offered combined with a bronze-level weapon would have been enough to trade for his blueprint. However, now Yulu was offering a silver-level weapon, making him a bit hesitant to accept. But his original iron rod had perished during a fight with a Komodo dragon today, and without a reliable weapon, he wouldn't be able to open boxes next. He couldn't possibly go barehanded to wrestle with monsters. After hesitating for a few seconds, he mustered the courage to say, Okay, I'll consider this me taking advantage of you. Next time, I'll give you a discount on the blueprint. Chapter 20 chat group. Yulu didn't pay much attention and directly packaged the items to create a trading link, sending it over. Upon receiving the blueprints, the system immediately prompted, detected Level 2 body structure blueprints, upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade? This wave of gratitude goes to the selfless contributions of friends from the otherwise he wouldn't have been able to gather the upgrade materials so quickly. Upgrade. Yulu replied without hesitation. The system. Okay, the upgrade will take 5 minutes. While waiting, Yulu simply took out the Level 1 group owner card he received as a reward from the system and created a small group with a maximum of 10 people. He first added Lang, followed by Sun Rue and Chu Jinghuan, then sent each of them 2 cleaning bubbles as a red envelope in the group. Yulu, I created this small group for easier information exchange and resource swapping, so everyone can communicate more here in the future. Sun Rue, wow, did I just get pulled into a group by a big shot? And there's a red envelope. Sun Rue, wow. 2 cleaning bubbles. I'm feeling a bit shy now. Then Sun Rue also returned the favor with a gift, which was a sunscreen she made herself. Chu Jinghuan, thank you. He then sent Yulu 2 pounds of beef. Yulu didn't hesitate and accepted their return gifts. Friends should have mutual exchanges. If they only want to take advantage without giving anything in return, Yulu would have no qualms about kicking them out of the group. After a while, Lang spoke in the group. Not bad, big brother, you can actually create a group. I like it. He then sent Yulu a seafood fried rice as a return gift. Yulu had just finished a hamburger and wasn't hungry, but when he saw that seafood fried rice, he inexplicably felt a bit greedy. When he got the seafood fried rice, The fragrant smell instantly made Yulu swallow. He tried a bite and felt just one word: delicious. So delicious. Yulu devoured the bowl of seafood fried rice without looking up. And even after the level 2 body structure upgrade was completed, he didn't immediately get out of the vehicle to check. After eating and drinking to his satisfaction, Yulu let out a contented burp, feeling particularly satisfied. It seemed like he hadn't eaten such flavorful food in a long time, and he didn't know where Shirlang got it from. He would ask later. Yulu also said in the group, everyone can add people they feel are good for communication to the group. This group adheres to the principle of friendly mutual benefit. If there's anything, feel free to speak, no need for scheming. Sun Rui immediately replied, I know a police officer and a doctor. They seem nice. Can I add them to the group? Yulu, sure. Shirlang also said, I know someone who cooks really well. I want to add them to the group. Yulu secretly rejoiced. It seemed he didn't need to ask specifically. Shirlang, that's fine. As for Chu Jinghuan, Yulu originally thought he would add another challenger from his vehicle to the group, but he didn't do that and didn't mention adding anyone. Soon after, Sun Rui added 2 people to the group, one named Deng Han and the other named Su Yiqing. Yulu remembered Deng Han. They had traded before. While he had never interacted with Su Yiqing and hadn't seen her speak on the chat board, Shirlang also added someone named Lin Xingyang to the group, who was quite lively and immediately spoke. Wow, this is the group of the great master Su Yukong. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Xingyang. Please take care of me in the future. Deng Han and Su Yiqing also greeted each other, and Yulu sent each of them a cleaning bubble. Lin Xingyang sent everyone 2 egg tarts he made himself, and Su Yiqing sent everyone a hemostatic bandage. Deng Han, not knowing what to send, shared his tips for dealing with monsters and various outdoor survival knowledge in the group. After exchanging gifts, everyone started chatting enthusiastically. Lin Xingyang, folks who understands. On my first day after getting my driver's license, my dad was teaching me to drive, and I ended up here. The key is that I burned a big hole in the leather seat of my dad's beloved car. He won't whip me with a belt when he finds out, right? Sun Rui, stupid client, asked me to send him a proposal at noon, and it ended up with both him and the proposal being sent into the Road Survival Challenge world. This deal is probably going to fall through. I've been following this for so long. Deng Han, I was on duty, and suddenly I ended up in the grassland. Su Yiqing, what exactly is this Road Survival Challenge about? Shirlang, they say it's a 30-day challenge, and as long as you complete the tasks, you should be able to return to the real world. Su Yiqing, I hope so. I wonder how my daughter has been during these days I've been away. Yulu did not participate in their discussion, not because he was trying to act aloof, but because he was exploring the extra space that appeared after upgrading to the level 2 body structure, but he wasn't unfamiliar with it. The marks left on the van's surface from the impact and shooting by Pu Junho had completely disappeared. Besides that, there was an extra door on the partition behind the driver's seat. When this door was opened, it did not lead to the cargo area in the back, but to an independent folding space. This space was about 10 square meters, with a window on each side, and the view outside was just the scenery outside the van. At the moment, this room was still in a bare state, without any decoration or furniture. Although it seemed quite magical to the Blue Star people, it was merely one of the common technologies to the behind-the-scenes operators of the Road Survival Challenge. In the eyes of those advanced civilizations, Blue Star people, along with many other civilizations, were merely uncivilized ants, and watching ants struggle to survive was indeed quite amusing. However, Yulu, this ant, also felt a bit of ambition at this moment. He moved the inflatable mattress and some supplies that were inconvenient to store in the warehouse into the folding space, planning to use it as his personal bedroom. This way, he could also clear out the cargo area for Ironback and Blackwind. After all, there would be severe weather conditions like strong winds and heavy rain later on, and tents or vehicle-mounted luggage racks would be inconvenient to set up. After organizing the items, Yulu returned to the driver's seat and started taking drugs. 10 bottles of level 1 endurance potions could increase his endurance attribute by a total of 10 points. So he started with that. 5 bottles of level 2 strength potions. Each could enhance strength by 2, stacking continuously. Increasing strength naturally raised his combat power. 5 bottles of level 2 agility potions could increase agility by a total of 15 points. He took them all. 3 bottles of level 3 mental power potions could increase mental power by a total of 15 points. He finished them down to the last drop. After finishing all the potions, Yulu looked at himself in the rearview mirror through the diamond glasses, and his 4-dimensional attributes had changed significantly. Challenger name: Yulu. Personal attributes: combat power, 48 endurance, 61 agility, 61 mental power, 95-99 talent. Beast Tamer, level 1. Overall evaluation, C. Overall decent. But you seem to have some specialization. Is there a special preference? Lu. He ignored the teasing in the overall evaluation, saw that there was still time, and since he was full of energy, he got out of the car to start his second round of martial arts training for the day. It wasn't until 2 hours later, with his combat power at 1, that Lu returned to the vehicle, wiping his sweat while scrolling through the light screen. Then he saw that Lao Zhao had finally replied to his message. Chapter 21. The sky is falling. Zhao Wei. Show me your pistol. Lu didn't hesitate and directly sent a photo of the pistol. After looking at it for a while, Zhao Wei replied, "It can be matched, but your pistol has average performance and the recoil is quite large. I don't know if you have shooting experience. If not, it will be difficult to aim accurately. I suggest you let me help you upgrade it." In his previous life, Lu had also obtained a pistol on the tertiary highway and had practiced specifically, so his shooting skills were decent. However, he still felt a bit interested in what Zhao Wei said, although it was highly likely that Zhao Wei just wanted to make money off him. "Oh, how do you upgrade it?" Zhao Wei replied. "Your current pistol can only fire 10 rounds in a row before you have to change the magazine. It's prone to jamming. I can help you upgrade it to an automatic loading magazine. As long as your bullet stock is sufficient, you won't need to change magazines. At the same time, the recoil will be smaller, making it easier to aim and shoot. It could save your life in critical moments, you understand?" Lu certainly understood that if it came to a firefight with enemies, running out of bullets suddenly would indeed be life-threatening. So he asked, "What materials do I need for the upgrade? How do you charge?" Zhao Wei. 5 units of advanced metal, 1 unit of advanced wood, and 1 unit of advanced plastic. Of course, if you don't have these materials, you can directly pay 140 copper coins. And I will also charge a processing fee of 60 copper coins. A total of 200 copper coins, to be honest, was quite expensive. This price was enough to buy a decent new pistol. But after thinking about it, Lu decided to take the risk. The reason was simple. This old Zhao didn't try to cheat him on the material prices. At the current stage, the system had only refreshed low-level materials, and those high-level materials would only appear on the 4th level highway. The selling price of low-level materials was 1 copper coin for 5 units. Mid-level materials were 2 copper coins for 1 unit, while advanced materials were 20 copper coins for 1 unit. Although he didn't know where old Zhao got the advanced materials, Lu still decided to trust him a bit. Of course, if this old Zhao really dared to cheat him, Lu would definitely find a way to get a directional teleportation card to teach him some lessons. After some haggling, Lu managed to reduce the processing fee to 50 copper coins, then paid Zhao Wei 140 copper coins first and sent the pistol over. The remaining 50 copper coins would be paid after confirming there were no issues upon receiving goods. After closing the chat with Zhao Wei, Lu felt a bit hungry again, probably due to the overload of training today, so his appetite was larger than usual. He took out the 2 egg tarts that Lin Xingyang had given him earlier and ate them. However, after finishing the egg tarts, Lu suddenly found that the hamburgers and sandwiches produced by the system were no longer appealing. He wasn't even someone who loved desserts. Just then, Lin Xingyang spoke in the group. "I plan to make fresh meat wontons and beef buns tomorrow morning. Fresh meat wontons are 2 copper coins per bowl, and beef buns are 1 copper coin each. Does anyone want to reserve? If so, I will make them for you first before taking other orders." Lu scrolled through the chat records in the group and realized that Lin Xingyang was actually a graduate student majoring in culinary arts. Although he had just graduated, he had already been booked by a 5-star hotel in Magic City, which showed that his cooking skills were indeed excellent. After entering the Highway Survival Challenge, Lin Xingyang had awakened a talent for cooking, so he had been developing well by exchanging delicious food for supplies. Lu recalled that he had previously exchanged a mango cake produced by the system for meat stir-fry rice and couldn't help but ask, "Your cooking is really good. Why did you exchange mango cake with me before?" Lin Xingyang. "What can I do? That's how chefs are. Sometimes I don't want to eat what they made and just want to eat what others made. Plus, my ingredients and tools are limited, so I can't make everything." Lu. "Okay, this is probably the rebellion of young people. Whatever is at home, they don't want to eat." However, before ending the chat, Lu reserved a bowl of fresh meat wontons and 3 beef buns, directly sending Lin Xingyang a red envelope with 5 copper coins. By now, it was almost 11 o'clock, and Lu was also preparing to go back to his room to sleep, but as soon as he left the driver's seat, his pant leg was bitten by the iron back. "Ow, ow!" Hearing the cries of the iron back, Lu slapped his forehead. "Oh no, almost forgot." He then turned back and took out a bag of monster snacks and fed a few small ones one by one. He gave the Iron Back and Black Wind a large handful each, a small handful to the Oil Thief, and just a few pieces to the Big Cockroach, Little Yellow, and Golden Tiger. These monster snacks looked and tasted a bit like dog food. Seeing them munching happily, Yulu felt quite pleased, just as he was about to go back to sleep when his pant leg was bitten again by the ironback. Yulu wondered, "What's wrong? Do you still want more?" But the ironback's head tilted towards the car window, and Yulu indicated he didn't understand. This made the little one anxious, crying ow ow nonstop, almost about to speak human language. It wasn't until Black Wind pointed with its tail towards Yulu's chest that he finally realized. This was reminding him that he hadn't equipped the Monster Butcher title yet. Yulu. Okay, he indeed forgot about that. No wonder the Ironback and Black Wind hadn't gone out to hunt yet. They were waiting for him. Thus, Yulu could also confirm that after equipping the Monster Butcher title, the monster aggro he attracted would also help the Ironback and Black Wind in hunting. They probably wouldn't need to chase after the monsters, as they would come to them willingly. After letting the Ironback and Black Wind out, Yulu could finally go back to his room to sleep with peace of mind. It must be said that although it was an empty house, it was much more comfortable to sleep in than in a cargo box. However, when the next day came, Yulu, who woke up early, hadn't had a chance to enjoy the food before he felt like the sky was about to fall. The cockroach egg cases had hatched. Semi-transparent, white larvae crawled all over the driver's seat, and roughly speaking, there were definitely hundreds of them. Yulu jumped out of the car in a flash. His agility unprecedented. His face was almost green. Quickly, back to the box. Get back to the box, or I'll spray insecticide. Yulu shouted in a bit of a breakdown. In the end, it was the oil thief and Little Yellow who helped to drive the larvae back into the box. However, looking at the nearly half-full box of densely packed larvae, Yulu still felt his scalp tingle, feeling like there were quite a few bugs crawling on him. He didn't understand why such a small egg case could hatch so many larvae. Moreover, the hatching time was also off and short. Nothing in the challenge world could be measured by the standards of Blue Star. But now that it had come to this, Yulu couldn't possibly really solve them all with a bottle of insecticide. Moreover, he didn't even have any insecticide. He still had to find a way to settle these larvae. Thus, early in the morning, Yulu sent several messages to Sun Rue. Help me make a big box. With a layer of wooden boards on the outside, a layer of glass on the inside, and several partitions in between. Leave some gaps for ventilation, but the gaps must be very small, not too big. Use the dimensions of the car-mounted luggage rack you made for me last time. Do you remember? Once this box is done, put it in there. The top must be able to prevent rain and sunlight, and it would be even better if it could block the wind. Also, leave a lid for easy feeding. The most important thing is to be quick. The faster the better. I can pay double for the processing fee. If you can finish it for me this morning, I can pay triple. Chapter 22. Could they have run away with the money? Sun Rue was unsure what had happened over at Sun Wukong's side, which led to the usually aloof Big Shot sending her so many messages at once. It seemed that the situation was indeed very urgent. She didn't hesitate. After a quick freshening up, she began to manually draw the plans and sent them to Yulu to confirm the details. Yulu was having breakfast in a folding space. The fresh meat wontons made by Lin Xingyang were incredibly delicious, with a bowl containing at least 20 pieces. Thin skin and tender meat, garnished with chopped green onions and dried shrimp. The beef buns were also very fragrant, each one larger than an adult's fist, both tasty and affordable. However, he frowned deeply as the dense swarm of larvae was crawling around in his mind. It was the first time Yulu realized how severe his entomophobia was. Fortunately, under the influence of Sun Rue's superpowers, she managed to create the box Yulu wanted in just 3 hours. For this, Yulu even specially rewarded her with an extra bottle of sunscreen. After installing the box in the car's luggage rack, with the help of Xiao Huang and Jinhu, the big cockroach managed to drive all the larvae into the box. Yulu, being a responsible owner, sprinkled a lot of monster snacks inside before closing the box, providing food for those larvae. Because of the larvae, Yulu didn't start the car all morning. He initially wanted to continue practicing martial arts, but after overdoing it yesterday, his muscles were sore all over. So he spent the morning doing a few simple stretching exercises instead. The rest of the time was spent organizing supplies, putting some unnecessary items up for trade, preparing to exchange for some renovation materials and furniture to improve his quality of life. Only after completely settling the larvae did Yulu finally relax and start his journey. Near noon, after driving for more than an hour and covering about 50 kilometers, he stopped. During this time, he also opened a bronze treasure chest, obtaining a bag of mosquito-repellent stickers and a portion of braised meat rice. By the time lunch rolled around, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Yulu, too lazy to make a fuss, directly took the braised meat rice he had received as lunch. He had noticed anything wrong with the food produced by the system before, but after tasting Lin Xingyang's cooking, eating the system's food felt like eating soulless pre-prepared meals. Even though Yulu was not picky, he still frowned while finishing it. After putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Yulu immediately added Lin Xingyang as a friend in the group, deciding to have him handle all his meals from now on. After all, given his current worth, there was no need to suffer when it came to food. After adding Lin Xingyang as a friend, Yulu sent a message in the group. I opened a bottle of flour dew yesterday and a bag of mosquito repellent stickers today. It's likely the large number of mosquitoes will appear in a couple of days, so everyone prepare in advance. Deng Han replied, there is that possibility. I opened a box of mosquito coils yesterday afternoon. Sun Rue, no wonder the ultrasonic mosquito repeller is available in the mall today. I thought it was too expensive at 20 copper coins, thinking no one would buy it, but it seems necessary to get one now. Yulu switched to the system mall and saw today as refresh. Ultrasonic mosquito repeller, 20 copper coins, limit 1 purchase, and a paretic medicine. 5 copper coins, limit 1 purchase. Level 1 chassis blueprint. 10 copper coins, limit 1 purchase. Fabric, 2 copper coins, limit 10 purchases. Low-grade plastic, 5 units for 1 copper coin. Limit 10 purchases. Except for the level 1 chassis blueprint. Yulu purchased the other 4 items at maximum. After buying, he returned to the chat group and saw that Chu Jinghuan had also messaged. I found a blueprint for a Mongolian yurt mosquito net this morning. Does anyone need it? Su Yiqing, you need a workbench to make it, right? Sun Rue, I have a workbench, but I don't have the raw materials. Yulu said, the raw materials for the mosquito net should be fabric plus plastic, which are available in the system mall. I suggest we each order 10 pieces and then give the materials and blueprint to Sun Rue to make. Besides our own mosquito nets, we can sell the rest in a couple of days and split the profits. Lin Xingyang, that's a good idea, but I don't have enough copper coins. Yulu, I can help cover the shortfall. Shilang, I agree, but everyone can discuss how to divide the profit specifically. For example, since Sun Rue is doing the work, she should get the majority, and Chu Jinghuan should get a bit more for providing the blueprint. Then, Master Brother can be thanked appropriately for covering the copper coins. Everyone agreed with Shilang's suggestion, and after some discussion, they quickly came to a decision. After deducting material costs, Sun Rue, as the one doing the work, would take 30 of the profits. Chu Jinghuan for providing the blueprint would take 20, and the remaining 50 would be split equally among Yulu, Shilang, Deng Han, Lin Xingyang, and Su Yiqing. However, if they borrowed money from Yulu, they would need to pay him a 10 interest later. In the end, Sun Rue borrowed 40 copper coins from Yulu, Chu Jinghuan borrowed 30 copper coins. Lin Xingyang borrowed 20 copper coins, and Su Yiqing borrowed 60 copper coins. Yulu hadn't interacted much with Su Yiqing before. Although he felt she borrowed a bit too much, as the group leader, he still gave her some trust. Of course, if she dared to default, Yulu would make her pay a higher price. After all this, Yulu's balance was reduced to 630 copper coins. Suddenly, he felt a sense of crisis. Soon after, Sun Rue sent over the remaining 2 water collectors. After receiving them, he placed one in the rear cargo box for Tai Bei and Hei Feng to use, and the other in the box with the larvae. He himself didn't manage to get a water collector for personal use. Although Yulu wanted to order 2 more from Sun Rue, she was currently busy making mosquito nets and likely wouldn't have time to take more orders for water collectors. After resting for half an hour, Yulu prepared to move on. But before setting off, he sent a message to Zhao Wei, asking, when will the pistol be ready? The silver long knife had already been traded to Chu Jinghuan, and currently, he had no weapon by his side. Despite wearing camouflage liberation shoes, Yulu still felt a bit anxious. However, until he parked for the night, the message he sent to Zhao Wei remained unread, making him even more uneasy. Damn, a pistol plus 160 copper coins. Could the other party have run away with the money? Just as Yulu was considering whether to get a directional teleportation card to track him down, Zhao Wei finally replied, it won't be ready that soon. At the earliest, it will be ready by tomorrow night. Yulu thought, you better be telling the truth. He had a serving of Lin Xingyang's potato beef stew over rice, rested for a moment, and then started training martial arts. After 2 hours, his combat power successfully increased by 1 point, reaching 50. He sweated a lot, and now that conditions allowed, Yulu used a cleaning bubble, completing a full body clean in 5 seconds. Just as he was about to head back to the folding space to sleep, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps accompanied by Tai Bei's howls and Hei Feng's cries. Yulu was startled. Hei Feng was usually very quiet, and something must have hurt it badly to make it scream. But what kind of monster could possibly overpower both Tai Bei and Hei Feng? Chapter 23. Poisoning Yulu took out the night vision goggles he had bought earlier and put them on his head, holding the multi-functional knife and the powerful flashlight in his hands. It was inconvenient that he had no firearms, compared to the compact, multi-functional knife. Yulu felt that the retractable, powerful flashlight was more suitable as a weapon. It was heavy in his hand, probably weighing 2 or 3 kilograms. If he smashed it down on someone's head, it would definitely crack their skull. The night vision goggles produced by the system were quite effective. Although the colors were not as distinct as during the day, the view was still clear. Yulu quickly spotted Tai Bei and Heifeng, only to find them entangled with a python about as thick as a bowl. Heifeng was bitten on the right hind leg by the python and was screaming in agony, while Tai Bei was trying to bite the python's vital spot, but found it impossible due to the thick scales. Standing at the edge of the 5-meter safety zone, Yulu felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. He initially wanted to rush out to save Tai Bei and Heifeng, but upon seeing the approximately 5 to 6 meter long python, he doubted his ability to help. Just as the python released Heifeng and turned to constrict Tai Bei, nearly suffocating it, Yulu ultimately dashed forward. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, nor was it out of an overly strong sense of conscience. Rather, it was the innate drive of his beast master talent that made it impossible for him to watch them die. Yulu thought he was prepared, with the powerful flashlight in his left hand and the multifunctional knife in his right, ready to activate his talent at any moment. However, before he could get close, the python, which had been coiling around Tai Bei, suddenly darted towards him like lightning, biting down on his right shoulder. If it weren't for the hooded jacket he was wearing, which could somewhat mitigate the damage, he might have lost half of his shoulder to that bite. Unfortunately, the python's fangs pierced through his clothing and into his flesh. After a brief sharp pain, a numbness quickly spread from the wound throughout his body. In that electric moment, Yulu vaguely realized that as the bearer of the Monster Butcher title, his ability to attract hostility was much stronger than that of Tai Bei and the others. However, Yulu had no time to think further. As he saw the python opening its massive jaws again, he swiftly turned on the powerful flashlight, aiming it directly at the python's eyes. In the endless darkness, a beam of light shot up towards the sky, illuminating several kilometers away. Faced with the intense light, the python felt a blinding glare and instinctively recoiled, even though it did not rely entirely on its eyesight. Seizing this moment, Yulu activated his talent. His mental strength, which had recently recovered to 99, instantly plummeted to 8. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully taming a level 3 red-striped giant python. Talent points, 3. Current talent points, 10. Can be upgraded to level 2. Would you like to upgrade? Yulu barely heard the system's question, feeling dizzy. But it wasn't due to the loss of mental strength. It was the effect of the snake venom. He couldn't muster the strength to speak. His whole body starting to stiffen, and he could only weakly point towards the car, signaling Tai Bei and the others to help him back. Tai Bei bit Yulu by the nape of his neck, dragging him toward the car, but almost choked him in the process. Heifeng, now limping, was too preoccupied to help. In the end, it was the newly tamed red-striped giant python that couldn't bear to see Yulu in distress. It coiled around him and carried him towards the car. Yulu felt the cold, slippery sensation beneath him, instinctively making his hair stand on end. But with his limbs stiff, he had no strength to struggle. Once in the car, Yulu trembled as he struggled to retrieve an antidote from the system's warehouse and drank it down. This was a product that had just refreshed on the day the shop opened, and fortunately, Yulu wasn't short on money, so he stocked up on useful items, especially medicines. After drinking the antidote, Yulu felt slightly better, but his body remained extremely stiff. Despite it being the height of summer, he was shivering uncontrollably, even though he was wearing a temperature-regulating hooded jacket. Clearly, one bottle of antidote could not resolve the snake venom in his system. So, he trembled and opened the chat group, sending a message. Does anyone have an antidote? By this time, it was already late, and most people had gone to bed. Only Su Iching replied 2 minutes later. What's wrong? Are you okay? Yulu, feeling unwell, lacked the strength to explain slowly and simply replied, needed urgently. Su Iching responded, I only have one antidote pill I made myself. It was from my earlier practice. I can't guarantee its effectiveness. Do you want it? Yulu replied directly, yes. Su Iching, feeling uneasy, added, I can send it to you for free. But you have to understand that I didn't follow the system's formula when making this antidote. If there are any strange side effects, or if it makes things worse, I can't be held responsible. Yulu was on the verge of passing out and could only grit his teeth and send one word, hurry. With no other choice, Su Iching sent the antidote pill to Yulu in the form of a red envelope. Upon receiving it, Yulu didn't care about anything else, stuffing it into his mouth without drinking water, struggling to swallow it down. Then, in less than a minute, a burning sensation began to spread from his stomach, driving away the original chill. Yulu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling like he was finally saved. But just as he relaxed, something fell off. After the cold dissipated, the burning sensation continued to spread, gradually turning into an intense heat, as if there was a fire burning within him, growing stronger by the moment. Yulu's skin turned bright red, and he stripped off all his clothes, leaving only his underwear, yet he still felt unbearably hot, wishing he could jump into icy water to cool down. Even so, he did not sweat at all. Only 2 clear blood holes on his right shoulder oozed black blood, each about a centimeter in diameter, and due to the toxins, it wasn't that painful. In discomfort, Yulu took out the fever-reducing medicine he had bought from a system shop earlier that day and poured all into his mouth. Then, he felt like a squid frying on a hot plate. Despite his overwhelming discomfort, his consciousness gradually began to fade, before completely losing awareness. He sensed something cool brushing over his right shoulder wound, and then everything went dark. Tai Bei watched anxiously as the giant python flicked its tongue to lick Yulu's wound, howling in distress, fearing the python would swallow Yulu whole. Hei Feng hid beneath the car, licking its injured leg, feeling anxious but not daring to approach. There was nothing they could do. This was the reality of challenging the world. With a higher level, strength was not simply doubled, it inherently carried level suppression. As for the 2 stealing lamp oil, they huddled together under the passenger's seat, not daring to make a sound, especially the one stealing lamp oil, even breathing quietly. Sun Rue, who was staying up late to finish making mosquito nets, got up from her workstation to stretch her sore neck and shoulders, only to see Yulu's message in the group. She sent a message asking, "Sun Wukong, what happened? Are you okay?" Unfortunately, Yulu, who had already passed out, couldn't answer her question. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Congratulations to Challenger Sun Rue for successfully crafting 100 items. The workstation can be upgraded to level 2. After the upgrade, work efficiency will double. Would you like to upgrade? Sun Rue. Upgrade, of course, upgrade. Chapter 24. The pinker the hair, the fiercer the fight. When Yulu opened his eyes again, the entire challenge world was already bright with daylight, and he was lying on a snake bed. Wait, a snake bed? Yulu let out a startled scream and jumped up, accidentally stepping on the snake's body and stumbling to the ground. It was then he realized he was wearing nothing but a wrinkled pair of underpants and a collar chain around his neck. He had spent the night wrapped by the giant python outside the car like this. A sudden feeling of uncleanliness washed over Yulu. Looking at the red and black giant python in front of him, he noticed that his scream and the accidental kick had disturbed its peaceful slumber. The python lazily opened its eyes, casting a cold and indifferent glance at Yulu. He felt a chill run down his spine. Raising his head, he saw that from Ironback to Golden Tiger, all of them had climbed onto the roof of the car, sitting in a row from largest to smallest, collectively peering down at Yulu and the giant python. Even the cockroaches in the luggage rack were sticking to the glass, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Yulu. He didn't have time to think too much about it, and hurried back to the car to find his clothes. After putting them on, he used a cleansing bubble on himself, finally getting rid of the lingering smell of snake. While getting dressed, he glanced at his right shoulder and noticed the 2 blood holes from the snake bite had scabbed over, looking like they were no longer a serious issue. His body felt normal too. He neither felt hot nor cold. However, when Yulu opened the sun visor and looked at himself in the small mirror, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, because at that moment, he had a head full of pink hair. Did Ironback and the others dye his hair while he was unconscious last night? Or was it the effect of the collar chain gone awry? Not believing in the supernatural, Yulu quickly took off the collar chain, and a few seconds later, the person in the mirror returned to his original appearance. But Yulu couldn't quite recognize himself. The person in the mirror not only had pink hair, but his facial features had also changed somewhat. His eyebrows and eyes looked deeper, his nose bridge was higher, and even the curve of his jawline was more defined and smooth. The acne marks and blemishes on his skin had disappeared, transforming him from a slightly handsome guy into a strikingly handsome man. Moreover, his nearsightedness had inexplicably returned to normal. Now he could see the scenery in the distance, clearly even without glasses. What on earth was going on? Yulu rubbed his temples, recalling that last night he was bitten by the giant python, which should have injected him with severe snake venom. After taming the giant python, he returned to the car and took the detoxifying agent produced by the system, but it had little effect, and he felt cold and shivery. He then asked for medicine in the group chat and seemed to have taken a detox pill given by Su Yiqing, who mentioned that the efficacy of the pill was unstable. After that, he felt unbearably hot, stripped off his clothes to no avail. and then drowsily took a fever-reducing medicine produced by the system before gradually losing consciousness. Yulu. He first checked the inventory in the system warehouse and found that the detoxifying agents and fever reducers he had stockpiled were indeed gone. After reviewing the group chat records, he became even more convinced. So, he had undergone these changes because he was severely poisoned and took medicines of unknown efficacy? Did the giant python have anything to do with this? Yulu glanced at the lazily coiled giant python and remembered that in his dazed state last night, it seemed to have licked his wound with its tongue. He wondered how much it contributed to his transformation when he woke up surrounded by it. The people in the group were all concerned about Yulu's condition, starting from Sun Rue last night to several others inquiring about his status this morning. Su Yiqing. Sun Wukong, are you feeling better? Did you take my medicine? Any side effects? Deng Han. Sun Wukong, are you okay? Shi Lang. Sun Wukong, senior brother. Are you poisoned? How are you doing now? I have another bottle of detoxifying agent here. Do you want it? Sun Rue. Woo woo. Big shot. Why aren't you replying? Are you okay? Lin Xingyang. He should be fine. Senior brother's avatar is still lit, which means he hasn't woken up yet. I made some century egg and lean meat porridge and pan-fried buns for you. Free of charge. Hope you take care of yourself. Sun Wukong, feeling warm inside from his friend's concern, Yulu replied, I'm fine. Thank you all for your concern. By now, it was already past 10 in the morning. As soon as Sun Rue saw Yulu's message, she immediately replied, Woo woo. That's great. Big shot. You finally replied. I was so worried. Shi Lang. It's good that you're fine. Su Yiqing. Are you sure your body is okay? Yulu thought for a moment and then tagged Su Yiqing, asking, I have some strange changes in my body, though it might not necessarily be because of your medicine since I took other medicines too. But I still want to ask, what ingredients are in your detox pill? In reality, Su Yiqing was a pediatric attending physician, but she also had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. After entering the Road Survival Challenge, she awakened her alchemist talent, but due to limited materials, she could only concoct some emergency medicines based on her past experience and knowledge. For example, the detox pill she gave Yulu contained ingredients like forsythia, banlanjin, coptis, dakingi, and xuanshangio, etc. However, later on, when she obtained the system's prescription, she discovered that the efficacy of these herbs in this world was completely different from that in reality. Therefore, the detox pill she concocted was most likely ineffective for detoxification. She had been hesitant to sell it due to the uncertain efficacy, fearing that others would take it and not only fail to detoxify, but end up worsening their condition. But last night, Yulu needed it urgently, so she had no choice but to give it to him. Although she had explained it at the time, it seemed there were still some side effects, but they shouldn't be fatal. As a doctor, Su Yiqing still felt uneasy. After explaining the ingredients of the detox pill, she asked, So what specific symptoms are you experiencing now? Tell me, and I can prepare new medicine for you based on your symptoms, but it will take some time. Yulu didn't know how to explain. Should he say that not only had his vision improved, but he had also become more handsome? So in the end, he just said, There aren't any symptoms, just that my hair inexplicably turned pink. Just then, Yulu put on the collar chain again, trying to adjust his appearance and hair color, but found that the collar chain could only change his appearance, not his hair color. The head of pink hair was particularly eye-catching. Seeing Yulu's message, everyone in the group reacted. Deng Han. Su Yiqing. Lin Shengyang. Pif Ft Shilong. Huh. Sun Rue. Can I say that pink hair is actually pretty cool? I've always wanted to try it, but my job doesn't allow it. Su Yiqing. Well, pink hair is fine. Aren't there celebrities who like to dye their hair pink? Lin Shengyang. I heard a saying, the pinker the hair, the fiercer the fight. In their eyes. As the #1 big shot in the server, even if Sun Wukong wasn't a burly muscle man, he at least had to be agile and strong enough to take on 10 people. However, this muscular man now had a head of pink hair, which was quite a contrast. Just imagining that scene was enough to make people chuckle. Yulu. Forget it. Pink hair is just pink hair. Although it was quite eye-catching at first glance, maybe once people got used to it. It might just catch others' eyes. Chapter 25, you're a bit special. Have you practiced some special techniques? Fortunately, both the first and second level highways are in single-player mode, so the chances of encountering others are not high. With his head of pink hair, Yulu didn't feel too awkward. In the midst of chatting, he noticed a red dot in the upper right corner of his screen, indicating an unread system message. After clicking on it, he saw the message. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully taming the level 3 red-striped giant python. Talent points. 3 current talent points. 10 can be upgraded to level 2. Would you like to upgrade? After launching his talent on the giant python last night, Yulu seemed to have heard the system say something in his mind, but at that time he was suffering from snake venom and felt dizzy. so he didn't catch it clearly. Now, Yulu directly clicked on the upgrade option. In the next moment, a flash of golden light passed before his eyes. Yulu felt that his connection with Tai Bei and the others became closer, and his control over them became stronger. At the same time, Tai Bei and the others also conveyed their surprise emotions back to Yulu. They had collectively leveled up. Yulu put on his diamond glasses, got out of the car to check on his subordinates' changes, and saw that Tai Bei had transformed from a level 2 Wild Wolf King into a level 3 Moonlit Wolf King, and its body had also grown by a third. Now it stood taller than Yulu Haifeng, who lost half its tail during last night's battle, had also healed from its injuries, and the broken tail had grown back, with its size increasing a bit too, although not as noticeably as Tai Bei. And its level had also risen to level 3. Dezhang, Xiao Wang, and Jin Hud also leveled up to level 2, although their sizes hadn't changed. They now had a string of numbers following their levels. Dezhang, 500, Xiao Wang, 100, Jin Hud, 200. Through his connection with them, Yulu understood that these numbers represented their summoning numbers. This meant that they could summon this many subordinates to fight as a team in future battles. With that, the combat power of the three of them would become formidable. In comparison, the oil thief still hadn't changed in level, but its size had doubled again. Now as big as an adult cat, its ears had rounded, its face was no longer so sharp, and its fur color had changed from medium gray to light gray, making it look quite cute, prompting Yulu to want to pet it. Yulu tried to reach out to stroke it and found the oil thief's fur to be exceptionally soft, feeling wonderful to the touch. For a moment, he was a bit addicted and couldn't help but pet it several times until the oil thief squeaked in protest, prompting him to withdraw his hand. Next was the red-striped giant python. To be honest, even though it seemed quite docile now, seeing its massive size, last night it was 5 or 6 meters long, and now at level 4, it was directly 7 or 8 meters long, still made Yulu a bit anxious. But despite his anxiety, thinking about the combat power of the red-striped giant python gave him a sense of security. After some thought, Yulu decided to name the red-striped giant python Honglin, Red Phosphor. Honglin flicked its tongue in response. Yulu resisted the impulse to feel his scalp tingle and finally looked at the luggage rack on the top of the van. The box that originally contained translucent larvae had now completely transformed into brown adult cockroaches, densely packed against the glass wall. Yulu's scalp finally tingled. Back in the car, just as he was about to take out the preserved egg and lean meat porridge and water-fried buns sent by Lin Shenyang, he noticed that his attributes had also changed. Challenger name: Yulu. Personal attributes: Strength, 65 Endurance, 85 Agility, 68 Mental Power, 35 199 Talent. Beast Tamer, Level 2, Special Status: Immune to all poisons, of course. There are more than 100 types of poison, so don't treat poison like syrup. Overall evaluation: B. You're a bit special. Have you practiced some special techniques? Or did you take the wrong medicine? Yulu was a bit surprised. Not only had his attributes increased significantly, but he also gained a special status of being immune to all poisons. It seemed that the suffering he endured last night was worth it. With that thought, Yulu opened a chat group and first sent a 20 copper coin red envelope to Su Yiqing. Although she had mentioned giving him the detox pills for free, Yulu wouldn't just take them without feeling guilty, especially since he had narrowly escaped death last night, and now his attributes had significantly improved. It was hard to say that it wasn't thanks to her detox pills. Next, Yulu sent the 5 kilograms bag of high-quality rice, military hot pot seasoning, and the meat he had bought for himself to Lin Shenyang. Since he was such a good cook, these items should be put to good use. After receiving the red envelope, Su Yiqing initially declined, but finally accepted under Yulu's insistence. Lin Shenyang happily responded, "Great. Tonight, I'll make military hot pot for you, master brother." Yulu: "Okay, thank you. I'm looking forward to it." Sun Rue interjected, "I have good news for everyone. Last night, while I was working overtime making mosquito nets, my workstation upgraded. And now my efficiency in making mosquito nets has doubled. I should be able to finish all the materials in the next couple of days, and I expect to produce around 1,000 mosquito nets." Everyone Sun Rue expressed their appreciation for her hard work and reminded her to take care of herself and not to overexert. Sun Rue, however, energetically replied, "It's okay, the upgraded workstation is much smarter now, and I don't need to keep an eye on it all the time." Yulu reminded, "The 5,000-kilometer mission mentioned by the system is very important. It must be completed, or you will really be erased." Sun Rue replied, "Okay, once I finish this wave, I'll hurry up and get on the road." It's not that she didn't want to, but such a rare opportunity to earn some money meant that she could buy materials and blueprints to upgrade the vehicle later. Once the vehicle's performance improved, Her strength and speed would also increase. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. She was confident that what she was doing now was sharpening the axe, accumulating her strength. So even if she fell behind a bit in the next couple of days, she would definitely catch up later. Then, Su Iching suddenly sent a red envelope to everyone in the group. Yulu opened it and found that it was a box of cooling oil. After sending the red envelopes, Su Iching explained, "I made a batch of cooling oil, but due to limited raw materials, the quantity is not much, so I'll give everyone one box for now." Yulu immediately understood why Su Iching had borrowed so much money earlier to buy the materials for cooling oil. To be honest, Yulu felt quite gratified seeing this. Everyone was working hard and facing the unknown challenges positively. As long as they maintained this positive state, how could their development not go well? In a great mood, Yulu got back on the road. However, this time, with the addition of the several 100-kilogram red phosphor in the cargo hold, his small van was struggling a bit. Additionally, Taibei and Haifeng were still a bit wary of staying in the same space as Honglan. So Yulu put them into the folding space and instructed them not to cause any trouble. The wolf and the leopard both nodded in agreement to avoid being in the cargo hold with Honglan. Chapter 26. Let the professionals handle insults. From noon to 8 in the evening, Yulu only took a half-hour break in the middle. The rest of the time was spent on the road. During this period, he opened a total of 3 treasure chests, but they were all bronze, yielding only basic supplies and materials. After parking in the evening, he had the army hot pot sent by Lin Xingyang, and Yulu also sent some gasoline and the ingredients he brought back as a return gift. Yulu's ingredients were all from treasure chests, unlike others who had meat from monsters they killed and dismantled. He didn't have that because the treasure chest monsters had been devoured by red phosphorus before they even died. At the same time, Yulu also tried to let the cockroach Xiao Huang and Jin who summoned minions to open chests, only to find that only the cockroaches could help him. This might be because those cockroaches were hatched in the car by the big cockroach, creating a closer connection with Yulu. After dinner and a short rest, Yulu began practicing martial arts again. After completing the credits for the level 1 martial arts skill scroll, Yulu's combat power rose to 66. And further practice on this wouldn't increase his power anymore. After working hard until after 11, Yulu prepared to rest when he received a private message from Old Zhao. He finally sent the modified and upgraded pistol to Yulu, along with 20 rounds of ammunition. Old Zhao explained, "I originally wanted to give you 100 rounds of ammunition, but since you haggled, I decided not to give you that many." Yulu, he didn't say anything, took the pistol, put on the night vision goggles, and went outside to test it. As soon as Yulu stepped out of the safety zone, he heard rustling sounds from the grass on both sides of the road. Yulu pulled the safety pin and shot towards the area where the grass was flattened, feeling the recoil. Indeed, as Old Zhao said, the modified pistol had very little recoil, making it easy for even girls to use, and the shooting process was smooth with decent accuracy. Yulu fired several more shots into the grass, and the rustling sounds immediately stopped. As for what was in the grass, Yulu didn't intend to investigate. He directly returned to the car and messaged Old Zhao. "The pistol is good. Can you give me more ammo?" He sent the remaining 50 copper coins as a processing fee. After receiving the money, Old Zhao replied, 10 bullets for 1 copper coin, sold in batches of 100. Yulu sent another 50 copper coins and directly ordered 500 rounds. Old Zhao was in a good mood after receiving the money and praised, "You're a good lad. Quite straightforward." Yulu smiled faintly. He didn't know how Old Zhao was, but judging by his tone, he seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. After thinking for a moment, Yulu added him to his small group and introduced him. This comrade, Old Zhao, specializes in weapon forging and upgrading. Anyone in need can contact him. Old Zhao also greeted everyone in the group, but only Shi Lang and Deng Han responded, likely because the others had already gone to sleep. Yulu was also sleepy, seeing that Deng Han and Old Zhao seemed to hit it off. He didn't care anymore and went to sleep in the folding space. At around 2 in the morning, Yulu suddenly felt an intense itch on his arm. Instinctively scratching it, he ended up waking himself up. Then he heard a buzzing sound near his ear. No need to say more. Mosquitoes were present. Fortunately, Sun Rue had distributed a set of Mongolian tent mosquito nets to everyone during the day. Yulu had put the mosquito net in the folding space after receiving it, but hadn't installed it yet. Now he had no choice but to get up and set up the mosquito net, and he also applied some flower water on his arm to relieve the itch. Just as he was about to check if the oil thieves had been bitten by mosquitoes, he opened the door and found a few of them happily feasting, especially the big cockroach, Xiao Huang, and Jin who, they were really enjoying themselves. Only the oil thief, who couldn't fly and had gotten quite plump, couldn't he catch any mosquitoes. Fortunately, the big cockroach had a good relationship with it, and occasionally fed it 1 or 2 mosquitoes it caught. Lu, forget it. It seems that his ultrasonic mosquito repellent device was indeed a bit unnecessary. Tomorrow he would see if anyone in the group wanted it. If not, he would list it for trade and make a profit. Crawling into the Mongolian tent mosquito net, Lu closed his eyes again. Meanwhile, other challengers weren't having it so easy. The usually quiet chat board in the middle of the night was now buzzing with new messages. Chi Wen Xuan, damn. Where did all these mosquitoes come from? Have you all encountered them? Zeng Jingjing. I was also bitten awake by mosquitoes. It hurts and itches. These mosquitoes are so toxic. Lu Yi, looking for flower water or insecticide. Can trade food for it. Tao Qinghai, I have mosquito repellent stickers. 1 copper coin each. If you need them, come get them. Zhang Jiabao, damn, aren't you too greedy? 1 copper coin each? Why don't you go rob someone? Liaozu, exactly. Why are there so many heartless merchants? It's all that Sun Wukong's fault for leading the way. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Rue advertised her mosquito nets, selling Mongolian tent mosquito nets. 5 copper coins each, safe and effective, allowing you a peaceful night's sleep without mosquito disturbances. Limited quantity. First come, first served. Lin Xingyang, who was setting up his mosquito net, immediately pretended to be a passerby and cheered. Wow, only 5 copper coins? I want to buy. Chu Jinghuan wasn't awake, but Chu Jingyan was bitten awake by mosquitoes. Although her brother Wen Ti led her in the group, she still knew what was happening. So she chimed in. Sister, you're a timely rain, selling at such a conscientious price at this time. Thumbs up. Soon after, over 100 mosquito nets that Sun Rue had listed were sold out, with many private messages urging her to continue listing more. Sun Rue replied uniformly. I'm working overtime to produce more. Please wait. If you're in a hurry, you can pay in advance, and I will prioritize your order. Not only was Sun Rue's mosquito net business booming, but even the cooling oil that Su Yiqing sold the next day was very popular. Because the mosquitoes in the challenge world were completely unreasonable, they could catch people and suck blood even during the day. A slap had no deterrent effect on them. It was as if they were invincible, indifferent to life and death, just wanting to feast. Of course, there were also those who were envious of Sun Rue's mosquito net business. For instance, Li Jianhong solemnly pointed out, 1 unit of fabric is 2 copper coins. 5 units of low-grade plastic only sell for 1 copper coin. 1 unit of fabric plus 5 units of low-grade plastic can make dozens of mosquito nets, averaging a cost of less than 0. 2 copper coins per mosquito net, and you dare to sell them for 5 copper coins? Even the most vicious capitalists in the world aren't as heartless as you. As for the blueprint issues, workbench issues, copper coin costs, and labor costs, he didn't mention any of that. Zhou Gang followed suit and said, Is human blood steamed bun that delicious? I didn't expect you, a girl, to be so mercenary. Shirlang couldn't stand it any longer and retorted, A bunch of useless, jealous fools, if you're so envious of others. Why don't you make mosquito nets and sell them yourself? Do you have that capability? Do you have the blueprints? Can you do it? Do you have the brains? You have nothing. You can only hide like a stinky rat in a gutter, lurking in dark corners to be a keyboard warrior. Why don't you diss the ultrasonic mosquito repellent device that the system sells for 20 copper coins? You poor and lowly losers deserve to be bitten by mosquitoes. Consider it helping the mosquitoes hit their KPI. Lu also saw the messages on the chat board and was about to type fool when he saw Shirlang's long post, so he silently deleted those 2 words. Forget it. Let the professionals handle insults. Chapter 27, Is it performing behavioral art? As Lu ate the pork and cabbage dumplings he bought from Lin Xingyang for breakfast, he scrolled through the chat messages in the group like electronic pickled vegetables, when suddenly he was mentioned by Lao Zhao. Sun Wukong, I want to add a friend to the group. They said I should ask for your opinion first. Lu sent an okay emoji. After all, if there were any issues with the new member, he would kick both the new person and Lao Zhao out. Soon, a person named Fan Zhou was added to the group by Lao Zhao. He introduced himself. Hello everyone. My name is Fan Zhou, and I am a mechanical engineer. If you have any mechanical-related questions, feel free to ask me. The atmosphere in the group was pretty good, and a few people got along well. Lu watched as Fan Zhou got familiar with everyone. Then he and Lao Zhao started collecting metal, glass, and plastic materials. After seeing Lao Zhao's explanation to Fan Zhou, Lu was stunned. They wanted to collaborate to see if they could replicate the ultrasonic mosquito repellent produced by the system. Even if they couldn't, making an electric mosquito swatter shouldn't be too difficult. It turned out that after seeing Sun Rue selling mosquito nets and Su Yiqing selling cooling oil, They also wanted to imitate them and earn some copper coins. To this, Yulu could only say, "What talented people." Out of curiosity, Yulu donated some materials to them and even gave them his ultrasonic mosquito repellent for research. Of course, these materials were not given for free. Lao Zhao registered everything carefully, and if they really managed to produce a product and made money, they would have to share the profits in the future. Yulu was a bit confused, so he tagged Lao Zhao and asked, "Isn't your forging and upgrading weapons business quite profitable? Why are you doing this?" To his surprise, Lao Zhao replied, "To be honest, you are my second business. The first was helping someone polish a tang knife, and I only made 5 copper coins. Most people hear my quote and just run away." Yulu. So he's the one being taken advantage of? However, thinking about how useful that pistol was, Yulu felt it was worth it. He could only say that most people were still quite poor. Perhaps they couldn't even scrape together 10 copper coins. How could they spend over 200 copper coins like him on weapon upgrades and bullets? Before setting off, Yulu prayed to the goddess of luck hanging in his car, hoping for level 2 blueprints these days, but unfortunately, with a 5 probability. He was still far from 100, so it was not surprising that he didn't get any. The first 2 hours on the road showed no sign of treasure chests. Until it was almost 11 o'clock, a golden dot suddenly appeared on the treasure chest locator, making Yulu instantly excited. This was a golden treasure chest. It was his first time finding a golden treasure chest in his life. After upgrading the whole vehicle to level 1, the sensing range of the treasure chest locator increased from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers, and with his vehicle's top speed of only 45 miles per hour, he estimated it would take him 2 or 3 minutes to reach the location of the golden treasure chest. But just when he was only a few hundred meters away from the golden treasure chest, that golden dot suddenly disappeared from the navigation. It disappeared. Yulu's eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, a car appeared a few hundred meters ahead, parked diagonally in the middle of the road, clearly at the location of the golden treasure chest just now. Seeing this, Yulu immediately got angry. How dare they steal his golden treasure chest? As he got closer, Yulu saw a person sitting on the road, leaning against the car, waving his hands, signaling Yulu to stop. From a distance, he could see a small pool of blood under the man, and one of his legs was bent unnaturally, seemingly injured. At this moment, Yulu had already gripped his pistol. If this were the real world, he might have gotten out of the car to help. But this was the road survival challenge world. The fact that he encountered the other party meant that one side had used a directional teleportation card. He hadn't used one, so it had to be the other side. The other party's injury might partially be from being attacked by a treasure chest monster while opening the chest, but it was more likely a trap aimed at him. Yulu stopped the car 100 meters away from the man, and the man changed his gesture from waving to beckoning Yulu to move forward a bit more. Yulu didn't move. He merely lowered the car window, and then the big cockroach, little yellow, and golden tiger flew toward the man. The injured man initially didn't see what flew out of Yulu's car, but when the big cockroach summoned its minions, transforming 3 royal insects into a cloud of cockroaches, wasps, and hornets, the man's expression changed instantly. Cursing Bakuga, the man jumped up from the ground and quickly dove into his car. His swift action and agility were nothing like someone with an injured leg. Yulu was left with a black question mark on his face. Did they really think Dragon Country people were easy to deceive? Why would someone with such poor acting dare to show off in front of him? As the man was about to drive away, Yulu didn't let him off the hook. He rolled down the driver's side window and fired 2 shots at the man's car tires. The sound of air leaking followed, and as the man's car started, it veered off course and crashed into the bushes by the roadside. Meanwhile, the big cockroach directed its minions to crawl into the car. Although the man had closed all the car windows, there were always places like the exhaust pipe and air conditioning vents where they could get in. Seeing this, Yulu fired 2 shots at the car window glass, with the 2 shooting points almost overlapping, shattering a piece of the glass. Immediately, a swarm of cockroaches, wasps, and hornets surged inside, followed by the man's screams. Just then, Yulu heard 3 knocks from the cargo compartment divider behind him. Before he could react, the oil thief jumped out of the car to open the cargo door. Then, the red phosphorus swam out, heading straight toward Yulu, but not toward that car. While Yulu was puzzled, he saw the red phosphorus twisting into a trapezoid. Yulu, is it performing behavioral art? Soon, with a red phosphorus twisted, the man's curses and screams were heard, and Yulu immediately understood what was going on. It turned out there was another car parked there, but this car had somehow become completely invisible. If it weren't for the red phosphorus entangling it, Yulu wouldn't have noticed it at all. Damn, they dared to play dirty with me. Yulu was a bit angry. He wanted to shoot, but was afraid of accidentally hitting the red phosphorus. So he opened the folding space and released Ironback and Blackwind. Not long after, with their assistance, the invisible car was completely revealed, and the whole vehicle was twisted out of shape by the red phosphorus. Inside the car lay a man's corpse dressed in a peculiar outfit, wrapped entirely in black clothing, with a black mask covering his face, exposing only a pair of eyes, resembling a ninja from a Japanese anime. Yulu. No way. There really are such people? What a pity. No matter how impressive a ninja is, once bitten by red phosphorus, they can only lie there stiffly. TSK. Even a little bit of exposed skin was turning black from snake venom. Chapter 28. A gift delivered to him. He had no reason not to accept it. Yulu didn't need to guess hard. He knew that these two ninjas from Neon Country, just like the one from Bang Country before, were here targeting him. So, he felt no guilt for their deaths. Instead, he rubbed his hands together and started a search for supplies. To his disappointment, these two were quite poor. Together, their two vehicles yielded only 2 rice balls, 2 boxes of natto, and a bag of pickles. The only weapon was a katana, and he didn't know what gave them the courage to come after him. Yulu was somewhat speechless. After looting the supplies, he chose to dismantle the vehicles. And unexpectedly, this time it brought him a surprise. First, he got 2 smart driving core fragments. Second, a level 2 electrical system blueprint, which was likely an item that had come out of that golden treasure chest. Yulu arrived quickly, so it hadn't been warmed up in that person's warehouse yet and was instead dropped here. Then, there was a transparent car cover, which served as an invisibility item. After use, it could make the car transparent and invisible. It was probably because of this that the two ninjas dared to provoke him. Lastly, the basic materials totaled only a dozen units, likely because the two vehicles were quite damaged, resulting in fewer materials from dismantling. Overall, Yulu was quite satisfied. After all, it was a gift delivered right to his door, and he had no reason not to accept it. He listed the rice balls, natto, pickles, and katana on the trading platform, and then checked today's small refresh. Electric fan, price 30 copper coins, limit 1. Mosquito coil, price 10 copper coins, limit 1. Anti-diarrhea medicine, price 10 copper coins, limit 1. Mango smoothie, price 3 copper coins, limit 5. Low-level glass, price 5 units for 1 copper coin, limit 10. What a coincidence. The level 2 electrical system blueprint he just obtained only needed low-level glass for the upgrade. Level 2 electrical system blueprint. After use, it can upgrade a level 1 electrical system to level 2. After upgrading, the maximum charge capacity will increase to 20 degrees, and human-computer interaction and audio-visual entertainment functions will be activated. Materials required for upgrading. Low-level wood 5068, low-level rubber 2551, low-level metal 5092, low-level glass 7553. Yulu immediately ordered an electric fan, a dose of anti-diarrhea medicine, a mango smoothie, and 50 units of glass. The system promptly reminded him. Detected that the level 2 electrical system can be upgraded. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yulu upgrade. System. Okay. The upgrade will take 5 minutes. Then, while Yulu enjoyed his mango smoothie, he watched the messages on the chat board, waiting for the system upgrade. Dragon Country District 187. Online users. 9432. Liaozu. Damn. What kind of mosquito is this? It bites and itches and hurts. My eyelid got bitten and swelled up. Can someone give me some medicine? Chi Wenchuan. The electric fan sold in the mall is too expensive. Who can afford that? Luyi. Are you stupid? Yesterday you complained that the girl's mosquito net was too expensive, and today the system mall is teaching you a lesson. Luckily, I managed to grab a mosquito net. Li Jianhong. You can't say that. The electric fan is an electrical appliance. You can light a mosquito coil in the car, but you can't drive while hiding in a mosquito net. Zhou Gang. Exactly. I can light a mosquito coil whether I'm sleeping or driving. But can you drive while sitting in a mosquito net? The mosquito net is only useful for sleeping, not during the day. Sun Rue. Liaozi Li Jianhong. Zhou Gang, don't worry. I want to take your money. Even if you want to buy my mosquito net. I want to sell it. Li Jianhong. Sun Rue, hey, what is wrong with you? I'm just stating the facts, addressing the issue, not the person. Just tell me if what I said is true. Sun Rue. Li Jianhong, oh, sorry, all my mosquito nets have been reserved. None left for you. I'm addressing the person, not the issue. Smile. JPG. Yulu was about to curse stupid, but then retracted his hand. Indeed, he was not suited for verbal battles. After finishing a bowl of mango smoothie, the car upgrade was also completed. Compared to the previous level 1 electrical system, it was now much smarter. First, the van changed from a manual transmission to an automatic one, and the keyless entry feature was activated. Upon recognizing Yulu's identity, it would automatically unlock. Secondly, from the central control to the operating system, everything was much more intelligent and advanced, allowing for some simple voice control through human-computer interaction, such as turning lights on and off, opening and closing windows, playing music, and so on. Of course, music wasn't played for free. Although the audiovisual entertainment function was activated, it required a membership. Listening to music needed a monthly membership fee of 10 copper coins, while watching videos required 20 copper coins per month. Most challengers really couldn't afford it. But Yulu had Tai Bei and the others helping him earn money. So he didn't hesitate to spend 30 copper coins to activate both music and video memberships. Thus, when he hit the road again, the car audio system was continuously playing songs by Su Wei, from Blue Lotus to the You of the Past, and then to the Third Pole. To be honest, this scene was truly refreshing, making him feel as if he were not in a perilous challenge world, but on a self-driving tour across a vast grassland. At 1:30 p.m., Yulu parked to rest, ate the braised beef noodles made by Lin Xingyang, and watched a wilderness survival variety show for a while. No doubt, the quality of life had improved significantly. During this time, the chat board was constantly discussing the issue of mosquito bites, but aside from being bitten last night, Yulu hadn't encountered any more bites. He hadn't used any mosquito repellent products either. Curious, he silently observed for a moment, and then realized that whether it was the big cockroaches, little yellow ones, or golden tigers, they were diligently flying around, preying on mosquitoes. Even the cockroaches in the car's luggage rack were busy. They had even divided their areas. The little yellow ones were responsible for the driver's cabin, the golden tigers for the cargo area, and the big cockroaches were brought into the folding space by Tai Bei, while the other cockroaches were catching mosquitoes around the car. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that not a single mosquito could survive within a 10-meter radius of Yulu's vehicle. What surprised Yulu even more was that these mosquitoes weren't completely disregarded for copper coins. It was just that there were too few, so the system was too lazy to report. According to Yulu's estimates, for every 100 mosquitoes caught, he would gain 1 copper coin. This not only filled the bellies of the big cockroaches, but also generated income for Yulu. It was simply wonderful. Yulu wanted to praise the thoughtful arrangements of the roadside survival challenge, wishing the system would arrange for him several times more mosquitoes. Of course, that was just wishful thinking, as the system wouldn't pay attention to his unreasonable demands. When he parked to rest in the evening, Sun Rue reported in the small group, "I've completed all the mosquito nets and sold them all, a total of 1,015 sets. Each of us 7 took one, leaving 1,008 sets, each priced at 5 copper coins, totaling 5,040 copper coins. Sun Rue, I'll first distribute everyone's costs, and then we'll share the remaining profits." Saying this, Sun Rue sent each person 30 copper coins, which was the money for the fabric and plastic they had bought earlier. The remaining 4,830 copper coins were distributed according to their previously agreed-upon shares. Chu Jinghuan received 20, while Yulu, Shi Lang, Deng Han, Lin Xingyang, and Su Yiqing each received 10. The remaining 30 was Sun Rue's labor earnings. After distributing, those who had borrowed money from Yulu previously returned it, along with the 10 interest. Yulu accepted the interest from Chu Jinghuan, Lin Xingyang, and Su Yiqing, but he didn't take Sun Rue's, returning the excess interest she had sent him. "Yulu, this time you put in the most effort, so you don't need to give this little interest. Thank you for your hard work." Sun Rue was a bit moved and thought to herself that the big shot was really a good person. She must follow the big shot in the future. Chapter 29. Please bless me to open a golden treasure chest today. In fact, everyone has their own scale in their hearts. Although this mosquito net business was initiated by Chu Jinghuan's design and Sun Rue's efforts, it couldn't have succeeded without Yulu's leadership and proposal. Nowadays, besides the newcomers Zhao Wei and Fan Zhou, everyone else has earned at least 400 copper coins, with some making over 1,000, which can be considered a substantial profit. Especially Sun Rue, who was previously quite stingy, immediately went on a spending spree on the trading board after splitting the money, upgrading both the engine and the main body of her vehicle. Su Yiqing's cooling oil also sold reasonably well, but due to limited materials, she couldn't make much. After giving away a batch for free in the group, she was left with only a few dozen boxes. The materials for the cooling oil are quite expensive, and she priced it at 3 copper coins a box, so in the end, her profit was less than 20 copper coins, which can only be considered a small craftsmanship fee. It's simply incomparable to the profits from the mosquito nets. Old Zhao and Fan Zhou watched everyone sharing the profits with envy, and then they both gathered their spirits and stayed up all night to produce electric mosquito swatters. However, without a workbench, they couldn't mass produce them, making only 5 or 6 a day. The material and labor costs weren't cheap, so they listed them at 12 copper coins each. As a result, they couldn't sell even 3 in a day. Yulu wasn't surprised by this. During lunch the next day, he old Zhao and Fan Zhou, suggesting, "Can you make electric razors? You could sell a few. There might be a market for them." After entering the challenge world, Yulu had not shaved for the first few days, and later he bought a multifunctional knife to make do, but it didn't shave cleanly, and he didn't dare to apply too much pressure for fear of cutting his neck. If the two of them could make electric razors, he didn't know if others would buy them, but he would definitely purchase one. Old Zhao and Fan Zhou immediately chimed in. "Good idea," Lin Xingyang suggested. "Actually, you could also make some household appliances like rice cookers, air fryers, or electric pancake makers." Shi Lang asked, "Can you make refrigerators?" Sun Rue added, "If you can make washing machines, I would definitely buy one." Deng Han chimed in, "Can you make car air conditioners? That should have a good market." Su Yiqing said, "Can you make portable toilets? It's really inconvenient to go to the bathroom right now. It's fine for men, but it's really unfriendly to women." Old Zhao couldn't take it anymore, saying, Hey, I'm only good at weapon forging." Fan Zhou replied, "Zhao Wei, I actually think they have a point. We could give it a try." Zhao Wei responded. Just as they were chatting enthusiastically, Chu Jinghuan, who had been silent, suddenly Sun Rue, asking, "Sister, can you make sanitary napkins?" Although Sun Rue found Chu Jinghuan's comment a bit strange, she replied, "I need the design and raw materials to make them." Although she had some extra sanitary pads, she didn't ask Chu Jinghuan if he needed them since he wasn't a girl. Chu Jinghuan zipli, ohat, okay. I'll see if I can get the design later. Yulu observed Chu Jinghuan's tone, which was completely different from before, and reasonably suspected that another challenger in his vehicle was using his account to speak. It seemed like the other person was a girl. However, Yulu was too lazy to pry into others' privacy. He was considering whether he could visit the service area again in a couple of days to see if he could buy something good. With the addition of red phosphorus and the mosquito-catching achievements of the big cockroach, Yulu could earn around 1 to 200 copper coins a day. Coupled with the money he earned from selling mosquito nets and the repayments from others, his copper coin balance had risen to 1326. If he saved a bit more, he could go spend at the service area. Before going to bed that night, Yulu browsed the trading board and found 2 items he wanted. One was a directional teleportation card, and the other was a wing chun skill scroll, which would increase his strength by 15 points after learning. He chatted about both items and finally traded 5 bottles of water and 6 servings of food for the directional teleportation card. But the seller was asking for 300 copper coins for the wing chun skill scroll. Yulu directly offered 100 copper coins, but the two sides couldn't reach an agreement due to the significant price difference. Just when he thought the deal was completely off, he was surprised to see a message from the seller when he woke up the next day. The seller expressed willingness to accept 100 copper coins, but with the condition that Yulu provide an additional dose of antipyretic medicine. Yulu felt that this condition was acceptable, so he privately messaged Su Yiqing to ask if she had any antipyretic medicine. As an alchemist, Su Yiqing had prepared some medicines. So, Yulu directly bought 3 doses of antipyretic medicine from her, along with 5 other medicines, including detoxifying, hemostatic, and healing ones, spending a total of 60 copper coins. This was about 50 more expensive than the prices in the system mall, but it wasn't because Su Yiqing was trying to take advantage. It was because her cost was higher due to buying materials and making the medicines. After trading with Su Yiqing, Yulu took the antipyretic medicine to trade with the seller. After the trade, Yulu curiously asked, "Didn't you say last night that you wouldn't sell for less than 200 copper coins?" Lu Qingmin replied, "I had no choice. I got sick and urgently needed money." Although Lu Qingmin's words had a hint of implying that Yulu was taking advantage of his misfortune, Yulu didn't feel embarrassed at all. Buying the Wing Chun skill scroll for 100 copper coins was indeed a gain for him, but if the other party could sell it for a higher price, they probably wouldn't have waited until now. After finishing breakfast, Yulu prayed to the lucky goddess pendant, saying, "Please bless me to open a golden treasure chest today." He directly prayed for the item he wanted, but it always seemed a bit convoluted, so he decided to pray directly for the golden treasure chest, as it would definitely yield good items. With a yearning for the golden treasure chest, Yulu set off. Unfortunately, after a whole morning, he did not get what he wished for. During lunch, while parking to eat, he casually checked the chat board and found that many people had fallen ill due to mosquito bites. Some said they had fevers with symptoms resembling dengue fever. Others reported malaria, and some had red, swollen bumps all over their bodies, itching unbearably. This indicated that Lu Qingmin's illness was not an isolated case. Yulu didn't continue to pay attention because he knew very well that this was just the beginning, the death rate among challengers would increase as time went on. He remembered that in his previous life, the starting highway had 10,000 people, and by the end, less than 1,000 made it out alive. After finishing lunch and resting for a moment, Yulu opened the Wing Chun skill scroll. This scroll didn't impose a mandatory learning time, but depended on individual comprehension. Those with good comprehension would increase their strength quickly, while those with poor comprehension might take a month to reach a 15-point increase in strength. After opening the scroll, a phantom of Ip Man appeared before Yulu, resembling a naked-eye 3D effect. Then, he saw Ip Man beginning to teach the movements and techniques of Wing Chun, and Yulu followed along, initially clumsily, but gradually becoming smoother after a few repetitions. An hour later, after putting away the scroll, Yulu found that his strength had increased by 2 points. The effect was better than he had expected. Just as he was feeling pleased, he saw Su Iching him in the small group. Sun Wukong Shi Long Sun Rui Deng Han Shu Yingyuan Lin Shengyong. Many people are falling ill due to this mosquito disaster, and some have even lost their lives. I want to organize a charity donation to help those in life-threatening situations. What do you all think? Chapter 30. Just consider it as burning some incense for him in advance. Yulu felt a bit speechless. He wasn't a bad person. In the real world, his moral standards were quite high. However, having died once, he understood better than anyone that whether in the real world or in the challenge world, being overly virtuous is a pitfall. In his previous life, if he had been able to directly refuse his parents' moral coercion, he wouldn't have ended up being backstabbed and dying a tragic death. So when he saw Su Iching's comments, he immediately replied, without hesitation, "I don't pay much attention to that. If you want to be a good person, that's your business, don't drag us into it." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the group became awkward. Lao Zhao tried to smooth things over. "You can't say that, Dr. Su is just being kind." Deng Han added, "I think if it's within our ability to help, we should. After all, we are all from Longhua. It's not good to turn a blind eye when someone is in need." "Sure, Lang. Deng Han, I don't like what you just said. We are all adults, not children. Everyone relies on their own abilities. How many can you save?" "I think the senior brother is right. I don't want to be the fool here." As for Sun Rue and Lin Shengyang, who usually spoke quite actively, they chose to remain silent this time. Su Iching also realized that her every one move was somewhat inappropriate and amounted to moral coercion, so she apologized. "I'm sorry, everyone. I overstepped. It was just my instinct as a doctor. I couldn't bear to see it, and I hope you won't be mad at me." Yulu didn't speak again, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the group was a bit gloomy. In the afternoon, they continued driving, and an hour later, Yulu came across a silver treasure chest. This time, it was a golden tiger that opened the chest, and, after a flash of white light, a large gray rat jumped out. Meanwhile, Hong Lin, who had been waiting nearby, ready to eat, didn't move this time. In fact, when the rat jumped forward a step, Hong Lin even quietly took a step back. Yulu found it a bit strange. Could it be that because he had stolen lamp oil, Hong Lin was now avoiding rats too? But when Yulu looked closely at the rat, he noticed something was off, as the rat's eyes were red. It wasn't the same red as the Black Wind, although Black Wind's eyes were dark red. They had normal black pupils. This rat, however, had no black pupils at all, just red. A bad suspicion popped up in Yulu's mind. During this time in his previous life, he had only encountered mosquitoes and hadn't come across rodent monsters. It now seemed that the high death rate back then might not only have been due to mosquitoes, but also possibly because of rats. Eventually, this red-eyed rat was shot dead by Yulu. Not only was Hong Lin avoiding it, but even Tai Bei and Black Wind were steering clear of it. The animal's instinctive wariness indicated there was a problem. Yulu didn't approach the dead rat's body, and he even threw away the 2 meat buns he had opened from the treasure chest, keeping only a few basic materials. He left a message both in the small group and on the chat board. "If anyone encounters rats, rabbits, groundhogs, or marmots, please stay away from them. Do not have any physical contact, and definitely do not eat their meat, even if it has been processed by the system. I suspect these rodent animals may carry the plague virus." Upon seeing this, the people in the small group expressed that they would be cautious. However, the reactions on the chat board were different. There were those who loved to stir things up. As soon as they saw Yulu's comment, they pushed back against him. "Li Yaozu, you're not trying to sell something again, are you? Zhou Gang. Sun Wukong, on what basis? Just because you say we can't eat, it means we can't? What S with this system of yours? That S better than the challenge world." Lei Shihong. "Sun Wukong, do you have any evidence for your claims? Or is it just your guess?" Huang Weijia. "Sun Wukong, stop spreading panic here. I ate some a few days ago, and I'm fine." Zhang Jiaobao. "Some people hear a few compliments and really think they're a big shot. Who are you trying to scare?" Qi Wenshuan. Sun Wukong, I can understand a rat, but how can such cute animals like rabbits, and groundhogs carry viruses? Li Jianhong. Most viruses are killed after high-temperature cooking, so everyone don't be nervous. As long as the meat is cooked, it will definitely be fine. The people in a small group couldn't stand it anymore and began to back Yu Lu Sun Rue. I think the big shot has a point. Everyone should be cautious. Dang Han. Yeah, you might not think plague is scary, but if I tell you it's also called the Black Death, would you still consider it a small matter? Zhao Wei. Listen to advice and eat well. Su Yiqing. The time from infection to death for the plague is very short, and it spreads extremely fast, much scarier than COVID or SARS. I advise everyone not to joke with their lives. There are no medical facilities here. Chu Jinghuan. No risk, no death. Shi Lang. A bunch of idiots who can't understand good advice. If you don't believe it, go ahead and eat, and we'll see if you live or die. However, there were always those who were contrary, like Zhou Gang. I've been eating rat meat since I was a child. It's very tender, better than chicken. Since entering the Highway Survival Challenge, I've eaten it twice and been fine. If you don't believe me, when I catch a rat, I'll live stream eating it for you all to see. Generally, people don't have live streaming permissions, but Zhou Gang had obtained a live streaming tool. The higher his popularity, the more copper coins he would earn. He had found an opportunity to stream before, but now he felt it was a good chance. Sure enough, after he made his comment, many people began to him, urging him to live stream eating rat meat to slap Sun Wukong in the face. Yu Lu almost laughed in anger. Indeed, when someone is determined to court death, even 10 oxen couldn't pull them back. So he also Zhou Gang, saying, Zhou Gang, sure, you can live stream. I'll reward you 50 copper coins for eating one rat. Zhou Gang immediately perked up. Sun Wukong, you said it, everyone saw it. So don't try to back out later. Yu Lu, I want to back out. If you want to court death, I have no reason to stop you. Zhou Gang kept NG Yu Lu, insisting he should keep his word, and worried that if he ate a few more rats, Yu Lu wouldn't be willing to reward him. He even rallied others to vouch for him. Yu Lu couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore. He just felt some people were completely brainless. If Zhou Gang really managed to persuade others through his live stream and reduce the death rate among challengers, then that would count as a good deed. Naturally, Yu Lu wouldn't begrudge those copper coins. Just consider it as burning some incense for him in advance. However, although Zhou Gang was stirring up excitement in the group, he didn't start streaming right away for a simple reason. He lacked the most important item, rodent ingredients. Meanwhile, other challengers, whether they believe Yu Lu or Zhou Gang, were subconsciously being more cautious when encountering rodent monsters. After all, it was a matter of their own lives. And not everyone was truly reckless. Chapter 31 live, streaming in the evening, after dinner. Yu Lu checked his inventory and was about to continue practicing Wing Chun when he received a private message from old Zhao. To Yu Lu's surprise, he had originally ordered 500 bullets, but the other party sent 700. Old Zhao explained, the extra 200 bullets are a gift for the ultrasonic mosquito repeller. Seeing this, Yu Lu didn't hesitate and accepted them. Although old Zhao and Fan Zhou joined the group later, and their progress wasn't as fast as others, they weren't looking to take advantage. Previously, when they tried to gather materials to develop the ultrasonic mosquito repeller and failed, they made electric mosquito swatters instead and gave one to each member of the group, which already exceeded the value of the materials. Although the electric mosquito swatter had no practical value for Yu Lu, after practicing Wing Chun for an hour, he was about to take a break when he noticed that many people were constantly ING him in the chat. When he clicked to check, he found that Zhou Gang was indeed live streaming, and a bunch of onlookers were crazily ING him, urging him not to be a coward and to spend some money on gifts. Yu Lu was a bit speechless, but still entered Zhou Gang's live stream. At that moment, Zhou Gang had apparently marked Yu Lu as a special focus, so as soon as he entered the live stream, there was a notification and a crowd started cheering. Zhou Gang directly called out to Yu Lu, saying, Sun Wukong, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You said you would give gifts, and I spent a fortune on rodent ingredients. You can't go back on your word. It turned out that, although Zhou Gang hadn't encountered any rodent monsters himself, some of the onlookers had. Some gave them away for free, while others sold them to Zhou Gang at a low price. Now, Zhou Gang was sitting next to a white SUV, with a small table in front of him displaying a groundhog, 2 kangaroo rats, and 3 mice, which were all the ingredients he planned to eat. Zhou Gang said, everyone, to prepare for this eating broadcast, I didn't even eat dinner, just to make room in my stomach, so please help me by liking and sending some small gifts. Later, I will show you 100 ways to eat rodent meat, guaranteed to make even the neighbor's kid cry for more. The comment section was flooded with messages, half of which were cueing Yu Lu. Yulu was too lazy to argue and directly sent Zhou Gang 5 carnival gifts worth 30 copper coins each, instantly turning the mocking comments in the chat into praises for the #1 big brother. Even Zhou Gang got excited. He'd been streaming for almost 20 minutes, and the other fans had only sent him beer worth 1 copper coin at most, with most just giving free likes. But Sun Wukong's first gift was 150 copper coins. He had been risking his life every day in the challenge world, opening treasure chests and killing monsters, and hadn't earned that much copper coins yet. Moreover, his live streaming system didn't take a cut. Instead, it rewarded him based on his popularity, meaning that the 150 copper coins Sun Wukong gifted would go straight into his pocket, plus the popularity boost would help him earn even more. Thinking of this, Zhou Gang's previously mocking expression turned flattering. "Thank you, my big brother's son. My big brother is indeed a big shot. So generous." Many in the chat envied Zhou Gang. After all, the purchase rate for 150 copper coins wasn't low, and saving a bit could cover living expenses for more than 10 days. Yulu was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and directly sent a comment. "Hurry up, I want to rest." Zhou Gang chuckled and said, "Coming right up. Don't be anxious, big shot. I'm getting ready to start." Someone in the chat joked about Yulu. "Sun Wukong, big shot, you just gifted so much. Aren't you afraid the host will go back on his word and end the stream without paying up?" Zhou Gang smiled and said, "How could that be? Everyone is so enthusiastic. How could I let them down?" And Yulu directly replied, "Try it if you dare." Seeing those 4 threatening words, Zhou Gang's mouth twitched. Although he wanted to turn hostile, he looked at his constantly rising back-end data and held back his anger. He then brought a steaming hot pot to the table, skinned the 3 mice, chopped them into pieces, and put them in to cook. Meanwhile, he was also heating a fist-sized river rock over the fire. While processing the ingredients, Zhou Gang explained, "I'm going to make a mouse meat hot pot with these 3 mice, and I plan to eat the 2 kangaroo rats as sashimi. As for the groundhog, I intend to make a long-lost traditional dish Yulu." So this guy can't even tell a groundhog from a marmot and dares to eat recklessly. Yulu silently lit 3 candles for Zhou Gang in his heart. In the live stream, Zhou Gang kept smiling, and under the constant urging in the chat, after handling the mouse meat, he skinned and prepared the groundhog. When it came to the kangaroo rats, he chose to use the system to decompose them instead of doing it himself. After the system decomposed the 2 kangaroo rats, he only got a small handful of meat chunks. Zhou Gang carefully arranged these meat chunks on a plate, then took out a dipping sauce dish and started eating the kangaroo rat meat sashimi. To be honest, as soon as the meat entered his mouth, Zhou Gang felt like he was going to vomit. Even with wasabi and soy sauce to mask the taste, it was still hard to swallow. But with so many viewers watching the live stream, he didn't want to embarrass himself, so he forced it down without daring to chew much. "Everyone, the meat is tender and slightly sweet, comparable to top-grade sashimi. It's really delicious. Simply a delicacy." Zhou Gang, acting like a drama king, made a face of enjoying top-quality delicacies, constantly praising it. Although some noticed his stiff expression for a moment, there were indeed sashimi enthusiasts who started salivating at that moment. With the atmosphere of the live stream, Zhou Gang quickly finished a plate of sashimi. He then stuffed the scorching hot river rock into the prepared groundhog's belly, immediately producing a sizzling sound, accompanied by the heat cooking the flesh. Zhou Gang showed everyone the prepared groundhog and said, "All right, next we just need to wait for the rock's heat to evenly distribute throughout every part. Before that, let's try the fragrant mouse meat hot pot." Saying this, Zhou Gang scooped a piece of meat from the hot pot, displayed it in front of the camera, blew on it a bit, and eagerly put it in his mouth. Before he could swallow the meat, he gave a thumbs up to the camera. More tender than chicken, chewier than bullfrog, really delicious, highly recommended to everyone." Seeing this, even more people swallowed silently. Before Zhou Gang could cue him again, Yulu sent him another 5 carnival gifts. Seeing the carnival effects on the screen, Zhou Gang was so excited he nearly knocked over the hot pot. While rubbing his hand that got splashed with hot pot broth, he excitedly said, "Thank you, my big brother Sun Wukong. May my big brother earn a fortune every day, have 7 or 8 wives, a bunch of kids, and always be #1. Yulu, who had been solo since birth. Thank you." Chapter 32. Do you think I'm easy to talk to just because I don't lose my temper? Yulu didn't finish watching Zhou Gang's live stream. After the second wave of the carnival, he closed the stream amidst Zhou Gang's awkward flattery and went back to the folding space to sleep. So he didn't see that by the time Zhou Gang bit into the marmot, the situation had already changed. His eyes began to become bloodshot, his face gradually turned pale, and there was a discoloration at the corner of his left eye. Although it wasn't obvious under the dim light, it was a terrifying signal. Some viewers in the bullet chat reminded him, but thinking about the benefits this live stream could bring him. Zhou Gang felt a surge of adrenaline and completely ignored the abnormalities in his body. It wasn't until blood dripped from his nose onto the marmot meat he was holding that he realized something was wrong. Even though he was starting to panic, Zhou Gang still wanted to save face. While wiping his nosebleed, he trembled and said, "Family, it's fine. I probably just overheated from eating too much today." But the blood kept flowing like a faucet, no matter how much he wiped. Finally, Zhou Gang panicked. He looked at the camera in terror and urgently pleaded, "Family, does anyone have medicine? I think something's not right." However, before he could finish his sentence, everything went dark, and he collapsed. The unconscious Zhou Gang knocked over the live stream camera, and in the fleeting image, people seemed to see a lump appear on his neck. But before anyone could take a closer look, the screen turned completely black. The once lively bullet chat area fell eerily silent. At that moment, those who had previously doubted Yu Lu's words finally panicked. After 5 minutes of a black screen, the system detected the anomaly and automatically cut off the live stream. However, the audience remained anxious, occasionally searching for Zhou Gang's name in the chat. At first, when they saw Zhou Gang's avatar still lit up, they could barely comfort themselves that he should be fine. But just over 2 hours later, Zhou Gang's avatar turned completely gray, indicating that he had died. This turn of events caused many to lose sleep, lying wide awake until dawn, feeling a deep fear of the road survival challenge for the first time. When Yu Lu woke up the next day, he saw that there were people ING him in the chat and the small group, all asking what he thought about Zhou Gang's death and if he had any solutions. What solution could he have? The only thing he could think of had already been said yesterday. Stay away, avoid physical contact, and definitely don't eat. If someone was already infected with the virus, the only option was to end it early to avoid being slowly tormented to death by the virus. But saying these things outright would have a negative impact. Although Yu Lu felt that Zhou Gang had brought this upon himself, he couldn't appear too cold-hearted or would be inconvenient for future transactions. So Yu Lu remained silent and didn't reply to anyone. What surprised him was that the system backend reminded him that the 10 carnival rewards he had given Zhou Gang last night could not be redeemed due to the latter's death. So they were converted into 300 copper coins and refunded to him. Yu Lu, he felt sorry for the other party. However, Zhou Gang's death wasn't without value. At least his actions made the challengers in Dragon Country's 187th district wary of rodent animals in the upcoming journey. Some challengers with decent abilities might not be as scared of tigers and lions, but they could jump at the sight of a mouse. This also led to a significantly lower death rate in Dragon Country's 187th district during this wave of disasters compared to other districts. Of course, all of this was secondary. Right now, Zhou Gang's death did not calm the public opinion. Those who loved to stir trouble turned their attention to Yu Lu. They unanimously believed that Yu Lu had instigated Zhou Gang. If it weren't for his provocations and encouragement, Zhou Gang wouldn't have gone live. And if Yu Lu hadn't rewarded him, Zhou Gang wouldn't have eaten so many rodents during the live stream. And perhaps he wouldn't have died. To this, Yu Lu felt utterly speechless. Why are there always some people who think the whole world revolves around them, and that everyone should tolerate them? Among these people, the most boisterous was Li Yaozu, who spoke harshly, resorting to personal attacks and vulgar insults. Fed up with it, Yu Lu directly at him. Li Yaozu, do you think just because I don't lose my temper, I'm easy to talk to? Li Yaozu showed no fear and retorted, "What's wrong? You caused a death, and you don't want people to say anything? Do you really think you're all that? If you have the guts, come kill me. You little bastard. Go to hell. Yu Lu." So this Yaozu baby still doesn't know that there's a type of item in the challenge world called a directional teleport card. Sun Wukong. All right, as you wish. Upon seeing this sentence, Li Yaozu inexplicably felt a surge of fear, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe were at his throat. He finally dared not continue cursing and urgently ed Yu Lu. "Sun Wukong, what do you mean by that? You have a way to find me? Sun Wukong, do you know who my dad is? My dad is Li Gang. You offend me, and when we return to the real world, you're done for. Sun Wukong, I'm warning you, don't mess around. Sun Wukong killing is illegal." While Li Yaozu kept rambling, Yu Lu didn't read a single message. He was leisurely opening the system warehouse, finding the transparent car cover, and then clicked to use it. 3 seconds later, there was no change inside his van, but from the outside, it had turned transparent and invisible. What a useful item. Perfect for assassinations. As Yu Lu marveled at its utility, he found the directional teleport card he had bought earlier, set the target to Dragon Country's 187th District Challenger Li Yaozu, and suddenly a fork in the road appeared several dozen meters in front of him. Just like the previous service area, the fork was shrouded in fog, obscuring the view ahead. Without hesitation, Yu Lu drove into the fog. The moment he successfully passed through the fog, a white Civic appeared in front of him, moving along the road. He looked through his glasses and saw that this white Civic had only upgraded its chassis by 1 level, and its defense was still at the original state. Seeing this, Yu Lu, who had originally planned to be cautious, suddenly felt no need to be so careful. All the transparent car cover and weapon equipment were a waste. He slammed the accelerator and crashed into the rear of the Civic. The 500-point defense gap caused the Civic to spin halfway around on the road and then crash into the grass by the roadside. If Yu Lu's engine had also been upgraded to level 2 and was fast enough, that last impact might have sent the Civic flying and completely totaled it. Right now, Yu Lu stopped the car and fired 2 shots at the Civic's window. After the glass shattered, a face filled with terror appeared inside. It was a greasy, lewd-looking man who seemed to be in his 30s, looking anything but trustworthy. Yu Lu leaned out of the driver's side window, showing his upper body. He smiled at the terrified man and said, "I'm here." Then he directly aimed at the man's forehead and fired a shot, blowing his head off. The man couldn't close his eyes even in death, his face showing not only fear but also disbelief. Who would have thought that Sun Wukong was actually a pink-haired youth who looked like a male idol, yet was so ruthless and decisive in action? Chapter 33. Re-entering the service area after dealing with Li Yaozu, Yu Lu searched his car for supplies as usual. Aside from a small amount of food and drink, he unexpectedly found a hunting rifle. Even more astonishing, this rifle was not produced by the system, but was brought from the real world. Yu Lu exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that in a country with such strict gun control as Longhua, there would still be such lawless individuals. He thought this guy shouldn't be called Yaozu, but should rather be named Zhang San. It seemed that this fellow had just been stunned by Yu Lu, and with Yu Lu's car covered in a transparent film, he momentarily felt like he had seen a ghost. If he had been fully prepared to face Yu Lu with a hunting rifle, it would have been hard to say who would end up victorious. So, Yu Lu silently reminded himself, at any time, it's wise to be cautious and never underestimate any enemy. After searching for supplies, he proceeded with the routine of dismantling the car. After the car and the corpse disappeared, Yu Lu's intelligent driving core fragments turned into 4. In addition to a dozen basic materials, Yu Lu also obtained 421 copper coins, which surprised him. Could it be that this Li Yaozu really enjoyed hunting, killing monsters for fun every day after entering the Highway Survival Challenge? For an average person, without Yu Lu's little brothers, earning this many copper coins wouldn't be easy. However, when Yu Lu checked Li Yaozu's transaction records on the trading board and found that he had previously made money by renting out the hunting rifle, Yu Lu. Okay, I was overthinking it. A perverted, greasy man who likes to post naked photos online to trick others into food and drink couldn't possibly have the guts to face danger head-on, right? Yu Lu didn't want the hunting rifle. He thought his handgun was quite handy, small, and convenient. So, he directly listed it on the trading board for 300 copper coins. When Li Jianhong, Zhang Jiabao, and others saw the hunting rifle listed by Sun Wukong, they all felt a chill, as they had previously rented this hunting rifle and naturally knew who its former owner was. Although they wanted to condemn Sun Wukong's actions in the chat board, they didn't have the guts to do so. They knew that since Sun Wukong could kill Li Yaozu, he could just as easily kill them. As for those who were just watching the excitement, when they realized that Li Yaozu had been jumping around not long ago, only to suddenly go dark, they all understood what had happened, but at that moment, no one dared to say anything. On the road that originally belonged to Li Yaozu, when Yu Lu finished collecting supplies and prepared to return to his car, he suddenly found himself dumbfounded. His car was still transparent, so he couldn't see where it was. Fortunately, he was wearing glasses, and although he couldn't see the car, he could see the car's data: Level 1 vehicle, Level 2 electrical system, Level 2 body structure, Defense 500. Based on the data, Yu Lu located the car, and after feeling around on the car body for a moment, he opened the door and got in. After returning to his original road, Yu Lu drove straight ahead. By noon, he discovered that the hunting rifle he had listed on the trading board had been purchased by Lin Xingyang. Yu Lu opened a private chat with him and sent a message. Why did you buy it directly? Didn't you want to negotiate? Lin Xingyang was a bit confused. Huh, can I negotiate? He thought that the prices set by the big shots were non-negotiable. Yu Lu chuckled, but didn't plan to refund the money since he was going to spend at the service area and was in need of cash. I plan to go to the service area this afternoon. Do you have anything you want to buy? I can help you purchase for free. Lin Xingyang was a bit surprised. There's a service area? How come I haven't seen one after running for so many days? Yu Lu, under normal circumstances, you can only access the service area after completing a challenge check-in at the endpoint, but I got a reward before, allowing me to enter the service area 3 times midway. The canned hamburgers and sandwiches I sold last time were bought at the service area. Lin Xingyang, wow. Then please buy me a few hamburgers. Although I can make them myself, I just prefer eating what others make. Hee hee. Yulu, the items in the service area might refresh daily like in the system mall, so I'm not sure what I can buy. If you're interested, you can prepare copper coins, and I'll send you the item list later to see if there's anything you want. Lin Xingyang. That sounds great. Thank you, senior brother. After thinking about it, Yulu mentioned this in the group chat, letting everyone know they could stop by if they needed anything since his time in the service area was limited. If he responded late, they might miss out on the opportunity. This time, Yulu didn't have a discount shopping card. Although he now had over 2,000 copper coins from killing Li Yaozu and selling the hunting rifle, it wasn't enough to buy a high-level piece of equipment, like the glasses he was currently wearing. So since there was this opportunity, he decided to help everyone with their purchases. Of course, if there were any limited one-item purchases, Yulu would prioritize his own needs. After informing everyone in the group, Yulu chose to enter the service area again. Following the same process as last time, he drove a few hundred meters forward, took the fork according to the sign, and smoothly entered the service area through the mist. This time, before getting out of the car, Yulu obtained the Monster Butcher title and then got out of the car with Hong Lin. There were still many monsters wandering in the service area, but when they sensed the aura emanating from Hong Lin, they all kept their distance. Yulu and Hong Lin made their way to the store without any hindrances. Even the vulture wearing a security uniform at the entrance stepped back a few paces upon seeing Hong Lin opening the door. Hong Lin was blocked at the door while Yulu entered the store alone, seeing that the salesperson behind the counter was a treant. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. If he saw Miss Paul again, it would be awkward. Yulu greeted the treant with a smile. Hello, I would like to buy some things. Compared to the previous octopus salesperson, the treant's attitude was quite good. It smiled and pointed with a branch representing a hand at the equipment next to the counter, saying, sure. What would you like to buy? Do you need me to recommend something? The treant salesperson gave off a vibe of a college student in turn, clear and enthusiastic. Yulu nodded in response. If it's not too much trouble, please recommend something to me. Oh, I have a few highly recommended products here, the treant salesperson enthusiastically said. Powerful rooting agent. Just 3 copper coins per bottle. Photosynthesis nutrient solution. Just 5 copper coins per bottle. Flowering special water. Just 6 copper coins per bottle. Fruit spray. Just 8 copper coins per bottle. Yulu. His mouth twitched, but he still tried to maintain a smile. They all sound pretty good. Please give me 2 bottles of each. The treant salesperson placed all 8 bottles of plant-specific agents on the counter and looked at Yulu expectantly. As expected, Yulu didn't disappoint it. He only took 1 bottle of each and pushed the remaining 4 bottles back to it. Consider these a gift for you. Thank you for your enthusiastic service, Yulu said. The treant salesperson's smile became even brighter as it accepted the 4 bottles of agents into its tree hole and pulled out 2 bright red fruits to hand to Yulu. Good-hearted person, here are 2 of my fruits for you. Hearing this, Yulu's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 34, isn't this something everyone knows? NPC gifts are generally good items, like these 2 fruits. Yulu saw through his glasses that 1 round fruit had data, stamina 20, and the other heart-shaped fruit had data, mental power 20. He exchanged a plant-specific potion bought for 26 copper coins for these 2 fruits. So it turned out to be a profit for Yulu. He happily accepted them and expressed his gratitude several times before standing in front of the shopping device. He browsed the items above and found a few that were quite good. Level 1 agility potion. Increases agility by 1 point, priced at 10 copper coins. Limit of 10 pieces. Level 2 mental power potion. Increases mental power by 3 points, priced at 50 copper coins. Limit of 5 pieces. Anti-inflammatory medicine. Priced at 5 copper coins. Limit of 5 pieces. Solar charger. Can store up to 10 units of household electricity, priced at 30 copper coins. Limit of 1 piece. Swiss Army knife. A multi-purpose knife, priced at 20 copper coins. Limit of 1 piece. Stun gun. Can take down opponents non-lethally. Ideal for hunting. Works better with the solar charger. Priced at 200 copper coins. Limit of 1 piece. There are also 3 types of food. Random flavor zongzi. Priced at 2 copper coins each. Limit of 100. Random flavor mooncakes. Priced at 3 copper coins each. Limit of 100. An apple pie, priced at 5 copper coins. Limit of 100. Of course, Yulu didn't plan to buy any of these since he didn't have enough copper coins. So he just shared the list in the group for others to choose from. As for himself, he had his eye on 3 items that nearly emptied his wallet. These 3 items were: single dormitory renovation package, includes a single bed, desk, air conditioning, independent bathroom, etc., priced at 1,500 copper coins, limit of 1 piece. Level 2 engine blueprint. Can double the maximum speed of the vehicle, unlocking the acceleration package function after upgrading, priced at 200 copper coins, limit of 1 piece. Anti-tracking alarm. Are you still worried about being tracked? After installing this anti-tracking alarm, it will sound an alarm if someone is tracking you. Of course, whether you can survive depends on your own strength. Priced at 500 copper coins, limit of 1 piece. After snapping up these 3 items, you lose copper coin balance instantly dropped from over 2,000 to a single-digit 3. At that moment, he deeply missed that discount shopping card. However, the items were still to his liking, so he felt a pang of regret for only 3 seconds before letting it go. After purchasing his items, Yulu glanced at his personal screen and found that everyone was already reporting what they wanted to buy in the group. Yulu directly said, "I don't charge a purchasing fee. If you see something you like, just transfer the money to me. Limited items are first come, first served." Upon seeing this, the originally hopeful Lao Zhao and Fan Zhou, who wanted Yulu to pay for their purchases and then slowly reimburse him later, had to give up. In the end, Sun Rue bought the stun gun and solar charger. Shilang bought 5 bottles of agility potions and a Swiss army knife. Zhu Jinghuan bought 2 bottles of agility potions, 2 bottles of mental power potions, and 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine. Lin Shengyang bought 2 bottles of agility potions, 3 bottles of mental power potions, 2 zongzi, and 2 mooncakes. Su Yiqing bought 1 bottle of agility potion, 3 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, and 2 of each food item. Meanwhile, Deng Han, Zhao Wei, and Fan Zhou bought nothing. The items purchased this time were fewer than last time, and the single dormitory renovation package was still a functional card, so Yulu made 2 trips to load everything onto the vehicle. Just as he was about to call Hong Lin to get in the car, he saw it swallow a silly road deer that happened to wander close by, then pretend nonchalantly as it jumped into the cargo area of the van. Yulu, after exiting the service area and returning to the main road, Yulu parked the vehicle by the roadside and distributed all the purchased items to everyone. Remembering that Deng Han, Zhao Wei, and Fan Zhou hadn't bought anything, he added in the group, "I stocked up on quite a bit of gasoline last time, and I still have some surplus. If you need it, you can buy it from me, 1 copper coin for 2 units, limited to 100 units. Last time, Yulu bought a total of 150 units, only spending 5 copper coins thanks to the discount card. Normally, the price of gasoline at the service area is 1 copper coin for 3 units. Yulu didn't hide this fact. Gasoline at the service area sells for 1 copper coin for 3 units, so you can purchase according to your needs. Yulu bought so much last time because he didn't want to waste the discount card, but gasoline can also be found while opening boxes. Though it may not always be enough, but it's not too far off. If no one in the small group wanted it, he would post on the trading board, and the price would not be the same, but rather 1 copper coin for 1 unit. Seeing this, Zhao Wei and Fan Zhou each bought 10 units of gasoline, while Deng Han neither spoke in the group nor bought anything. Yulu assumed he was busy and missed his message, so he didn't think much of it. However, around 8 o'clock in the evening, Deng Han suddenly sent a private message asking, "Did you kill Yaozu?" Yulu was just about to use the single dormitory renovation package to renovate his folding space when he rolled his eyes at the message. Isn't this something everyone knows? Apparently, this person didn't speak in the group today or ask him to help by anything because he was weighing this matter. He knew that Deng Han was a police officer in the real world with a stronger sense of morality and justice than most people. But in this road survival challenge devoid of moral and legal constraints, talking about killing being illegal wound hold up. So Yulu replied, "What do you think?" Deng Han fell silent. He was now very conflicted. On one hand, he felt it was wrong for Su Wukong to kill someone over a verbal dispute, while on the other hand, he felt Su Wukong didn't do anything wrong. In his mind, it was as if 2 little figures were fighting. One was saying, "I'm a police officer. My lifelong dream is to uphold justice." The other was saying, "Don't be naive. We're in a challenge world now. This isn't under long country jurisdiction, and long country laws don't apply here." Yulu didn't bother with a conflicted Deng Han. If he could come to a clear conclusion, that would be best. If he couldn't, and he started stirring trouble in the group by saying things detrimental to himself, he would decide accordingly. At worst, he would kick the person out of the group. At best, he would immediately seek a directional teleport card. Unlike Deng Han's confusion, the others in the group were quite happy, especially grateful for Yulu's free purchasing assistance. Lin Shengyang even specially made sauerkraut fish for dinner. At this moment, Lin Shengyang was lamenting in the group. "Oh my god, I was backstabbed by zongzi and mooncakes, can you believe it? Both zongzi were sweet, one with dates and the other with red bean paste. And even worse, both mooncakes were 5 nut. Sun Rue, Sweet zongzi is quite delicious. I love sweet zongzi. Lang. Yeah, 5-nut mooncake is actually not bad. You just don't appreciate it. Doge. JPG. Fanzhou. In my hometown, zongzi are all sweet, or we eat plain rice zongzi with sugar. Later, when I went south, I found out that zongzi could even be filled with meat. Zhao Wei. Lin Xingyang, young man, you don't know how to eat. The classic mooncake is the flaky 5-nut, anything else like salted egg yolk and beef. I find it unappetizing. There are even ice cream-filled ones, which are super expensive. I don't understand why not just eat ice cream. Lin Xingyang. Su Yiqing. My apple pie is quite big, but the taste is just average. I can't finish it by myself. Do you want to try some? Chapter 35. This damn big shot's charisma is truly addictive. The atmosphere in the group became much livelier and more relaxed thanks to Yu Lu's purchasing service. And at this moment, Yu Lu had already used the single dormitory decoration package. The originally bare, folding space instantly transformed into a finely decorated room. The walls were covered with wall fabric. There was a ceiling with LED ceiling lights. The floor was laid with wooden flooring, a 1.2-meter single bed was placed by the window. Next to it was a 1-meter desk, with an air conditioner hanging above the desk. In the corner, there was a small frosted glass compartment of just over 2 square meters. When opened, it revealed a shower, a toilet, and a sink. Although all of these were small, having an independent bathroom in a road survival challenge was already quite a feat in short. Yu Lu was very satisfied. He lay down on the single bed, casually took out the 2 fruits given by the salesperson earlier, and started munching on them. The fruits tasted sweet and sour, resembling strawberry-flavored apples. Although they weren't particularly delicious, just thinking about their effects made Yu Lu feel like he was eating ginseng fruit. After finishing the 2 fruits, Yu Lu looked at his current stats in front of the bathroom mirror. Challenger name: Yu Lu. Personal attributes: strength, 71 stamina, 85 agility, 88 mental power, 168 289 talent. Beast Master, level 2, special status. Immune to all poisons, of course. There are more than 100 types of poisons, so don't treat poison like syrup. Overall evaluation: B. Not bad, but it's advised not to overly specialize, as being too specialized is not good for students. Seeing that his mental power limit was no longer that number made Yu Lu feel a bit regretful. However, compared to his physical stats, this mental power value was already impressive. The anti-tracking device had been installed in the central control area, and now only one level 2 engine blueprint remained in use. Although Yu Lu wanted to upgrade immediately, unfortunately, he didn't have enough materials. Level 2 engine blueprint can double the maximum speed of the vehicle, unlocks the acceleration package feature after upgrading. Materials needed for upgrade: low-grade wood 3025, low-grade rubber 3033, low-grade metal 167, low-grade glass 49. It seems that he would need to gather basic materials soon. Yu Lu organized the supplies in his warehouse again and gradually put the unnecessary items on the trading interface, including 50 units of gasoline, each unit priced at 1 copper coin, but it was still in short supply. After all, gasoline is just like water and food. Without it, vehicles won't run. Even if it was once an electric vehicle, after entering the road survival challenge, it had been modified by the system to run on gasoline, although the fuel consumption might be slightly lower than that of traditional fuel vehicles. However, if it were an SUV or MPV model, the fuel consumption would not be low either. After listing the supplies, Yu Lu went to practice Wing Chun. This Wing Chun skill scroll could increase his strength by a total of 15 points, but he had only increased it by 5 points so far, so he needed to hurry up and finish the classes. After 1.5 hours of practicing Wing Chun, Yu Lu showered and lay back on the bed, realizing it was already 11:30. Although he was quite busy every day, seeing his vehicle and strength gradually improve gave him a strong sense of security. The mosquito disaster continued, but the next day, Yu Lu saw intermediate plastics and advanced waterproof cloth in the mall, and both materials were not cheap. Intermediate plastic was 10 copper coins per unit, and advanced waterproof cloth was 20 copper coins per unit, with a purchase limit of 10 units each. Besides these two, there were cold medicine and 2 types of food. Yu Lu checked his copper coin balance: 315. Almost 200 copper coins came from selling gasoline and living supplies, while the rest were earned by the red phosphorus ironbackers. Yu Lu directly bought 10 units of intermediate plastic and advanced waterproof cloth, along with a portion of cold medicine. As for food, he wasn't interested since he already had a better option: Lin Xingyang. After eating a bowl of spicy soup and 20 beef dumplings made by Lin Xingyang, Yu Lu set off on his journey for the day. By the end of the morning, he had opened 3 boxes, 1 silver and 2 bronze. The silver treasure chest contained a small raccoon and a blueprint. Yulu initially wanted to use his Beast Master talent to tame the raccoon because he thought it looked quite cute. Unfortunately, the red phosphorus had a bigger mouth than his talent could activate. Unable to tame the raccoon as a pet, Yulu could only sulkily pet the increasingly white, plump, and soft oil thief, then open the blueprint. Windshield blueprint requires intermediate plastic and advanced waterproof cloth as raw materials, can be installed on the car roof. Effectively reducing wind resistance by 30 when used, can be stacked with a maximum of 3 layers. Yulu immediately realized that after the mosquito disaster passed, the next disaster will be strong winds. He reminded the small group, the items refreshed daily in the system mall might come in handy. Everyone can stock up on some within their capacity. This time, he didn't plan to let everyone share in the spoils like last time with the mosquito nets. He thought back and realized that such a collaborative approach was unfair to Sun Rue. Moreover, as the group grew, it would be too unfair if others only invested a bit of capital and left all the work to Sun Rue while they just waited for their share. So after reminding the group, Yulu privately messaged Sun Rue. I found the windshield blueprint. I'll provide the blueprint and raw materials, and you handle the processing and sales. How about we split the profits 50-50? Indeed, this was also Yulu's selfishness. Having too many people involved last time greatly reduced his profits, and he was currently in need of copper coins. Sun Rue was somewhat surprised and replied, "Huh? Is it just the two of us collaborating this time? Should we involve others?" Actually, Sun Rue wasn't very keen on involving everyone, but she didn't want to say it directly for fear that Yulu would think she was selfish and unsociable. Unexpectedly, Yulu replied directly, "I suggest not to include anyone else. Once this blueprint is completed, I'll give it to you. If others come to you for collaboration after stockpiling raw materials, I suggest you take 70 of the profits. Or you can process it and hand it over to them for sales. Then you can take 60 of the profits. That way, it would be fairer to you." Sun Rue felt somewhat touched and wanted to give Yulu a larger share for this collaboration. But Yulu refused her suggestion and directly sent her the blueprint and raw materials. Sun Rue. This damn big shot's charisma is truly addictive. After chatting with Sun Rue, Yulu noticed that several people in the group were discussing whether to buy materials from the system mall. Among them, Danghan specifically egged him to thank him for the reminder. Although he didn't say much else, Yulu could see that he had finally come to his senses. In this road survival challenge world, those with a high moral sense often struggled. Even if they were strong, they would be dragged down and deceived. On the contrary, those who originally had little moral sense found themselves in a comfort zone in this world. Moreover, those who already enjoyed wrongdoing became even more unrestrained without the constraints of law. At this moment, a few like-minded individuals formed an organization called Dragon Slayers, comparing notes in the chat and trading interface, specifically targeting challengers who were doing well, had substantial resources, and average strength for hunting. Chapter 36. So, these guys planned to scam me before hunting me down? Over the next 2 days, the number of mosquitoes gradually decreased, which relieved all the challengers. It wasn't until the evening of the 13th day in the challenge world that a breeze blew through, not only driving away many mosquitoes, but also bringing a hint of coolness. Everyone in the chat was celebrating. Great, the annoying mosquitoes are finally going to disappear. This wind feels so nice. Why didn't it come sooner? I have red spots all over from mosquito bites. Some are even festering. It hurts and itches, sob. Upstairs, that might not be from mosquito bites. It's probably from some poisonous insect. You should apply some medicine. I bought that cooling ointment from Dr. Sue before, and it worked pretty well. Finally a bit cooler. This challenge world is really torturous. There's no time to rest. At this moment, the initial 10,000 players had decreased to Dragon Country Area 187, online players 8,998, and this death rate was much lower than what it was in Yulu's previous life. He remembered that at the end of the mosquito disaster in his last life, the total number of players in Area 187 was just over 6,000. It seemed that his prior warning to everyone to stay away from rodents was quite useful. So Yulu decided to give another heads up. Sun Wukong. There might be a strong wind disaster coming. Everyone should prepare in advance. For lighter, primitive vehicles, it's recommended to upgrade to level 1 as soon as possible. If that's not feasible, consider taking all the supplies from the system warehouse and placing them in the trunk and inside the car to increase weight. However, Yulu's reminder sparked some conspiracy theories. Li Jianhong. I heard that when challengers are killed, the supplies stored in the system warehouse will also disappear. But if they're in the car, they won't disappear, Wang Feiwen. Li Jianhong, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that someone wants to kill you? Li Jianhong. I don't mean anything, just sharing what I heard, believe it or not. Zhang Jiabao. People should be more cautious. You might not even know how you died. I suggest everyone look up the name Li Yaozu. Qi Wenxuan. Sun Wukong, I don't want to speculate maliciously, but may I ask how you got your information? Can you tell us? Wu Jiarui. What do the upstairs people mean? Are they saying Sun Wukong wants us to put supplies in the car to facilitate killing and looting? Lin Xingyang. Don't listen to those people stirring up trouble. It's not true. Huang Weijia. Tip. Zhou Gang Li Yaozu. Guo Peifong. But I heard that the ones who like to kill are part of an organization called Dragon Slayer. Xie Jixing. Guo Peifong Shi. Be careful not to attract trouble. Yulu narrowed his eyes. He actually had some impression of this Dragon Slayer organization. In his previous life, during the heroic challenge after the secondary highway, he had also encountered this gang's blockade, and at that time, they had developed into a group of dozens, quite rampant. Yulu had to use 2 precious life-saving items to escape, and his car was heavily damaged in the process, nearly emptying half of his warehouse supplies before he finally managed to repair it. He didn't expect the Dragon Slayer organization to show up so early. It seemed he needed to bait them a bit to prevent them from growing stronger. Yulu directly spoke in the chat. You can believe what I say or not. As for the Dragon Slayer group, puffed. I've never heard of them, just a bunch of worthless trash. If they really had that capability, why wouldn't they come find me? Who doesn't know I'm the richest in the whole server? After saying this, Yulu first took a picture of the big plate of chicken and cold beef that Lin Shanyang made for him, then took a picture of his single dormitory and sent it to the chat group. Then he provoked some envy. The conditions in the road survival challenge world are indeed not great. Just barely enough to fill my stomach, and making do with a single dormitory, and the independent bathroom is a bit small. These conditions are about the same as a guest house. Sigh, I can only make do for now. The people in the chat. Boss, you're going too far. We can barely fill our stomachs. And here you're not only eating well and living well, but also showing off? Even a few people in the smaller group couldn't understand Yulu's actions. Deng Han reminded. Sun Wukong, you should keep a low profile. The principle of not flaunting wealth applies everywhere. Su Yiqing. Sun Wukong, yes. What if others get envious? Old Zhao guessed Yulu's intention. Sun Wukong, are you targeting that Dragon Slayer group? Yulu didn't hide it. Yes. I'm just afraid they won't dare to come. To be honest, I've encountered the pursuers from Bang Country and Neon Country. I haven't encountered those from this area yet. Lin Xingyang, what? The pursuers from Bang Country and Neon Country? Sun Rue. It seems that being number 1 isn't something everyone can achieve. Fan Zhou. Sun Wukong, you should still be careful. If you need anything, you can ask us for help. Sure Lang. Master Brother is awesome. Why haven't I met any foreign friends? Just 2 clueless ones from this area? Deng Han. Be safe, Sun Wukong. Chu Jinghuan. Sun Wukong, I saw a few people in the big group yesterday asking to buy directional teleportation cards. And someone was even urging not to sell to them. That person was threatened at the time. Yulu. Chu Jinghuan, do you remember their names? Yulu remembered that the leader of the Dragon Slayer group was called Wu Hai, but he couldn't recall the names of the other members. Chu Jinghuan flipped through the chat and reported 4 names to Yulu. Lei Shirong, Wu Hai, Lu Guangzhong, Xiao Minyu. Yulu made an okay gesture, indicating he understood. A few people in the group felt that the boss was about to cause some trouble. However, in reality, apart from dissing the Dragon Slayer group and showing off in the big group, Yulu didn't take any further actions. Instead, he continued practicing Wing Chun, then took a shower and went to sleep. The next day, there was still no movement from the Dragon Slayer group. So Yulu went to the big group to stir the pot again. Sun Wukong. Buying directional teleportation cards in bulk, high price, quick payment. Thus, people in the group started speculating about the boss's intentions, and the few people from the Dragon Slayer group finally couldn't sit still. After some discussion, Wu Hai decided to send 4 of his underlings to ambush Yulu while he was resting at noon. They had often monitored the trading and chat boards, and based on Sun Wukong's few messages, they could roughly deduce his schedule. To ensure the timing was right, Wu Hai even arranged for Xiao Minyu to disguise as a card seller to lock in Yulu's time. Xiao Minyu. Hello. Boss Sun, I have 2 directional teleportation cards. What price can you offer? Yulu replied at noon. What price do you want? Xiao Minyu was waiting for Yulu's response. When he saw this message, he didn't reply immediately, but first went to their Dragon Slayer group to report. Sun Wukong replied to me. Wu Hai. He should be resting in his car. No rush. Wait until he finishes eating. He'll probably sleep for a while longer. Xiao Minyu. Go negotiate with him, relax his guard, and we'll act in an hour. Hearing this, Xiao Minyu indeed went to find Yulu again. I want to sell the cards for 200 copper coins each. What do you think, boss? When Yulu saw this message, he almost laughed in anger. So these guys plan to scam me before hunting me down? It's about to enter the recommendation period. Please give a 5-star review. Dear readers, please support with updates and free donations. Wishing the readers to become wealthy, wealthy, wealthy. Chapter 37. The conditions for upgrading to a level 2 engine have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Yulu disagreed and replied to Xiao Minyu. 5 copper coins for 1 card, 2 card for 10 copper coins, no more. Xiao Minyu was stunned and instinctively replied, Huh? Didn't you say in the group that you'd pay a higher price? How could the price drop so drastically? Is this how bargaining works? Because Yulu never intended to spend copper coins to buy it, he figured they probably had plenty of directional teleportation cards on hand, and after taking them down, he might even get a few. If others are short on living supplies like food, water, or gasoline, I can give a bit more. But you come straight in asking for 200 copper coins, proving you definitely don't lack for food or water, just trying to swindle my money. Naturally, I can't let you have your way. Xiao Minyu. He wanted to curse, but since he was tasked with negotiating, he didn't dare provoke Yulu and could only respond politely. All right, it seems we have a hard time reaching an agreement on the price, so let's forget the trade. Yulu was eating and just having fun, so he didn't plan to let the matter go that easily. He replied, No way. You're just giving up on the negotiation? Are you sincerely trying to sell the cards? You're not here just to pick a fight, are you? Xiao Minyu. He cursed Su Wukong and his entire family in his mind, but when it came time to type a response, he felt as humble as if facing a client. How could that be? I absolutely have no intention of picking a fight. If I made you feel dissatisfied, I apologize. I'm really sorry. It wasn't intentional. Yulu, if you really didn't mean it, then sell me the 2 cards for 10 copper coins, or just give them to me for free. If you do, I'll consider you a friend and will definitely look out for you in the future. Xiao Minyu. He unleashed the most vicious curses he had ever heard on Su Wukong, yet he still didn't feel any relief. So he went to the dragon-slaying group and said, Wu Hai, boss, take me along for this operation. I want to personally take down that dog, Su Wukong. This is truly too much. Wu Hai. Wu Hai. I told you to negotiate and lower his guard. Why did you end up arguing with him? Xiao Minyu felt a surge of anger and directly took screenshots of his chat with Yulu and sent them to the group. After reading the chat logs, the dragon-slaying team unanimously concluded that Su Wukong was even more shameless and low than they were. If they weren't on opposite sides and had already made enemies, they would have wanted to recruit him into their organization. Yulu had no idea he had sparked the dragon-slaying team's interest, and after finishing lunch, he lay back in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest, showing no signs of tension. Half an hour later, the anti-tracking alert suddenly beeped. Beep, beep. Detected someone using a directional teleportation card on you. Beep, beep. Detected someone using a directional teleportation card on you. 5 times in a row meant that 5 people were coming to ambush Yulu. He raised an eyebrow, installed the transparent car cover, then gripped his handgun while the red phosphorus ironback was also ready to counterattack. A few minutes later, 5 cars appeared one after another on the road where Yulu was. However, they only drove a short distance before stopping in confusion. Where was Su Wukong's car? Such a big vehicle couldn't possibly hide in the bushes, could it? Could it be that the directional teleportation cards they used were counterfeit? But it couldn't be that all 5 cards were faulty. After all, they didn't all come from the same person. As they puzzled over this, they noticed a buzzing sound in the sky ahead, and a cloud of roaches, wasps, and hornets was flying directly toward them. When they realized that the cloud consisted of countless roaches, wasps, and hornets, the 5 were horrified. Some immediately pulled out their handguns and fired several shots at the cloud, but with little effect. Even if they hit, one bullet could only kill one insect, not a whole swarm. As the roaches, wasps, and hornets got closer, they frantically rolled up their car windows. Just then, from the grass on both sides, a giant wolf, comparable to a calf, suddenly leaped out, along with a pitch-black panther with 3 tails and red eyes, and a 7 to 8 meter long giant python with red patterns. The leading python immediately coiled around the nearest car. Although this red sedan had already upgraded to a level 1 body, it was quickly crushed into shape by the giant python. The thick snake tail struck 3 times, shattering the windshield, and when the venomous fangs penetrated the car, the woman in the driver's seat could only let out a scream. Meanwhile, the Ironback and Black Wind jumped onto a car each. Their speed wasn't as fast as Red Phosphorus, and when Ironback was tearing open the car door, he was grazed by a bullet on his leg. But not long after, with the help of the 3 small roaches, the targets they chose also began to scream. The remaining 2 cars, although not facing the 3 fierce beasts directly, had to deal with the swarm of insects. Meanwhile, Yulu, hiding in the invisible car, seized the right moment, and successfully sent 2 people to their demise with 6 shots. This battle lasted for over 20 minutes. It looked like 5 against 1 at the start, but in the end, it was an overwhelmingly one-sided victory. After the battle, Yulu began searching for supplies in each car. However, the 5 people didn't have much in terms of supplies. Together, they only had a few packs of instant noodles, some bags of bread, a few bags of compressed biscuits, and a dozen bottles of water. Each person carried 1 weapon, with the best being a handgun and the worst a fruit knife. If it weren't for the system prompt confirming that their identities matched some names mentioned by Xu Jinghuan yesterday, Yulu would have almost doubted whether they were really members of the dragon-slaying team. How'd they end up so poor? The names of the 5 were Xiao Minyu, Zhao Yinxin, Lei Shirong, Lu Guangzhong, and Kong Wei. Xiao Minyu, who had previously wanted to sell directional teleportation cards to Yulu, was among them, but the dragon-slaying team's leader Wu Hai was not present. Yulu couldn't help but frown. It seemed he would need to take the initiative to strike and eliminate the threat completely. Fortunately, after breaking down the 5 cars, 3 directional teleportation cards were dropped, along with over 100 basic materials and 689 copper coins. Although the profit from a single car wasn't great, the total from 5 was quite substantial. Yulu's smart driving core fragments also jumped to 9. At this rate, he might become the first challenger in the entire server to have smart driving. Another good piece of news was that Yulu's materials for upgrading the level 2 engine were finally complete. System detected that the conditions for upgrading to a level 2 engine have been met. Would you like to upgrade? Yulu answered without hesitation, upgrade. System, okay. This upgrade will take 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the level 2 engine upgrade was successful, and Yulu's maximum speed increased from 45 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour. The system prompted again. After upgrading to a level 2 engine, the acceleration package function can be activated. Activation requires 100 copper coins. Would you like to activate it? In fact, not only does activation cost money, but using it later also incurs fees. The costs vary with speed. For example, to accelerate by 30 miles per hour for an hour, it would cost 5 copper coins. The faster the acceleration, the higher the charges, which most people couldn't afford. Yulu was well aware of this, but he still said, activate. Chapter 38. Youth has no price. My child melts in your mouth system. Okay, the acceleration package function has been activated for you. If you need to use it, please select the payment option in the back end according to different tiers. During the time, just after upgrading to a level 2 engine, Yulu listed the food, drinks, and weapons he scavenged from the dragon slaying group. He then shouted in the small group, I've listed a few weapons. If you need them, feel free to message me for a discount. A minute later, Shirlang sent a private message. Big senior brother, can I have that pistol? Yulu replied, sure, 120 copper coins. Take it, but there aren't many bullets left. You can ask old Zhao for more later. Yulu had listed the pistol for 150 copper coins, but since it was secondhand and its performance was far inferior to his own, the price was not high. Next, old Zhao also messaged Yulu. Xiao Sun, how much for the hand crossbow and the electrobaton? Yulu had listed the hand crossbow for 100 copper coins and the electrobaton for 50 copper coins. So he said, if you want both, I can give them to you for 120 copper coins. Unexpectedly, old Zhao replied, I don't have enough copper coins right now, but we're working on a car refrigerator. Do you want one? Yulu. Yes, reserve one for me. Old Zhao continued. Also, the electroshaver you mentioned last time is ready, but the cost is a bit high, so we only made a few. It needs final adjustments, but it should be ready by tomorrow. Do you want one? Yulu. Absolutely. He almost wanted to praise him. What a talent. Then old Zhao said the car refrigerator costs 100 copper coins and the electroshaver costs 20 copper coins, which exactly offset the price of Yulu's 2 weapons. Yulu readily sent him the 2 weapons. After that, Deng Han and Su Yiqing also came to Yulu to buy weapons, but by then, only a long machete and a fruit knife were left. Deng Han bought the long machete for 20 copper coins, and Su Yiqing bought the fruit knife for 10 copper coins. In fact, they could more or less guess where Yulu got these weapons from, as he had asked for the names of the dragon-slaying group members just yesterday, but at the moment, everyone tacitly refrained from asking further. While driving in the afternoon, Yulu could clearly feel the wind resistance increasing, and when he raised the speed to 90 miles per hour, the wind noise was exceptionally loud. This was the case for Yulu's car, and the situation was even worse for others. When they parked to rest in the evening, Yulu saw someone in the big group saying that the car felt a bit floaty when driving fast. It was only then that they realized the earlier warning from Sun Wukong was indeed very sensible. As a result, many people in the group began to Sun Wukong, praising him for his foresight. Yulu was completely uninterested in this. At that moment, Sun Rue sent a message. Boss, I've made the windshields. Do you want to keep a few for yourself? Also, what price do you think is suitable for them? Yulu asked. How many windshields did you make with the materials I gave you? Sun Rue, 10 portions of intermediate plastic and 10 portions of high-grade waterproof cloth can make exactly 300 windshields. Previously, when Yulu reminded the small group, she had also stocked 10 portions of these two materials, so she had made a total of 600 windshields in the past 2 days. Upon hearing this, Yulu said, then give me 4 windshields, and you can sell the rest. Let's set the price at 10 copper coins each. Compared to mosquito nets, the price of windshields is twice as high, and a single windshield can only reduce wind resistance by 30. Buying one is simply not enough. However, Yulu still felt that the windshield was worth the price, because he knew that it could not only block the wind but also the rain. And following the strong winds, the next natural disaster was heavy rain. Sun Rue sent Yulu 4 windshields, and the rest were listed on the trading channel, along with an advertisement in the big group. Selling windshields can reduce wind resistance by 30, can be used in combination, even the boss says it's good. Selling for 10 copper coins, limited quantity, first come, first served. After posting, there were still some people complaining about the price. But perhaps due to the deaths of Li Yaozu and a few members of the dragon slaying group, the atmosphere in the 187th Division improved significantly, and not many people echoed those complaints. Thus, Sun Rue single-handedly silenced those complainers. At that moment, Yulu was installing the windshields, with 3 installed on the roof of the car and 1 on the tent of the ironback. After finishing, he received the Seafood Supreme pizza he had ordered from Lin Shengyang. While watching a variety show, eating pizza, and drinking soda, life was quite enjoyable. But when Yulu inadvertently glanced at the cockroach, he was instantly stunned. Earlier, after his Beast Tamer talent leveled up to Tier 2, the cockroach, Xiaowang, and Jinhili all leveled up to Tier 2 as well. He clearly remembered that the numbers representing how many minions they could summon were 500 for the cockroach, 100 for Xiaowang, and 200 for Jinhili. But now, the cockroach's number had changed to 318, Xiaowang to 95, and Jinhili to 167. Did they suffer such losses during today's battle? While Yulu was puzzled, he saw the cockroach feeding on 2 small cockroaches while eating one itself. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yulu, this is truly. Youth has no price, my child melts in your mouth. He observed for a moment longer, and then noticed that not only the cockroach was like this, but Xiaowang and Jinhili were as well. The difference was that Xiaowang didn't eat its own wasp, but instead ate the hornet that Jinhili fed it. Yulu continued to observe for half an hour, watching the cockroach's number decrease from 318 to 312. Xiaowang's number remained the same, and Jinhili's changed to 164. Yulu, he more or less understood what was going on. In simple terms, during the recent mosquito disaster, they were all having a buffet and didn't need Yulu to feed them. They could sustain themselves. Now that the mosquito disaster was over, their buffet was gone, and since Yulu didn't feed them, they started a new form of self-sustenance by eating their minions. Understanding this, Yulu felt a bit guilty and immediately took out a lot of food and a bag of monster snacks. After feeding the cockroach and the others, he went to feed the red phosphorus and ironback, but their situation was completely different from that of the cockroach and its companions. These 3 were completely uninterested in human food, had a lukewarm attitude towards monster snacks, and preferred to go out hunting for themselves. Meanwhile, the 3 smaller ones were more interested in monster snacks, generally indifferent to human food, and if given a choice, they would prefer to eat monster snacks. As for the cockroach, it was completely omnivorous, accepting both human food and monster snacks. It wasn't that it didn't want to go out and hunt, but simply that its strength didn't allow it. Chapter 39. Wow, it's really hard to kill. After feeding the little ones, Yulu got out of the car and practiced Wing Chun for a while. The wind at night, although lighter than during the day, still stung the face. And even standing within a safe distance, there was a feeling of being blown away by the wind. If it were a lighter girl, she might be blown out of the safe zone. That night, perhaps due to the strong wind, the number of monsters in the wild decreased. And Hong Lin and the others didn't have great results while hunting. The 3 big ones left the car at 10 o'clock and didn't return until the next morning when Yulu woke up, all looking exhausted. And upon checking the copper coins, they had only gained 20 coins. Hong Lin and Tai Bei, on the other hand, looked obviously unsatisfied. Yulu tried to feed the monster snacks, but the 3 big ones only chewed a bit before losing interest, while the chubby thief Lantern Oil's eyes sparkled with excitement. I told you not to eat your colleagues, Yulu reiterated. Although the big cockroaches also eat their own young, there are many bugs. And Thief Lantern Oil is the only one, and it's becoming more and more like a pet. Even though it's not very useful, Yulu is still a bit reluctant to part with it. After all, It was the first little brother he tamed. While having breakfast, Yulu glanced at the messages in the group and saw that Sun Rue had also advertised in a smaller group. I made windshields. Anyone in the group who needs them can find me. I sell them for 10 copper coins each to others, but for group members, just 5 copper coins. She didn't mention the partnership with Yulu and even privately messaged him to explain. Boss, I also stocked up on materials. The discount for the group members will come from me. It won't affect your profits. She could be considered a very considerate girl. Although selling for 5 copper coins is still profitable, Sun Rue's thoughtfulness is quite comforting. Yulu replied, it's fine. Earlier, Suyikin, Lin Senyan, and Xu Jinghuan had taken Yulu's advice and stocked up on some intermediate plastic and high-grade waterproof cloth, and now seeing Sun Rue selling windshields, they all rushed to collaborate with her. For a while, Sun Rue was extremely busy. After finishing breakfast and feeding the 4 little ones, Yulu took out a directional teleportation card and announced, little ones, it's time to work. Wu Hai had arranged for his little brothers to snipe Sun Wukong yesterday, but after they were all counter-killed, he was in a panic. He was so anxious that he didn't dare to sleep all night, fearing that Sun Wukong would come for him overnight. But now, 20 hours had passed, and there was no movement from Sun Wukong, though it wasn't completely silent. For example, his little brother's weapons were all put up for sale on the trading board. However, Sun Wukong hadn't said anything in the chat channel, nor had he messaged him. This gradually allowed Wu Hai's heart, which had been in his throat, to settle back down. He began to entertain a lucky thought. Perhaps Sun Wukong didn't even know he was the boss of the Dragon Slayer group, and didn't realize that the assassination was orchestrated by him. Comforted by this lucky thought, Wu Hai gradually calmed down and began selecting targets again. He switched back and forth between the chat and trading channels, inputting a name, checking chat records to judge a person's character, and examining trading records to estimate a person's assets. This was his method for picking fat sheep. On the passenger seat, there was a notebook and a pen, and the notebook was filled with information about many people. He had categorized these individuals. Some were easy to deal with and could be easily harvested, while others were not so easy and required more people. There were also those who were more troublesome, needing several strong little brothers to work together to handle them. Of course, there were also people who were marked as ones to avoid. These were people he would rather not touch. Behind the name Sun Wukong, there were 3 marks, indicating Wu Hai's acknowledgement of his strength. To be honest, Wu Hai didn't want to go after Sun Wukong, but he was too much. Not only did he actively provoke in the group, but he also publicly sought to buy directional teleportation cards, which indicated what? It indicated that he wanted to deal with them. Therefore, Wu Hai decided to strike first. For this, he even devised a tactic, such as having Xia Minyu stabilize Sun Wukong so that he wouldn't act immediately, then having Zhao Yinxin lure Sun Wukong to attract his attention, while Lu Guangzhong and a few others took the opportunity to strike. They had successfully used this combination several times to deal with challengers of various levels. But unexpectedly, when they faced Sun Wukong, they completely failed. Wu Hai was now even more convinced that his judgment of giving Sun Wukong 3 marks was correct. Now, having lost 5 capable subordinates, Wu Hai not only needed to find new targets, but also to scout suitable little brothers to recruit. So, being a bad guy also requires skill. Without the ability to judge people and a clear mind, it's hard to achieve great things. And one might get wiped out right after stepping out. Wu Hai was sifting through over 8,000 people in District 187 of the Dragon Country, selecting candidates, completely unaware that not far behind him, an invisible van was slowly approaching. It wasn't until swarms of flying insects surrounded his car that he finally sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. Just as he was about to close the car windows, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet, coming from nowhere, struck his temple, killing him instantly. The chase seemed too easy, leaving Yulu somewhat incredulous. In his previous life, Wu Hai was a slippery and difficult opponent. Later, the Dragon Country officials had to go to great lengths to eliminate him, sacrificing many lives before finally wiping out the Dragon Slayer group. So now, seeing Wu Hai collapse in the driver's seat, blood gushing from his temple, Yulu did not let his guard down. He ordered Hong Lin, Tai Bei, and Hei Feng to get out of the car while he stayed inside. As it turned out, Yulu's caution was necessary, because 5 minutes later, the seemingly dead Wu Hai suddenly opened his eyes again and pulled out a flamethrower from who knows where, spraying it at Tai Bei, who was sniffing him. Poor Tai Bei, who had just healed from a bullet graze yesterday, got burned on a large patch of fur, leaving half of its wolf head bald. If it weren't for Hong Lin's quick reaction, who whipped Wu Hai's wrist with its tail, Tai Bei would have ended up as roasted wolf. With a bang, a gunshot rang out, and this time, Yu Lu's bullet hit Wu Hai right between the eyes. Wu Hai lost his breath once more. Yu Lu still wasn't reassured because this person was very cautious and had snatched a lot of life-saving items and good stuff from other challengers. Tai Bei, burned and howling in pain, was directly taken into the bathroom of the folding space by Yu Lu, where he rinsed it with cold water for a while and bought 2 healing potions from Su Yiqing to feed Tai Bei. Although Yu Lu didn't know if the healing potions suitable for humans would work on Tai Bei, fortunately, after eating them, the burn looked much better, though the bald patches would likely take a while to grow back. After Yu Lu brought Tai Bei out of the folding space, he discovered that Wu Hai was not only decapitated, but also had been poisoned by snake venom, while Hei Feng was licking the blood off its claws. And Hong Lin was lazily curled up next to Wu Hai's corpse. Judging by the situation, it seemed that Wu Hai had come back to life only to have his neck bitten off by Hei Feng and then injected with snake venom by Hong Lin. Yu Lu clicked his tongue. Wow, it really is hard to kill. Chapter 40. 34 Intelligent Driving Core Fragments. If someone else had come instead, after killing Wu Hai for the first time, they would probably have relaxed their guard and directly looted the supplies. While looting, they would have been ambushed and killed by the resurrected Wu Hai. Although Wu Hai seemed dead beyond recovery, Yu Lu was still not at ease. He asked Hong Lin and Hei Feng to keep an eye on Wu Hai's corpse to prevent him from coming back to life again, while he entered Wu Hai's vehicle to scavenge for supplies. Wu Hai's vehicle was somewhat similar to Yu Lu's van, also a box truck, with a cargo logo on the outside. Upon opening it, the supplies inside were abundant. From weapons to daily necessities, food, drinks, and clothing, there was everything. The most satisfying item for Yu Lu was the flamethrower that Wu Hai had used, the king of melee weapons. He planned to keep it for himself and see if he could ask Old Zhao to help modify and upgrade it later. In addition, Yu Lu found a balance scooter, 3 boxes of Matai, 2 boxes of Wuliangye, over a dozen packs of various brands of cigarettes, 2 laptops, 3 tablets, 5 designer handbags, and some gold and silver jewelry and watches. Although some of these items were not worth much in the challenge world, they could sell for a decent price as second-hand items if brought back to the real world. Undoubtedly, these items have been scavenged from other challengers. Yu Lu only kept a small portion of useful items and put the rest on the shelves. Otherwise, his vehicle wouldn't have enough space for so many items. As a result, the challengers in Dragon Country's District 187 soon saw the trading page of the top player, Sun Wukong, continuously listing many new products. Mutai, 60 copper coins per bottle. Wuliangye, 50 copper coins per bottle. Zhu Zizun, 20 copper coins per pack. Huazi, 15 copper coins per pack. Xiani Men, 10 copper coins per pack. Fu Ron Wang, 8 copper coins per pack. Likun, 5 coins per pack. Instant noodles, 1 copper coin per bucket. Sandwich biscuits, 1 copper coin per pack. Bread, 2 copper coins per bag. Mineral water, 1 copper coin per bottle. Men's sportswear, XL 2 copper coins, secondhand, source unknown. Men's suit, XXL 3 copper coins, secondhand, source unknown. Women's dress, 1 copper coin, secondhand, source unknown. Among them, there were dozens of items with an unknown source remark, which truly piqued curiosity. For those who inquired out of curiosity or to test the waters, Yu Lu ignored all of them. After all, he was too busy. Moving items and categorizing them took him over 3 hours, leaving him exhausted. When he finally remembered Wu Hai's corpse and prepared to check the situation, there was no sign of the corpse at the scene. Originally supposed to be guarding the body, Hong Lin was now pretending to be dead, while Hei Feng feigned busy licking his fur, avoiding eye contact with Yu Lu. Stop pretending. I can see the blood at the corners of your mouths. Before dismantling the vehicle, Yu Lu checked it one last time and found a notebook in the passenger seat. Curious, he flipped through a few pages and instantly frowned. The notebook contained the names of at least 30 or 40 people, mostly women, all of whom were undoubtedly dead. This meant they had all fallen victim to the dragon slaying group. Flipping further, he saw a few familiar names. Lin Xingyang, Sun Rue, and Su Yiqing were prominently listed, with Lin Xingyang's name marked, and both Sun Rue and Su Yiqing's names noted as well. Yu Lu directly took pictures of a few pages of a notebook and shared them in the group, including the names of Lin Xingyang and the others. Upon seeing these images, the people in the group were curious about their meaning, while Lin Xingyang and the others instinctively felt uneasy. Yu Lu explained, this was found in the vehicle of the dragon-slaying group's leader, Wu Hai. This notebook records their targets. I estimate that the names marked as easy to kill are those they have already killed, while those marked as slightly harder to kill are still alive, and so on. Sun Rue, damn. These people are too despicable. Lin Shengyang, damn, do I look easy to kill? Su Yiqing, how can there be such people? It's simply outrageous. Sherlang, damn, a bunch of scum. Most of the names here are girls, targeting the vulnerable. What a bunch of cowards. Deng Han, Sun Wukong, are you okay? Yulu, I'm Fina. After replying to Deng Han, he showed off a bit by posting the page with the name Sun Wukong and added, I'm fortunate to have received evaluations from 3. I believe if it weren't for my previous provocation, they wouldn't dare take action against me. Sun Rue, damn. The boss is awesome. Lin Xingyang. I want to cling to the big leg. Deng Han. Zhao Wei. Thumbs up. JPG, thumbs up. JPG, thumbs up. JPG Fan Zhou. Impressive. Chu Jinghuan. Master Brother eliminated the evil for the people. Thumbs up. After sending the message, Yulu prepared to dismantle the vehicle. But before doing so, he took a look at the vehicle's level. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but exclaim. The chassis, engine, and main body of this vehicle had all been upgraded to level 2, just one electrical system short of a complete level 2 vehicle. If Wu Hai hadn't killed himself, he would have likely claimed the reward for upgrading to a level 2 vehicle. What a close call. Seeing the vehicle upgrade so quickly and the supplies so plentiful, and thinking of the challengers who had been killed, as well as the not-so-wealthy small fry from yesterday, Yulu couldn't help but exclaim, this scum truly deserves to die. After dismantling the vehicle, he received more than 200 basic materials, over 2,000 copper coins, 12 teleportation cards, and 34 intelligent driving core fragments. Wow, wow, wow. For a moment, Yulu didn't know whether to curse Wu Hai or celebrate his great harvest. He had originally thought that gathering 50 intelligent driving core fragments would be difficult. After all, if others hadn't taken the initiative to provoke him, he wouldn't have actively killed for the fragments. But now, he had suddenly acquired 43. Just 7 more to go. Yulu suddenly felt that as the top player in the entire server, he had a duty and responsibility to combat evil forces. Of course, he would never admit that this wave of harvest was too rich and that it had moved him. Killing was not tiring, but moving goods and putting them on the shelves left Yulu quite exhausted, as if he had returned to the days of being a delivery worker. However, when he thought of the gains from the past 2 days, he felt it was worth it. After returning to his road, he opened a bottle of cola, chugged half of it in one go, then slumped in the reclined driver's seat and sighed. Ah, refreshing. Just as he was about to take a break, he saw that Sun Rue had sent him a private message. Upon opening it, he discovered that the business for the Windbreakers was so booming that she had already sold several hundred units, and she was worried that Yulu would be anxious waiting. So she transferred his share of the earnings first. Chapter 41, I don't think I'm a good person. Sun Rue. Boss, this is the profit share from selling windshields. The business is booming. If there are more opportunities like this next time, please prioritize collaborating with me. At the end of the message, there was a transfer of 1630 copper coins. After receiving the copper coins, Yulu was momentarily stunned and asked, Huh? Did you miscalculate? Upon hearing this, Sun Rue immediately became nervous. I was wrong. I shouldn't have deducted the money for your 4 windshields. I'll transfer you another 20 copper coins. Saying this, she transferred another 20 copper coins. Yulu, who hadn't had the chance to reply, after sorting out Sun Rue's calculations, he understood how she had arrived at her numbers. Intermediate plastic costs 10 copper coins per unit, and high-grade waterproof cloth costs 20 copper coins per unit. He bought 10 units of each, totaling 300 copper coins. These materials produced a total of 300 windshields, of which Yulu received 4, leaving 296. Each was sold for 10 copper coins, yielding 2,960 copper coins. She then deducted her 300 copper coins from the 2,960 copper coins, leaving 2,660 copper coins, which they split 50 to 50. Yulu's profit was 1,330 copper coins, plus the 300 copper coins cost, so Sun Rue ended up sending him a total of 1,660 copper coins. Yulu helplessly replied, That's not how the accounting works. I provide the blueprints and materials, you provide the labor and sales. A 50 to 50 split means we each take 150 windshields from the 300. I've already taken 4, so you just need to give me the equivalent of 146 windshields. After saying this, Yulu sent back 200 copper coins to Sun Rue and requested the return of the 20 copper coins. Sun Rue. Is that how it's calculated? So touching. Why can't she meet such a good boss at work? And only encounters heartless capitalists who treat her like a beast of burden? Yulu. Of course, that is how it's calculated. In the future, if others provide materials for you to process, you should calculate it like this too. If you deduct material costs first, wouldn't that mean you're just covering a little cost and end up with no cost at all? Sun Rue. Thank you, boss. You're really a good person. Yulu. No need for the good person card. I don't think I'm a good person. After all, he had already killed 10 people. Although those 10 weren't exactly good people either. But Sun Rue was still very touched and even gained some confidence. If Lin Xingyang and the others dared to say she miscalculated, she would screenshot her conversation with the boss and send it to them, slapping them in the face. After chatting with Sun Rue, Yulu bought a serving of braised meat rice from Lin Xingyang, deciding to eat and rest first before setting off in the afternoon. Lin Xingyang saw Yulu's order and even generously added a serving of fruit salad for him. Yulu was somewhat surprised. Fruits and vegetables were considered rare ingredients in the Road Survival Challenge, often costing several times more than meat. This fruit salad contained several types of fruit, along with yogurt and dried fruit, which had a considerable cost. Yulu didn't want to take advantage of him for free, so he privately messaged Lin Xingyang. Why did you give me an extra serving of fruit salad? How much is it? I'll pay you. Ling Xinyan replied, No, this isn't for sale. It's a gift for you. You dealt with that group from the Dragon Slaying Squad, which is like indirectly saving my life. What a serving of fruit salad. I'll make some meat jerky or snacks for you to try later, so please don't be polite with me. Upon hearing this, Yulu didn't decline any further. While taking out Wu Hai and his gang couldn't be considered a life-saving grace. It did help Lin Xingyang resolve a potential crisis, so he accepted the fruit salad. When setting off in the afternoon, Yulu spent 5 copper coins on an hour-long speed-up package, increasing his speed from the original 90 miles per hour to 120 miles per hour, equivalent to driving on the highway. Along the way, he encountered 2 treasure chests, stopping the car to let Hong Lin open them. It took some time, so he only managed to cover 90 kilometers in the last hour of acceleration. Yulu felt it wasn't very practical for now, so he didn't continue to accelerate. As for why he stopped to let Hong Lin open the chest instead of slowing down and letting the big cockroaches fly out, the reason was simple. The wind was too strong. Yulu's car was equipped with 3 windshields, reducing wind resistance by 90, leaving only a light breeze blowing in. When driving, opening a window a bit was quite comfortable. However, outside the car, the wind was fierce. Once the big cockroaches left the vehicle, they would be blown away and couldn't be found again. Ironback and Black Wind also rarely got out of the car now, spending most of the day hiding in the folding space. This wasn't because they were afraid of being blown away, but because Ironback had been burned by Wu Hai's flamethrower. Although his injury had healed, half of his head was still bald, making the once majestic level 3 Moonlit Wolf King look quite unattractive. Yulu had to pinch his thigh hard to keep from bursting into laughter in front of Ironback, not wanting to hurt his pride. As a result, Ironback had become a bit withdrawn, and his once beautiful blue eyes had lost some brilliance, preferring not to be seen. Interestingly, Black Wind, who had previously ignored Ironback, now started to stick close to him, keeping him company and even grooming him, which could be considered a blessing in disguise for Ironback. However, this left only Hong Lin to help Yulu open the chests, as with its weight. It wouldn't fear even a typhoon. If treasure chest monsters popped out, it could even get an extra meal. Compared to Yulu, those challengers without windshields were having a tough time. Those who had upgraded their vehicle bodies and chassis were okay, but for those that hadn't, driving meant gripping the steering wheel tightly at all times, as a moment of inattention could lead to the car being blown off course by the crosswind. Furthermore, even though their cars were on a flat road, it felt like driving on cotton, giving a soft and floating sensation. During breaks, they also didn't dare to get out of the car casually, fearing they might be blown away. Even when encountering treasure chests, they hesitated to get out to open them. Some bolder individuals tied themselves to their cars with a rope for safety, so they wouldn't be blown away. Others with good driving skills parked their cars upwind of the treasure chests, then got out from the passenger side, barely managing to shield themselves from the wind with the car body to open the chest successfully. Therefore, Sun Rue's windshield business was booming. Even if someone couldn't afford 3, buying 1 or 2 was still beneficial. She initially listed 5 or 600 units, and they sold out in less than a day, with private messages urging her to restock almost non-stop. So, Sun Rue decided to stop the car and process the materials sent by Lin Xingyang and the others. Another reason for the booming windshield business was that wind resistance increased fuel consumption. Cars without windshields that could originally travel 40 to 50 kilometers on 1 unit of gasoline could now only manage 20 to 30 kilometers. Therefore, not only were windshields in high demand, but gasoline had also become a necessity. It could be said that even those who hesitated to buy windshields to save money would ultimately end up spending more on gasoline. Chapter 42. Indeed, a true master of blueprints. Of course, there are a few stubborn ones who dislike the appearance of windshields, believing that installing one would lower the prestige of their cars, like Shirlang. But now he is feeling quite frustrated. Previously, driving a sports car in real life made him the envy of everyone, and he often encountered beautiful women wanting to chat and exchange WeChat. However, upon arriving in the challenge world, his sports car has become a burden. While others can travel about 50 kilometers on half a unit of gasoline, he finds that stepping on the gas pedal consumes a full half unit, leaving him with just enough to barely travel around 30 kilometers. Now, on a windy day, his low-chassis sports car has somewhat less wind resistance, but the fuel consumption has skyrocketed, and now he can't even go 20 kilometers on a unit of gasoline. Previously, people said that electric vehicles suffer from range anxiety in winter, but he is now truly anxious about his range and has to seek help from Sun Wukong. Master Brother, do you have any extra gasoline? I'm in urgent need. My tank's range is down to less than 10 kilometers. Yulu indeed has some stock, as his car's fuel consumption isn't high, and he had previously stored quite a bit of gasoline, over several dozen units, and was preparing to sell it for 2 copper coins per unit, hoping to make a little money. Seeing Shirlang's message, he replied, I'm preparing to sell 50 units of gasoline at 2 copper coins per unit, but for you, it'll be 1 copper coin per unit. Previously, Yulu offered the group a price of 1 copper coin for 2 units, while the trading board was 1 copper coin for 1 unit. Now the price has directly doubled. However, this is a different time, and Shirlang felt it was reasonable, so he directly transferred 20 copper coins, saying, give me 20 units then. If that's not enough, he would have to cut back on his travels in the coming days. Yulu sent the 20 units of gasoline to Shirlang and listed the remaining 30 units on the trading board at a price of 2 copper coins per unit. Soon, someone privately messaged him asking why the price had suddenly increased, and Yulu simply ignored the inquiries. In the evening, while resting after parking, Old Zhao sent Yulu an electric razor and a car refrigerator. He didn't send a private message, but rather posted it in the group in the form of a red envelope, intending to advertise and see if others needed them. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately ed Old Zhao. Shirlang, Zhao Wei, I want a refrigerator. Send me one. Deng Han, Zhao Wei, when will the air conditioner be available? Su Yiqing, Zhao Wei, toilet. Old Zhao. Chu Jinghuan, Zhao Wei, I also want a toilet, preferably one with a partition. Lin Shenyang, Zhao Wei, save me 2 refrigerators. And when will the air fryer be made? Za Vi. Stop ing me. You should Fan Zhou. He's responsible for the development. Fan Zhou, watching the fun. JPG Doghead. JPG. Seeing such a lively group, Yulu couldn't help but smile knowingly. He sent out Hong Lin, Taipei, and Hei Feng to hunt while he enjoyed a dinner of sweet and sour ribs, potato stewed beef brisket, and duck soup made by Lin Shenyang. Lin Shenyang was also a straightforward person. He said he would send Yulu some jerky as a snack, and Yulu thought he would send a couple of packs. But the other party sent a full 20 pounds. Looking at the large box of jerky, Yulu tentatively tore off a piece to feed the oil thief and the 3 little ones. To his surprise, not only did the oil thief like it, but even the big cockroaches enjoyed it. It seems the 3 little ones also have good taste and know that Lin Shenyang's food is delicious. Yulu decided to find Lin Shenyang later to order a batch of jerky, treating it as an extra meal for the 3 little ones. After all, his monster snacks only had 2 bags left, and he didn't know when he would be able to buy more next time. After thinking for a moment, Yulu opened his warehouse again. The materials inside were abundant, likely enough to upgrade to a level 2 chassis, but unfortunately, he still hadn't gotten the blueprints. He currently had a decent amount of copper coins, just over 5,000, but Yulu planned to save a bit more to spend generously at the service area later. Yulu privately messaged Chu Jinghuan, asking, have you recently come across blueprints for a level 2 chassis? If so, prioritize trading with me. Chu Jinghuan replied, no, I've only been getting level 1 blueprints lately. Some I've sold, some I've used myself, and I have 3 other blueprints. 1 for making a bulletproof suit, 1 for making women's lingerie, and 1 for making air conditioners. Do you want them? Yulu couldn't help but exclaim, goodness, indeed a master of blueprints. Although the 3 blueprints mentioned by Chu Jinghuan are all excellent and have business potential, Yulu had neither a workbench nor raw materials, and he was quite busy, so he was too lazy to earn that money. Thus, he replied, I don't need them. You can collaborate with Sun Rue on the blueprints. She has a workbench. Chu Jinghuan responded, I've approached her, but she said she's busy making windshields and doesn't have raw materials, so she didn't collaborate with me. I'm planning to see if there are other challengers with workbenches. Yulu, all right, you decide for yourself. If you really manage to make bulletproof vests and air conditioners, save me 2 sets. Although he has an air conditioner in his foldable space, There are none in the driver's cabin or cargo area, so he could use 2 more. Chu Jinghuan, no problem. If they are made, I'll definitely prioritize giving discounts to the group members. After finishing his chat with Chu Jinghuan, Yulu opened a private message to Old Zhao, sending the details of the flamethrower, asking, "Old Zhao, can this be upgraded?" Old Zhao took a look and exclaimed, "Goodness, this thing is impressive. However, its current flame distance is only 10 meters, and the safety is not adequate, making it easy to accidentally injure yourself and teammates. I can help you upgrade and modify it to extend the range and enhance safety." Yulu, what do you charge for it? Old Zhao, since we are so familiar, I won't beat around the bush. This requires 10 units of high-grade plastic and 10 units of high-grade metal, plus a manual fee of 100 copper coins. If you don't have materials, you can convert it to copper coins. Just give me a total of 500 copper coins. This was more than double what Yulu paid for his pistol. Nevertheless, Yulu agreed, as after using the pistol a few times, he felt that the money spent on the previous upgrade was well worth it. Old Zhao's charges aren't cheap, but he indeed can produce good items. After transferring the flamethrower and 500 copper coins to Old Zhao, Yulu began practicing Wing Chun. Because the wind outside was too strong, he practiced directly in his foldable space. After 2 hours, Yulu, drenched in sweat, took a shower and used the electric razor to clean up his stubble, making his appearance noticeably better. Then, sipping a can of chilled soda from the car refrigerator, he exclaimed again, "Refreshing." After a good night's sleep, the next morning, he discovered that Hong Lin and the others had not yet returned from hunting, and his copper coins had increased by just 12 during the night, which indicated that their hunting last night likely hadn't gone well. It wasn't until Yulu finished breakfast and was preparing to set off that Hong Lin and the 3 little ones finally returned, looking weary and not in great spirits, with an air of dissatisfaction from not having eaten enough. Now, not only did they look at the oil thief with sparkling eyes, but even at Yulu, their gaze had a hint of a predator sizing up its prey. Yulu, Chapter 43. Do their stomachs lead to a bottomless pit? Yulu decided to change his driving strategy, not only to save on lamp oil, but also for his own safety. He planned to drive at night from today until the end of the storm. Yulu's idea was, assuming there were only 10 monsters within a 3-kilometer radius of his parking spot, which was not enough to be evenly divided among Red Phosphorus and the others, if he changed parking spots several times at night. Wouldn't the number of monsters in the fixed area increase? With this thought, Yulu went to the chat channel to buy large monster corpses, asking for fresh ones that didn't require system decomposition. The price for meat was quite cheap, and the price for whole, undecomposed corpses was even cheaper. Yulu bought a 2-headed giraffe, a spotted horse, and a 12-horned rhinoceros for 30 copper coins. The 2-headed giraffe was sold to him by Lang. These animals only resembled species from Blue Star, but were actually entirely different species. For instance, the 12-horned rhinoceros had a row of rhinoceros horns running from its nose to its tail, looking less like a rhinoceros and more like a quadrupedal Godzilla. After throwing these 3 monster corpses, which are larger than Red Phosphorus and the others combined, the 3 large ones, though reluctant to eat the dead, reluctantly did so because they were very hungry. After eating, their bellies did not appear any larger, but their expressions had calmed down a lot, no longer looking at everything as food. After deciding to drive at night, Yulu relaxed his pace. In the afternoon, he took a nap for more than 2 hours. When night fell, the howling wind gradually diminished, and after dinner and practicing Wing Chun, Yulu hit the road. He controlled the speed of the car at about 30 miles per hour so that if there were any abnormalities on the road or any monsters blocking the way, he could stop in time. However, not 10 minutes into the drive, a 3-meter-long snake coiled itself in the middle of the road. Before Yulu could speak, Red Phosphorus opened the cargo door with its tail and dashed forward. This showed that it had become quite irritable due to not being full. After Red Phosphorus devoured the snake, Yulu continued driving. 20 minutes later, a fierce wild boar charged out from the right front grassland and directly collided with the front of Yulu's car. It was a loud bang. Even though Yulu had braked in time, the car was still violently shaken, and if it had been a level 1 car body, it might have been flipped over by that impact. Indeed, the nighttime highway was several levels more dangerous than during the day. However, Yulu was fine. Aside from feeling a bit pain for the car, he wasn't too worried about the monster since Red Phosphorus and Ironback had already jumped out of the car together. In the end, the wild boar was torn apart by the 3 of them, with Ironback and Black Wind each getting a front leg, while Red Phosphorus took the rest. Yulu sat in the car, watching them devour their food, and couldn't help but wonder, do their stomachs lead to a bottomless pit? Otherwise, how could they eat so much without their bellies bulging? especially red phosphorus, which had just swallowed a big snake and was now consuming most of a wild boar. Yet its stomach showed no sign of swelling. Yulu had reason to suspect that their stomachs were a folded space, thus capable of holding so much. After they got back in the car, Yulu continued driving and encountered bison, wild donkeys, chimpanzees, hippos, etc., averaging about one monster every 20 minutes. Sometimes he would be hit by monsters. Even though Yulu's car was quite sturdy, it still got several dents from the collisions. This made him a bit pained, thinking that it would take a while before he could upgrade to a level 3 car body. Should he buy a repair kit on the way back? Fan Zhou in the group was a mechanical engineer. Could he craft a car repair kit? While Yulu thought randomly, he drove slowly forward. When he got tired, he would stop, let red phosphorus and the others hunt around, and he would take a nap. With this start-stop driving, Yulu managed to cover about 50 kilometers that night. The efficiency couldn't compare to daytime, but the gains were decent. In addition to copper coins, Yulu even found 2 golden treasure chests. It seemed that his daily prayers to the goddess of luck for golden treasure chests had finally paid off. Even more to Yulu's surprise, one of the golden treasure chests contained a high-level car repair kit, which was just what he needed. The other treasure chest yielded not only plenty of food and drinks, but also a piece of golden-level equipment, a pair of boxing gloves that doubled the force of his punches and increased agility by 15 points. Although Yulu couldn't use it for now, such good equipment was rare, so he didn't plan to sell it just yet. He decided to hold off on using the car repair kit for now and would wait until the storm passed in a few days before repairing the car all at once. However, he drank the agility potion as soon as he got it, and, after drinking, he checked his attributes. Challenger name: Yulu. Personal attributes: strength, 75 stamina, 85 agility, 98 spirit, 289 talent. Beast Tamer, 2nd stage, special status: immune to all poisons, of course. There are more than 100 kinds of poisons, so don't mistake poison for sweet water. Comprehensive evaluation: B. You have the potential to become an outstanding student, provided you don't specialize too narrowly. Although the level of the comprehensive evaluation didn't change, the content of the evaluation did. Another small improvement: around 5 in the morning, Yulu parked again, let red phosphorus and the others out to hunt, and then crawled back into the folded space, sleeping until just after 11 in the morning. When he got up, he saw that red phosphorus and the others were still sleeping soundly. Although the night driving had filled their bellies, it had also exhausted them. After washing up, Yulu opened Lin Xingyang's trading page and directly ordered a spicy mixed dish for lunch. While eating, he opened the system mall to check the new items for the day. Raincoat set, price 20 copper coins, 1 purchase limit, cold medicine. Price 5 copper coins, 1 purchase limit, level 1 car body blueprint. Price 10 copper coins, 1 purchase limit, low-level rubber. Price 5 units for 1 copper coin, limit of 10 purchases. Compressed biscuits, price 1 copper coin, limit of 20 purchases. Aside from the level 1 car body blueprint, Yulu bought the other 4 items, especially stocking up on compressed biscuits, which he wouldn't eat for now, but might need in an emergency later. Today's new items in the mall also indicated that the next disaster would be heavy rain. However, this time Yulu didn't remind anyone in the chat channel. He believed that after dealing with the mosquitoes and the wind, all challengers should have gained experience and foresight. If they were still foolish enough not to stock up on raincoats, then they deserved to be caught in the rain. Chapter 44. Man, you make me feel strange, however. Yulu still reminded the small group. The windbreak is still useful for the next natural disaster. Everyone should keep it ready. Sun Rue. Okay. I was worried that making too many windbreaks would lead to unsold ones, but it seems I don't need to worry now. Sure, Lang. Next natural disaster? Is it heavy rain? Sun Wukong, stubborn as he was, he finally resigned to installing the windbreak yesterday afternoon and even installed for it once. It might look ugly, but who cares? No one else would see it anyway. Yulu. It might not necessarily be heavy rain, but it could rain for several consecutive days. The main material of the windbreak is waterproof fabric, so it should block quite a bit of rain when installed on the roof. What he didn't say was that in the last 2 days of heavy rain disasters, the rain would turn into acid rain, which has a certain corrosive effect. People can hide in the car, but if the car doesn't have a windbreak, it could suffer from paint peeling, rusting, and tire issues, among others. Although the windbreak can't completely block the rain, it can significantly reduce the damage from acid rain to the vehicle. Lin Xingyang. The system shop is selling raincoats. Can we also sell some umbrellas? Fanzhou. The umbrella market isn't that big, since most people will have an umbrella in their car. For example, I have 2 in mind. Zhao Wei. Fanzhou, I don't have an umbrella. Can you share one with me? Fanzhou, sure. Lin Xingyang, that's true. I also found an umbrella in the storage compartment of the passenger door, probably left by my mom, and it even has lace trim. Yulu also thought the rain disaster wasn't worth much. But the key point was that he felt he could finish the highway challenge before the rain disaster ended. After all, his total mileage was already over 3,000 kilometers, with less than 2,000 kilometers left. At his current speed, he could probably cover 300 to 400 kilometers a day, and with an acceleration pack, reaching the destination would only take a few days. After dinner, Yulu fed the oil thief and the three little ones some monster snacks and meat jerky. He glanced at the box where the cockroaches were kept, and suddenly discovered that the cockroach had laid another egg sack. Damn, compared to the last time he panicked. Yulu was much calmer this time and not as nervous. After all, when the cockroach larvae hatched, they'd still be sent to the trunk of the car. If there wasn't enough space, he could just let the oil thief and the others eat a bit more. So, with a calm demeanor, Yulu continued driving. After about an hour, he encountered a silver treasure chest. The three little ones still couldn't get out of the car. Hong Lin had opened treasure chests all day yesterday and was busy all night, so Yulu directly called out to the sleeping Black Wind. Black Wind was initially reluctant to get out of the car, but when he saw a little panda pop out of the silver treasure chest, he immediately opened his mouth to bite. Yulu, who had been watching, quickly shouted, "Wait, don't hurt the panda," while shouting. He activated his Beastmaster talent on the little panda. Last time, when he opened a raccoon, he wanted to capture it, but Hong Lin was too quick. This time, he really wanted the cuter little panda. Fortunately, just in time, he managed to tame the little panda before Black Wind's sharp teeth could pierce its throat. System, congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully taming a level 2 red-backed little panda. Talent points 2. Current talent points, 12. Note, talent points can be upgraded to level 3 after reaching 50 points. The enemy monster became a colleague, and Black Wind could no longer bite and had to reluctantly let go. The little panda, who was saved, immediately jumped into Yulu's arms and started crying, "Wah, I almost lost my life." At that moment, seeing the adorable little panda acting cute, Yulu felt his heart melting and quickly took out monster snacks and meat jerky to feed it. When he looked up, he saw the oil thief, who had been sitting in the passenger seat munching on meat jerky, frozen in place, looking at Yulu as if he were a fickle playboy. For a moment, the meat jerky in his hand no longer seemed appealing. Yulu didn't continue to pay attention to the oil thief's emotions. After all, compared to the increasingly adorable oil thief, the little panda was simply irresistibly cute. Seeing Yulu gently coaxing the little panda, the oil thief felt its status as a mascot, little useless thing, was seriously threatened. So, instead of being unwilling to let Yulu pet it, it unexpectedly came forward, exposing its soft belly, signaling Yulu, "Here, just touch me a little." But what the oil thief didn't expect was that after Yulu glanced at it, his gaze returned to the little panda, and he even squeaked, "Oh my, our baby is so cute. What should I name you?" "Let me think. I heard you like apples, so how about I call you Little Apple?" "Little Panda." "Wah, oil thief. Man, you make me feel strange. The sky is falling." The oil thief, who had never been depressed despite being drooled over by a group of natural enemies, was genuinely emo now because of a new whiny creature. What a fickle playboy. After parking for the night, Yulu had dinner as usual and practiced Wing Chun. However, during the busy intervals, he couldn't help but pet Little Apple a couple of times. He even specially went to the trading channel to buy 2 apples, cut them into small pieces, and fed them to it. This made the oil thief so angry it gritted its teeth. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't win, it would probably have fought Little Apple by now. So, the oil thief decided to unilaterally isolate Little Apple. However, Yulu, the owner, was unaware of the oil thief's anger and humiliation after failing to win Yulu's favor. After practicing Wing Chun for over an hour, the image of Ip Man on the skill scroll suddenly dimmed. He checked and discovered that he had fully learned the 15 points of martial power from the Wing Chun skill scroll, so the scroll became ineffective. Yulu's current martial power had risen to 81 points. Although he might not be able to win against professionals, he felt he could easily take on 3 amateurs. However, with so many useful little brothers around, he didn't need to step into the ring himself. While Hong Lin and the others were out hunting, Yulu prepared to organize the warehouse, selling what needed to be sold and exchanging it for copper coins to buy what he wanted at the service area. Just as Yulu was busy, Xu Jinghuan suddenly sent him a private message. Yulu opened it and saw Xu Jinghuan say, "Big brother, I met someone who has a workbench, and we're collaborating to make bulletproof vests. I think he's a decent guy. Can I add him to the group?" Now, there were already 9 people in Yulu's group, including himself, leaving only 1 spot left. Hearing this, Yulu replied, "What's his name? Do you know anything about him?" Xu Jinghuan, I only know his name is Gao Bainan, and he used to be an RV travel blogger. Upon seeing the name Gao Bainan, Yulu's spirits lifted. This person was also a big shot in his previous life. Although his style was completely different from Shirlang's, he had also reached level 8 on the highway, indicating his considerable strength. So Yulu immediately said, "No problem, go ahead and add him to the group. It's the 4th day of the verification period, and the data hasn't been ideal, so I've changed the wording a bit. By the way, I ask all readers to please click to urge updates and leave a 5-star review. Thank you." 3. Chapter 45, How to Raise These Ancestors. After Gao Baonan joined the group, he greeted everyone and specifically Ed Yulu, Sun Wukong. "Hello, I've heard so much about you, and I'm honored to be in your group. Please take care of me in the future." Yulu replied, "No need for guidance, let us get along well. Share information, and it's great to make friends in the challenge world, giving each other support." Gao Baonan sent 3 fist-bumping emojis. The others responded warmly, with Sun Rue and Lin Shengyang introducing everyone and mentioning their specialties. Lin Shengyang: "I'm good at cooking, Dr. Su can make medicine. Old Zhao can upgrade and forge weapons. If you need anything in the future, you can directly find us in the group for discounted prices." Gao Baonan: "Okay, thank you very much. I have a workbench and will also offer discounts to everyone in the future." Sun Rue: "That's great. We have a peer here. We can work on things together in the future. Otherwise, I'm really a bit overwhelmed by myself." Gao Baonan: "Sun Rue, I didn't expect Miss Sun to be in this group too. The yurts and windshields you made are really useful. You have a great sense for business. I bought them too, you're amazing. Thumbs up." JPG: "Sun Rue, hi, you flatter me. Just call me by my name. I rely on the guidance of the big shots, and everyone has collaboration. It's not just me." Shidong: "Welcome, welcome. Once you're in a group, we're all brothers and sisters. Let us look out for each other in the future." Gao Baonan: "Okay, thank you all." Deng Han: "We mainly have to thank the group leader for creating this group, giving us the opportunity to gather." While everyone was exchanging business compliments, Yulu said, "You all chat, I have something to do, I'll be busy first." Zhao Wei: Hey, little Sun, don't leave, come chat with us." Yulu didn't reply and continued organizing the warehouse. When he was almost done, Hong Lin and the others returned, and they continued driving for the night journey. That night, the efficiency of Hong Lin and the others in hunting was even lower than the previous day. To feed the 3 big ones, Yulu changed parking spots 7 or 8 times overnight. Hong Lin and the others were exhausted and fell asleep as soon as they got back in the car. Even Tai Bei and Hei Feng, who insisted on separating from Hong Lin, forgot to return to the folding space and squeeze in the cargo box with Hong Lin, filling the entire cargo box. Yulu didn't team manage them much. After having breakfast, he hugged Little Apple, yawned, and went back to sleep. When he woke up, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. His irregular schedule left him with little appetite, so he made a bucket of instant noodles for a late lunch. While slurping the noodles, he checked his trading back end and found that the items he listed yesterday had mostly sold, totaling about 700 to 800 copper coins. Adding what he had before, his copper coin balance had reached 154. It was about time to head to the service area. Thinking this, Yulu messaged in the small group, "I will enter the service area around 6 this afternoon. If anyone needs shopping assistance, please prepare your copper coins in advance. When you see something you like, just transfer the money to me. First come, first served." Upon seeing this message, several people who had previously asked Yulu for shopping assistance cheered, while the newcomer Gao Baonan was a bit confused. Sun Rue kindly explained to him, "The big shot has 3 chances to enter the service area, where he can shop. It's like the system mall refreshing daily. Sometimes good items appear, like the solar charger and electric shotgun I asked him to buy last time, which are really useful." Shirlang asked, "Will the senior brother charge a shopping fee this time?" Sun Wukong: "A 1T charge for small items, for heavier big items. I'll charge a shopping fee of 5 copper coins. Additionally, I will go to the gas station this time, so if anyone in the group wants to buy gasoline, I'll charge a handling fee of 1 unit for every 1 copper coin of gasoline. Please understand, as they are quite heavy and I have to make many trips." Shirlang remembered that Sun Wukong had mentioned that the gasoline price at the service area gas station was 1 copper coin for 3 units. So even if he bought 1 copper coin, he could only get 2 units, which was still very cost-effective. So Shirlang immediately transferred 30 copper coins to Yulu. "Senior brother, I'll reserve 30 copper coins worth of gasoline. Thank you for your hard work." Yulu, who originally wanted to make some extra money from gasoline. Forget it, money can't be earned endlessly. After finishing the instant noodles, Yulu hit the road. During that afternoon, he maintained a speed of over 80 miles per hour. He encountered 2 wooden boxes on the way but didn't stop until he saw a silver treasure chest. However, seeing that Hong Lin and the others were sound asleep, Yulu didn't wake them up and opened the chest himself. Upon touching the treasure chest, a flash of white light appeared, and a monster resembling a mountain demon burst out, looking quite eerie, reaching out its claws toward Yulu. Fortunately, Yulu's attributes had improved, and he dodged the monster's claws with a sidestep, delivering a spinning kick that sent the monster flying, followed by 2 gunshots that finished it off. Of course, with firearms by his side, he wasn't too keen on grappling with the monster. If he got scratched, he would have to waste a healing potion. The treasure chest yielded good items, including a level 2 strength potion, a treasure map fragment, and 2 units of intermediate glass. Yulu drank the strength potion on the spot, then carried the monster's corpse back to the car, planning to add a meal for Hong Lin and the others when they woke up. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he put down the monster's corpse, Little Apple pounced on it, starting to tear at the corpse. Although it seemed a bit difficult, it was really trying hard to gnaw on the monster's body, much more vigorously than when it was eating apples. Yulu. Okay, he overthought it. As a creature from the challenge world, Little Apple, despite its cute appearance and its ability to act spoiled, was clearly not a vegetarian bear. Even more unexpectedly, the sneaky little thief also approached, picking up the scraps dropped by Little Apple, and, seeing that Little Apple didn't drive it away, boldly started gnawing on the monster's corpse. Then came the cockroaches, who also joined in to suck the monster's blood, with one cockroach even crawling into the monster's belly through a bite made by the little thief. In the end, they all managed to devour the monster completely, with even a few big bones being taken away by Little Apple and the little thief for gnawing. It seemed that these few had been coveting the big meals during usual mealtimes, but didn't dare to snatch them. Yulu was a bit troubled about how to raise these ancestors after he completed the challenge during the break. It was worrying. He couldn't just catch some monsters to stock up now, could he? His car couldn't hold that much. Although he was a bit troubled. When it was 6 in the evening, Yulu still used his last chance to enter the service area. After successfully entering the service area, Yulu took off the Monster Butcher title before getting out of the car, then called Hong Lin, who had just woken up, to accompany him out. Many monsters were still wandering around in the service area, and as soon as those monsters sensed Hong Lin's presence, before they had the chance to escape, 2 of the closest ones were swallowed whole by Hong Lin. Yulu, I'm really worried about a manager coming to find trouble with me. Chapter 46. Good stuff. The security guard at the entrance of the store was a 3-headed monster dog, each head resembling a rabid pit bull with red eyes, a fierce gaze, drooling, and black spines on its tail, looking a bit like the legendary Cerberus, quite intimidating. However, as soon as this 3-headed dog bared its teeth at Yulu, it was sent flying by a sweep of Hong Ling's tail, as if saying, "Who do you think you are?" The 3-headed dog yelped a couple of times after landing on the steps, immediately tucking its tail between its legs, and its eyes no longer appeared red, as if Hong Ling's tail had cured it of rabies. Yulu felt a chill run down his spine and quickly walked into the store, finding the scene before him reminiscent of Tang Sung accidentally wandering into the spider silk cave. The entire store was filled with spider webs, the strands of which were about a centimeter thick, indicating their strength. In this web-like trap, each strand had 1 or 2 cargo boxes stuck to it, appearing like trapped insect from a distance. In the center of the spider web, there was a gigantic spider which, including its limbs, looked as big as a small car. Seeing the spider's data through his glasses, Yulu couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling tense. Spider salesperson, Zhu strength, 362 agility, 387 intelligence, 99 extremely high combat power, smarter than an average human. Faced with such a monster, Yulu could only gather his thoughts and politely smile, saying, "Hello, I would like to buy something. Do you have any recommendations?" The spider salesperson said nothing, merely lowering dozens of spider silk strands, each with a tag at the end detailing the product and its price. Yulu scanned through them and found several items that greatly tempted him. Eye of Truth. Also known as the Eye of Truth, second talent, price, 3,000 copper coins. Special offer for level 1 highway, limited to 1 purchase. Vampire Bloodline. After awakening, you can enhance your combat power by consuming monster blood, can transform into a bat, can stealth, has side effects, specific details to be explored, price, 5,000 copper coins, special offer for level 1 highway, limited to 1 purchase. Treasure Chest Storage Pocket, can upgrade on its own, initial state, effective range of 100 meters, capacity of 3 treasure chests. Price, 2,000 copper coins, limited to 1 purchase. AK-47, simple and easy to use, powerful firepower, a good help for breaking through, recommended to stock up on bullets in advance. Price, 1,000 copper coins, limited to one purchase. Directional teleportation card. Input the correct zone and name, and you can be teleported to the other person's side. No need to explain its usefulness, right? Price, 50 copper coins, limited to 10 purchases. Special healing potion. No matter how severe your injury, as long as you can still breathe, you can be revived, of course, if you're really dead. You can't be saved. Price, 500 copper coins, limited to one purchase. You'll want to buy all of these, especially the Eye of Truth and Vampire Bloodline, as these two items would cost at least 10 times more if not for the special offer. As the challenge progressed, talents and bloodlines became increasingly important. It could be said that almost everyone entering the intermediate arena had either a bloodline or a talent, but he didn't have enough money. Of course, aside from the above items, other products were also good items for others. Nickname card. After use, you can hide your real name and only display a nickname. Price, 300 copper coins, limited to one purchase. Treasure map fragment blind box. As the name suggests, what kind of treasure map fragment you get depends on your luck. Price, 100 copper coins, limited to 20 purchases. Level 2 stamina potion. Can increase stamina attribute by 3 points. Price, 50 copper coins, limited to 10 purchases. Level 2 agility potion. Can increase agility attribute by 3 points. Price, 50 copper coins, limited to 10 purchases. Level 3 strength potion. Can increase strength attribute by 4. Price, 80 copper coins, limited to 5 purchases. Cleaning bubbles. After being crushed, can clean your whole body. A great helper for home and travel. Price, 2 copper coins, limited to 50 purchases. Monster snacks, used to feed monsters, can reduce their aggression and hostility. Price, 10 copper coins per pack, limited to 10 packs. The most ordinary products were 3 types of food. Pure milk for 3 copper coins per box, limited to 20 boxes. Chocolate for 2 copper coins per piece, limited to 30 pieces. And chips for 1 copper coin per bag, limited to 50 bags. Yulu hesitated for a moment, calculating prices while selecting the items he wanted to buy. If he picked items randomly and ended up not having enough money, the spider salesperson would probably not hesitate to insert its forelimbs into the customer's chest. Yulu didn't want to test the spider salesperson's patience, so he prioritized the 2 most expensive items, the Eye of Truth and the treasure chest storage pocket, totaling 5,000 copper coins. As for the vampire bloodline, he could only regretfully give it up. Next, Yulu selected the special healing potion, 5 strength potions, and 10 packs of monster snacks, totaling 1,000 copper coins. With these purchases, Yulu was left with only 192 copper coins, of which 30 were still a prepaid amount for gas that Lang had bought. Therefore, he also bought 2 stamina potions, 10 cleaning bubbles, 1 box of milk, and 5 bags of chips, spending a total of 128 copper coins, leaving him with 64 copper coins for further spending at the gas station. For the items limited to 1 purchase, he only needed to gently pull the corresponding tag, while for the others, he manually filled in the quantity needed on the corresponding tags. After selecting the items he wanted to buy, a spider silk descended in front of him, with a QR code hanging from it. Yulu scanned it with his portable light screen, and immediately 6,128 copper coins were deducted. Then, the corresponding cargo boxes fell down, bursting open when they hit the ground, revealing the items Yulu had purchased. Seeing this, Yulu quickly took a picture of the remaining tags and sent them to the group chat. This time, the prepared crowd immediately started sending money, noting down the items they wanted. Some were slower to send money and saw that their desired items had already been taken, forcing them to change their selections. Sun Rue, I want the nickname card, 20 cleaning bubbles, 2 stamina potions. The extra 10 copper coins count as a purchasing fee. Thank you, big brother. Lin Xingyang, I want 3 stamina potions, 5 treasure map fragment blind boxes, 5 cleaning bubbles, 5 boxes of milk. Please, senior brother. I'll give you an extra 20 copper coins as a purchasing fee. Su Yiqing, 2 stamina potions, 2 agility potions, 10 cleaning bubbles, 2 boxes of milk. Thank you. She also transferred an extra 10 copper coins as a purchasing fee. Old Zhao, wow. Can someone lend me 200 copper coins? I want to buy an AK-47. Dang Han. Zhao Wei, sorry, I'm going to jump in first. Transferred 10-20 to you. Thanks, AK-47. Sun Wukong. Chu Jinghuan. You guys are so fast. I'll take all the remaining potions and cleaning bubbles, plus 2 boxes of milk and 20 pieces of chocolate. Thank you. How much is the purchasing fee? Sun Wukong, Fan Zhou. This vampire bloodline looks really impressive. What a pity I can't afford it. I want 2 directional teleportation cards, 5 treasure map fragments. Thank you. Galbanan, I was just fighting a monster and got delayed by half a minute. I feel like I missed out on a fortune. Sun Wukong, Please help me buy 5 directional teleportation cards, 1 box of milk, 5 pieces of chocolate, and 10 bags of chips. Thank you. Sure Lang. I want the vampire bloodline. Wait for me 2 minutes. Senior brother. Sun Wukong. Chapter 47. The Eye of Heaven. Yulu was very clear that when he posted the nickname card in the group, they would all know that Sun Wukong was a nickname. But he still posted it, for a simple reason. Not many people used nicknames in the Roadside Survival Challenge. But he was certainly not the only one. By the later stages, many big shots would choose to hide their real names, fearing that someone might find their family or friends in real life and cause them trouble. Upon seeing Sherlang's message, Yulu's first reaction was, "What a kid. You're so rich." But then he remembered that Sherlang's talent seemed to be related to money. He couldn't generate money himself, but he could bet and borrow from the system, even getting things for free. Yulu reminded him, "Sherlang, this bloodline has side effects. You might be afraid of sunlight and such. In fact, during the day, there would be a certain degree of weakness, and after a burst of combat power, there would be a very weak cooldown period. The early stages would be quite dangerous, but if he could hold on until forming a team and had companions, it would definitely be a very powerful combat skill." Sherlang did not hesitate and directly transferred 5,000 copper coins to Yulu, saying, "Senior brother, I'll owe you the purchasing fee for now and pay you back later." Seeing this, Yulu no longer said much and directly helped him by the vampire talent. After all, if it weren't for the lack of money, Yulu would have wanted to buy it himself. Old Zhao saw that everyone had bought something and had no choice but to buy up the remaining directional teleportation cards and treasure map fragments blind boxes. Although he might not be able to use them, he could resell them for some profit later. Yulu took a picture of everything they wanted to buy, calculated that he had earned about 80 copper coins in purchasing fees, but he did not plan to continue spending since there was nothing good left to buy. With the help of Hong Lin, Yulu spent some time moving everything onto the vehicle and storing it in the warehouse, then headed to the gas station. This time, the gas station staff was a teddy bear holding a pipe, looking quite worn out, and Yulu worried it might accidentally set the gas station on fire. The gas at the station was still at the old price, but this time the purchase limit increased from 150 units to 300 units. Needless to say, Yulu naturally bought the maximum amount. However, moving these 300 units was no easy task. If it weren't for Yulu having upgraded his 4-dimensional data, he might have thrown his back out. After purchasing the gasoline, the system urged Yulu to leave, and he immediately got into the car with Hong Lin and drove out of the service area. Once back on a main road, Yulu parked the car by the side of the road and started distributing the items everyone had bought. For a moment, the recipients were as lively as if it were New Year's, especially those who had bought potions, who immediately consumed them without hesitation. Yulu also drank all 5 bottles of strength potions and 2 bottles of endurance potions, then listed 120 units of gasoline for sale at 2 copper coins per unit, before finally checking his new stats. Challenger name: Yulu. Personal attributes: strength, 96 endurance, 93 agility, 98 mental power, 289 talent. Beast Master, 2nd tier, special status. Immune to all poisons, of course. There are more than 100 kinds of poisons, so don't mistake poison for sugar water. Overall evaluation: congratulations, you have successfully entered the ranks of top students. But to become a true king, you still need to keep working hard. This data, at the current stage, was already among the best. Yulu was quite satisfied, and then he took out the Eye of Heaven talent. The system timely reminded him. Detected 2nd talent, Eye of Heaven. Would you like to awaken it? Without hesitation, Yulu replied, "Awaken." In the next moment, a strong pain suddenly surged through his eyes and head, forcing Yulu to take off his glasses and close his eyes, gently rubbing them to relieve the pain. After 5 minutes, the discomfort gradually faded, and Yulu opened his eyes again. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening in the challenge world, and the entire scene switched to night mode. But this momentary change allowed Yulu to see many differences. He seemed to be able to observe the changes in the clouds in the sky and could see the monsters stirring in the darkness. When Yulu turned his gaze to the few little brothers in the car, he could clearly see that there was a fist-sized light ball at Hong Lin's 7-inch mark. While there were many smaller light balls on Tai Bei, but they were only the size of blueberries and scattered all over his body. The same was true for Hei Feng. In comparison, Xiao Pinghua, De Zhang, Xiao Huang, and Jinhu all emitted a faint glow, but this light was extremely weak, as if covered by a thick layer of craft paper. Only the group of black, oily figures from stealing lamp oil had no light whatsoever. Yulu, he finally understood why. After upgrading his talent, stealing lamp oil showed no change in level. In his personal data, the talent section now also had an additional item, Eye of Heaven, 1st tier. It seemed to be a talent that could be upgraded, but the conditions for upgrading remained to be explored. After studying the Eye of Heaven, Yulu packed up the treasure chest storage pocket. Currently, the data for the treasure chest storage pocket was original state, effective range 100 meters, capacity 3 treasure chests. Upgrade conditions 0-100. This meant that he needed to store 100 treasure chests before he could upgrade. After having dinner and resting for half an hour, Yulu set off for tonight's journey on the night road. However, before departing, he sent Lang a private message. You can sell me all the monsters you kill. I have use for them. Last time, to feed Hong Lin and the others, Yulu had asked in the group to buy monster corpses, and at that time, Lang had just killed a 2-headed giraffe and sold it to Yulu for only 5 copper coins. It should be noted that such a large 2-headed giraffe, if disassembled by the system, could probably sell for around 10 copper coins just for the meat, which shows that he had specifically given Yulu a discount. And now, with Lang obtaining the vampire bloodline, he would likely need to test it out tonight, and the number of monsters killed would only increase. Since food resources were not so scarce now, monster meat wasn't that easy to sell either. So, it was better to get them directly from him, allowing Hong Lin and the others not to have to work so hard to fill their stomachs. Lang replied directly, "No need to buy. All the monsters I hunt tonight are yours. Consider it as offsetting the purchasing fee." Yulu sent back an okay emoji. After all, the prototype of that vampire bloodline was a palm-sized crystal filled with bright red blood, so it wouldn't take much effort to transport. Therefore, even if Lang only sent him 1 monster corpse, it would still be worth it. Then, what Yulu did not expect was that Lang sent over a total of 35 monster corpses that night. Yulu, awesome. Chapter 48 Help. I'm being attacked. The corpses of these monsters all died from having their throats bitten and drained of blood. The bite marks on the wounds don't look human. They resemble those of monsters. If this were in the real world, it would definitely be a supernatural horror incident. But in the challenge world, it only indicates that Lang is powerful enough. It seems that Hong Lin and the others don't particularly like eating these corpses, but they manage to eat just enough to fill their stomachs, leaving the rest for themselves to hunt. On the other hand, Little Apple and the oil-stealing creatures really enjoyed them. Yulu watched as Little Apple's size grew larger and larger until it transformed from a small panda into a giant panda. As a result, Yulu couldn't cuddle with Little Apple to sleep the next day, as his bed couldn't accommodate it, and he worried it might crush his bed. However, Little Apple couldn't understand Yulu's predicament and thought that not being allowed on the bed meant he didn't love her, so she started to whimper. See, this is the consequence of spoiling a child. In the end, Yulu put the compressed mattress he had previously on the side of his single bed as Little Apple's bed, which barely appeased the expanding Apple. Just as Yulu and his little brothers had just fallen asleep, Lang returned to the car, dragging his exhausted body. At this moment, his skin was paler than someone who had been dead for 3 days, and his lips were a vivid red. This wasn't just a description, it was a fact. His originally neat teeth had turned into sharp fangs, especially the 2 canine teeth, which had transformed into tusks nearly 5 to 6 centimeters long, protruding from his mouth. Leaning against the driver's seat, Lang had a tough time retracting the tusks. After returning to his normal state, he felt utterly drained, like a puddle of soft mud, collapsing in the driver's seat without the strength to move. However, the vampire bloodline was indeed useful, directly increasing his combat power several times, making the high-interest loan from the system worth it. The process of sucking blood was somewhat disgusting at first. Lang had to mentally prepare himself before finally overcoming his psychological barriers. The reason he pushed himself to hunt so many monsters tonight wasn't just because he promised Sun Wukong, but because he had made a bet with the system. Fortunately, he won and could directly reduce the interest. As for the remaining principal, he could only repay it slowly. When the time in the challenge world reached 8 in the morning, the entire world suddenly brightened, sunlight streaming through the windshield onto Lang, causing him to faint from exhaustion. It seemed that even as a vampire, one couldn't be too indulgent. Yulu woke up in the afternoon, around 1 o'clock. After getting out of the car, he noticed that the wind outside had noticeably calmed down and the weather had changed from bright sunshine to overcast. It seemed the disaster of strong winds was about to pass, while a heavy rain disaster was approaching. Just as Yulu was planning to eat instant noodles, he saw Lin Xingyang privately send him a portion of snail noodles, saying, "Big senior brother, your eating schedule seems irregular these past few days. Is your appetite poor?" Yulu didn't expect Lin Xingyang to pay attention to his eating habits and felt a bit touched, replying, "I've been staying up late traveling these past few days, so my eating schedule has been a bit irregular. Thank you for the snail noodles." He didn't want to pay him directly, So he rummaged through his warehouse and found a bucket of cooking oil that had come from a treasure chest and hadn't been opened yet. He figured it wouldn't be needed for a while, so he sent it to Lin Shengyang. Lin Shengyang was a bit surprised. Traveling at night? Isn't that dangerous? Yulu, it is a bit dangerous. I have special circumstances, so you shouldn't try it if you're fine. In fact, traveling at night usually yields at least 1/3 more rewards than during the day, but Yulu didn't suggest others do it, because if something happened, those people would likely blame him in their hearts, even if they didn't dare to say it out loud. The snail noodles that Lin Shengyang made were very rich, containing not just ingredients like dried tofu, pickled bamboo shoots, and peanuts, but also fried eggs and tiger skin chicken feet. The fried eggs soaked up the broth, and the tiger skin chicken feet were tender and falling off the bone, appetizing and delicious. After finishing a bowl of snail noodles, Yulu felt a bit unsatisfied, so he took out 2 pieces of meat jerky made by Lin Shengyang as a snack. To be honest, this jerky was also very tasty, becoming more fragrant with each chew. The oil-stealing creatures, seeing Yulu eat the jerky, were also tempted and looked at him eagerly, so he fed them around as well. Looking at the 20 pounds of jerky that Lin Shengyang had given him, only half was left, so Yulu ordered another 20 pounds of beef jerky and 20 pounds of jerky from him. This way, after completing the primary highway, he would at least have snacks to feed the oil-stealing creatures. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Yulu first prayed to the goddess of luck pendant. Please bless me with the secondary chassis blueprint. I beg you. After all, the materials were ready, just missing a blueprint, which was quite troubling. Then he hit the road. Half an hour later, he encountered a bronze treasure chest, but Yulu didn't stop. Instead, he charged past at 90 miles per hour. When he was just 100 meters away from the bronze treasure chest, the treasure chest storage pocket activated, directly pulling the bronze treasure chest inside. Yulu had used this function once last night, but at that time, Hong Lin and the others were awake. So as soon as the treasure chest was pulled in, it was opened by Hong Lin. Now, since Hong Lin and the others were all asleep, Yulu decided not to open the chest for the time being. I have to say, the greatest benefit of this treasure chest storage pocket is improving driving efficiency. In the following 2 hours, Yulu encountered a wooden box and a silver treasure chest, both of which were stored in the treasure chest storage pocket. At this point, Hong Lin and the others had also woken up, so they immediately started opening the boxes in the cargo area of the moving van. Out of the 3 chests, only the silver treasure chest produced a treasure chest monster, and Ironback and Blackwind didn't have time to snatch it, nor did they dare to. The monster was directly swallowed by Hong Lin. When evening came and he parked, the overcast sky suddenly began to drizzle, and the wind calmed even more. Some people in the group cheered at the reduced wind, while others speculated about the possible upcoming situation. As Yulu had expected, many people had picked up clues from the system mall refreshes over the past few days and guessed the impending heavy rain disaster. The falling raindrops further validated this guess. Yulu glanced at the top left corner of the chat channel, Dragon Country Zone 187. Online users, 7,951. I have to say, the survival rate of challengers in this life has greatly increased. In the previous life, Yulu remembered that the total number of people in Zone 187 was just over 3,000 at this time. It seemed that his butterfly effect had indeed brought some changes. However, just as Yulu was feeling fortunate about the double number of survivors, Sun Rue suddenly cried for help in the group. Help! I'm being attacked. Thanks to reader Yilia for the reward that urged the update. Chapter 49. Is this the power of the big shot? At this moment, Yulu was just about to go to Lin Shengyang's trading platform to buy dinner when he heard something and quickly called out to the red phosphorus and the others who were about to head out to hunt. He then immediately used a directional teleport card to send himself to Sun Rue's location. While passing through a fork in the road, Yulu put a transparent car cover on his vehicle. Thus, an invisible van drove onto the road where Sun Rue was located. At the same time, 5 cars were in pursuit ahead, with a white Passat trapped in the middle, its doors marked with the name of a design firm. Clearly, that was Sun Rue's car. At this moment, in front of Sun Rue's car was an Iveco speeding along, almost blocking her view, and on both sides of her, there were small sedans closely tailing her, preventing her from overtaking. To make matters worse, there was an SUV behind her that occasionally revved up and bumped into her rear, causing the trunk of her white Passat to become deformed. Seeing this situation, Yulu immediately spent 10 copper coins to activate a 50 miles per hour speed boost for himself, and then privately messaged Sun Rue, "I'm coming, hold on." After sending the message, Yulu stepped on the gas hard and chased after the cars ahead. As he got closer, he first fired several shots at the left rear tire of the SUV. The accuracy of shooting while in pursuit wasn't very high, and it seemed the SUV's tires were of good quality, being puncture-resistant. So it wasn't until the sixth shot that the SUV suddenly veered off course due to a severe air leak in the tire. The driver of the SUV instinctively hit the brakes, creating distance from the cars ahead, while Yulu, instead of slowing down, accelerated and crashed into it. With a loud bang, the SUV was knocked off the road and into the grass. The airbags deployed instantly, and the driver was knocked unconscious by the airbag. Yulu's car front sustained some damage, but he didn't take care. After driving at night for several days, the front had already incurred quite a bit of damage, and he was planning to use a car repair kit later anyway, so he figured he might as well hit it a couple more times. Seeing the SUV crash, the cars ahead panicked, including Sun Rue. They only heard the roar of the engine behind them, but didn't see the vehicle. When Sun Rue caught a glimpse of the message Yulu sent, her heart, which had been in her throat, finally calmed down a bit. At this time, after passing the SUV, Yulu continued to accelerate and soon approached the 4 cars ahead. He then opened the passenger window, and the large insects immediately flew out. Because of the strong wind, they had been cooped up in the car for several days and were eager to get out, although it was still somewhat windy and drizzling. The 3 little ones were excited and quickly summoned their minions to surround the vehicle on Yulu's designated right side. Meanwhile, Yulu crashed into the small sedan on the left. This car was relatively light, having only upgraded its chassis and engine by 1 level. And with Yulu's sudden impact, it flipped over twice and rolled into the grass. Seeing this, Sun Rue hurriedly hit the brakes to create distance between herself and the other 2 cars. Yulu then overtook Sun Rue on the left and crashed into the Iveco ahead. As Yulu's car brushed past Sun Rue's Passat, she caught a fleeting glimpse of pink hair from the passenger window, realizing it was Yulu's hair. Before she could react, another loud bang echoed as Yulu's car collided with the Iveco. However, the Iveco was evidently steadier than Yulu had imagined. After its rear door was deformed by the impact, it didn't stop but instead accelerated forward. A few hundred meters ahead, a fork in the road appeared, and the Iveco was preparing to escape. Yulu couldn't let that happen, so he quickly pulled out his handgun and fired a series of shots at the Iveco's tires, blowing out both rear tires. The Iveco was forced to slow down, while Yulu rushed past it, and then the cargo door opened, allowing the red phosphorus and ironback to rush out one after the other. Finally, the Iveco was stuck less than 20 meters from the fork in the road. Yulu didn't get out of the car immediately and messaged Sun Rue, "Stay in the car and don't get out yet." He didn't plan to get out right away either. Who knew if these people had any weapons? It was best to be cautious. Sun Rue quickly replied, "Okay, big shot." She parked the car, locked the doors, and waited obediently. She had no choice. She was almost scared to death by the situation before her. The small sedan that had been blocking her right was now surrounded by the flying insects, and the man inside was screaming in agony. The Iveco ahead had been twisted and deformed by a huge python, and a wolf the size of a calf and a panther as large as a northeastern tiger were tearing at the driver's side door. Sun Rue briefly imagined the situation of those 2 men and felt that they were probably even more desperate than she had just been. These were clearly monsters challenging the world. Yet why did it seem like they were acting as henchmen for the big shot now? Could this be the power of the big shot? Terrifying. 10 minutes later, Sun Rue suddenly saw a man with pink hair appear ahead, wearing frameless glasses and looking even more handsome than a male celebrity. Realizing this was the big shot Sun Wukong, Sun Rue suddenly felt a bit starstruck. But then she saw the big shot raise his handgun and, expressionless, fire 2 shots into the Iveco's driver's cabin, followed by the small sedan that had flipped into the grass, then the car surrounded by the flying insects, and finally the SUV. Sun Rue's budding crush was instantly extinguished. Watching the big shot shoot so decisively, without even a flicker of his brow, as he took 4 lives in quick succession, she felt it was much safer to remain in her role as a loyal subordinate. While she was lost in thought, she heard a knock on the car window. Yulu tapped on Sun Rue's window with the butt of his gun and said, "It's safe now, you can get out." Sun Rue cautiously got out of the car, wearing a smile that sought to please, looking extremely nervous. "Hello, big shot." Yulu nodded, tucked his handgun into his waistband, and walked towards the nearest sedan. Then, to Sun Rue's astonishment, he began to loot supplies from each car one by one, dismantling them afterward, without any intention of inviting her to help. In Yulu's view, since he had saved Sun Rue, the supplies from these 4 cars should rightfully belong to him. Sun Rue hesitantly approached and asked, "Be big shot, is there anything I can help with?" Yulu thought for a moment and said, "Then can you keep an eye on them and make sure they don't eat the bodies of these people?" Sun Rue glanced at red phosphorus and black wind, feeling like they could turn her into a corpse. But just then, there was another roar of an engine from behind, and it sounded like an extremely expensive one. Chapter 50. Eating hot pot. Together Yulu and Sun Rue turned around simultaneously to see a black and white Koenigsegg approaching, finally stopping right in front of them. As the flashy scissor doors opened, a pale-faced Sherlang emerged, and just by looking at his fangs, it was clear he was in vampire mode. Sherlang and Yulu exchanged glances. Sun Rue tentatively spoke up. Sherlang? Sherlang nodded, acknowledging his identity. After scanning the surroundings, he mumbled something indistinctly, then returned to his normal state and confirmed to Yulu. Senior brother? Yulu nodded. Awesome. Sherlang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You've solved everything. However, just then, they heard a car approaching from behind, accompanied by the sound of sirens, which instinctively made them tense up. The three turned to see a police car with flashing lights coming towards them. To be honest, seeing two men and a girl standing in the middle of the road, Deng Han's first reaction was that the two men were holding Sun Rue hostage. But then he felt their atmosphere seemed quite harmonious, and when he noticed one of the young men had pink hair, he suddenly recalled that Sun Wukong had mentioned something about his hair turning pink. Finally, Deng Han stopped the car next to them, leaned out, and looked at the pink-haired guy and the girl, confirming. Sun Wukong? Sun Rue? Both nodded. Deng Han then looked at the third handsome guy and asked, and you? Sherlang casually put his hand in his pocket and waved. Sherlang, you must be Officer Deng, right? There was no way around it. Everyone in the group knew Deng Han was a police officer, and he was pulled into the Highway Survival Challenge while on duty, so driving such a conspicuous police car made his identity easy to recognize. When Deng Han got out of the car, he heard Yulu telling Sun Rue, you should report your safety in the group first, so no one else rushes over. Sun Rue quickly nodded. Oh, okay. She immediately posted in the group, I am safe now, thanks to the big boss for saving my life. Also, thanks to Sherlang and Officer Deng. Thank you all. Lin Xingyang. Phew, it's good to hear. I was so worried. Su Yiqing. That's great. Gao Bonin. The big boss is amazing. I was just about to head over, but it looks like I don't need to. Sun Rue. Gao Bonin, thank you. And thanks to everyone. Lin Xingyang. Being in such a group gives me a full sense of security. Zhao Wei. All you young people are great. Chu Jinghuan. It's good that nothing happened. Fan Zhou. Everyone is doing well. Deng Han first glanced at the Koenigsegg beside him and asked Sherlang. Your car? There was no denying that although Sherlang looked quite laid back, he gave off a vibe of a wealthy young master. Xilang nodded. Deng Han complimented. Nice car. Sherlang smirked and said, it's just okay. Honestly, it's not as useful as your police car. To be honest, I was a bit nervous when you came over with the sirens. Deng Han teased. What? Were you often chased by traffic police before? Sherlang scratched his nose awkwardly, lowering his voice a bit. Not really that often. Yulu continued the work of scavenging supplies and dismantling the remaining two vehicles, while also coaxing the red phosphorus back into the car to avoid misunderstandings with Sherlang and the others. Seeing this, Deng Han said to Sherlang, you guys are impressive. I didn't have a directional teleportation card. I just bought one from Old Zhao. It delayed me a bit, but you guys already finished everything here. Unexpectedly, Sherlang shook his head and said, it has nothing to do with me. It was all done by senior brother. By the time I got here, it was already over. Hearing this, Deng Han was even more surprised. Eventually, the two saw Yulu dismantle the last Iveco. Invisibly, only 3 vehicles remained. Sun Rue's white Passat, Sherlang's Koenigsegg, and Deng Han's police car. Deng Han and Sherlang looked at each other, only to see Yulu fiddling around in midair for a moment before making a gesture to get in the car and then disappearing. Both. Deng Han, you went back. Sherlang, huh? That shouldn't be, right? At that moment, Sun Rue finished chatting with the group and explained, it shouldn't be, but it seems the big boss's car is invisible. Sherlang couldn't help but exclaim, wow, that's amazing. Just then, they heard the sound of an engine ahead, but the car was nowhere to be seen, which felt a bit eerie. Yulu parked in front of the white Passat and got out of the car. At this point, Sun Rue had completely abandoned her fear and tension, only feeling excitement. Sun Wukong, Sherlang, and Deng Han all came to save her. Not to mention the big boss, Sherlang and Deng Han were also among the top forces in Area 187, which filled her with a strong sense of security. Although only the big boss truly saved her, she was also very grateful to Sherlang and Deng Han. After all, they could spend a directional teleportation card just to save her, and that alone was a rare kindness. So Sun Rue said, since it's almost dark, don't rush back. Let me treat you to a meal. I have hot pot seasoning here. How about we eat hot pot? Yulu initially wanted to say he needed to hurry back for the night road, but then he thought that the storm was almost over, and the number of monsters in the wild would likely return to normal tonight. So there was no need for him to move around several times in one night. So he nodded in agreement. After exchanging glances, Dang Han and Shi Lang also nodded in agreement. If they met by chance, it was good to have a chat and bond. After all, in the many days of entering the challenge world, there were not many opportunities to meet living people, and the chance to sit down and chat peacefully was even rarer. Before long, Sun Rue set up a small table with an induction cooker, boiling hot pot in the pot. Worried it wouldn't be enough, she also ordered some stir-fried dishes from Lin Xingyang. The three of them each went back to their cars to grab a few things. Yulu brought out a camping tent and matching folding chairs, along with some jerky. Dang Han brought some beef and lamb, while Shi Lang brought several bottles of cold beer, cold cola, and a pack of cigarettes. They surrounded the 4 cars, setting up a tent canopy in the middle to block wind and rain. Although it was dark, the car lights illuminated the area, so there was no need to worry about visibility. Sun Rue was a bit excited and took a photo of the hot pot on the table. Posting in the group, bragging, eating hot pot with the big boss is so happy. Lin Xingyang, I'm so envious. I want to go too. He then sent Sun Rue 2 plates of cold dishes. Others also expressed envy. And those with directional teleportation cards directly asked in the group if it was okay to add an extra pair of chopsticks. If not, they would bring their own. Seeing this, Yulu stopped them, saying, there will be opportunities to meet again, no need to rush. A directional teleportation card isn't cheap, so don't waste it on a meal. Chapter 51, is he deliberately doing this? Seeing that the big boss had spoken, the others stopped trying to make a fuss and were instead curious about their appearances. However, both Sun Rue and Yulu had a good sense of boundaries, and none of them took photos of others to post in the group. When Sun Rue took pictures of the hot pot, she deliberately got very close to avoid capturing other people's body parts. Shi Lang noticed the necklace around Yulu's neck and figured that his face was likely fake, but he didn't mention it. Seeing everyone curious, Sun Rue said, I can only say they're all very handsome, but each in their own way. Dang Han smiled slightly and added, Sun Wukong is much younger than I imagined. Yulu retorted, Officer Dang looks just like a police officer. Shi Lang, somewhat dissatisfied, said, Hey, it's rare for us to gather together, so why keep typing in the group? Can't we just chat directly? Saying this, he handed a cigarette to both Yulu and Dang Han. Yulu waved his hand to indicate he wouldn't smoke, while Dang Han accepted it but didn't light it immediately, instead tucking it behind his ear. Then, Shi Lang opened a bottle of ice beer, and seeing this, Dang Han immediately said, Hey, don't drink and drive. Shi Lang waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, you can't issue a ticket here anyway. I'm not worried. Dang Han, I can't issue tickets anyway. I'm a criminal police officer, not a traffic police officer. Yulu also opened a bottle of ice beer and clinked it with Shi Lang's bottle, while Dang Han and Sun Rue each opened a bottle of ice cola. The 4 of them ate, drank, and chatted, transitioning from real life to road survival challenges, quickly becoming more familiar with each other. It was different from chatting online, but they got along well. Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, they suddenly heard the system's announcement. Congratulations to the Ru Lai from the 69th District of Cactus Country for becoming the first challenger in the entire server to upgrade a vehicle to level 2 and activate the autopilot feature. You have received a special system reward. Congratulations to the Ru Lai from the 69th District of Cactus Country for becoming the first challenger in the entire server to upgrade a vehicle to level 2 and activate the autopilot feature. You have received a special system reward. Congratulations to the Ru Lai from the 69th District of Cactus Country for becoming the first challenger in the entire server to upgrade a vehicle to level 2 and activate the autopilot feature. You have received a special system reward. The system's announcement was repeated 3 times, ensuring that every living challenger heard it clearly. Suddenly, the originally lively atmosphere became tense, especially for Yulu, whose expression darkened significantly. Noticing something was off, Sun Rue quickly comforted him. Don't be sad, big boss. That person might just have been lucky. However, Shi Lang expressed his dissatisfaction. Damn, how can that guy be called Ru Lai? Is he doing this on purpose? Dang Han remained silent, his expression grave. Yulu put down his beer bottle and said to Dang Han and Shi Lang, you should understand what the system means by activating the autopilot, right? Shi Lang nodded, and though Dang Han didn't speak, his expression indicated he understood as well. After all, even if one didn't provoke others, some people would still come looking for trouble, like those who tried to ambush Sun Rue today. Only Sun Rue looked somewhat confused, and Yulu explained to her, after killing other challengers and dismantling their vehicles, In addition to resources and copper coins, you can also obtain something called an intelligent driving core fragment. Collecting 50 fragments will unlock the autopilot feature. Hearing this, Sun Rue's mouth dropped open in shock as she struggled to swallow. So, that Rulai's already killed 50 people? Yulu shook his head. Not necessarily. For instance, when I killed the leader of the dragon-slaying group, Wu Hai, I got 34 intelligent driving core fragments at once, which means that prior to that, the dragon-slaying group had at least 33 lives. Upon hearing this, the three of them became serious. Yulu then explained to Sun Rue, by the way, the 4 people who ambushed you today are Li Jianhong, Zhang Jiabao, Huang Weijia, and Yin Dawei. Sun Rue immediately cursed, angrily saying, that Yin Dawei asked me yesterday about buying a windscreen, and when I said it was sold out, he kept asking questions. I thought something was off. Turns out, he was trying to gather information about me. Yulu nodded. Huang Weijia and Yin Dawei might be remnants of the dragon-slaying group. Their usual tactic is to bully the weak and team up to hunt down their targets. Last time they dealt with me, they sent 5 people, so you all need to improve your strength to avoid being targeted by malicious people again. Upon hearing this, Sun Rue immediately took out a nickname card and changed her name to Zhu Beiji right in front of the 3 of them. After changing her name, she said with a hint of pride, I was going to think carefully about what name to change to, but now this name clearly shows that I have the big boss Sun Wukong backing me. Shilang and Deng Han. Yulu. All right then, as long as you're happy. The originally lively and relaxed atmosphere became tense due to the system's announcement. Yulu felt he had eaten enough. So he stood up and said, I'm full now, and I need to go back to feed the kids, so I'll head back. Seeing this, Deng Han and Shilang also stood up, indicating they were full as well. Before long, 3 cars drove back to their respective roads, concluding this brief gathering. After letting Hong Lin and the others out to hunt, Yulu began to tally the loot from killing Li Jianhong and the other 3. First, the weapons included a stun baton, a crowbar, a short knife, and a long knife, none of which were useful to Yulu, so he directly put them on the trading board. Next, he stripped a vest from Li Jianhong and a mask from Yin Dawei, both of which were wearable equipment. The vest was bulletproof and could withstand a certain amount of damage, which is why Yulu used an extra bullet when killing him. The mask was an evasion-type item that had a chance to avoid attacks, but unfortunately, Yin Dawei was facing Hong Lin at the time. So unless the evasion probability was 100%, it was useless. Both pieces of equipment were silver grade, quite decent, but Yulu found them unlucky and didn't plan to use them himself, so he kept them to see if they could be traded to others in the group later. Yulu also found some daily supplies, including food, drinks, cigarettes, and even managed to snag a Rolex off Li Jianhong's wrist. Finally, from dismantling the vehicles, he obtained nearly 200 basic materials, over 1,000 copper coins, and 4 intelligent driving core fragments. With this, Yulu now had 47 intelligent driving core fragments, only 3 away from unlocking the autopilot feature. Yulu had originally wanted that off-road vehicle skin, but he realized that killing challengers in his district almost never yielded vehicle skins. Instead, killing challengers from abroad had a higher probability of dropping vehicle skins. After organizing the supplies, Yulu glanced at the chat channel, and to his surprise, he found many people mocking him. Some said that Sun Wukong couldn't handle Rulai, and others claimed that Sun Wukong couldn't escape from Rulai's 5-Finger Mountain, stating that this principle still applied even in the Road Survival Challenge. Chapter 52. Striving to be the number 1 on the first-level highway. Seeing these brainless comments, Yulu didn't rush to retaliate, as someone was already helping him to curse them. Lin Xingyang. What does a temporary defeat matter? A big shot will always be a big shot. Zhu Beiji. I really don't understand what you're thinking. As a compatriot of the Dragon Country, how can you mock your own people? Shilang. A bunch of idiots with underdeveloped brains and completely undeveloped cerebellums. Even if Sun Wukong isn't number 1 in the whole server, at least he's number 1 in this area, a being that you idiots can never hope to catch up to. What qualifications do you have to mock someone who scored 99 points when you only scored 15? First, take a look at your own situation. Do you even have enough food to eat? Have you upgraded your cars? How much mileage have you completed? Instead of wasting time here embarrassing yourselves, you might as well consider whether you will be the first pile of garbage to be harmlessly processed when the challenge time ends. Gao Bainan. Well said. Some people are just cheap. Deng Han. I support the one above. Xu Jinghuan. Before mocking others, take a look in the mirror. If you don't have a mirror, haven't you urinated yet? There were also private messages comforting Yulu, such as from Su Yiqing and Old Zhao, both encouraging him. Yulu himself didn't feel much. The reason he was in a bad mood wasn't because he was robbed of the second-level car's number 1 spot, but because of that Tathagata from the Cactus Nation's Area 69. He suspected that this person might very well be the leader of the Naha organization in his previous life. This Naha organization, also known as the Naha faction, stands for New Advanced Human Alliance. While the name seems fine, their actions are utterly reprehensible. The Naha faction advocates for the survival of the fittest and active evolution of humanity, and they spare no effort in harming their own kind to seize resources, which at one point endangered the safety of the entire Blue Star Challenger camp. Their leader, originally named Fernando, was a gang leader in the Cactus Nation in the real world and a notorious drug lord. Before entering the Road Survival Challenge, he had already taken countless lives, not to mention after entering the challenge. For him, this place was simply a paradise of freedom. In his previous life, the first place on the first level car was held by a challenger from the beautiful country, so Fernando nicknamed himself Jesus. Now, Yulu had every reason to suspect that this Tathagata was Fernando, and the reason he used the name Tathagata probably had something to do with him. Yulu felt that he needed to speed up his pace. Fernando hadn't come looking for him yet, not because he didn't want to, but because there were intercontinental barriers between areas, and currently areas from different continents could not connect for teleportation. However, this intercontinental barrier would disappear at the 4th level highway. By then, all areas of Blue Star would be in a state of interconnected teleportation. While Yulu was pondering, he saw a new private message from Jubeji. When he opened it, he found that the other party had sent him a figurine of a doll. Yulu? ? Sun Rue explained. This is a stand-in prop. Write your name under the figurine, and if you get severely injured or face life-threatening danger, it will take the damage for you. Upon hearing this, Yulu realized that this was a very powerful, life-saving prop. He declined it, directly returning it and saying, "No need, you keep it for yourself." He could guess Sun Rue's intention, probably to thank him for saving her. However, after Yulu killed Li Jianhong and the others, he had also obtained quite a bit of supplies, which could be considered a small profit, so he didn't need Sun Rue to pay him additional rewards. Sun Rue was a bit touched, but still insisted. Yulu directly said, "I've already received enough reward from those 4, so you don't need to be polite with me. Instead, you can give Shi Lang and Dang Han some compensation since they also used the directional teleportation card and got nothing in return." Sun Rue replied, "Of course, I know." Yulu didn't reply any further, and looking at Sun Rue's new nickname, he felt a bit out of place. Not having eaten enough for dinner, Yulu went to Lin Xingyang's trading board to buy a portion of braised beef for a midnight snack. After eating and taking a shower, it was already past 11 at night, and Hong Lin and the others had returned from hunting. Yulu glanced at the growth rate of his copper coins and found it acceptable, at least better than the previous few days. So it seemed that Hong Lin and the others should have had a good haul tonight. Just as he was about to go to bed, Yulu suddenly received a private message from old Zhao. When he opened it, he found that he was also sending him something. However, this time Yulu accepted without hesitation, as what old Zhao sent was the flamethrower he had asked him to help modify and upgrade. It was too late, so Yulu planned to try it out the next morning. He left the car door open for Hong Lin and the others and took Little Apple back to the folded space to sleep. When he woke up, it was already bright outside. The first thing Yulu did after getting up was to get in the car and try out the flamethrower. After old Zhao's upgrade, this flamethrower not only had less recoil and higher accuracy, but the range had also changed from about 10 meters to a variable mode of 0.01 meters to 50 meters. The size of the flame could also be adjusted, with the smallest setting being about the size of a lighter and the largest being able to shoot a fireball about 1.5 meters in diameter. Its fuel was gasoline, and like the previous handgun, old Zhao had also made this flamethrower operate in an infinite fuel mode. So long as Yulu had enough gasoline in his warehouse, it could keep spraying flames. After trying out the different modes, settings, and functions of the flamethrower, Yulu could only describe it with 2 words: awesome. Indeed, anything produced by old Zhao was of high quality. Although it was a bit expensive, it was truly worth the price. So Yulu sent a thumbs-up emoji to old Zhao in a private message. After finishing his morning routine and having breakfast, Yulu saw that the group chat was quite lively again. Upon opening it, he found that the bulletproof suit that Xu Jinghuan and Gao Bainan collaborated on was ready and about to be put on the shelves. With a priority discount for group members, 200 copper coins per set, while the external price was 300 copper coins per set. Yulu immediately transferred 400 copper coins to Xu Jinghuan and ordered 2 sets. After Xu Jinghuan received the money, he privately sent the bulletproof suit to Yulu. Yulu took 1 set out and found it was a separate tight-fitting outfit, somewhat resembling a diving suit. He tried it on and found it was okay. The size could automatically adjust to his body shape. It wasn't stuffy, and it was quite lightweight. so he didn't take it off but directly put a hooded tactical jacket over it. Before driving off, Yulu used the high-level car repair kit, and the car front, which had been dented, instantly looked as good as new. Then Yulu spent 30 copper coins to buy a 3-hour, 50 miles per hour speed boost, and directly rushed towards the finish line at full speed of 140 miles per hour. Since he couldn't get the number 1 spot for the second-level car, he would strive to be number 1 on the first-level highway instead. Chapter 53. Monster Ranch. The treasure chests encountered on the road are absorbed into the treasure chest pocket, and then opened by the little brothers in the cargo box. Last night, Hong Lin and the others only hunted in the first half of the night and rested in the car during the second half, so they were in good spirits during the day. Yulu let the 3 of them schedule their own turns to open the chests, and upon hearing this, Xiao Pinghua also wanted to join in, so this morning all 3 hours of treasure chests were opened by Xiao Pinghua. During this time, a Komodo dragon was opened from a bronze treasure chest, and Xiao Pinghua stood up and raised its front paws to intimidate the enemy. The Komodo dragon was stunned for a few seconds by Xiao Pinghua's scare skill, and the nearby ironback immediately bit and killed the Komodo dragon upon hearing the commotion. Yulu, who was driving ahead, was unaware of this little incident. When he stopped for lunch, he checked his remaining mileage, which was about 1,100 kilometers, and decided to finish it before tomorrow night. In the afternoon, Yulu originally planned to drive for 5 hours straight and cover 700 kilometers, but a little accident occurred, and he only completed 600 kilometers in the end. This accident was that the egg case of the giant cockroach hatched. This time, only a few dozen nymphs hatched, but each one was the size of an adult cockroach. What surprised Yulu even more was that each of these cockroach nymphs was level 1. The nymphs that hatched last time had no levels. Yulu speculated that this might be because he upgraded his beast master talent, which caused the giant cockroach to level up to level 2, leading to this change. In any case, this was a positive change for Yulu. Those dozens of nymphs were immediately sent to the luggage compartment on the roof of the car. The rain gradually intensified, changing from a light drizzle to a steady rain, and the sky grew gloomy. Yulu got up before dawn the next day, and when the challenge world reached 8 in the morning, he immediately started the car, a set-off. Considering the slippery road conditions in the rain, Yulu set the speed boost to 30 miles per hour and traveled at 120 miles per hour. Throughout the drive, Yulu remained tense because when the speed increased to 120 miles per hour, the steady rain hitting the windshield turned into heavy rain. Fortunately, the windscreen wiper blocked some of the rain. Yulu drove nonstop all morning and finally saw the endpoint of this road survival challenge, the Diana Valley, at noon. Before him was a misty valley that looked somewhat abrupt compared to the grasslands on either side of the first-class road. In the center of the mountains, there was a large plaza with a statue of a goddess standing in the middle, surrounded by service area shops, gas stations, restaurants, cafes, challengers' homes, gyms, entertainment rooms, lounges, restrooms, etc. The outer perimeter of the service area had circles of parking spaces. The valley had only one entrance and exit connecting to the outside, and above this sole entrance was a giant archway made of metal, inscribed with the words Diana Valley. As Yulu drove his van through the archway and arrived at the plaza, the system announcement echoed. Announcement: congratulations to Sun Wukong from the Dragon Country's 187th district for becoming the first challenger in the entire server to reach the endpoint of the first-class road. You have received a custom system reward. Announcement: congratulations to Sun Wukong from the Dragon Country's 187th district for becoming the first challenger in the entire server to reach the endpoint of the first-class road. You have received a custom system reward. Announcement: congratulations to Sun Wukong from the Dragon Country's 187th district for becoming the first challenger in the entire server to reach the endpoint of the first-class road. You have received a custom system reward. When this system announcement echoed in the minds of all challengers, the challengers from the 187th district who had belittled Sun Wukong just a couple of days ago felt as if they had been slapped hard. Meanwhile, far away in the 69th district of Cactus Country, Rulai was so furious that he smashed the steering wheel with a punch. He had only wanted to harvest more two-legged sheep on the road and gather more supplies, but unexpectedly, this delay allowed that Sun Wukong from the Dragon Country to surpass him. Truly an indestructible monkey, he wondered when intercontinental teleportation would be available, and he would personally go over to deal with that annoying monkey. At this moment, within the Dragon Country's 187th district, both large and small groups were filled with congratulations and flattery for the great Sun Wukong. Yulu chose a parking space closest to the service area lounge, and just as he parked the car and hadn't had time to check the system rewards, a German shepherd in a police uniform knocked on the driver's window. After Yu Lu rolled down the window, the officer handed him a card and then turned and left. The card contained the rules of the service area. 1. Fighting and brawling are prohibited in the service area. Violators will bear the consequences. 2. Vehicles staying overnight in the service area must pay a management fee of 10 copper coins per day for the construction and maintenance of a service area. 3. There are monster officers patrolling the service area. Any illegal activities will be punished accordingly. If any illegal activities are discovered, reports can be made to the monster officers. And after verification, the informant will receive corresponding rewards. However, if the report is found to be false, the informant will also face penalties. 4. The service area is generally open to all challengers. Any unexpected situations will be explained by the official Road Survival Challenge. On the back of the card, there is a QR code with the inscription, Hero Battlefield Registration Channel. Yu Lu put away the card and looked at the system rewards. Congratulations to Challenger Yu Lu, nicknamed Sun Wukong, for receiving the custom system reward. Monster Ranch. Congratulations to Challenger Yu Lu, nicknamed Sun Wukong, for receiving a group chat card. Congratulations to Challenger Yu Lu, nicknamed Sun Wukong, for receiving the system reward, Road Killer Medal. Just seeing the names of these rewards brightened Yu Lu's eyes, and the fatigue from hours of concentrated driving was swept away in an instant. He eagerly clicked on the Monster Ranch and found it was a ring, designed with cartoon images of the 12 zodiac animals strung together. When worn on the left index finger, the ring automatically adjusted to the appropriate size. As Yu Lu immersed his consciousness into the ring, he was astonished to find a grassland the size of a football field inside, surrounded by a white mist, resembling an undeveloped map in a game. In this monster ranch, Yu Lu was the absolute master. He could build houses on the grassland like in a farming simulation game, creating a monster amusement park, monster restaurant, monster leisure area, monster arena, etc. Of course, these constructions were not free. They all required copper coins, and some buildings were quite expensive. Nevertheless, this monster ranch was exactly what Yu Lu had been hoping for. Previously, he had hardly used his beast master talent due to space limitations, and even Xiao Pingwo was only kept because of its cuteness. But it was actually inconvenient to sleep in the folded space every day. Not to mention that all his little brothers were gradually growing larger, making his car increasingly crowded. Now, this monster ranch perfectly solved this problem. Chapter 54 Portal The emergence of the Monster Ranch not only allowed Yu Lu's vehicle to no longer be filled with the smell of the red phosphorus creatures, but also provided them with a comfortable and spacious environment, so they no longer had to crowd together. Yu Lu immediately summoned all his little brothers into the Monster Ranch, including the cockroaches and nymphs in the luggage rack on the roof of the car. Seeing this open space, the red phosphorus creatures were also very happy. Although the scene before them could be seen in one glance, they still joyfully ran around and even rolled on the grass. Yu Lu watched this scene with a pleased expression and then began to help them build their shelters. First, the red phosphorus required the largest one, followed by Taibei and Haifeng. At Tiebei's strong request, their shelters were built right next to each other. Next came Xiao Pinghua, Tu Dengyu, Xiao Huang, and Jin Hu. Yu Lu built a mini villa for Xiao Huang and Jin Hu since their shelters were small. As for Dezhong and its children, Yu Lu built a mini dormitory with many small rooms, each only a foot square. The building process felt like playing a game. As long as he chose the style and set the dimensions, he could generate it with one click. Thus, Yu Lu completed everything in just over 20 minutes. After all the shelters were built, Yu Lu noticed that his copper coins had dropped directly below 500. He felt a bit pained. If it weren't for killing Li Jianhong and a few others a couple of days ago, which yielded over 1,000 copper coins, and later selling materials for another 1,000 or so, he probably wouldn't have enough money now. As for the remaining functional buildings, their prices were much higher than the shelters. The cheapest monster arena required 1,200 copper coins, so Yu Lu planned to wait until he had money before gradually adding them. After leaving the monster ranch, Yu Lu looked at the other two system rewards. This new group chat card could either open a new 10-person chat group or expand the existing 10-person chat group to 20. After considering it, Yu Lu chose to expand the group, so the previously full small group now had 10 more slots. The few people who were praising Sun Wukong in the group quickly noticed this and guessed it was one of Yu Lu's system rewards. They all Sun Wukong, but Yu Lu didn't rush to reply. Instead, he first looked at the last reward, the Road Killer Medal. Road Killer Medal. Those who receive this honor must be tough. Wearing this medal will earn you the favor of the God of Slaughter, granting you a 10 chance to receive 5 times the reward after you kill. Stacking with the original Monster Butcher's 30 double drop rate, his harvest while hunting in the wild could almost double. It was a good item, but it seemed to be guiding Yu Lu towards becoming a killing machine. Yu Lu wore the medal. After all, he wouldn't actively kill for profit, but if others provoked him, he wouldn't hold back. With this medal, it was just an added bonus. After reviewing all the system rewards, Yu Lu finally responded to everyone in the small group about the chat group expansion, and then added, all players in the top 100 who reach the finish line will receive rewards, and the top 10 rewards are particularly substantial. Everyone has a chance. So good luck. Lang immediately replied, okay, I'll strive to be in the top 3 of this region. Gao Banan, I'll work hard to get into the top 10. Zhu Beiji, I didn't run enough in the early stages. I need to hurry up and rush into the top 100. Lin Shengyang, big brother, you're so amazing. Today is only the 19th day of the Road Survival Challenge, and you've already completed the challenge in less than 20 days. That's incredible. Deng Han, I thought I was fast enough, but it turns out I was still too slow. Yu Lu stopped speaking and took off the Monster Butcher title, then got out of the car to stretch. Unlike the service area he had been in earlier, the current service area was a super large one, with more functions and complete facilities. Yu Lu unsurprisingly walked into the store again. This time, the store resembled a self-service supermarket. Although the variety of goods was limited, the space was quite large. It was all self-service with no salespeople on site. After browsing around, Yu Lu didn't buy anything and left the store. On one hand, he didn't have much copper at the moment, and on the other, he wasn't in a hurry. He estimated he would be staying at the service area until the hero battlefield began. After leaving the store, Yu Lu also explored other areas and even spent 3 copper coins at a CAF to buy a coconut latte. Unfortunately, the taste was quite disappointing, and he finished it with a frown. Overall, he spent nearly 2 hours exploring and discovered some good places besides the store. For example, the gym where he could spend copper coins to learn fitness courses that could improve his 3-dimensional attributes, excluding mental power. Additionally, there was a free science center in the Challenger's home that introduced various equipment and weapon blueprints, as well as descriptions of different types of monsters, serving as an encyclopedia of the Road Survival Challenge world, albeit a kindergarten version. Some mid to high-level equipment and weapon blueprints and mid to high-level monsters were not included. Besides that, there was a portal in the Challenger's home open to this region, which required 30 copper coins per use. If he bought a 10-use card at once, it would only cost 250 copper coins, and a 50-use card would cost only 500 copper coins. However, this portal had restrictions compared to the directional teleportation card. First, it could only teleport people, unlike the directional teleportation card, which could teleport both people and vehicles together. Secondly, the portal could only teleport within this region and could not cross regions. Therefore, its price was much cheaper than the directional teleportation card. Yu Lu thought that during the waiting period before the hero battlefield opened, he could use this to earn some copper coins while also solving the food issue for the red phosphorus creatures. Originally, Yu Lu had planned to establish a long-term supply relationship for monster corpses with Lang, but now he changed his mind. After getting back into the car, Yu Lu went to Lin Xingyang to buy lunch as usual, eating while contemplating the next steps. He still needed to return to reality to deal with the issue of his troublesome parents. However, before that, he also needed to prepare food for the little brothers in the monster ranch to prevent them from starving and turning on each other. After making his plans, Yu Lu first drove to the gas station and spent 10 copper coins to wash his car. The car wash workers were a group of slimes. Although their faces were indistinguishable, they worked very diligently. 7 or 8 slimes jumped onto Yu Lu's car and cleaned it inside and out until it was spotless, even removing crumbs from the seat cracks and dirt from the wheels. Watching his van become as clean as new, Yu Lu was delighted and tipped each of the car washing slimes 1 copper coin. This made the slimes extremely happy, and they even offered to give Yu Lu's leather seats a maintenance treatment and wax the car, making the silver van shine so brightly it could reflect a person. They even placed a bottle of pleasantly scented air freshener in the driver's cabin. For a moment, Yu Lu couldn't tell if the slimes had benefited or if he had. Once back in his original parking spot, Yu Lu was about to take a nap when he saw Officer German Shepherd appear again. Chapter 55. Challenging the quietest night in history, are you going to stay overnight at the service area tonight? Officer Demu asked. Yu Lu planned to take his little brothers to hunt in the wild for the first half of the night, and then return to the service area to sleep for the second half. However, he still honestly paid Officer Demu a night fee of 10 copper coins. Sigh, money doesn't last. After sleeping in the car for 2 hours, Yu Lu went to the Challenger's home and spent 500 copper coins to buy a 50-use teleportation card. He then went to the restaurant and spent 5 copper coins on a fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl. It can only be said that it was a typical service area flavor, much worse than Lin Xingyang's skills. After dinner, Yu Lu asked in the group, is there anyone not killing monsters tonight? I need to borrow a spot to hunt. Shilong, Deng Han, and Galbo and all planned to spare some time to kill monsters and earn copper coins at night, while only Lin Xingyang, Sun Rui, and Su Yiqing indicated that they would not leave the safe zone at night, welcoming Yu Lu to hunt. So, Yu Lu first teleported to Sun Rui's side. When Sun Rui saw Yu Lu come alone without a car, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Master brother, you just came like this? Where's your car? And those helpers?" Since changing her name to Ju Beiji, Sun Rui felt she could now be considered Su Yukong's second senior brother, so she started calling him Master Brother. Yu Lu smiled. "The car is parked at the service area. As for the helpers, I brought them all." Saying this, Yu Lu waved his left hand adorned with a ring, summoning Hong Lin, Tai Bei, Hei Feng, and Xiao Pinghua. As for the big cockroach, he didn't summon it for now because the rainy weather was not friendly to them. Tai Bei and Hei Feng were old partners and didn't require Yu Lu's concern. But since it was Xiao Pingua's first time hunting, Yu Lu instructed it and Hong Lin. "You two work together, and Hong Lin, please keep an eye on Xiao Pinghua. After all, its combat power is not as good as yours." Yu Lu's words still considered Xiao Pingua's feelings, as he believed that Xiao Pinghua didn't lack combat power compared to Hong Lin, but rather had no combat power at all. Its only skill was probably to charm the enemy with cuteness. Unfortunately, Xiao Pinghua had no awareness of being a cute beast and insisted on joining Hong Lin and the others in hunting. Hong Lin had no objections. It knew that Xiao Pinghua had a scare skill that could stun opponents for a few seconds. As long as it cooperated well, hunting would become much easier. Besides, Xiao Pinghua didn't dare to compete for food. At worst, it could share a few low-level prey with it. Watching Hong Lin and Xiao Pinghua leave together, Sun Rui felt a bit envious of Yu Lu. How nice, having so many powerful helpers. I wouldn't have to work so hard. However, what she didn't expect was that in the next second, Yu Lu actually put on a raincoat suit in front of her, then took out a flamethrower to strap on his back, put on night vision goggles, and holstered a pistol at his waist before directly walking into the darkness. Sun Rui. She was overthinking. How could a real strong person be a laid-back slacker? Although Yu Lu was fully equipped, his purpose was not to kill the monsters in the dark, but to temporarily tame them. First, it could serve as reserve food for Hong Lin and the others. And second, it could help improve his Beast Tamer talent. To attract monsters, he even put on the title of Monster Butcher in advance. Soon, the system began to announce in Yu Lu's mind, "Congratulations to Challenger Yu Lu for successfully taming a level 1 three-legged mole. Talent points 1. Current talent points 3. Note, talent points can be upgraded to tier 3 after reaching 30 points. Congratulations to Challenger Yu Lu for successfully taming a level 2 koala. Talent points 2. Current talent points 5. Note, talent points can be upgraded to tier 3 after reaching 30 points. Congratulations to Challenger Yu Lu for successfully taming a level 2 four-eared kangaroo. Talent points 2. Current talent points 7. Note, talent points can be upgraded to tier 3 after reaching 30 points. After an hour and a half, the monsters on Sun Rui's side were almost cleared, and Yu Lu returned directly to the service area before teleporting to Su Yiqing's side. At that time, Su Yiqing was making pills when a person suddenly appeared in her passenger seat, startling her greatly. But soon, she realized that the young, handsome guy in front of her, who looked to be in his 20s, was Su Yukong. Yu Lu startled her and felt a bit embarrassed. He thought he had mentioned it in the group before, so he didn't greet her again, but now he realized it was a bit impolite. So he awkwardly raised his hand to greet her. "Hello, Dr. Su." Su Yiqing smiled and nodded hello. She originally wanted to call him Big Shot, but seeing that the Big Shot was a handsome guy younger than her by over 10 years, she suddenly found it hard to say it out loud, fearing he would think she was trying to act young. Yu Lu didn't want to remain in this awkward atmosphere and proactively opened the passenger door, saying, "You can continue. Don't mind me. I'll go back after I finish hunting." With that, his figure blended into the darkness. Su Yiqing was taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. After entering the challenge world for so many days, it was the first time she saw a living person. Although the encounter was a bit abrupt and hurried, looking back, she felt quite happy. She wondered if she would meet the others in the group when they reached the end. Just as Su Yiqing was preparing to continue her work, she saw the person who had just left return. This time, Yu Lu didn't get in the car, but stood outside, pointing at Tai Bei behind him, and asked, "Dr. Su, can you treat its bald head?" The bald Tai Bei, which Yu Lu found amusing, appeared extremely terrifying in Su Yiqing's eyes. After entering the road survival challenge for so many days, she had never seen such a terrifying monster. With a body larger than a young calf and half of its head bald, making it look fierce. Su Yiqing hurriedly glanced at it and quickly looked away. Feeling a bit nervous and apologetic as she said, "I'm sorry, I'm a pediatrician and not very knowledgeable in this area." Yulu scratched his pink fur awkwardly and said, I guess I'm the same. It looks like it got burned. Should it see a dermatologist or get a hair transplant? Suidikin. That probably won't work, right? Which doctor would be bold enough to give such a monster a hair transplant? Besides, you can't treat monsters the same way as humans, right? Seeing that Su Iching seemed very nervous, Yulu had to propose to take his leave again. Then I'll be going now. Dr. Su, you can get back to work. Suidikin. Ooh, okay. Although Yulu left, she still felt a bit uneasy and even secretly locked her car. Now, she was not only afraid of the monsters in the dark, but also of the monsters under Yulu's command, because that bald wolf could directly enter her safe zone. However, Su Iching's unease was evidently excessive, as Yulu not only didn't return, but even the monsters that usually made noise had disappeared, leaving only the sound of the rain gently lulling her to sleep. That night was the quietest night in history since entering the challenge world. After returning to the service area, Yulu sent messages to both Lin Xingyang and Su Iching. The message to Lin Xingyang informed him that he was on his way to him. The message to Su Iching told her that he had already left and assured her that there would be no monsters appearing within a 3-kilometer radius around her tonight. Chapter 56. The red-furred fox Lin Xingyang was extremely excited when he received the news. He could finally meet the big boss. He hurriedly typed a reply. Okay, Master Brother, I am really looking forward to meeting you. Before he could send the message, a flash of light appeared before him, and a handsome guy with pink hair suddenly appeared. In an instant, Lin Xingyang was as excited as a fangirl meeting her idol, almost at a loss for words. Big boss, Master Brother, I really like you. Yulu. He looked at the little chubby guy in front of him, whose face was flushed with excitement, and firmly rejected him. Sorry, I don't have those kind of preferences. Lin Xingyang, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. I'm just too excited. Yulu raised his hand to signal Lin Xingyang to calm down. Although Lin Xingyang looked a few years older than him, the reborn Yulu was obviously much more mature psychologically. Don't be too excited. There will be opportunities to meet again in the future. I will be waiting for you at the finish line, Yulu said calmly. However, it was impossible for Lin Xingyang not to be excited. Master Brother, are you hungry? Do you want a midnight snack? I got a very fresh piece of salmon today. I can make sashimi for you. Also, the beef jerky and dried meat you ordered will be fully roasted by tomorrow. Do you want to try some first? Do you want ice cream? I made mango, chocolate, matcha, and plain flavors. Which one do you want? What do you usually like to eat? Any particular tastes? Do you prefer sweet or spicy? Seeing him chattering nonstop while shoving food into his arms, Yulu quickly raised his hand to stop him. All right. I'm not hungry, and I don't need a midnight snack. I'm here to hunt monsters, so don't worry about it. However, Yulu couldn't stop the enthusiastic Lin Xingyang, who still insisted on shoving 2 boxes of ice cream and a portion of salmon sashimi into his hands. When Yulu indicated it was inconvenient to take them, Lin Xingyang chose to directly send them to him, cheerfully saying, You can take them out to eat after you go back. Don't worry, they're still very fresh. Yulu, all right, it's getting late. You should rest. I'm going to hunt monsters now. After a hurried farewell to Lin Xingyang, Yulu walked into the darkness while Lin Xingyang looked on reluctantly. It seemed the little chubby guy was quite lonely and had no one to talk to, as the road survival challenge was indeed not very friendly to social butterflies. Just a moment ago, at Su Iching's side, Yulu's mental energy had almost run out. So on Lin Xingyang's side, he wasn't using his talent to subdue monsters, but was directly using brute force. Thus, while in the car, Lin Xingyang could occasionally hear a shot or two in the darkness, or see a burst of flames in the distance. Just thinking that this was the big boss Sun Wukong helping him clear monsters made Lin Xingyang feel a strong sense of security. He sent a message to Yulu, Master Brother, after you finish, come sit in my car. I'll make you a midnight snack. But unfortunately, the big boss Sun Wukong was even colder than he had imagined. After the gunshots and flames outside disappeared for a while, the big boss finally replied, No need. I've returned to the service area. You should rest early too. Lin Xingyang. QAQ inside the service area. As soon as Yulu came out of the portal, he was stopped by a red-furred fox wearing a hoodie. Hey there. I can see you are a challenger with great potential. I have a copy of the Road Survival Encyclopedia, which is an essential guide for your road survival challenge. Would you be interested in learning more about it? Yulu was taken aback. Huh? Really? Can I take a look? The fox pulled out a booklet from its hoodie, which looked somewhat like a tourist brochure, but was much thicker. Only 1,000 copper coins, and it's yours, the fox said with a big smile. Yulu took a glance and noticed that the front page of the booklet printed the blueprints for a level 1 engine and a level 1 vehicle body, identical to the first 2 exhibits in the Challenger's home exhibition hall. Yulu almost laughed in anger. Something that could be viewed for free over here was being sold for 1,000 copper coins in a booklet? You're quite generous. You could have just robbed me, but instead decided to give me a booklet. The fox maintained its smile and said, "Aren't I robbing you right now?" It pointed towards the entrance, where a one-eyed white tiger was glaring at Yulu with a hostile expression. Beside it were a hawk and a honey badger, all exuding a gang-like aura. During the daytime, the fox had seen Yulu washing his car at the gas station and even tipping the slime car washers. So it assumed he was an easy target. Little did it know that Yulu smiled as he pulled out a handgun and released red phosphorus and ironback, saying, "I suggest you reorganize your words. After all, my red phosphorus and ironback wouldn't mind an extra meal." Red phosphorus scanned the red-furred fox and the one-eyed white tiger with its cold vertical pupils, flicking its tongue in agreement. Ironback, though bald, had a presence strong enough to intimidate. Sure enough, the red-furred fox and the one-eyed white tiger's expressions changed instantly, their previous bravado turning into cowardice. It was midnight, and they originally planned to take advantage of the service area officer's shift change to rob the new challenger, thinking that even if he went to report it, they could provide false testimonies to protect themselves. But they never expected to encounter someone tough. If you don't want to buy it, that's fine. Business is about mutual consent. The red-furred fox chuckled awkwardly, backing away quietly, trying to sneak away. However, Yulu had no intention of letting it go and directly grabbed the fox's hoodie, lifting it up. "What's this? Planning to rob me while the officer changes shifts? Why are you suddenly in a hurry to escape?" Seeing this, red phosphorus and ironback quickly surrounded the one-eyed white tiger, the threat obvious. If it were another challenger, they might hesitate to act due to the service area's rules against fighting, but the reborn Yulu knew these rules had loopholes. He pressed the gun against the fox's head, threatening, "Do you want to become food for red phosphorus, ironback, or do you want to live?" The fox certainly wanted to live and hurriedly bowed to Yulu, pleading, "Please spare me. I won't dare again. I'm sorry. We were blind to your greatness and offended you. Please let me off this time." Yulu remained unmoved, well aware that if he were not present tonight, the fox would undoubtedly show a completely different face. Want to live? Then it depends on how much your life and your accomplices are worth. Chapter 57. Back to reality. In the end, the failed robbery by the red-haired fox resulted in it being robbed by Yulu, who took away 48 copper coins, which infuriated the fox. To make matters worse, that detestable human searched their entire bodies and found not a single coin left, then sneered, showing disdain for their poverty. The red-haired fox was so angry it felt like cursing. "It's better to be killed than humiliated." But just as it was about to speak, it met the cold vertical pupils of Hong Lin and silently changed its expression to one of flattery. Once Yulu let go, it quickly ran off, not caring about the lives of its companions, the one-eyed white tiger. Yulu didn't actually make a move. After all, it was only the first day in the service area, and he didn't want to attract the attention of the local officers. Besides, he had no losses, and even gained 48 copper coins. Seeing the booklet that the fox dropped on the ground, he casually picked it up and found that it wasn't entirely worthless. At least its latter half contained information that could only be found on secondary highways. After returning to the car with his haul from tonight, it was already 12:30 a.m. Yulu counted his spoils. The total number of copper coins increased by 198, and after deducting the 30 copper coins spent on the teleportation portal, he made a profit of 168 coins. Adding the coins he robbed from the foxes, he had just over 200 coins now. Next, he had captured 10 monsters tonight using his Beast Tamer talent, and his talent points increased by 15, bringing him to a total of 17 points. If his mental strength could recover quickly, he might be able to level up to level 3 in a few days. Finally, he had to reserve food from Hong Lin and the others, 10 alive and 7 dead. Thinking of this, Yulu's consciousness re-entered the Monster Ranch, which operated on the same schedule as the Challenge World, and it was night there as well. The newly joined members were huddled together in fear, while Hong Lin and the others circled around them. Yulu didn't want to deal with these monsters that were meant for reserved food, fearing he would grow attached. So he directly spent 300 copper coins to build a fence and kept these monsters contained inside. Since it was a monster ranch, how could it not have a ranch? Yulu instructed Hong Lin and the others, "You eat the dead ones first. The living ones can be kept for later." However, Hong Lin pointed with the tip of its tail at the group of thief oil monsters gnawing on the monster corpses, clearly indicating, "Let them eat the dead. I will eat the living." Yulu, fine. He would just have to work harder and take them out to hunt every night. After completing the challenge, Yulu felt much more relaxed. So the next day, he slept until noon before getting up. When he woke up, He saw that Lin Xinyang not only sent over beef jerky and meat strips, but also sent him several messages. Big brother, why didn't you pick up the ice cream and salmon? Big brother, I've roasted the beef jerky and meat strips. Big brother, what do you want for breakfast? I made 8 treasure porridge and baked cakes. Should I save you some? Big brother, why aren't you replying? Are you still asleep? Big brother, are you up? Big brother, what do you want for lunch? I made boiled meat slices and spicy chicken. Do you want some? Yulu suddenly felt a pang of guilt, thinking he might have been too cold towards Lin Xinyang. So he replied, sorry, just woke up. Thank you for the food. He then accepted all the things he sent over and, after a moment of thought, sent over the parameters of the bulletproof vest and evasive mask he had looted from Li Jianhong and the others, saying, second-hand goods, pick one. Lin Xinyang was even more excited upon seeing this message. It turned out the big shot was just pretending to be aloof, but was actually quite warm-hearted and generous. However, when he saw the word second-hand goods, he decisively chose the bulletproof vest. He then replied, thank you, big brother. You're so nice. I'll take care of you 3 meals a day from now on. I will make you lots and lots of delicious food. Yulu. He felt overwhelmed by this kind of enthusiasm. After thinking for a moment, he replied, no need. Just like before, I'll buy what I want directly from your trading interface. Lin Xinyang. No need to be polite. I've already thought it through. I'm going to buy a nickname card now. I want to change my name just like Sun Rue. That way everyone will know I'm your little brother. Yulu. My head hurts. After having a strange combination of boiled meat slices, salmon, and 8 treasure porridge, Yulu decided it was time to return to reality. Returning to reality was also through the teleportation portal of the Challenger's house, but returning was free. There was also a separate button on the portal with a line of small text next to it. Most items from the Road Survival Challenge world cannot be brought back to reality. To avoid the consequences of running around naked, you should not wear only clothes from the Challenge world. Yulu was well aware of this, so he had already changed back into the clothes he wore when he first entered the Challenge world. A flash of white light passed before his eyes, and in the next moment, a blaring horn suddenly sounded in his ears. With his high agility, he dodged to the side almost without thinking, narrowly avoiding a car that was about to hit him. After the screeching brakes, the driver of the car that almost hit Yulu poked his head out and cursed loudly. Are you crazy? If you want to die, can't you find a place with no one around? Standing in the middle of an intersection posing, do you think you're a traffic light? After finishing his cursing, fearing other drivers would urge him on, he stepped on the gas and drove away. Yulu. The horns around him were still blaring, so he quickly walked to the near sidewalk. This was the downside of the Road Survival Challenge. You would always be teleported back to the exact spot you entered. At that moment, the real world was in the evening rush hour, with the sun setting, but the traffic was sparse, primarily consisting of buses and freight trucks. Yulu understood that the entire world had fallen into panic due to the incident 20 days ago, with countless people disappearing along with their vehicles, causing many to be afraid to drive out now. The fact that Long Gua could maintain normal social order indicated that the government had been quite effective. When Yulu looked around, he noticed that there seemed to be twice as many surveillance cameras as before, and several cameras were aimed directly at him. He had no idea how many people had seen him suddenly appear in the middle of the road. But Yulu couldn't care less about that now. He reached into his pants pocket and found his long-lost phone. Pressing it, he discovered it still had half a battery remaining. After unlocking the screen, he found a new app on his phone called Road Survival, with an icon depicting a small car and a simple drawing of a road. Yulu planned to head back to his dorm, but after ordering a taxi through the app, he found that no one was accepting the ride. So he had to walk to the nearest subway station. After about 10 minutes, Yulu successfully boarded an extremely crowded subway, and due to his striking hair color and appearance, he attracted a lot of attention along the way. Even 2 university-age girls approached him asking for his WeChat. With his heightened senses, Yulu noticed someone was secretly taking photos of him with a phone, but he skillfully dodged their cameras. Hiding in the corner of the subway car, Yulu was browsing the latest news on his phone while glancing at the ring on his left hand's index finger. Although most items from the Challenge world couldn't be brought back, it wasn't absolute. For example, the chain around his neck, the diamond glasses on his nose, the Monster Ranch ring on his left hand, and the booklet he had casually placed in his pants pocket. Chapter 58. If a brother has a meal, there's a bowl for you to wash. After getting off the subway, Yulu walked for about 20 minutes before finally returning to his dormitory located in an old residential area. The buildings in this area were constructed in the 1980s. Quite old and lacking in facilities, but the rent was cheap. Yulu shared a small 2-bedroom apartment with a friend. At this moment, when Yulu pushed open the creaking door, Gung Chi, who had been eating instant noodles, suddenly widened his mouth in shock. Damn you, you're Yulu? Although Yulu had taken off his collar chain before going upstairs and restored his true appearance, his changes were still too significant. His facial features had become more three-dimensional and deep, his skin had improved, the original acne marks had disappeared, and he even seemed to have grown a little taller. The most eye-catching was his head of pink hair. Yulu smiled and said, "What? After just a short time, you don't recognize your dad anymore?" Geng-chi was dumbfounded. "What the hell? Did you get plastic surgery?" In fact, he had wanted to say, "I thought you would never come back." After all, more than 100 million people and vehicles had mysteriously vanished from Blue Star 20 days ago, and there had been no news since. Yulu had not returned since that day, so Geng-chi really thought he had met with an accident. But seeing Yulu now, Geng-chi was too shocked by his transformation to even feel relieved about his survival. Yulu did not hide the matter of the road survival challenge, and briefly explained it to Geng-chi, who looked incredulous. "Damn, are you kidding me?" Yulu shrugged and said, "In a few days, people will gradually return to Blue Star. If you don't believe me when I say it alone, you can't not believe it when more people say it, right? Besides, maybe you will also be pulled into the road survival challenge in the future. So it's better to be mentally prepared." Geng-chi still maintained his dumbfounded look, unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, Yulu directly stated his purpose. "I have a job for you. I'll give you 200 yuan to help me make 2 phone calls. Are you in?" Although Geng-chi's appearance was unremarkable, he had a dream of becoming an actor and had been a background actor in the film city, earning only 150 yuan a day. Now that Yulu was offering him 200 for 2 phone calls, he naturally accepted without hesitation. However, he still had some principles and asked, "What phone calls do you want me to make?" 200 yuan. You're not trying to get me to help you scam, are you? I can't do that. I'm telling you, although I'm struggling now, I absolutely want to get involved in illegal activities. Yulu replied, 300. Geng-chi said, "Hey, Dad, who do you want to call?" Yulu. Yulu pulled up the contact labeled Dad in his phone and instructed, "When you make the call, your tone should be urgent and sincere, preferably with a bit of a crying tone. Just say that I crashed into a tree while delivering goods, and I'm currently in the hospital for emergency treatment. The surgery costs 20,000, and I also have to compensate my boss for the car, which will probably cost several thousand." Geng-chi. "Damn, you're too ruthless. You want to hire me for 300 to scam 20,000 from your old man?" The corners of Yulu's mouth curled into a sarcastic arc as he retorted, "You said I'm a ruthless son. Do you really think that old turtle would be willing to spend 20,000 to save me?" With a half-believing attitude, Geng-chi used Yulu's phone to call his dad. The call took a long time to connect, and when the other party picked up, he sounded extremely impatient. "What do you want?" Geng-chi put the call on speaker, and he was taken aback by Yulu's father's impatient tone. After being nudged by Yulu, he quickly got into character, crying, "Uncle Yu, you're Yulu's dad, right? I'm his friend." Woo. Yulu crashed into a big tree while driving, and he's in the hospital for emergency treatment. The doctor said the surgery costs 20,000, and the boss said he also has to compensate for the car. "Uncle, can you see?" Before Geng-chi could finish, the other party directly hung up. Geng-chi was left dumbfounded. "Huh? Isn't he your dad?" Yulu shrugged. "If you look at it from a biological genetics perspective, he's indeed my dad." Geng-chi still found it hard to believe and tried to call again, but after several attempts, it kept saying the line was busy. So he had to believe. Yulu's old turtle of a dad, upon learning that his son had an accident and needed 20,000 for emergency treatment, actually blocked his number. What the hell? Yulu, however, remained calm and flipped to his mother's number, indicating for Geng-chi to continue. To be honest, at this point, Geng-chi had started to feel sympathy for Yulu. Although his own family conditions were not great, if his parents heard he was in trouble, they would definitely sell everything to save him. However, Geng-chi did not expect that after he recited the script to Yulu's mother, she just kept crying and repeatedly exclaimed how her son was suffering, but she didn't mention anything about sending money. Geng-chi got anxious and urged, "Annie, please stop crying and think of a way. The hospital is waiting for the money to perform the surgery. Yulu is currently unconscious, and if it's delayed any longer, he might really not make it." But Yulu's mother continued to cry and stammered that she had no way to help, clearly providing emotional value, but resolutely refusing to pay. Geng-chi was left speechless. What kind of terrible parents are these? Poor Yulu is truly miserable. After hanging up with Yulu's mother, Geng-chi felt a bit reluctant to take the 300 yuan, but Yulu still transferred it to him and said, "Thanks, brother, and please keep this matter confidential." Geng-chi patted Yulu on the shoulder and comforted, "It's okay. If it really doesn't work out, I'll be your godfather in the future. I want to let you be alone. Yulu, get lost." Yulu tidied up his things in his room, leaving only his clothes while giving the rest of his daily necessities to Geng-Chi, making Geng-Chi anxious, worried that Yulu was really considering something drastic. However, Yulu said, "I'll pack my clothes and send them back to my hometown tomorrow. I can't take the other things to the Road Survival Challenge world, so I'll leave them for you. I probably won't be coming back much after this, so you should find a new roommate." Hearing such parting words, Geng-Chi couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Damn, are you serious? Is that Road Survival Challenge world really that good? You're not planning to come back? Yulu shook his head. Not really good, just different aspirations. I'm just at the bottom of society here in the real world. Although there is no danger to life, I don't feel happy either. On the contrary, after entering the Road Survival Challenge, I feel like I can realize my self-worth. Upon hearing this, Geng-Chi could no longer persuade him and simply said, "Then you must take care." Yulu nodded. "Don't worry. If you get caught up in the Road Survival Challenge in the future, you can contact me. If a brother has a meal, there's a bowl for you to wash." Geng-Chi. What the hell, get lost. Chapter 59. Life only comes once. Once dead, it's game over. Thinking about the impending farewell, Yulu generously invited Geng-Chi to a nearby roadside stall for a barbecue. The two drank a few bottles of beer and didn't return home until after 1 in the deep night. Yulu then spent the night sleeping in his rented room. The next day, after getting up, he planned to first send his clothes and then go to his boss to discuss compensation for the van and the goods. After all, the van and the goods belonged to his boss, and now that the goods had either been eaten or sold by him, and the van was bound to him, he couldn't bring it back to the real world, so he could only compensate. However, his current funds were insufficient, and he was thinking of ways to sell the luxury bags, laptops, tablets, watches, and other items he had scavenged after killing Wu Hai and Li Jianhong to pay off his debts when he returned. However, just as Yulu was carrying a large bag of clothes and opening the door, he saw 3 people in police uniforms standing at the entrance. The middle-aged officer in the lead looked at Yulu and then at the photo on his phone, comparing several times before tentatively speaking. "Yulu? Yulu, that's me. Oh, could you please come with us to the police station? We have some matters we would like your cooperation on." Yulu. All right then. The efficiency of the police in Longhua was impressive. He didn't expect them to come knocking so quickly. But what Yulu didn't know was that the police had actually been looking for him since last night. The reason they didn't show up then was that Yulu had initially appeared wearing a collarbone chain and later changed his appearance, making it difficult for them to accurately identify him. If it weren't for his distinctive pink hair, they might have had to investigate his whereabouts for a while longer to find him. When Yulu heard the middle-aged officer's explanation in the police car, he thought to himself that he definitely needed to buy a hat to cover his hair after leaving the police station. If that didn't work, he might just shave his head. Upon arriving at the police station, they treated Yulu quite well, not only offering him water, but also arranging breakfast for him when they learned he hadn't eaten. After all, Yulu was there to cooperate with the investigation into the collective disappearance case, not as a criminal suspect. While sipping on the preserved egg and lean meat porridge from the police cafeteria, Yulu chatted with Officer Ma across from him about the Highway Survival Challenge. Not hiding any details, we were all pulled into a world called the Highway Survival Challenge, where we have to complete tasks assigned by the system and drive 5,000 kilometers within 30 days. Officer Ma asked in confusion. That should be easy, right? If you hurry, you should be able to finish 5,000 kilometers in just a few days. Why is it that only you have come out so far? Yulu shook his head. Things are definitely not that simple. That's why it's called a challenge. There are certainly many dangers involved. Also, our vehicle parameters have been reset by the system. At the beginning, our vehicles could only go about 30 or 40 miles per hour. For example, my van could only go 30 miles per hour. It was only after upgrades that the speed gradually increased. Plus, we have to find treasure chests and fight monsters along the way to obtain survival supplies and upgrade materials for our vehicles. Various natural disasters and dangers also hinder our progress, which is why it's taken until now. But don't worry, in a few days, there should be quite a few more people coming out. Hearing this, Officer Ma was a bit intrigued. So, this Highway Survival Challenge is quite similar to a game. Yulu nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's like a large-scale real-life game. The only downside is that it's real life. You only have one life, and if you die, it's game over. Officer Ma. He paused for 2 seconds before asking, is the death rate for this Highway Survival Challenge high? Before Yulu returned, there were still nearly 7,000 survivors among the challengers in Longwa's District 187, but he was certain that other districts were probably not so fortunate. It might be over 50, Yulu replied. In fact, this was already an optimistic estimate. The actual survival rate might be less than 30. However, Officer Ma was still shocked by Yulu's figures, his face turning quite pale. Because, according to official statistics, more than 6 million people in Longwa had been drawn into the Highway Survival Challenge. And if the death rate exceeded 50, wouldn't that mean 3 to 4 million people could die? What made Officer Ma even more desperate was when Yulu stuffed a soup dumpling into his mouth and continued. We're the first batch of challengers pulled into the highway survival. But we definitely won't be the last batch, so you should notify everyone to prepare. Saying this, Yulu took out the booklet of the red-haired fox from his pants pocket and handed it to Officer Ma, saying, this contains maps and equipment for primary and secondary highways, as well as attributes for various monsters. You can have the officials educate people aged 18 to 60 about it. This might help reduce the death rate later on. But you need to move quickly. I estimate there are less than 20 days left before the next challenge begins. The primary highway ends in 9 days, after which there will be a 2-day break before the hero battlefield begins, lasting 3 days, followed by a 5-day break before the new challenge starts. In total, that's 19 days, so Yulu's estimate of less than 20 days was actually quite accurate. Officer Ma's expression grew serious. Is there any way to avoid it? Does it mean that as long as we don't drive, we won't be pulled into the highway survival challenge? Yulu continued to shake his head. Avoiding it is meaningless. The system selects people based on probability according to regions. As time goes on, basically anyone who meets the age requirement of 18 to 60 will have to participate in the highway survival challenge. It doesn't matter if you're not driving. Even if you don't have a driver's license or are physically disabled, you will still be pulled in. What we need to think about is not how to avoid participating in the highway survival challenge, but how to survive it. Moreover, once they reach the intermediate level, the highway survival challenge officials would also implement national rules for Blue Star. Any region that wins in the hero battlefield would receive generous rewards such as territory, resources, technology, etc. But if they fail, they would face terrifying penalties, such as monster invasions and resource plundering. This was also the reason why Blue Star eventually faced destruction in Yulu's past life. However, seeing Officer Ma's grim expression, Yulu decided not to mention this for the time being. However, just hearing Yulu say that anyone who meets the age requirement must participate in the Highway Survival Challenge made Officer Ma's heart feel cold. This was no longer just a large-scale case of population disappearance. It was a matter of life and death for a country or even the entire world. Fortunately, Yulu added, however, while the challenge world forces those who meet the age requirement to participate, it does not force us to participate multiple times. This means that as long as we can survive and get out of the primary highway, we can choose to return to reality and live as ordinary people without re-entering the challenge world. It must be said that this piece of news from Yulu was somewhat comforting. At least after coming out of the primary highway, there would be a choice. It wasn't just a dead end. Chapter 60. Yulu is back, but has run away again. Yulu understands that what he has said could potentially expose him as a reborn person. After all, once the other challengers come out, they will find discrepancies when they compare notes, revealing that he has information that many other challengers are completely unaware of. However, he still chose to speak up, hoping that the authorities would organize the public in advance upon learning this information, thus reducing the mortality rate. Although he knows that this alone cannot change the inevitable outcome of humanity's demise, at least he has made an effort. And even if the final outcome is the same as in his previous life, he can still feel at peace with himself. Officer Ma urgently reported the information provided by Yulu, and over an hour later, not only the chief of the city police arrived, but even city leaders showed up. However, they did not fully believe Yulu's words, as the idea of a road survival challenge sounded too fantastical. Therefore, several leaders brought Officer Ma and Yulu into a conference room, where one of the directors patiently said, Comrade Yu, although we want to believe what you say, it sounds too incredible. Do you have any way to prove that what you are saying is true? Yulu tilted his head and pointed to his face. You should have seen my old files. You could tell I look different from before, right? The director replied. That alone doesn't prove anything. After all, the cosmetic surgery industry is quite advanced now. Yulu nodded, then took out a collarbone chain, put it on in front of the leaders, and demonstrated a face-changing technique. The leaders. An older leader tentatively asked, although your face-changing is quite amazing, do you have any other methods to prove what you're saying is the truth? Yulu thought for a moment and said, I can try, but you need to be mentally prepared. Don't get scared. The leaders all nodded. Don't worry. What you've already said is scary enough. We're prepared. Yulu then asked them to clear a space and attempted to summon red phosphorus, although he wasn't entirely sure he could summon it in reality. Then, in the next moment, a nearly 10-meter-long red-patterned giant python appeared in the conference room, and it was even biting a monster that was still alive, its exposed hind legs struggling desperately. The red phosphorus swallowed the struggling monster in one gulp. Yulu. The leaders were quite frightened, especially the older one who clutched his chest, seeing his pale face. A nearby person quickly pulled out a heart-saving pill from a jacket pocket and put it into the older leader's mouth. Yulu reached out to the red phosphorus, which lowered its massive head and gently rubbed against his palm. Yulu said to the leaders, "Do you want to touch it and see? I assure you it's not a holographic projection." The leaders hesitated to approach, but finally, the director held his breath and boldly stepped forward, trying to reach out and touch the red phosphorus's head, mimicking Yulu. However, when faced with the unfamiliar touch, the red phosphorus was not so docile. It fixed its vertical slit pupils on the director, its gaze cold and threatening, and flicked its tongue menacingly. The director immediately felt not only the cold, slippery touch of the creature, but also as if he had fallen into an ice cave, quickly stepping back and uncertainly saying, it's real, not an illusion." Seeing the leaders pale with fright, Yulu waved his left hand, recalling the red phosphorus back to the monster ranch, and said, "Let me show you something less terrifying." He then summoned Hafing. He had originally wanted to summon Little Apple, but considering that Little Apple looked almost identical to a breed from Blue Star except for its large size, it seemed less convincing. In contrast, Hafing had distinct monster characteristics, dark red pupils and 3 tails, which could not possibly be a breed from Blue Star, although Yulu claimed it was less scary. Looking at Hafing's size far exceeding that of an ordinary black panther, along with its eerie dark red eyes and 3 tails, the leaders could only think one thing. Elder Pig, quickly retract your abilities. It was clear that Yulu's performance had thoroughly convinced them, but they did not want him to leave. They needed to report to provincial and even central authorities and might require Yulu to demonstrate to experts and high-ranking officials to persuade them. However, Yulu did not want to stay any longer. He felt he had said what needed to be said and had also said things that should not be said. The rest should wait for a suitable time to remind them further. So, Yulu excused himself to use the bathroom, then sat on the toilet and opened the road survival app on his phone, directly teleporting back to the service area. Although setting the teleportation point in a restroom was a bit odd, he thought that the police station's restroom was quite safe. However, he realized that the clothes he had packed were likely still in Officer Ma's car and hoped he wouldn't throw them away. What Yulu did not know was that Officer Ma and the others waited for an hour without seeing Yulu come out of the restroom. They decided to go in, knock on the door, and call for him, but there was no response. Eventually, they climbed up to the top of the partition in the adjacent stall to check. To their surprise, the door was locked, and the person was already gone. So, Officer Ma and the others went to the old neighborhood where Yulu rented, found his roommate, Gung Chi, and asked about Yulu's situation. Gung Chi, who had just promised to keep Yulu's secret the night before, spilled everything to the police without holding back. However, Gung Chi had very limited information about Yulu. He only knew that Yulu was from a village under Y City and didn't know the detailed address. Regarding Yulu's troublesome parents and the fact that Yulu had asked him to help make a call, Gung Chi recounted everything with a bit of indignation, saying he had never seen such parents. But when Officer Ma inquired about the specific information regarding Yulu's parents, Gung Chi could only shake his head and say he didn't know, as the call was made using Yulu's phone, and he couldn't remember their number. After some inquiry, the only useful information Officer Ma and the others obtained from Gung Chi was that Yulu had previously worked at a fast-moving consumer goods company as a delivery person. Therefore, Officer Ma and the others proceeded to visit Yulu's former workplace, where they spoke with his boss and colleagues to learn more about him. In summary, they found out that Yulu was quite unfortunate. He had started working at the age of 18 and initially didn't even have money for food. His boss was kind enough to let him sleep in the warehouse for over a month until he received his salary and could rent a place. At first, Yulu didn't have a driver's license, so he could only follow other delivery people to help move goods, earning a low wage. Later, after saving some money to get his driver's license, he became a delivery person with a slightly higher salary. Overall, he was a bit introverted and not very talkative, but he had good character. It was said that he had originally been accepted into university, but had to work instead due to lack of funds. As for Yulu's sudden disappearance along with the vehicle, while the boss felt a bit heartbroken over the vehicle and goods, he was even more concerned about Yulu, considering he was still so young. Fortunately, in the end, Officer Ma explained to the boss that Yulu had returned but had run away again. Chapter 61. The monsters in the diamond treasure chest are terrifying. Yulu was unaware that after he left, Officer Ma and the others had managed to pull off another layer of his underwear. Upon returning to the service area, he saw that someone named Shrimp Monk had sent him several private messages, along with 2 food items. Big brother, I changed to a nickname card, I renamed it. He Big brother, I made lamb noodles and also slipped in some bread. Sending you a portion. Hope it tastes good. Big brother, what you busy with? Big brother, do you think I'm annoying? Don't want to talk to me? Woo-woo, big brother, say something. Big brother, I made pot chicken for you to eat. Yulu, so chatty. If it weren't for his cooking being so delicious, Yulu would have considered blocking him. To comfort the neglected little fatty, he replied, I returned to the real world, just got back from there. I'm not ignoring you. He really couldn't comment on Lin Xingyang's new nickname anymore. Everyone was just coming up with random names. He hoped no one would come up with a name like Dragon Horse next. Although this was mainly because he had originally named his character Sun Wukong. He then collected the lamb noodles, pot chicken, and bread. To be honest, it smelled really good. After finishing his meal, Yulu went to check the monster farm. Although he had a bad feeling when he saw the red phosphorus devour a monster at the police station, he was still shocked by the scene before him. The 10 monsters in the enclosure had been completely devoured, not a single hair left, and even the dozens of young larvae were eating each other, leaving only 5 behind. Yulu. However, these larvae had now transformed into adult cockroaches, about the size of an egg, similar to the size of the big cockroach when he first tamed it. What surprised Yulu even more was that whether it was the monsters in the enclosure or the cockroach larvae, after being devoured, they brought him copper coin profits, adding over 100 copper coins to his total. This was a small surprise. Yulu looked at the few, significantly larger cockroaches and began to anticipate that they could also lay eggs and hatch first-level larvae, like the big cockroach. If that happened, could his monster farm develop a cockroach economy in the future? After all, the reproductive capacity of cockroaches was quite impressive. But for now, looking at the oil-stealing cockroach trembling in its little house, Yulu decided to quickly take them out to hunt in the wild, lest the oil stealer also become food. However, the challenge world was still early, and the efficiency of hunting wasn't high, so Yulu posted an advertisement in the group. Taking private jobs. 1. Open high-level treasure chests for you. Split the supplies 50-50. No openings for silver and below. 2. Monster hunting, 10 copper coins per time. Regardless of monster level or quantity, pay first then fight. Monster profits and corpses belong to me. To ensure visibility, Yulu even sent it 3 times in a row and then posted these 2 services on his trading board. For a moment, it sparked quite a bit of controversy, with some praising Sun Wukong's prowess, others expressing their need for this service, and some secretly questioning it but not daring to speak up, asking Yulu how they would split the loot if both wanted what the treasure chest contained. Yulu replied, then I will make an offer. Or you can make an offer. If you can't afford the offer and don't want to give up, just put it on the trading board, and after selling it, we split the money 50-50. Those questioning. The logic is sound, but few would dare to go head-to-head with Sun Wukong. They were afraid that not only would he take the items, but also harvest their little lives. Just as these people were doubting Sun Wukong's intentions, Lin Xingyang suddenly added Yulu in the group. Shrimp Monk. Sun Wukong, big brother, come quickly. I encountered a diamond treasure chest. It would have been great if you had opened this service sooner. I encountered a golden treasure chest last time, but I didn't dare to open it and had to regretfully give up. Yulu opened Lin Xingyang's private message. Is there really a diamond treasure chest? Shrimp Monk, really? Dragon Kingdom people, don't lie to Dragon Kingdom people. Yulu remained skeptical, but still used the portal to go to Lin Xingyang's location. When he saw a shiny diamond treasure chest by the roadside, Yulu was stunned. Good guy, your luck is too good, right? Yulu couldn't help but exclaim. He had the dual buffs of the Lucky Goddess pendant and the novice title, yet he had only encountered a few golden treasure chests, one of which had been snatched open by a Japanese idiot. Yet this little fatty had directly encountered a diamond treasure chest. What kind of heaven-defying luck was that? At this moment, Lin Xingyang was hiding in the car, looking forward to Yulu opening the chest. Before opening the chest, Yulu first turned off the automatic item pickup function on his personal screen, then summoned red phosphorus and little apple, and let the big cockroach release a cockroach. After the cockroach landed on the diamond treasure chest, a flash of white light flickered, and the next second, a giant octopus-like monster appeared, wildly attacking with dozens of thick tentacles. Seeing this, Yulu quickly stepped back a few paces and summoned Ironback and Blackwind. Little Apple stood up on its hind legs and raised its front paws, using its intimidation skill, but due to the power disparity, it only managed to intimidate the octopus monster for less than a second. Red Phosphorus took the opportunity to rush up and entangle the octopus monster. But the octopus monster not only had many tentacles, but its surface was also covered with a layer of slime, making it very slippery. So, in the end, Red Phosphorus could only barely tangle with 3 of its tentacles. Once Ironback and Blackwind were summoned, They quickly charged forward, each biting one of the tentacles. However, even with the three of them working together, they were still no match for the octopus monster. Yulu saw through the diamond glasses that the octopus monster was level 5, and he had just recovered to 120 points of mental strength, which was far from enough to tame such a big guy. There was no way around it. Yulu could only continue summoning all his little brothers to fight, including the oil-stealing cockroach. The swarm of flying insects surrounded the octopus monster's big head in midair, while the oil-stealing cockroach sneakily looked for the octopus monster's blind spot. Then Yulu also took out the flamethrower, ready to shoot at the octopus monster whenever there was a gap. Before long, the smell of grilled octopus wafted through the air. Watching this scene from inside the car, Lin Xingyang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. To be honest, if it weren't for seeing Sun Wukong still calm and collected, he would have floored the gas pedal to escape. Mamma mia. The monster in the diamond treasure chest is too terrifying. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xingyang switched the screen to camera mode, preparing to record a video to show the group later to showcase the boss's strength. Thus, under the joint efforts of Yulu and his little brothers, several of the octopus monster's tentacles were severed. Those severed tentacles did not die. They continued to jump and squirm, searching for targets to attack, but without eyes. They couldn't accurately capture the enemy's movements. At that moment, the stealthy oil-stealing cockroach suddenly advanced, biting down on the heart position of one of the tentacles. And soon that tentacle lost its vitality. Yulu was once again shocked. He didn't expect the oil-stealing cockroach's teeth to be so sharp. Chapter 62. Truly unfair. Even the iron-backed wolf Fong had to struggle for a long time to bite through a tentacle, yet the thief Oil could chew through them effortlessly. Once the thief Oil joined the fight, the giant octopus monster became much easier to handle. The cockroach, Little Yellow, and Golden Tiger led their little brothers to fly around the giant octopus's massive head, constantly obstructing its line of sight. Little Apple seized the opportunity to scare it, while Red Phosphorus repeatedly used its toxin to paralyze the octopus's tentacles. Ironback and Black Wind bit down on any tentacle they caught and wouldn't let go, while the thief Oil kept munching on the hearts of the severed tentacles to ensure they lost their attack power. Yulu, carrying a flamethrower, occasionally roasted an octopus. Through this war of attrition, the octopus monster, which initially had dozens of tentacles, was left with only a few scattered ones on the road and grass. Lin Xingyang, sitting in the car, watched this scene and seemed to feel the octopus monster's despair. Although it was high-level and powerful, it couldn't withstand this gang-style attrition. Unfair, truly unfair. In its fury, the octopus monster decided to retaliate. When its tentacles were down to the last 3, it suddenly burst forth with a wave of green light, and then it grew 3 new tentacles. Upon seeing this, Yulu's eyes lit up. He wanted to capture the octopus monster and take it back to the monster ranch, as its ability to regenerate lost limbs could support all his little brothers. So, Yulu intensified his firepower and told Red Phosphorus and the others, "If you want to eat the octopus, put in more effort." Naturally, they became even more motivated. Although they weren't particularly interested in the taste of octopus, it was a level 5 monster, and eating it would significantly boost their strength. A great supplement. 10 minutes later, the octopus monster's tentacles were once again down to 3, and another wave of green light flashed, growing 3 new ones. At this moment, Yulu really wanted to shout, "Wonderful!" He continued to focus fire, and the tentacles kept regenerating. After 3 rounds of this, the octopus monster gave up. Damn it, it didn't want to grow new tentacles anymore. Looking at the nearly exhausted octopus monster, Yulu suddenly had an epiphany. He felt that if he acted now, even if his mental power was insufficient, the opponent would likely be willing to be tamed by him, as it had already been frightened. With this mindset, Yulu immediately used his Beast Tamer talent on the octopus monster. The next second, the system broadcasted, "Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully taming the level 5,000-handed octopus monster. Talent points gained, 5. Current talent points, 22. Note, talent points can be upgraded to Tier 3 after reaching 30 points. His mental power dropped to a pitiful 3 points. Yulu rubbed his slightly painful temples and let out a long breath. It was indeed tiring. After nearly an hour and a half of attrition with the octopus monster, he finally got it done. It seemed that his strength still had room for improvement. Yulu wanted to recall his little brothers back to the monster ranch and then call Lin Xingyang to share the loot from the treasure chest. However, after giving the order, only the severely damaged octopus monster vanished with a whoosh, while none of the other little brothers left. They were all busy picking up and eating the severed tentacles. Yulu, he sighed helplessly and waved to Lin Xingyang in the car, signaling him to come and check out the items dropped from the treasure chest. When Lin Xingyang got out of the car, he was still a bit nervous. Although he knew that the monsters in front of him were all underlings of a big shot, he couldn't help but feel tense and almost stuck close to Yulu. When they reached the location where the treasure chest had been, they saw a pile of items on the ground. Obtained Intermediate Water Collector Blueprint 1, obtained Wine Sunstone 5, obtained Level 3 Stamina Potion 2, obtained Mental Recovery Potion 1, obtained Voodoo Doll 1, obtained Vitality Belt 1, obtained Cilantro Seeds 10,000, obtained Top Grade Wagyu Beef 10, obtained 10-pound Australian Dragon 3. It was a big haul. Whether it was blueprints, potions, or equipment, they were all good items, and the seeds and ingredients were also quite nice. When Lin Xingyang saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, wow, wow. Top Grade Wagyu Beef, 10-pound Australian Dragon, and cilantro seeds. My gosh, it feels like I'm going to hit the jackpot." Yulu, why are you picking the least valuable items? The ones in front are good things that you might not even be able to buy with money. Lin Xingyang, hee, who told you my talent is cooking? I'm more sensitive to ingredients and stuff. Yeah. Yulu, forget it. Let's talk about how to divide it. You pick one first. I'll pick one, and then we'll compare. As long as it's roughly equal, it's fine. Lin Xingyang immediately said without hesitation. Then I'll pick the cilantro seeds first. I've always wanted cilantro. Many dishes lose their essence without it. Yulu, no. Choose something more valuable. You can keep the cilantro seeds and ingredients. We don't need to split them. Just send me a portion of the finished product after you make it. Seeing Yulu's firm attitude, Lin Xingyang had to look at the other items. Then I'll pick a bottle of stamina potion. Yulu directly handed him both bottles of the level 3 stamina potion and kept the mental recovery potion for himself, as he needed it. When Lin Xingyang saw that Yulu had given him 2 bottles, he immediately felt embarrassed. Hey, big brother, why are you giving me 2? Let's just have one each. Yulu waved his hand and said, keep picking. Lin Xingyang was really a bit troubled. He looked at the items and then at Yulu. How about you pick first, big brother? You've already given me the cilantro seeds and ingredients, so I've already made a big profit. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have dared to open this diamond treasure chest. And besides, you fought the monster, so whatever you give me is like a windfall. Yulu thought for a moment and took the Wind Sunstone and Voodoo Doll into his possession. The Wind Sunstone would be an important material for upgrading the floating chassis in the future, while the Voodoo Doll was a type of deadly item that could curse an opponent from 1,000 miles away. Although he felt that Lin Xingyang probably wouldn't use this thing on himself, it was still most reassuring to have a knife in his own hand. As for the Intermediate Water Collector Blueprint and the Vitality Belt, he handed them to Lin Xingyang. The Vitality Belt, when worn, could increase stamina by 100 points, which was quite suitable for someone as fragile as Lin Xingyang. With the assistance of his Eye of Insight and diamond glasses, Yulu could also see Lin Xingyang's 4-dimensional data: combat power, 36 stamina, 55 agility, 48 mental power, 6771 after so many days. His data was only slightly better than when Yulu had just started. With the Vitality Belt, he at least shouldn't be easily taken out anymore. However, Lin Xingyang started shaking his hands in refusal again. Too much, too much. Big brother, you're giving me too much. Just one is fine. Yulu stuffed the items into his arms and said, take it. For the Water Collector Blueprint, you can ask Sun Rue and Gao Bainan in the group later to see if you can cooperate with them to make an intermediate water collector. If you make money, just give me half. Chapter 63, let's call you Nine-Headed Bug. Upon hearing Yulu's words, Lin Xingyang reluctantly accepted and then became as happy as a 300-pound baby. He showed Yulu the video of their earlier battle and asked, Senior brother, can I post this in the small group? Go ahead. Post it in the big group too. Show off your top-notch Wagyu beef and Australian lobster. Just don't flaunt the blueprints and equipment, or people might get ideas. Yulu replied. Lin Xingyang was a bit taken aback. Huh, is that okay? Won't everyone know what you look like and how you fight? Yulu smirked. Only the weak need to hide themselves. The strong should flex their muscles a bit to deter the blind fools. As for his appearance, his current face isn't his real one, and his name is fake. Who besides the Dragon Kingdom's officials could know who he really is? Moreover, if he didn't promote himself well in the big group, how would he develop his business? Seeing that Yulu didn't care at all, Lin Xingyang posted the video in both groups, even showcasing the ingredients in the big group, boasting, my friend Wukong is amazing. Level 5 monster? No problem. The diamond chest contents are just passable, but tonight we're having top-notch Wagyu beef and Australian lobster. This lobster is so big. It weighs a full 10 pounds and won't fit in my pot. What should I do? Any good suggestions for my brothers and sisters? Lin Xingyang even took a close-up shot of the lobster next to the pot, with the lobster exceeding the pot's diameter by half. As soon as this photo was shared, even before Lin Xingyang started cooking, it made a bunch of seafood lovers drool. Many people Lin Xingyang asking to buy some, with some even saying they'd be happy just to taste a lobster leg. While Lin Xingyang was busy chatting with netizens, Yulu was already preparing to leave. After seeing that Hung Lin and the others had finally finished the octopus tentacles, all wearing satisfied expressions, he issued the command for them to return to the monster ranch. This time, the little brothers obediently returned to the ranch. He couldn't help but wonder what the big octopus inside the ranch was feeling at that moment. Yulu waved goodbye to Lin Xingyang, saying, "I'm leaving." Without waiting for Lin Xingyang to keep him, he vanished. Just as Lin Xingyang reached out, trying to invite Yulu to dinner, he was left speechless. Back in the van, Yulu immediately sank his consciousness into the monster ranch. As soon as he entered, an option to expand new map appeared before him, and he clicked yes. Then, a small patch of white mist dissipated beside the grass, revealing a pond about 30 meters in diameter. The big octopus, which had been curled up in a ball, immediately jumped into the pond, splashing water all over Yulu's face. Yulu, due to its large size and the pond being only a bit over a meter deep, most of the big octopus's head remained above water, but it still sighed in relief, as if finally relaxing. Yulu didn't want to dwell on whether octopuses are freshwater or saltwater creatures. After all, species in the challenge world shouldn't be judged by conventional standards. Earlier, it hadn't felt uncomfortable during the rain while fighting, but now that it was exposed to the sun in the monster ranch, it felt like its skin was drying and cracking. Finally having water, it found the small pond somewhat acceptable. For some reason, the big octopus quite liked this space in the monster ranch, especially when Yulu took out a bag of monster snacks to feed it. The mouth on the octopus's head remained still, but its tentacle suckers turned into little mouths, and soon, it was as if countless mouths were chewing on the monster snacks, making synchronized crunching sounds. So delicious. But before the big octopus could feel grateful, it heard its master's devilish voice. "You have quite a few tentacles, so let's call you Nine-Headed Bug. I have a task for you. When the food reserves in the monster ranch run low, please sacrifice a bit and help feed Hong Lin and the others to prevent them from turning on each other, okay?" Of course not. The big octopus's tentacles splashed the water, expressing its dissatisfaction with the name Nine-Headed Bug and its displeasure with being a backup food source. It was now Yulu's little brother, and the strongest among all the little brothers at that. So why should it be the backup food? Other useless creatures should be the reserves instead. However, Yulu showed no leniency, directly imposing some pressure on Nine-Headed Bug. As the master of the monster ranch, Yulu was a godlike presence here. Nine-Headed Bug immediately felt a fear of death, even more terrifying than during their earlier battle. Yulu calmly said, "Nine-Headed Bug is the son-in-law of the Halloween Dragon King. Quite powerful. As for being a backup food source, isn't it just a matter of first come, first served? As a newcomer, you have to demonstrate your value, right? But don't worry, this is only temporary. When new members arrive, your status will rise with the tide." Under Yulu's death threats and patient persuasion, the big octopus finally accepted this fact and happily embraced the name Nine-Headed Bug, even though it had no idea what being the son-in-law of the Halloween Dragon King entailed. After settling Nine-Headed Bug, Yulu left the monster ranch. At this moment, he noticed that both the big and small groups were filled with affirmations and admiration for his combat abilities, with everyone either shouting "awesome" or using thumbs up and kneeling emojis. Yulu scrolled through the sea of compliments, but didn't see any requests for him to open chests or fight monsters. It seemed that developing a business wouldn't be so easy. After resting for a while and having dinner, Yulu saw someone had placed an order for monster fighting services, and it was none other than Sun Rue. Yulu immediately accepted the order, put on his gear, drank a potion to restore his mental energy, and then teleported to Sun Rue's location. Upon meeting, Yulu intended to tell her that group members didn't need to pay him for his services and could just message him directly. However, he saw that Sun Rue was fully equipped, wearing a bulletproof vest underneath a raincoat, a helmet on her head, holding an electric gun in her left hand and a chainsaw in her right. "Yulu?" Sun Rue, looking eager, said, "Senior brother, can I go with you to fight monsters? I want to learn and improve my combat abilities." Yulu hesitated for only a second before nodding in agreement. The challenge world wouldn't give any gender-based advantages, so women often faced more dangers and troubles, not to mention the malicious intent from certain male challengers, which posed a significant threat. He felt it was great that Sun Rue had this awareness and took action. Chapter 64. Level 3 Engine Blueprint to help Sun Rue practice. Yulu even summoned Little Apple as a control-type assistant, while he himself was on the side teaching and guiding her. He only intervened when Sun Rue couldn't handle things on her own. Sun Rue's performance surprised Yulu, although she seemed a bit flustered and made frequent mistakes at first. She was very receptive to advice and treated Yulu's teachings almost as gospel, so her progress was quite rapid. In just over an hour, she was basically able to kill a level 2 monster by herself. Seeing Sun Rue drenched in sweat, Yulu said, "You're improving quickly. If you're tired, you can take a break." However, Sun Rue shook her head, indicating that she was fine and could keep going. Noticing her determination, Yulu donned the Monster Butcher title again and directly attracted a level 3 brown bear for Sun Rue. In the end, with Little Apple's help, it took Sun Rue nearly an hour to finally kill the brown bear. Exhausted, she lay on the ground, letting the rain wash away the sweat on her face. Yulu, seeing how worn out she was, asked, "Can you walk back to the car?" Sun Rue nodded with difficulty, struggling several times to sit up from the ground. Unable to watch any longer, Yulu had Little Apple carry her back. For Little Apple, which had already surpassed the size of a giant panda, carrying a girl like Sun Rue was a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Yulu summoned Hong Lin, Tai Bei, Hei Feng, and Jiu Tu Chong, instructing them to go hunt. If they weren't too hungry, they should try to catch live monsters to raise in the monster ranch. The 4 little brothers immediately scattered, especially Jiu Tu Chong, who was eager to eat. After losing so many tentacles, it urgently needed to feast several times to regain its strength. Yulu also collected the corpses of the monsters killed by Sun Rue into the monster ranch, serving as food for the lantern oil and the big cockroach. Finally, he chose a direction himself and began his hunting activities. An hour later, Yulu returned to the service area with 3 live monsters, 5 severely injured ones, and 6 dead ones. Seeing that it was already 11 o'clock at night, he planned to return to the car to rest. However, just as he reached the car, he saw a lion in police uniform, seemingly having waited for him for a long time, its tail impatiently thumping the ground. Yulu approached and, before the other party could speak, apologized. "Sorry, officer, for keeping you waiting. I'll renew the overnight fee for 10 days. Upon hearing this, the lion officer, who had intended to pick a fight, immediately softened. Yulu directly swiped 110 copper coins for it and mentioned that the extra 10 copper coins were for coffee treat. Thus, the lion officer's expression became even friendlier, and it smiled, saying, "If you encounter any trouble, feel free to look for me." Yulu thanked him with a smile, and after seeing off the lion officer, he caught a glimpse of a red plush tail flashing by next to a trash can. He wondered what would happen if he used his talent on monsters in the service area and planned to look for an opportunity to try it out. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Yulu went to the shop to browse. Just as he was preparing to engage in some purchasing for profit in the group, he was astonished to find that the shop had actually stocked a level 2 chassis blueprint. Truly, after searching everywhere, he found something without much effort. Yulu immediately spent 200 copper coins to order the level 2 chassis blueprint. He couldn't wait to return to the vehicle and heard the system prompt. Detected that the upgrade conditions for the level 2 chassis have been met. "Would you like to upgrade?" Without hesitation, Yulu replied, "Upgrade." 5 minutes later, the van's chassis successfully upgraded to level 2, raising the original chassis by 5 centimeters. And the rims and tires increased by 2 sizes. Meanwhile, the vehicle data displayed on the screen changed to current bound vehicle attributes. Whole vehicle level 2. Maximum speed 90 miles per hour, suitable for hilly terrain and desert terrain, can switch to desert-specific tires. Defense capability 500, maximum stored electricity 20 degrees. Challengers are encouraged to gather materials to improve vehicle performance. What surprised Yulu even more was that although he didn't get the first level 2 vehicle in the entire server, he did achieve the first level 2 vehicle in the entire district. The system announced, "Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for becoming the first challenger in Dragon Country's District 187 to upgrade the whole vehicle to level 2. Rewards 1. Level 3 Engine Blueprint 1-2. Mental Recovery Potion 2-3. 5 gold coins. The reward for being the first in the district was not publicly announced, and although it was not as rich as the reward for being first in the whole server, it was still quite good. In addition to the changes in the vehicle's data, the safety range expanded from a radius of 5 meters to a radius of 15 meters. Meanwhile, the installed treasure chest locator also upgraded to level 1, with its effective range increasing from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. Yulu planned to keep the momentum going and upgrade to the level 3 engine before the hero battlefield began. However, the level 3 engine required intermediate materials. Currently, Yulu did not lack low-level materials and could trade for some, but intermediate materials were not so easy to obtain. Level 3 engine blueprint can increase the vehicle speed by 150 miles per hour on the existing basis. After upgrading, the speed-up package function will also be upgraded. Materials required for upgrade. Low level wood 60-172. Intermediate wood 10-3. Low level rubber 60-81. Intermediate rubber 10-2. Low level metal 200-194. Intermediate metal 24. Low level glass 80-77. Intermediate glass 5-2. You sent a message in the group. Lacking 6 units of low level metal and 3 units of low level glass. Can exchange for wood or rubber. Lacking 7 units of intermediate wood, 8 units of intermediate rubber, 16 units of intermediate metal, 3 units of intermediate glass. If anyone has them, please message me. Both buying or trading is fine. Yulu's message immediately attracted a lot of responses. Jia. Sun Wukong, big brother, I have low-level metal and low-level glass, and 3 units of intermediate metal. I can trade all of them to you. Yulu. Okay, thank you. Xiaohi sang. Big brother, I also have low-level materials and intermediate glass. I can give them to you for free. Deng Han. Sun Wukong, I have 2 units of intermediate rubber and 3 units of intermediate wood. I can trade for low-level rubber and low-level wood. Yulu. Alright. Su Yiqing. I only have 1 unit of intermediate metal. Do you want it? Sun Wukong Gaoban Nan. I also have intermediate metal. Sun Wukong. Zhao Wei. Sun Wukong, if you need more intermediate materials, you can find me for purchasing, but my purchasing fee is relatively high. Shi Lang. Let me see, I think I found some intermediate materials last time. Chu Jinghuan. Sun Wukong, I have 2 units of intermediate rubber. Yu Lu gathered together and ultimately only lacked 1 unit of intermediate rubber and 7 units of intermediate metal. Just as he was preparing to find Lao Zhao for purchasing, he received a message from an unknown sender. Lui, hello, Big Shot, I have a golden treasure chest here. Please help me open it. The message was accompanied by a photo of a glittering golden chest, which immediately piqued Yu Lu's interest. All right, I'll be there in 3 minutes. He quickly put on his gear and raincoat, then headed straight for the Challenger House's teleportation portal. Chapter 65. Focusing on not running away from the Air Force a minute later, a silver sedan appeared in front of Yu Lu with a man in his 30s. Squinting his eyes, standing beside it, holding a light screen to film him, the man greeted Yu Lu with a smile. Hello, Big Shot. This is my first encounter with a golden treasure chest, and I'm a bit excited. Do you mind if I film an unboxing video? Although the man seemed relaxed on the surface, his left hand tightly gripped the knife handle behind his back. It wasn't that he intended to ambush Yu Lu, but he was also on edge, worried that Yu Lu might turn against him. Yu Lu shrugged indifferently. He understood the man's nervousness concealed beneath a calm exterior, similar to how a girl would pretend to call someone when encountering a suspicious taxi, reporting her location and license plate number. Filming the video wasn't out of excitement, but rather to intimidate. Sure, after the treasure chest opens, I'll choose 1 item, you choose 1, and we can compare what we have at the end. Does that sound good to you? Louis shook his head. No problem, you go ahead. Then, Yu Lu waved his hand, summoning red phosphorus, little apple, and a cockroach, while he stood not far from the man, seemingly focused on the golden treasure chest. But his peripheral vision was constantly monitoring the man's every move. Although Yu Lu had absolute confidence, he wouldn't underestimate his opponent enough to give him a chance to stab him in the back. The cockroach landed on the golden treasure chest, and a flash of white light appeared. Dropping a pile of supplies. Obtained level 2 chassis blueprint 1. Obtained level 3 strength potion 1. Obtained level 2 agility potions 2. Obtained intermediate metal 4. Obtained freshly squeezed orange juice 5. Obtained watermelon 3. Obtained macarons 8. When people are speechless, they often can't help but laugh, like Yu Lu at this moment. Earlier, he had struggled to obtain a level 2 chassis blueprint, but couldn't get one, and now, just after upgrading his level 2 chassis this morning, he received another? However, what Yu Lu didn't know was that Lu Yi was somewhat reluctant about the distribution of supplies. He had originally thought that since he couldn't defeat the monster guarding the golden treasure chest, he would call Sun Wukong for help. And whatever supplies they got would be a bonus, since he didn't exert himself. But now, this golden treasure chest didn't spawn any monsters. And he not only had to give half of the supplies to Sun Wukong, but also let him choose first. What a loss. Lu Yi was both frustrated and pained. Big Shot. You seem pretty wealthy, so you shouldn't be short on these few items. Before the other could finish, Yu Lu raised an eyebrow and said, What? You want to back out? Lui laughed accordingly. Oh. I just thought, since there were no monsters, you didn't have to do much. Yu Lu sneered. There are costs to my teleportation. I'm not here to clear minds for you. Hearing the unfriendly tone in Yu Lu's voice, Lu Yi immediately panicked, tightening his grip on the knife handle. But looking at red phosphorus and little apple flanking Yu Lu, he felt he had no confidence to challenge him. Moreover, Yu Lu himself was not an easy target. So, Lu Yi could only muster the courage to say, Can you prioritize giving me the level 2 chassis blueprint? I really need it. Yulu paused for half a second, maintaining a calm expression, but found it amusing. He hadn't originally planned to take the blueprint. However, he still coldly replied, the blueprint is the most valuable item here. If you want it, then all the other supplies belong to me. He couldn't let others think he was too easy to deal with. Upon hearing this, Louis showed a pained expression and tentatively said, can you give me a potion and some food? Yulu directly laughed coldly. What are you dreaming about? Louis. However, when it came time to divide the supplies, Yulu still gave him some consideration apart from the level 2 chassis blueprint. He also gave Lu Yi a level 2 agility potion and all the macarons. After all, those things looked colorful and delicate, but they were extremely sweet. And Yulu didn't like them at all. After returning to the service area, Yulu received a private message. Chi Wenchuan, big shot. I have a silver treasure chest. Can you help me open it? Yulu had some impression of this person. They had previously discussed a trade, but the price had not been settled, and it seemed they had also stirred trouble with Li Jianhong and others before. So Yulu unhesitatingly refused. I don't open silver chests. The supplies aren't enough to cover my teleportation costs unless you give me all the supplies. Chi Wenchuan. Just after closing Chi Wenchuan's private chat window, another request popped up. Zheng Jingjing. Hello, I encountered a silver treasure chest. Can you come help me open it? Seeing that the name belonged to a girl, Yulu didn't directly refuse, but instead asked, silver treasure chests don't have many supplies. I need to choose first. Can you accept that? Zheng Jingjing. I need a good weapon. If it's a weapon type, can I have it prioritized? I can compensate with other supplies. But if it's not a weapon, we can split as you said. Yulu. Okay, I'll be there soon. While Yulu was busy helping to open the treasure chest, Lin Xinyang also ed Sun Rue and Gao Banan in a small group. Xiaohi. Jubeji Gao Banan, I opened a diamond treasure chest last night and got a blueprint for an intermediate water collector. The senior brother gave it to me. Is either of you interested in collaborating to make an intermediate water collector? Jubeji. Xiaohi, please send the blueprint details. I want to see the material requirements. Lin Xinyang posted the blueprint details, and Sun Rue expressed some regret. I don't have intermediate plastic, so I can't make it. Gao Banan, however, said, I have the materials. I can collaborate, Xiaohi. Then the two added each other as friends to discuss collaboration methods and profit sharing. Zheng Jingjing's silver treasure chest spawned a group of killer bees. Seeing this, Yulu directly summoned Xiao Huang and Jin Hu. Initially, he thought they were all B-types and should be well matched, but unexpectedly, Xiao Huang and Jin Hu actually managed to recruit the group of killer bees. Yulu. This is possible. After the recruitment, Xiao Huang's number increased from 89 to 153, and Jin Hu's number increased from 142 to 196. Alright, that is also good. However, the supplies in the silver treasure chest disappointed Zheng Jingjing. The most valuable item was a special healing potion, followed by a directional teleport card and some food. Yulu took the directional teleport card and some food. This transaction wasn't ideal in terms of profit. But the only good news was that Xiao Huang and Jin Hu gained new subordinates. In the afternoon, Yulu first did a wave of purchasing for few people in the small group, making a small profit of 50 copper coins. Then he took on 2 more jobs. One was to open a silver treasure chest, and the other was to help deal with a group of level 2 star-tailed beasts. Those star-tailed beasts were somewhat sluggish and couldn't run fast. When attacked, they would lay down on the ground, their thick and hard shells serving as their best shield, while their tails, covered in many bone spines, became their best weapons. Yulu initially thought that Tai Bei and Hei Feng could easily handle them, given the level suppression, but it turned out that their teeth couldn't break through the thick defenses of the star-tailed beasts. During the fight, Tai Bei was hit by the star-tailed beast's tail, which was as heavy as a meteor hammer, and let out a cry of pain. In the end, Yulu had no choice but to summon the 9-headed worm to flip the star-tailed beasts over onto their backs, leaving them temporarily defenseless and unable to attack. However, whether it was the 9-headed worm or Tai Bei and Hei Feng, neither seemed interested in eating the star-tailed beasts. They probably thought their shells were too thick and hard to bite through. While they were killing these star-tailed beasts, Yulu took the opportunity to use his talent to tame 2 of them. Although I didn't receive any supplies on this trip, at least I gained 2 little brothers, focusing on not running empty on Air Force. Chapter 66. Senior Brother Help. My brother is hurt. When Yulu returned to the service area, he saw that Sun Rue had once again given herself a monster hunting order, leaving a message. Senior brother, please continue to guide me tonight. I beg you. For someone so proactive, he was happy to mentor her more, especially since Sun Rue had decent overall conditions, with a workbench, a good personality, and a sense of propriety, always considering others. Yulu thought that when they could form a team in the intermediate arena, he could consider including her in his team, provided she could hold on until then. After dinner, Yulu got ready and went directly to Sun Rue's side. Just like last night, Yulu used his Monster Butcher title to attract monsters, with Sun Rue on the main offensive, Little Apple providing support, and Yulu intervening as needed. At first, everything went smoothly, but after an hour and a half, a level 4 two-headed giant eagle suddenly swooped down from the sky. Sun Rue was keeping an eye on the surroundings but didn't notice the aerial ambush and was scratched on the shoulder by the giant eagle. Her raincoat was slashed open, and if she hadn't been wearing a bulletproof vest underneath, it might have taken a chunk of flesh from her shoulder. Seeing this, Yulu immediately activated his Beast Tamer talent against the two-headed giant eagle. First, Sun Rue couldn't handle this level 4 monster, and second, although Yulu currently had air support with the big cockroach and Little Huang, he lacked fierce beasts like red phosphorus and the 9-headed bug that could fight independently and deliver lethal strikes. The level 4 two-headed giant eagle was just what he needed to fill that gap in his air power. However, it was clear that the two-headed giant eagle was unwilling to accept Yulu's recruitment. Just as he was about to tame it, it suddenly soared high into the sky, escaping the range of Yulu's talent. The first attempt at taming ended in failure. Yulu was not satisfied with this outcome and immediately summoned all his subordinates, except for the useless little oil thief, to surround and drive away the two-headed giant eagle in the sky, while red phosphorus and the 9-headed bug prepare below. After more than half an hour of back-and-forth skirmishing, Yulu finally managed to tame the level 4 two-headed giant eagle when it was entangled by the 9-headed bug's tentacles. The 9-headed bug, which had initially intended to devour the giant eagle as food, protested. It wanted to protest. Unfortunately, Yulu not only ignored its protest, but also petted the giant eagle's thick feathers, thinking that when it wasn't raining, he might try to have the giant eagle carry him up for a flight. At the same time, good news came from the system. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully taming the level 4 two-headed giant eagle. Talent points: 4. Current talent points: 32. Can be upgraded to level 3. Would you like to upgrade? Yulu hurriedly said goodbye to Sun Rue and returned to the service area. As soon as he came out of the portal, he responded to the system. Upgrade. When Yulu returned to the car and his consciousness sank back into the monster ranch, he heard the system say, "Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully upgrading the Beast Tamer talent to level 3. Current talent points: 2. Note, talent points can be upgraded to level 4 once they reach 100 points. When Yulu looked at his little subordinates, he was astonished to find that red phosphorus had risen from level 4 to level 5, with a body length reaching an astonishing 15 meters. Its snake body is thick as Yulu's waist. Ironback had not only upgraded from level 3 Moonlit Wolf King to level 4 Swift Wolf King, but its size was comparable to that of an adult cow. And more importantly, its bald head had miraculously healed, turning back into a majestic Wolf King. Blackwind had also reached level 4, and now had an additional tail, totaling 4 tails. Little Apple had also reached level 3. Its size had increased significantly, and the duration of its intimidation skill had doubled. The 9-headed bug did not level up, but all its tentacles had grown back, restoring it to its peak strength. The 2 star-tailed beasts and the newly tamed 2-headed giant eagle did not level up either, but their sizes had increased by nearly 1/3, indicating a significant boost in strength. Then there were the big cockroach, Little Huang, and golden tiger. All 3 had reached level 3, and their summonable numbers had more than doubled. Big cockroach, 1257, Little Huang, 334, golden tiger, 571. Moreover, the 5 mutated cockroaches had also upgraded from level 1 to level 2, and now 2 of them were mating. So it wouldn't be long before they produced egg cases and hatched little cockroaches. Yulu was quite satisfied with this flying insect army. Finally, Yulu turned his attention to the oil thief. It still had no level change, but its size had grown significantly, now comparable to Little Apple, and its fur had turned white, looking even cuter and softer, perfect for a good rub. Instantly, Yulu's favorite shifted back from Little Apple to the oil thief. There's no helping it. Men can be so fickle. However, in front of Little Apple, Yulu quickly rubbed the oil thief's belly a couple of times before pretending to casually withdraw his hand. He couldn't let Little Apple get jealous. After all, a 30-pound baby crying is cute, while a 300-pound baby crying is a bit overwhelming. Yulu named the 2-headed giant eagle Dapeng, and it gladly accepted the new name, curiously wandering around the monster ranch like a free-range chicken. Yulu then opened the construction panel to build houses for the new members. First, he made a bottle-like house for the nine-headed bug, placing it by the small pond. Next, he built a large tree house for Da Ping, which made Yulu want to move in himself. Finally, he constructed a cave-like small house for the two star-tailed beasts and expanded the dormitory for the big cockroaches to accommodate the soon-to-arrive new members of the cockroach family. After all that, he spent nearly 900 copper coins. One could say that the money Yulu had painstakingly earned from taking orders and doing shopping over the past 2 days was just enough to build them a dormitory, with no other functional areas settled yet. Just as Yulu was thinking of how to take the oil thief out of the monster ranch for a good rub, he heard several urgent message notifications. He exited the monster ranch and saw that a stranger named Chu Jingyan had sent him several private messages. Senior brother, help. My brother is hurt. Help. We can't handle that monster. My brother has passed out. Help, help, help. My brother is Chu Jinghuan. Please, great master, help. Just seeing the name Chu Jingyan made Yulu guess her identity as another challenger from Chu Jinghuan's vehicle. After all, the surname Chu is not common, and their names differ by only one character. The last message from Chu Jingyan confirmed Yulu's suspicion. Without any hesitation, he didn't even take 2 minutes to run to the challenger's home using the portal. Instead, he directly started his car and rushed over as quickly as possible using a directional teleportation card. Chapter 67. Chu Jingyan. As soon as Yulu passed the fork in the road, he saw in the darkness a three-headed, six-armed monster raising its scythe-like limbs against two humans. One of the humans was lying in a pool of blood, while the other, although frail and trembling, was desperately holding a long knife to block the monster from reaching the injured person. There was no need to say much. The injured one was Chu Jinghuan, and the slender figure holding the knife was his sister, Chu Jingyan. Yulu immediately released Da Ping and Hong Lin, who rushed forward with lightning speed. Just as the monster's forelimb was about to strike the girl, Da Ping opened its mouth and bit down on the monster's two heads, one beak on each. Hong Lin, having followed Yulu for so long, had become more understanding. Knowing that Yulu wanted to save someone, it directly swatted the monster's forelimb away with its tail. As Yulu drove closer, he could finally see the monster's appearance. It was a level 4 giant mantis, nearly 3 meters long, with 3 heads and 3 pairs of side-like forelimbs. It was truly a 3-headed, 6-armed creature. However, no matter how formidable it was, facing the level 5 Hong Lin and the near-peak level 4 Da Ping's pincer attack, the giant mantis was left bewildered, seeing that Hong Lin and Da Ping could easily suppress the giant mantis. Yulu did not intervene but stopped the car and retrieved the special healing potion he had stored in the system warehouse to check on Chu Jinghuan's condition. Chu Jingyan appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Although she was in tears, she was still quite sharp. Upon seeing Yulu, she realized the monster was no longer a threat and hurried to find Su Yiqing for medicine. Dr. Su, I am Chu Jinghuan's sister. My brother is seriously injured. Do you have any life-saving medicine? Please, it's urgent. I'll pay any price. Even if we don't have enough money now, I promise to compensate you later. Just as the girl sent the tearful message, she turned around and saw Yulu gently cradling her brother's head with one hand and slowly feeding him a vial of potion. Woo-woo, senior brother, what medicine are you giving my brother? Chu Jingyan asked through her sobs. Yulu glanced at her and replied in a calm and reassuring tone. It's a special healing potion, bought from the service area shop. As long as he has breath left, he can be saved. Don't worry, your brother will be fine. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingyan smiled through her tears. Her eyes red as she forced a grateful smile. That's great. Thank you so much. Senior brother, you are our savior. I really appreciate you. After feeding the potion, Yulu turned to look at the direction where Hong Lin and Da Ping were fighting, only to find that the giant mantis had been reduced to chunks, scattered around as Hong Lin and Da Ping feasted on it. While waiting for Chu Jinghuan to wake up, Yulu released Jiu Tuchong, Taibei Heifeng, and Xiao Pinghua, letting them hunt around and try to catch live monsters to raise as reserve food in the monster ranch. Chu Jingyan showed no fear of the monsters around her and even wanted to reach out and touch Xiao Pinghua, indicating she was well aware of what was happening within the group. About 5 minutes later, Chu Jinghuan, who had been almost bisected by the giant mantis, slowly opened his eyes. His injuries had mostly healed, but he looked a bit dazed, momentarily unsure whether he was alive or dead. It was only when Chu Jingyan cried and threw herself onto him that a spark returned to Chu Jinghuan's eyes. He blinked and then noticed a handsome guy with pink hair standing not far away. After their eyes met, Yulu nodded at Chu Jinghuan as a greeting. Through Chu Jingyan's intermittent cries, Chu Jinghuan realized that it was Yulu who had saved him. Struggling to sit up from the ground, He found that although his wounds had healed, excessive blood loss still made him feel dizzy and nauseous. After a while, he weakly spoke. "Senior brother, thank you for saving my life." Yulu replied, "You're welcome." He had already used his heavenly eye and diamond glasses to see the four-dimensional data of the Chu siblings and the performance of their vehicle. To be honest, their development was quite average, not much better than those ordinary challengers without talent, showing how difficult it was to develop a level 1 road two-seater. Yulu did not linger or ask many questions. After Hong Lin and Da Peng returned from their hunt, he told the siblings, "The nearby monsters have been cleared. You two should rest well. I'll be leaving now." Then he drove away. As for the directional teleportation card and special healing potion he used, Yulu believed that the Chu siblings were not the type to take advantage of others. After all this commotion, it was already past 11 at night. Yulu had originally planned to upgrade the engine to level 3 today, but now he could only leave a message for old Zhao, asking him to help buy the necessary materials. The next morning, as soon as Yulu opened the chat channel, he saw that Chu Jinghuan had sent him 2 directional teleportation cards, 3 treasure map fragments, 1 floating chassis blueprint, and 684 copper coins, along with a lengthy message of gratitude. Looking at the mixed amount of copper coins, Yulu suspected he had transferred all his money to him. After thinking for a while, he only accepted 200 copper coins and transferred back the remaining 484 coins. After all, the value of 2 directional teleportation cards, 3 treasure map fragments, and 1 floating chassis blueprint was enough to justify his trip to save someone last night. When Chu Jinghuan received the return copper coins, he felt quite embarrassed and fumbled back and forth. Seeing that Yulu truly wouldn't accept it, he cautiously asked, "Senior brother, my sister has been wanting to join the group. Is that all right? If there aren't enough spots later, I'll have her drop out." Yulu replied, "No problem. You can add her to the group." Chu Jinghuan initially didn't want to expose his sister, fearing it would attract the attention of other male challengers. However, last night, not only did his sister seek help from the great master Sun Wukong, but she also asked Su Yiqing for medicine. Although he was ultimately saved by the life-saving medicine from Sun Wukong, his sister was already exposed. It wouldn't be good to keep hiding her, especially since she had been wanting to join the group. Therefore, after getting Yulu's consent, he added Chu Jingyan to the group. Chu Jingyan was quite lively. As soon as she entered the group, she greeted everyone, calling them brother and sister with a sweet voice, prompting Lin Xingyang and Sun Rue to send her some welcome gifts. After getting familiar with everyone, Chu Jingyan directly ed Sun Rue, saying, "Sister, I have a sanitary napkin blueprint. Do you want to collaborate on making sanitary napkins?" She had found this blueprint a few days ago and had urged her brother to collaborate with Sun Rue, but her brother said it felt a bit inappropriate for a big man to do this. At that time, Chu Jingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking what era it was. She, a girl, had given up the shame of menstruation, yet her brother still had some straight male cancer. Sun Rue immediately showed interest. "Sure. However, I might be short on materials. Let me see if I can acquire some." Su Yiqing chimed in, "I have gauze and cotton here. Do you need to sterilize your sanitary napkins? If you do, I can help." Chu Jingyan, "Great. Dr. Su, let us work on it together." Zhu Beiji, "That's wonderful. With Dr. Su's involvement, the quality of our sanitary napkins is guaranteed." The 3 girls happily reached a consensus for collaboration. Meanwhile, Yulu was trading with old Zhao, asking him to help purchase intermediate materials. After the transaction was successful, the system prompt sounded, detected that the upgrade conditions for the level 3 engine are sufficient. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Chapter 68. So you have quite a strong taste. System. All right, this upgrade will take 60 minutes. Yulu was not in a hurry. He first had breakfast and then strolled around the service area store. While the car was upgrading, he planned to buy some potions to upgrade his attributes as well. Today, the store had level 2 strength potions, level 3 endurance potions, and level 3 agility potions. In the end, Yulu spent 420 copper coins to buy 2 bottles of each potion. Unfortunately, he didn't see any special healing potions. Otherwise, he would have stocked up for peace of mind. After returning to the car, Yulu drank all the potions he bought and those he had received from helping others open boxes in the past few days. When he looked at his attribute data, all of them had exceeded 100. Challenger name, Yulu personal attributes, strength, 110 endurance, 105 agility, 109 mental power, 154 303 talent. Beast Tamer, level 3 divine eye, level 1 special status. Immune to all poisons, of course. There are more than 100 kinds of poisons, so don't treat poison like candy. Comprehensive evaluation. A. I must admit, you are excellent, and the future is promising. However, There are always greater heights and others out there, so don't become arrogant and complacent. The increase in strength, endurance, and agility was all due to the potions, while the growth in mental power was a result of the talent upgrade. Yulu believed that even without the help of his subordinates and the support of firearms, his combat power would not be inferior to that of professional players. However, a person's confidence often comes from having sufficient ammunition and equipment. So Yulu turned around and ordered 1,000 rounds of bullets from Old Zhao. Old Zhao was a bit speechless. He was in a hurry to hit the road, and didn't he expect Yulu to assign him such a big task? So Old Zhao decided to charge him an extra 20 copper coins for processing, and Yulu unhesitatingly sent over 120 copper coins. Old Zhao, you big spender, being rich is impressive. Yulu was unaware of how Old Zhao was cursing him in his mind. He was busy checking the newly upgraded level 3 engine. Current bound vehicle attributes. Level 3 engine. Maximum speed 240 miles per hour. Adaptable to hilly terrain and desert terrain. Can switch to desert-specific tires. Defense ability 500. Maximum charge capacity 20 degrees. Please work hard to collect resources to improve vehicle performance. At the same time, the acceleration package function now had two options. One was to accelerate to 150 miles per hour for 1 hour at the cost of 12 copper coins. And the other was to accelerate to 300 miles per hour for 1 hour at the cost of 20 copper coins. It could be said that after upgrading to the level 3 engine, the car's speed had taken off directly. Yulu also had the blueprint for a hover chassis, but the materials were yet to be secured. If he really upgraded to the hover chassis, that would be a true takeoff, just low-altitude flying. Yulu looked at the details of the hover chassis blueprint. Hover chassis blueprint. After upgrading, the vehicle can enter a hover flying state, with height determined by vehicle level. Materials needed for upgrade. Star magnetic sand 50-0, wind yow, stone 8-5, floating rock 5-0, light featherwood 10-0, red crystal 2-0, green crystal 2-0, blue crystal 2-0, white crystal 2-0. It could be said that the hover chassis was indeed impressive, but gathering these materials was genuinely difficult. After putting away the hover chassis blueprint, Yulu checked the chat channel, but unfortunately, no one had placed an order up to now. He glanced outside the car and caught sight of a familiar red figure slipping in the bathroom, followed by a white tiger. This piqued Yulu's interest, and he directly got out of the car and quietly walked towards the bathroom. Today, the officer on duty was Officer Lion. Upon seeing Yulu, it immediately smiled, showing its sharp teeth, and even saluted Yulu, demonstrating the power of money. Yulu smiled and nodded at Officer Lion, then slipped into the bathroom. Once inside, he summoned the 9-headed worm, which quickly filled the originally spacious bathroom to capacity. The red-haired fox and the one-eyed white tiger, who were hiding in a stall, were directly pulled out by the tentacles of the 9-headed worm and had their mouths sealed. Yulu was quite satisfied with the agility of the 9-headed worm. He reached out to pat its big head, only to get his hand covered in slime. To prevent Officer Lion from noticing anything unusual, Yulu, under the terrified gaze of the red-haired fox, directly used his talent on it. However, unexpectedly, the system prompted in his mind, talent level insufficient. Unable to capture the targeted object, please change the target. Yulu. This meant that monsters like the red-haired fox could indeed be captured, just not at the moment. Not willing to give up, Yulu tried to use his talent on the struggling one-eyed white tiger next to him, and surprisingly, this time it succeeded. System, congratulations, Challenger Yulu, for successfully capturing a level 3 stray white tiger. Talent points, 3. Current talent points, 5. Note, talent points can be upgraded to level 4 after reaching 100 points. Yulu. White tiger. Red-haired fox. The red-haired fox felt like the sky had fallen. Its biggest support had been snatched away by this evil human. How could it survive in the service area in the future? 3 minutes later, the red-haired fox ran out of the bathroom crying, directly reporting to Officer Lion. I want to report that human kidnapped me and the white tiger, and he took the white tiger away. Meanwhile, Yulu calmly stood in front of the sink, carefully washing off the slime on his hands before exiting the bathroom. Faced with the furious red-haired fox and the impatient Officer Lion, Yulu appropriately displayed a confused expression, asking, "What's wrong?" The red-haired fox was livid. You still dare to act innocent? You kidnapped us and took the white tiger. You're a kidnapper. You're a kidnapper. Officer, please punish him. However, despite the red-haired fox's emotional outburst, Officer Lion leaned towards Yulu from the bottom of its heart. After all, this challenger knew how to be sensible. So Officer Lion turned to Yulu and asked, "This challenger gentleman, this fox has reported that you kidnapped it and its friend the white tiger but I believe there must be some misunderstanding. You can explain, don't worry. As a fair and just officer, I will definitely stand on the side of justice." As he spoke, Officer Lion even winked at Yulu. It was clear that Yulu appeared very righteous in its eyes. Yulu feigned a troubled expression and said, "Speaking of which, officer, I was just about to ask. Is it against the rules for non-challengers to enter the bathroom? You see, when I just entered, I was startled to suddenly see a white tiger and a fox. Upon hearing this, the originally furious fox suddenly wilted, stammering, "We were just thirsty, wanted to go in for some water." Yulu smiled slyly and said, "Oh, so you have quite a strong taste." Red-haired fox. It was about to explode from anger. That wasn't the point. The point was my friend the white tiger. But just then, Yulu suddenly pointed toward the bathroom door, and the one-eyed white tiger walked out from inside. "Look, it's right there. It must have been really thirsty, so it took this long to come out." Red-haired fox. Chapter 69. Acid Rain is here. In the end, the red-haired fox was directly handcuffed and taken away by Officer Lion, who originally intended to arrest the white tiger as well, but was stopped by Yulu. Sorry, officer. I feel a connection with this white tiger and would like to invite it to my car for a chat. I wonder if you could make an exception." As he spoke, Yulu slipped 2 silver coins into Officer Lion's uniform pocket. Upon seeing the shiny silver metal, Officer Lion's eyes lit up and he smiled brightly, saying, No problem. You can take it as a guest." He then dragged the protesting red-haired fox away. Yulu didn't know what would happen to the red-haired fox, but he didn't have much sympathy for a monster. After bringing the one-eyed white tiger into the car, he sent it straight to the monster ranch. To be honest, Yulu still didn't quite understand the rules for taming monsters in the service area. The white tiger was a level 3 monster, while the red-haired fox was just a level 1 little waste. Yet he couldn't tame the red-haired fox, but managed to tame the white tiger instead. Was it because the red-haired fox could speak human language, requiring a higher talent level? So, just how many levels of Beast Tamer talent were needed to tame a talking monster? Yulu's thoughts wandered a bit further. If his Beast Tamer talent level was high enough, could he tame the shopkeepers in the service area as well? What about the officer? This idea was a bit too bold, like trying to find loopholes in the rules of the Road Survival Challenge. However, it couldn't be realized for now. So Yulu didn't think much more about it. He introduced the white tiger to everyone and named it Erin, meaning it was redeemed for 2 silver coins. White tiger. Then Yulu built an oversized cat nest for the white tiger before leaving the monster ranch. Back in the car, he glanced at the chat board, where no one had placed an order for him yet, but the large chat group was quite lively at the moment. Yulu scrolled up a bit and found they were discussing the new items in today's system mall. The last 4 items were fine, each priced at a few copper coins or dozens of copper coins. But the first item, the protective suit, was priced at a staggering 300 copper coins. Almost everyone was complaining that the price was too high, with many insisting no one can afford it. Just then, the big shot Sun Wukong suddenly sent a message, buying 5 sets of protective suits, purchase price 310 copper coins. With this message, Yulu not only slapped those who had just said no one could afford it in the face, but also raised questions about his motives. Someone directly Yulu and asked, "Sun Wukong, aren't you also able to buy it yourself? Why do you want to buy so many? What use is this protective suit?" Others wanted to profit from that 10 copper coins, but were afraid of the risk. "Sun Wukong, can you guarantee you'll buy it back? What if I buy it and you don't want it anymore? Can I pay a deposit first?" Yulu did not respond to anyone's doubts. The listing of the protective suit indicated that the acid rain should be coming soon. Yulu not only bought 1 set, which was limited in purchase, but also planned to spend an additional 10 copper coins for a few more sets to stock up. His reason for buying the protective suits wasn't solely to deal with the acid rain, but because they would be useful in many situations later on. As for what would happen if he bought someone else's protective suits and they ended up without one, that wasn't within Yulu's consideration. Most people would choose to return to reality after leaving the first level highway and wouldn't come back to the Road Survival Challenge world. So aside from the acid rain expected in the next 2 days, they wouldn't have any opportunities to use protective suits. Moreover, it wasn't necessary to go out during the acid rain. Hiding in the car until the challenge ended was also an option. At that moment, Su Iching suddenly sent Yulu a private message. "I can help you buy the protective suits, no purchasing fee." Yulu frowned at her proactive offer. "The acid rain is coming soon. Are you sure you don't need a protective suit?" Su Iching had guessed the impending crisis, but was prepared to stay in the car. "It's fine. I usually don't get out to open boxes anyway. I could just avoid getting out during the acid rain." Yulu was somewhat speechless, realizing that people were really different. Sun Rue actively faced challenges to improve herself, while Su Iching was focused on crafting pills and rarely open boxes. However, Yulu still said, "You should keep it for yourself. If you need it, you You can sell it to me after the acid rain ends. If it's brand new, I'll pay you the original price. If it's been used, I'll give you the buyback price. Su Iching replied. Okay. Tempted by the 10 copper coin profit, Yulu quickly collected 5 sets of protective suits and announced in the large group. The protective suits are all collected. I will no longer continue purchasing. There was no choice. Although he was making money quickly, he was spending it even faster and had to manage his finances. Those who were originally hesitant but wanted to make money regretted it at that moment, with some even shamelessly Yulu, saying they had just borrowed money for him and were ready to place an order, asking Yulu to buy one more set. Yulu ignored all of them. In the afternoon, Yulu finally received an order for opening a silver treasure chest, but the items obtained were average. A bottle of detoxification agent, 3 media materials, 5 low-level materials, 2 food ingredients, and 3 energy crystals. The orderer, seeing the energy crystals for the first time, thought they looked like light blue crystals emitting a faint icy blue glow and insisted on keeping all 3 energy crystals for himself. Yulu was somewhat speechless and could only leave with the remaining items. There was no way around it. Since the other party insisted on that distribution, he couldn't refuse. What he didn't tell the other party was that energy crystals were just a consumable energy source, similar to gasoline. Once the car's engine reached level 4, it would burn energy crystals instead of gasoline. Although their value was higher than gasoline, they were only worth 5 copper coins each, not a rare item at all. However, during the box opening process this time, Yulu had already caught a whiff of a sulfur-like smell in the air. When he returned to the service area and took off his raincoat, he noticed a slight corrosion mark on his shoulder, but it wasn't very obvious. The acid rain was here. The upcoming outdoor activities would become quite difficult. Yulu had a protective suit, but his little brothers would have to endure it. After thinking for a moment, Yulu went to the trading board to change the order-taking rules. 1. During the acid rain, I will not accept monster hunting orders. 2. The minimum standard for opening treasure chests is golden chests. I will not accept anything below gold. After Yulu changed the order-taking rules, the first to feel uncomfortable was Sun Rue, who had originally planned to invite the big shot over that night for guidance. However, Sun Rue couldn't force the issue. Since the big shot wasn't accepting monster hunting orders, she decided to go fight monsters herself. Through the training of the past 2 days, she believed she was now capable of handling things on her own. However, after wearing her protective suit and being active outside for a while, she could feel a burning sensation from her nasal cavity to her lungs. It seemed that even with the protection of the suit, it was not 100% safe. Sun Rae didn't dare to stay out long, hurriedly returned to the car, and drank a bottle of detoxification agent and a bottle of healing medicine before feeling relieved. Meanwhile, Yulu, who stayed in the service area, was greeted by 2 old friends, Shirlang and Deng Han, who arrived almost back-to-back. Chapter 70 suddenly discovered a new BUG for gaining talent points. Although everyone had their own path before entering the service area, once they reached the destination, they could enter the same service area. Furthermore, if one stood at the entrance of the service area, they could see 2 cars just a few hundred meters apart, one in front of the other. However, when Yulu asked Shirlang and Deng Han if they had seen each other's vehicles, both shook their heads, indicating that they hadn't seen any other cars before reaching the finish line. It wasn't until they passed through the archway into the service area that they saw each other's cars. Yulu couldn't fully understand the space and time technology involved in this. However, he was quite happy about their arrival. At least they could gather and chat tonight. Shirlang and Deng Han were also excited. Shirlang had placed 2nd in the entire region, while Deng Han had placed 3rd. Although their rewards couldn't compare to Yulu's 1st place in the whole server, they were still quite substantial. As someone already familiar with the service area, Yulu briefly explained the situation to the 2 of them. Then the 3 of them brought some food and drinks, gathered in the lounge, and chatted while having a late-night snack. Yulu avoided facing Shirlang and Deng Han, took a picture of their gathering, and posted it in their group chat, which sparked a wave of envy. Yulu used this to motivate everyone. Everyone, hurry up and get on the road. We're waiting for you at the finish line. The group responded enthusiastically, promising to work hard. Meanwhile, Yulu, Shirlang, and Deng Han ate and drank, chatting until the early hours of the morning. During this time, a German shepherd officer came to collect a 10 copper coin overnight fee from Shirlang and Deng Han and handed them the service area rules card. The 3 discussed their future plans. Deng Han and Shirlang indicated they would return to the real world early the next morning, as they were not like Yulu, who had no ties to reality. Most people still looked forward to returning to reality. Yulu understood this and suggested, I recommend you take some time to participate in the hero battlefield. Although it's dangerous, opportunities often coexist with danger. The 2 nodded, indicating they would consider it seriously. The next morning, Shi Lang and Deng Han returned to the real world through the portal. Yu Lu, on the other hand, slept until nearly noon. During the acid rain, he didn't fight monsters or open low-level treasure chests, so he was quite free. After finishing breakfast, he wandered around the shop and found two good items. One was a Tai Chi skill scroll, which after learning would not only increase his strength by 20 points, but also his stamina by 10 points. Although it was a bit pricey at 500 copper coins with a limit of 1 per person. The second was a special healing potion that was back in stock. And this time the purchase limit was 3, also priced at 500 copper coins each. As a result, when Yu Lu left the shop, he had spent another 2,000 copper coins, acquiring 1 Tai Chi skill scroll and 3 special healing potions. Spending money felt great, but the coins seemed to disappear too quickly. The weather in the service area was always overcast, with no sun, wind, or rain. However, there were quite a few monsters wandering around. Although they didn't dare to attack humans easily, they occasionally cast unfriendly glances at them. Yu Lu wanted to try out the Tai Chi skill scroll quickly, but he didn't want to be watched by these monsters. So he suddenly had an idea to enter the monster ranch to give it a try. After getting back into the car, Yu Lu held the open Tai Chi skill scroll and focused his consciousness on the monster ranch. He then saw the ghostly figure of an old man dressed in a white training outfit practicing Tai Chi on the grass. Although the old man's hair was white, he appeared vigorous, and each movement was steady and powerful, as if containing infinite mysteries. Yu Lu couldn't help but practice along with him. He practiced for nearly 3 hours. Perhaps due to learning and exercising directly with his consciousness, Yu Lu found that after practicing Tai Chi several times, not only did his strength and stamina increase, but his mental power also rose by 3 points, reaching 306 points. How could this not be considered discovering a hidden buff? This was truly wonderful. It seemed he wouldn't be bored for the next few days. Yu Lu was very happy, and when he unexpectedly saw that 3 egg sacs had appeared in the collective dormitory of the cockroaches, he was even more delighted. The 3 egg sacs were slightly different in size and color. One was a bit larger and darker, which Yu Lu suspected was laid by the big cockroach, while the other 2 were likely laid by other cockroaches. He immediately sprinkled half a bag of monster snacks in their dormitory and checked on the food reserves. In the past few days, under Yu Lu's leadership, the red phosphorus and the others had not only filled their stomachs, but also caught a lot of prey to bring back to the monster ranch. The dead ones were given to the oil-stealing and big cockroaches, while the red phosphorus prioritized eating the injured but still breathing ones. And the healthy ones had basically been raised up, estimating they could last for another 2 days. When the hero battlefield came later, Yu Lu decided he would take the opportunity to catch more food reserves to bring back. However, right now, Yu Lu looked at the food reserves that were in the same enclosure but had automatically divided into 2 distinct factions, and suddenly another bold idea popped into his mind. Could the prey that the red phosphorus caught also be subdued first to increase some talent points? After all, when they were eventually eaten, it wouldn't affect the copper coin earnings. He thought so and went ahead with it. It turned out that it really worked. Not only did it work, but the mental power consumed to subdue these food reserves was extremely low, less than 1/5 of what it would be in the outside world. And Yu Lu gained 23 talent points in one go. He suddenly discovered a new bug for gaining talent points. He even tried to subdue some of the cockroaches, but when he activated the talent on them, the system had no response, neither indicating success nor failure. It seemed that the cockroach bug couldn't be exploited, but as long as they could bring in copper coin earnings, they were still good cockroaches. After leaving the monster ranch, Yu Lu saw that Lin Xingyang had placed another order for him to open a box, this time a golden treasure chest. Yu Lu didn't hesitate and replied to Lin Xingyang, "I'll be there in 5 minutes." He then layered on his bulletproof vest, raincoat, and protective suit. Moving in so many layers of clothing was a bit stifling and uncomfortable, and it affected his speed and agility. Yu Lu equipped his handgun and flamethrower, preparing to summon the red phosphorus for help if he encountered difficult monsters. Otherwise, he would handle the regular monsters himself to avoid getting the red phosphorus caught in the acid rain. 5 minutes later, fully armed, Yu Lu arrived through the portal at Lin Xingyang's location. As soon as he appeared, Lin Xingyang, who was waiting in the car, excitedly waved to Yu Lu. Yu Lu waved back in acknowledgement and then walked towards the golden treasure chest by the roadside. Chapter 71, How Did I Dig a Pit for Myself? When Yu Lu's hand touched the golden treasure chest through the protective suit, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and then a large black fist came rushing toward his face. At that moment, the Tai Chi moves he had practiced not long ago kicked in, allowing him to instinctively sway his body to avoid the direct impact of the fist, catch the giant fist the size of a clay pot from the side. and then deflect the immense force with softness, overcoming hardness. Yulu stepped back 2 paces and finally saw that the creature before him was a gorilla over 2 meters tall. It was tough to deal with, but not impossible. Yulu felt a surge of fighting spirit, so he didn't immediately use his weapon or talents against the gorilla. Instead, he engaged in a back-and-forth fight using his own combat skills. After about 10 minutes, he felt a burning sensation in his throat and realized it was the effect of acid rain. He decided not to hesitate any longer and directly used his talent on the gorilla. System: congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully taming a level 3 King Kong gorilla. Talent points: 3. Current talent points: 31. Note: after reaching 100 talent points, it can be upgraded to level 4. Before fighting the gorilla, Yulu had 143 points of remaining mental energy. He thought that after taming the gorilla, his mental energy would be depleted, but after successfully taming it, he found he had only used 75 points. It seemed that fighting also helped reduce the mental energy consumption. Yulu picked up all the supplies dropped from the golden treasure chest, got into Lin Xingyang's car, and then they began to divide the supplies. Obtained level 2 electrical system blueprint 1. Obtained level 3 agility potion 2. Obtained scar removal ointment 2. Obtained white crystal 3. Obtained energy crystal 5. Obtained coffee beans 10. 0, 0, 0. Obtained lemons 5. I have to say, Lin Xingyang, that little fat guy, really had good luck. The supplies from the diamond treasure chest last time were quite plentiful. And this time the supplies from the golden treasure chest were also decent, much richer than what Yulu obtained from opening the golden treasure chest himself. After some discussion, Yulu took 2 bottles of agility potions, 1 box of scar removal ointment, 2 pieces of white crystal, 2 pieces of energy crystal, and a small half of the coffee beans. He knew this item was counted by quantity, just like coriander seeds. So he was too lazy to count, and simply poured out a small half. Lin Xingyang was still the same, feeling that Yulu had given him too much. His own car had already upgraded to a level 2 electrical system, and just as he was about to refuse the blueprint, Yulu said, "You can ask in the group if anyone wants to trade blueprints with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyang indeed went to ask in the group and then exchanged for a level 2 engine blueprint with Fanzhou. After Yulu finished dividing the items, he wanted to leave, but this time Lin Xingyang was prepared. Dinner had already been prepared and served on the table. Looking at the delicious dishes on the table, garlic mud crayfish, sweet and sour ribs, 3 fresh vegetables, braised eggplant, abalone, and sea cucumber soup, Yulu couldn't help but swallow, and his body honestly sat down at the table. Lin Xingyang opened a bottle of ice beer for Yulu, who took a sip and felt his previously uncomfortable throat instantly feel much better. Finally able to sit down and eat with his idol, Lin Xingyang was very excited and kept urging Yulu to eat, making it a bit hard for Yulu to handle. So he advised Lin Xingyang, "You are falling behind a bit in terms of mileage. You need to step it up. Once you upgrade to a level 2 engine, activate the speed boost package, and then cook less and run more every day." Lin Xingyang was very receptive to the advice and immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, starting tomorrow, I'll focus on traveling and not cooking, striving to reach the destination early and reunite with you all." "Yulu, how'd I dig a pit for myself?" "Forget it. One shouldn't indulge too much in food. These few days I'll just eat a little, and when I really crave something, there's still beef jerky and meat snacks." Yulu felt very satisfied with this meal. If only Lin Xingyang's chatter wasn't so incessant. After returning to the service area, he saw 3 more cars, one of which was an RV parked next to Yulu's van. When the RV owner saw Yulu coming out of the Challenger's home, he immediately got out of the car and greeted him. "Hello, big shot. I'm Gao Bainan." Yulu was taken aback. In his mind, Gao Bainan was a big shot from his previous life, and now this big shot not only appeared before him, but also called him Big Shot. It was a bit novel, but didn't feel bad. Yulu smiled and said, "Hello, you can call me Sun Wukong, or Senior Brother." Gao Bainan immediately took the hint and changed his address. "Senior Brother." Then he pointed to a pickup truck not far away and said, "That's Lao Zhao's car." Only then did Yulu realize that while he was at Lin Xingyang's place opening boxes and eating, Gao Bainan and Lao Zhao had arrived at the destination one after another. Hearing Gao Bainan talking to Yulu, Lao Zhao also came down from his car, smiling heartily as he said to Yulu, "Good kid, so young, you aren't still in college, are you?" Yulu's smile stiffened for a moment. Then he quickly returned to normal. "No, I'm working now." Lao Zhao came over and patted his shoulder, saying, "I didn't make you any bullets these past 2 days of travel, but don't worry, I'll work overtime tonight to make them for you, and then I'll head back." Yulu smiled and nodded, inexplicably feeling a sense of obedience as a junior in front of Lao Zhao. Gao Bainan looked to be in his 30s, with a slightly dark complexion, appearing somewhat weathered, while Lao Zhao, despite looking around 50, was very strong and spirited, giving off a vibe of being fit for his age. The three of them sat in the lounge, chatting for a while, during which Lu learned that Gao Bainan was indeed 32 years old, while Lao Zhao was already 58, which surprised him a bit. Gao Bainan smiled and said, "What a coincidence if it were 2 years later. You wouldn't have to suffer in the challenge world." Lao Zhao disagreed. "I think it's not bad. This road survival challenge is quite interesting. Besides, it's just dealing with some monsters, and with the assistance of equipment and weapons. How can it be called suffering? Back in my youth, during special training, we were given a dagger and a lighter and thrown into the deep mountains for 1 or 2 months. That was real suffering, eating all sorts of wild fruits and bugs. The challenges now are nothing compared to that." Upon hearing this, Gao Bainan immediately gave a thumbs up. It was only then that Lu realized Lao Zhao had been a special forces soldier. Although he had retired for many years, he still maintained a good habit of exercising, and he was very proficient in various weapons, which was why he awakened his talent in weapon forging after entering the challenge world. As the three of them were chatting enthusiastically, a tall figure suddenly walked in from outside. Lu instinctively turned to look and saw a stunningly beautiful woman with an elegant demeanor walking in. It went without saying that she was the owner of the remaining vehicle. Chapter 72. Am I being considered a big fish? The beautiful woman seemed to be exploring the area. Upon seeing Lu and the other two, she initially intended to turn away. But when she caught sight of Lu's striking pink hair, she paused. "Hello, are you Sun Wukong?" she asked Lu. Earlier, Lin Xingyang had shared a video of his battle in a large group in District 187 at Lu's suggestion. Although the video didn't capture Lu's face clearly, his iconic pink hair was easily recognizable. Lu didn't deny it and nodded, saying, "That's me, hello." The woman didn't say much more, just nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave. After watching her figure disappear, old Zhao couldn't help but tease Lu, saying, "Young man, you seem to have quite the way with women. You could go find her later and add her as a friend." Lu simply smiled and remained silent. He had no intention of dating, especially since the woman seemed quite aloof. She must be quite exceptional to reach the top 10 in the area, and her approaching him was likely just a simple appreciation of his strength. The three chatted for about half an hour before returning to their vehicles. Old Zhao mentioned he would stay up late making bullets, while Gao Banan said he would stay up late constructing an intermediate water collector. They had both neglected their money-making tasks in order to hurry on their journey. The next day, when Lu woke up, he saw that Gao Banan's intermediate water collector had already started selling in the small group at a promotional price of 20 copper coins each, capable of storing 10 liters of water daily. Lu immediately ordered 5. However, after he sent the money to Gao Banan, the latter didn't directly trade the water collectors to him. Instead, a minute later, he knocked on Lu's car window and delivered the goods. Lu. The two chatted for a bit, and Gao Banan mentioned he had made handmade noodles, asking Lu if he wanted to eat together. Since Lin Xingyang, the cook, was focused on traveling, and Lu was preparing to eat instant noodles for breakfast, he nodded without hesitation and joined Gao Banan in his RV. To be fair, Gao Banan's RV was quite well planned, equipped with a washing machine, refrigerator, microwave, a small bathroom, and a cooking area. This setup gave him a head start in the road survival challenge. After eating the handmade noodles, Gao Banan made Lu a cup of handcrafted coffee. Lu took a sip and found it much better than the 3 copper coin coconut latte at the service area CAF. Lu was somewhat impressed by Gao Banan's survival skills. With a fully equipped RV, the living conditions were good. His cooking skills, while not on par with Lin Xingyang's, were still decent, so they didn't have to worry about food. With a workstation to earn money, their development wouldn't be slow either. Moreover, Lu could tell that Gao Banan's stats and vehicle performance were quite good. He could be considered a solid hexagonal warrior. After enjoying his handmade noodles and coffee, Lu reciprocated by giving Gao Banan some beef jerky and a bottle of orange juice. Then, upon noticing someone had placed an order for him to open a golden treasure chest, he bid farewell to Gao Banan, donned his protective gear, and headed to the challenger's home. To Lu's surprise, as soon as he entered, he saw the beautiful woman from last night exploring the exhibition hall. They exchanged nods and greeting, and then Lu disappeared into the teleportation portal. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Lu heard the roar of an engine very close behind him. Almost instinctively, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding being hit by the car. He hadn't expected that even with his status as the top player in the server and the earlier battle video shared in the group, it wouldn't be enough to deter someone from trying to run him down. It just showed that when the stakes are high enough, people are willing to take risks that could lead them to hell. So, of course, Lu was going to accommodate the other party. At that moment, The car that had just accelerated and missed hitting Yulu veered off into the grass by the roadside, attempting to turn around and continue the attack. However, the grass, washed by the rain, was particularly slippery, causing the wheels to skid and making it hard to control the vehicle. Yulu seized the opportunity to summon the gorilla he had just tamed the day before. After all, the gorilla had fought in acid rain for a long time yesterday, so it likely wasn't too afraid of it. Sure enough, once the gorilla was released, it leaped onto the car's hood and began pounding on the windshield. After 3 powerful punches, the windshield shattered into pieces. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat was understandably frightened and immediately grabbed a machine gun, firing wildly at the gorilla. This shocked Yulu. He hadn't expected the guy to have such firepower. Taking advantage of the distraction between the man and the gorilla, Yulu quickly stepped a few paces forward and hid in the vehicle's blind spot. He then placed his left hand on the trunk lid and summoned Xiao Huang and Jin Hu. Thanks to Yulu's precise control, a swarm of killer bees appeared in the trunk, and soon, several bees squeezed through the gap in the back seat into the cabin. When a man inside the car realized he had been stung by a killer bee, he was already surrounded by a swarm of them. Screams from the man and the sounds of the machine gun firing echoed in succession. Meanwhile, Yulu leaned against the back of the car, glancing at the monstrous corpse on the grass not far away, confirming that the golden treasure chest was indeed real. It turned out this guy had taken a photo, first before opening the chest, and then used the photo to lure Yulu over. Did he really think of himself as a big fish? Did he think he was a shark? Yulu patiently waited for nearly 10 minutes until there was no movement from the car, before quietly sneaking to the right rear of the vehicle and finishing off the person inside. On the other side, after Chuyu finished exploring the exhibition hall in the service area of the Challenger's home, she passed by the teleportation portal and saw that Yulu had left a teleportation coordinate named by Wang Dong, immediately furrowing her brows. This was because a girl she had previously made friends with from afar in the challenge world had been harmed by this person. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to send a private message to Sun Wukong, warning him to be careful of by Wang Dong, although she knew the warning might come too late. Just as she sent the message, the teleportation portal shimmered, and Yulu's figure reappeared. Although his protective suit was covered in mud and stained with some blood, he was cradling a large pile of supplies, which even included a machine gun and a 3-edged dagger. Chuyu. She stared for 2 seconds, somewhat in disbelief, and asked, "Did you kill that by Wang Dong?" Yulu didn't deny it, and simply replied, "He attacked me first." To his surprise, Chuyu burst out laughing and said, "Good job. That kind of scum deserves to die." Yulu. Why did this woman's tone sound like she had a grudge against Bai Wang Dong? Yulu didn't have time to chat with her in detail, so he exchanged a few words and turned to head towards his van. He needed to check the supplies he had confiscated from Bai Wang Dong and see how the gorilla was faring. Chapter 73, I feel that I am quite lively and cheerful. Before getting on the car, Yulu noticed that there was another car in the service area parking lot, and a car was entering through the archway at the entrance. It seemed that as time went by, other challengers were arriving at the finish line one after another. Yulu first used a cleaning bubble for a full body cleanse, then took off the heavy protective suit and entered the monster ranch. As soon as he entered, he saw the 9-headed bug and Baihu Er-een surrounding the gorilla. But these two were not doing anything good. One was gnawing on the gorilla's arm, and the other was gnawing on its leg. Upon getting closer, Yulu also discovered that several cockroaches were sucking blood from the gorilla's wounds, and at that moment, the gorilla had clearly lost its vital signs. After checking, Yulu saw several bullet holes in the gorilla's heart, so it was doomed from the start, although he had already guessed this outcome. Looking at the gorilla's corpse still made Yulu feel a bit heavy-hearted, because this was just the beginning. The dangers they would face in the future would only increase. And not just for these little brothers, even for Yulu himself, there was a possibility of dying at any moment. The only thing he could do was to keep getting stronger. In the end, Yulu did not stop the 9-headed bug and Er-een from sharing the gorilla's corpse. After all, monsters would devour each other when they were alive, let alone when they were dead. Like the red phosphorus ironback, they not only devour monsters but also disliked prey that was dead and not fresh. After leaving the monster ranch, Yulu began to tally the gains from this trip. First of all, there were 4 intelligent driving core fragments. Yes, not 1, but 4, which meant that Bai Wang Dong had at least 3 lives on his hands. This made Yulu a bit suspicious that he might be a remnant of the dragon-slaying team that was not cleaned up earlier. However, this turned out to be a windfall for Yulu. With these 4 intelligent driving core fragments, he could not only unlock autonomous driving, but also have 1 extra intelligent driving core fragment. The supplies that exploded from Bai Wang Dong's car were also quite good. Besides 601 copper coins and some basic supplies, There was also a level 2 chassis blueprint, 3 units of floating rock, and a piece of blue crystal, the latter two being materials for upgrading the floating chassis. Additionally, there were quite a few items found in the car, the most valuable of which should be the machine gun, followed by a military 3-edged spike. He also stripped off a bulletproof suit from Bai Wang Dong's corpse, which looked like a collaboration product of Shi Jinghuan and Gao Bainan. Finally, there were some bread, compressed biscuits, mineral water, etc. Yulu even found 2 packs of sanitary napkins in his car. Just as Yulu was curious why a burly man like Bai Wang Dong would keep such things, he saw a bloody piece of women's underwear under the rear seat, the blood having dried to a brown color, with some yellowish stains on it. As a man, Yulu was well aware of what those stains were, and his contempt for Bai Wang Dong increased a few notches. Thinking that Sun Rue and her 2 friends seemed to be producing sanitary napkins, Yulu sent the 2 unopened packs of sanitary napkins to Sun Rue. Upon seeing an unread message from Chu Yu advising him to be careful of Bai Wang Dong, Yulu thought for a moment and guessed that this was the beautiful woman from before. After thinking about it, Yulu replied to Chu Yu, asking, "Do you have a grudge against Bai Wang Dong?" Chu Yu then told him a story about a young girl who was lured and murdered by Bai Wang Dong. She added, "I thought about saving her, but Bai Wang Dong's car was equipped with an anti-positioning device, and the directional teleportation card couldn't locate him at all." Yulu replied, "Well, if he actively sought me out, it would be like walking into a trap." Bai Wang Dong had even deliberately turned off the anti-positioning device to lure Yulu, thinking he could catch him off guard. But he didn't expect Yulu to react quickly, dodging the impact and then counter-killing him. Unfortunately, the anti-positioning device did not explode, but disappeared along with the car. After chatting with Yulu for a while, Chu Yu felt that he was quite nice, had a good perspective, and unlike other men who like to think with their lower bodies, so she actively asked, "Master, can we add each other as friends?" Yulu did not reply, but directly sent a friend request. On the other side, after Sun Rue received the sanitary napkins from Yulu, she chatted with him for a few sentences. From their conversation, Yulu learned that their sanitary napkin business was quite booming, to the point that Sun Rue had not had much time to water the group in the past couple of days, always working overtime to make sanitary napkins. Yulu said, "More and more people are reaching the finish line. Don't just focus on business. You still need to hurry up and travel." Ji Beiji replied, "Okay, Master Brother, I will." In the afternoon, when he had nothing to do, Yulu practiced Tai Chi for nearly 3 hours in the Monster Ranch. When he came out, he found that there were already dozens of cars in the service area. Fan Zhou also arrived at the service area in the evening. Gao Bainan said he planned to treat everyone to hot pot that night, and then he would return to reality, so the 4 of them gathered in Gao Bainan's RV. Fan Zhou was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and having a typical geeky quality. He was said to be a mechanical engineer in the real world. Among the 4 sitting there, only Yulu was the youngest, but the other 3 didn't really regard him as a child. After all, Yulu's strength was evident, and he had a maturity that was different from other young people. When he wasn't speaking, his expression seemed even more mature than Lao Zhao's. For this reason, Lao Zhao joked, "Little Sun, at your age, you should be quite lively and cheerful. Why are you so composed?" Yulu replied expressionlessly, "I feel that I am quite lively and cheerful." The other 3. To increase his persuasiveness, Yulu pointed to his hair and said, "Isn't this color lively and cheerful enough?" Super lively and cheerful. The 3. They decided not to discuss this topic any longer and instead talked about their future plans. Lao Zhao expressed that he really liked the road survival challenge, so he would continue on, and Gao Bainan had the same idea. He said, "I'll go back to reality tonight to explain to my family, so they won't worry about me, but I don't think they should worry too much. After all, when I used to be a self-driving travel blogger, I was always drifting around all year round and didn't stay home much." Yulu reminded, "When you return to reality, try not to expose your identity, and don't tell your family too clearly to avoid causing them trouble later." Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao immediately pointed at Yulu and said, "See, I told you he is particularly mature. His thoughts are more mature than us old guys." Yulu, he thought for a moment and then showed an innocent expression, saying, "Uncle Zhao, I'm not married yet. In our hometown, you're supposed to give me lucky money during the new year." So Lao Zhao immediately fell silent. After dinner that night, Gao Bainan and Fan Zhou returned to reality, leaving only Lao Zhao still busy making bullets for Yulu. Yulu originally planned to watch a movie before going to sleep, but ended up watching until after 1 in the morning. When he turned off the movie screen and prepared to go to sleep in the folded space, he saw that the usually quiet large group at this time was still buzzing with new messages. Opening it, he found they were all saying, "The rain has stopped." Chapter 74. Yu Lu is Sun Wukong. The rain disaster has finally ended. When the challenge world switched from night to day the next day in an instant, the system reminded all challengers in their minds, only 3 days remain until the challenge ends. How much of the journey do you have left to complete? Be careful. If you don't reach the finish line within 3 days, you will truly be erased. The tone was very human-like, but the words were cold, causing many challengers who had just woken up to break out in a cold sweat. Only contestants like Yu Lu, who had already completed their journey, remained calm at this moment. Yu Lu leaned out of the car window and saw that there were already over 100 vehicles in the service area. The once monster-infested service area was now filled with the sounds of challengers chatting. A man who had just exited the restroom saw Yu Lu and immediately jogged over to greet him. Hello? You're the great Sun Wukong, right? Can you? Without waiting for the man to finish, Yu Lu calmly nodded, then retracted his head and closed the car window. He didn't want to hear what offensive request the man was going to make and then have to think about how to refuse without losing face. Opening the screen, he found that old Zhao had sent over 1,000 bullets, plus an extra 50, with a note saying, "Little Sun, I'm heading back first. Take care of yourself while I'm gone, and I'll bring you some candy when I return." Yu Lu. He really thinks of himself as a child. Lin Xingyang also sent Yu Lu a private message, along with 240 copper coins. "Big brother, this is the money I made selling intermediate water collectors. I'm giving you half." Gao Banan said he is heading back to reality first, and we'll make more when we get back. "I'll share the profits with you then." Yu Lu replied, "Okay, once the rain stops, drive faster and call me if you run into any danger." After finishing the conversation with Lin Xingyang, Yu Lu browsed the new items in the system today. Low-level team card, 50 copper coins limited to 1 purchase, anti-allergic medicine. 5 copper coins limited to 1 purchase, car repair kit. 200 copper coins limited to 1 purchase, intermediate metal. 2 copper coins limited to 10 purchases, sandwich. 2 copper coins limited to 10 purchases. Yu Lu immediately purchased all 4 items except for the sandwich and thought for a moment before buying 2 sandwiches, as he still hadn't had breakfast. While munching on a dry sandwich, Yu Lu suggested in the group chat, "I recommend that everyone participate in the upcoming hero battlefield. If you're not confident in your strength, you could buy a team card from the system mall to team up with someone." Yu Lu's words immediately sparked discussions, and basically everyone who saw the message went to buy team cards, with some directly calling for teams in the group chat, like Sun Rue inviting Su Yiqing to team up. Of course, Zhu Jinghuan and Zhu Jingyan, as siblings, automatically teamed up. Lin Xingyang wanted to team up with Yu Lu but felt too shy to say directly, so he subtly asked, "Sun Wukong, big brother, have you thought about who to team up with?" Yu Lu replied, "I don't need a team. I'm fine on my own." Lin Xingyang. Yu Lu's identity had already been exposed after he poked his head out in the morning, and people kept knocking on his car window to try to get close to him, which made Yu Lu quite irritated. Just as he was thinking about changing his skin and parking somewhere else, there was another knock on the window. He impatiently turned to look, only to see a familiar face, Deng Han. "Can I get in the car to talk?" Deng Han asked with a smile. Yu Lu hesitated for a second, but still opened the passenger door for Deng Han. Once Deng Han got in, he didn't beat around the bush. He smiled and reached out his right hand to Yu Lu, saying, "Hello, Yu Lu?" Yu Lu, having his real name pointed out. He didn't struggle unnecessarily and reached out to shake Deng Han's hand, acknowledging his identity. "Hello." After returning to the real world a couple of days ago, Deng Han first went home to report safety to his family, and then went to the bureau to do the same. However, when the bureau leaders learned that he had just come out of the road survival challenge, they asked if he knew someone named Yu Lu, to which Deng Han immediately shook his head, indicating he didn't know him. But when the leader described Yu Lu's characteristics, Deng Han couldn't remain calm because the leader said, "Very young, looks like he's in his 20s, has pink hair, can handle the big red snake, and also plays with the 3-tailed black panther." Deng Han thought at that moment, "This description sounds a bit like Sun Wukong, doesn't it?" He then found a photo among many of Yu Lu's real appearance, which was taken by a traffic camera when Yu Lu had just returned to the real world at an intersection, due to the backlight. The person's facial features were not very clear in the photo, but it still allowed Deng Han to confirm Yu Lu's identity. Sun Wukong is Yu Lu, and Yu Lu is Sun Wukong. Thus, Deng Han shared what he knew about Sun Wukong. He is a challenger from our Long Kingdom's 187th district, ranked first in the entire server for level 1 full vehicle, and also first for level 1 highway. I estimate that his overall combat power should also rank first in the entire server, because he can control those monsters. When the leaders learned that the seemingly non-mainstream pink-haired youth was this impressive, they were astonished. After listening to the recording of Officer Ma's conversation with Yu Lu, Dang Han found that he was actually completely unaware of many of the things Lu had mentioned, making him, who was ranked third in the entire district, seem particularly useless. When the leaders learned that Dang Han not only shared the same district as Lu, but also had a good relationship with him, they immediately excitedly assigned Dang Han a task. He must invite Lu back, no matter what. Unfortunately, while they also wanted to go into the challenge world to find someone they couldn't get in, and only the challenger Dang Han could enter the challenge world to find Lu. When Dang Han received this task, he felt overwhelmed because he could tell that Lu would be difficult to persuade. With a clear conscience, he simply reported that Sun Wukong had a small group, and that he was also in the group. Somehow, the leaders misunderstood it as him having a very good relationship with Sun Wukong, and they patted him on the shoulder, saying this was a task assigned by the organization, and he must politely invite the person back without using force. It sounded as if he could beat Sun Wukong and force him to come back with him. On the way there, Dang Han thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to persuade Lu, so at this moment, he could only speak honestly. Our bureau chief heard that I know you and asked me to invite you back no matter what. It's nothing personal. Just wants to invite you for tea and discuss the road survival challenge. I absolutely won't make things difficult for you. I heard that the higher-ups might even arrange for you to have an advisory position, and you can bring up any requests you have with the leaders then. Dang Han rambled on for a long time, trying to dispel all of Lu's concerns, and finally cautiously asked, "What do you think?" Lu replied expressionlessly, "Not much. I don't want to go back." Dang Han. Chapter 75. When you're out, your identity is given by yourself. After being a police officer for so many years, Dang Han had dealt with all kinds of people, but he found himself at a loss when facing Lu. So, he could only resort to soft persuasion. He tried to appeal to emotions and reason, even cooking for Lu. But his culinary skills were average and didn't impress Lu at all. Eventually, Lu became annoyed with his persistence and said, "I can go back, but you have to promise to help me with something first." Dang Han's eyes lit up at this. However, a few minutes later, when he found himself adorned with women's designer handbags, several necklaces around his neck, multiple bracelets, and a big watch on his wrist, several diamond rings on his fingers, and holding 3 laptops in his arms, he regretted it. Unfortunately, his teleport point was still in the meeting room at the precinct, and, at that moment, the criminal investigation team was in a meeting with many curious eyes fixed on the suddenly appearing Dang Han. Dang Han. He fled the meeting room and drove to the police station where Lu was to pick him up. Half an hour later, Lu, sitting in the passenger seat next to Dang Han, was in a good mood. Although his outfit resembled Dang Han's when he first returned, he didn't have as many women's bags and jewelry, only 2 tablets in hand. Originally, he just wanted to try on the luxury items he had scavenged from Wu Hai's car to see if he could bring them back to reality. And to his surprise, it actually worked. Then, Lu had Dang Han drive him to a nearby secondhand luxury goods recycling store. However, the items Lu brought were not particularly legitimate and did not come with purchase receipts or invoices. In such cases, store owners typically either offer a very low price or outright refuse to buy. Dang Han's presence, however, became a strong endorsement for Lu. As for Dang Han, he felt like he had completely lost face. To help Lu prove that his luxury items were not stolen, he even showed his police badge to the store owner, who momentarily thought that a criminal investigator was colluding with Lu to scam him, almost prompting the owner to call the police. Meanwhile, Lu was completely oblivious to Dang Han's embarrassment and was haggling with the store owner. Lu pointed to the official price of a bag he found online on his phone. "This bag originally costs over 30,000, and you're offering me 8,000? Isn't that a bit too shady? It looks as good as new." The store owner forced a stiff smile and said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do. Because of that incident, the market is really bad right now. Many people are afraid to go out. It's being said online that the end of the world is coming, and everyone is hoarding supplies, so these luxury items naturally have no market." The 2 words that incident carried an unspeakable fear, causing Lu and Dang Han to exchange a glance. Clearly, the road survival challenge had caused significant panic in the real world, severely disrupting normal social order. In the end, the luxury items Lu brought sold for a total of 682,000. Just as the store owner was about to transfer the money, Lu pointed to a cold hat in the display window and asked, "Is that hat for sale?" Yes. The store owner beamed as he took the hat out and handed it to Lu, saying, "Although my store is full of secondhand goods, this hat is brand new, with packaging and tags still intact. It's a genuine designer item with a website price of 888. If you want it, you can have it for 3,000. Lu, what is this? It's just a piece of cloth, and it's secondhand, and it can sell for 3,000. Yulu haggled with the store owner for a few more minutes and finally got the hat for 2,000. The store owner then transferred the remaining 682,000 to Yulu, smiling as he watched him leave with Deng Han. As they walked, Yulu touched the hat on his head, feeling a bit awkward. "Will this cover my hair?" he asked. In reality, some bangs and the ends of his hair at the back were still visible, but Deng Han half-heartedly shook his head. "No, you can't see it at all." Satisfied, Yulu said, "Great, let us go find my boss to discuss compensation." "Deng Han, aren't we going directly back to the precinct?" After thinking for a moment, Deng Han decided to endure it for now. Since they were already back, there was no rush. So, Deng Han drove Yulu to his previous workplace. While in the car, Yulu took off the collar chain around his neck, and Deng Han witnessed his transformation firsthand. Deng Han was somewhat confused, thinking, "You're already quite handsome. Why do you need to change your face?" Yulu shook his head, indicating, "You wouldn't understand. When you're out, your identity is given by yourself." Deng Han once again. When Yulu appeared, his boss truly didn't recognize him first. It wasn't until he heard Yulu's familiar voice that he dared to confirm his identity. After some small talk, Yulu took the initiative to bring up the compensation issue, saying the van was bound to him and could only remain in the road survival challenge world. He had used up all the goods in it. "Calculate how much the van and goods are worth, and I'll compensate you." Deng Han, listening to their conversation, finally understood where Yulu's truckload of supplies had come from and could only say this kid was exceptionally lucky. At first, the boss said there was no need for compensation as long as Yulu was alive, but under Yulu's insistence, the boss finally said, "The van was originally bought for over 60,000. It's been a few years, so I estimate it could sell for about 10,000 as a used vehicle. The batch of goods was worth over 8,000. I still owe you a month's salary. So how about you just give me?" The boss was weighing whether to say 15,000 or 18,000 when unexpectedly, Yulu directly transferred 50,000 to him. The boss was stunned, saying, "You don't need to give so much, that's too much." Yulu pressed down the boss's hand, which was trying to return the money, and sincerely said, "Consider it a thank you for taking me in during my most difficult times." Hearing this, the boss suddenly felt a bit teary and didn't want to argue with Yulu anymore. He simply patted Yulu's shoulder and said, "You're a good kid. Take care of yourself." Yulu smiled and nodded, "Yes, I will. Don't worry." After saying goodbye to Yulu's boss, Deng Han looked at Yulu with a slightly different gaze. Initially, after reading Yulu's identity information from the files, he didn't feel much, but now he realized that Yulu's past must have been quite challenging. Perhaps it was these hardships that had tempered his character, allowing him to calmly face the dangers in the challenge world. Just as Deng Han was emotionally analyzing Yulu's personality, he suddenly heard Yulu say, "Officer Deng, do you know where I can find cheaper nearby? I want to rent a small place for clothes and luggage, maybe in a more remote suburban area. Are there any houses like those in Hugong or Fushin that cost tens of thousands?" Deng Han, he couldn't take it anymore, grabbed Yulu by the shoulders, pushed him into the car, and then floored the accelerator, heading towards the city headquarters. Chapter 76. Young man, you're quite low-key. Half an hour later, Yulu not only met several leaders from the city, but also 2 leadership officials from the province. In front of Deng Han, who enjoyed teasing him, he quickly switched back to a calm demeanor. He repeated what he had said in front of Officer Ma last time and demonstrated his talent to the leaders. This time, he summoned the Hydra, causing quite a shock to their little hearts once again. In fact, Yulu's clairvoyant abilities had other functions, such as X-ray vision. The one-way mirror in the police interrogation room was now as transparent to him, as if it were completely clear. However, he chose not to reveal this talent, wanting to keep a card up his sleeve that others didn't know about. One provincial leader, while patting his chest, asked, "Young Yu, what kind of talent is this? Is it similar to what's described in those immortal cultivation novels, belonging to the beast taming category?" Yulu smiled and replied, "Pretty much. The road challenge system calls it a Beast Tamer. Not bad. This talent is great. It converts the enemy's living forces into your own troops. Marvelous." Yulu also thought it was quite wonderful. He urged, "If you have any questions, please ask quickly. I'm in a hurry and want to get back soon. My reserves are running low, and I'm afraid they might turn on each other." When he had just summoned the Hydra, he noticed one of its tentacles was broken halfway, indicating that it kept its promise and had indeed fed its colleague with a severed limb. Upon hearing this, the leaders quickly pulled out the questions they had prepared in advance to avoid Yulu disappearing again like last time, leaving them unable to call him back. We are currently holding a meeting discussing equipping everyone's vehicles with self-defense weapons and enough survival supplies for half a month. What do you think we should specifically equip in terms of weapons and supplies? Yulu was taken aback for a moment and then shook his head, indicating that the proposal was not feasible. You shouldn't waste this money. It would be better to educate everyone on the common sense and rules of the road survival challenge world, and also practice driving skills and physical fitness. At the very least, if you can't get a driver's license, you should be able to distinguish between the accelerator and the brake, and if you can't fight the monsters, you should at least be able to escape. The leaders were puzzled. Why not? Yulu explained, because our first batch of challengers is like beta testers in a game. They have some privileges and can bring their vehicles and supplies in. When the second batch of challenges starts, the challenge world will only summon people in, and then the system will randomly generate vehicle options for them to choose from. It could be a sedan, a truck, or even a bus or bicycle. Wouldn't there be a train? Yulu looked at the person who asked and replied seriously. That option cannot be ruled out. Everyone. Yulu continued. But anyone with a normal mindset should not choose a train in a selection of options, unless their thought process is quite peculiar. Leader, really? Can't any supplies be brought in? Like a lighter or a dagger? Would it be okay if it's in the pocket of clothing? Yulu shook his head again, no. But you can wear a couple more layers of clothing. If they get dirty or damaged, you can change. You might also consider wearing bath towels or bed sheets as scarves. Maybe you can bring them in. Everyone once again. Who exactly came up with this road survival challenge? Or rather, who is the mastermind behind it? Yulu said, I can only say that the mastermind is a civilization system far superior to our Blue Star. As for the specifics, I'm not clear. The group asked Yulu a few more questions, and he answered all that he knew. Finally, an older leader raised his hand and asked, last question, I'm very curious. How do you know so much information? Xiao Deng doesn't know these things. Xiao Deng naturally referred to Deng Han, who was also looking at Yulu with a puzzled expression, mixed with a hint of incredulity. Yulu knew they might have guessed he was a reborn individual, but he wouldn't respond directly. He just shrugged and said, you can think of it as me being the #1 player in the server. So I get to know this information first. If you don't believe it, later on, Officer Deng can try to get the #1 spot on the secondary highway. You might find out more than I do. Deng Han, who was called out. After all the questions were asked, the leaders said the government had established a special department to study the road survival challenge and wanted to invite Yulu to be a consultant. Yulu immediately shook his head in refusal. Forget it. I can't handle that constraint. But a single sentence from the leader changed Yulu's mind. Not only will we pay you a salary, contribute to 6 insurances and 1 fund, but we will also provide you with housing. You can choose your position. As long as it's within a reasonable range, we can accommodate you. Yulu. Okay. After thinking for a moment, he added, but I can't guarantee that I will be available often, and I suggest you don't enroll me in Social Security. Nor should you publicly disclose my position. The leader laughed and said, young man, you're quite low-key. Yulu shook his head. A tall tree catches the wind. I can honestly tell you that, because of the title of #1 in the server, I have already attracted the pursuit of challengers from but I killed them all in return. In the future, there's a possibility that more challengers from other countries will come after me. I'm afraid that if I kill too many, other countries will pressure you to hand me over, and then it will be difficult for you. However, to Yulu's surprise, the older leader solemnly replied, you can rest assured. Our dragon country is not afraid of any form of threat now. If they dare to come, we will make them understand what it means to be a nation of etiquette, but also a little skilled in martial arts. Hearing this, Yulu couldn't help but laugh. He said, let's put my matters aside for now and focus on arranging some education and training for everyone. There's not much time left for everyone. After saying this, Yulu waved to everyone and then pressed the road survival app on his phone, transporting back to the service area. Upon returning to the road survival challenge world, Yulu actually felt more at ease. He looked at the chat messages on the screen and found that Xu Jinghuan, Xu Jingyan, and Sun Rui had all reached the finish line, asking where he was and inviting him to join them for a barbecue that evening. Yulu initially intended to go find them directly, but suddenly changed his mind. He first went to the restroom and reshaped his face to look quite ordinary. After coming out of the restroom, he also changed the skin of his vehicle to the black off-road vehicle skin that he obtained after dismantling the vehicle of the S-Park Junho. Then he parked the vehicle in the nearest parking space to the challenger's home, ensuring that no one would recognize him before getting out to find Sun Rui's white Passat. Sun Rui and Xu Jinghuan's vehicles were parked together, and the 3 of them had set up a barbecue grill in the adjacent open space. Xu Jinghuan was burning charcoal, while Sun Rui and Xu Jingyan were skewering food. Next to the small table with the ingredients, there was an empty folding chair, clearly saved for Yulu. Yulu walked over and sat down, and unsurprisingly, he was met with 3 bewildered faces. Chapter 77, isn't this more thrilling than riding a roller coaster? Sun Rue looked puzzled and asked, "Who are you?" Chu Jinghuan had a cold expression and said, "Sorry, this seat is already taken. Please move aside." Chu Jingyan remained silent. Curiously observing Yulu couldn't help but chuckle, then lifted a corner of the hat that covered his hair, revealing his pink hair, and said, "It's me." Among the 3, the one most familiar with Yulu's voice was undoubtedly Sun Rue, who had met him several times and had been guided by him. She widened her eyes in disbelief. "And Master Brother?" Yulu let go of the hat and nodded. Chu Jinghuan and Chu Jingyan still looked a bit confused. Chu Jingyan, with a curious expression, exclaimed, "Wow, Master Brother, you didn't look like this the last time we met." Yulu smiled and replied, "It's a prop. What you saw last time wasn't my true appearance." Hearing this, Chu Jingyan instantly felt conflicted and thought, "Please don't say this is your original look. My teenage heart will shatter." Yulu had originally planned to just say hello and leave, as he still needed to take his little brothers to hunt monsters. However, he couldn't resist the enthusiastic persuasion from Sun Rue and the delicious smell of grilled meat, so he ultimately decided to have a few skewers before leaving. Just as he took a bite of the juicy grilled lamb, he saw a familiar figure looking around until he spotted Sun Rue and walked over. Yulu raised his hand and greeted, "Shirlang, you're back?" Shirlang quickly recognized Yulu. After all, the necklace around Yulu's neck was the one he had traded away. Staying in reality was boring. It was either listening to the old man scold him for not being serious or hearing his mother nag about not being able to please the old man, which was quite annoying. It was better to challenge the world, hunt monsters, and try to upgrade his vehicle to level 2 as soon as possible. Yulu handed him a lamb skewer and asked, "How much material do you need to upgrade to level 2? Shirlang took the skewer and took a bite, saying, "I have quite a bit of material. Should be fine. Now, I just need a level 2 chassis blueprint." Upon hearing this, Yulu immediately laughed. "What a coincidence. I killed a jerk who tried to run me over yesterday and got a level 2 chassis blueprint. I was about to ask if anyone needed it in the group." Shirlang instantly perked up. "Give it to me. Master Brother, how much do you want for it?" Yulu shook his head. "No need for money. Just feed my little brothers with the monster corpses after you kill them tonight." As he spoke, Yulu used the interface to pull out the level 2 chassis blueprint from the system warehouse and sent it directly to Shirlang. Now that Yulu's Beast Tamer talent was no longer a secret, it made sense for him to use monster corpses to feed his little brothers. Shirlang didn't hold back and accepted the blueprint, then inquired about the specific operation for taking orders and hunting monsters. Yulu didn't hide anything and explained the situation about the portal ticket. Of course, they couldn't just take orders whenever they wanted, so after finishing the barbecue, Yulu and Shirlang decided to borrow a spot from acquaintances to hunt monsters first. Currently, the only ones in their small group who hadn't completed the challenge task were Lin Xinyang and Su Yiqing. Yulu and Shirlang greeted them in the group, and not long after, Yulu went over to Su Yiqing, while Shirlang went to Lin Xinyang. To be honest, Su Yiqing was a bit anxious at this point. She had been quite relaxed earlier, but now seeing that everyone had reached the finish line, with only her and Lin Xinyang lagging behind, and with the system sending out reminders that morning, she felt a bit restless. When Yulu came over to greet her, Su Yiqing hesitated for a moment, but still took the initiative to ask, "Sundalao, I feel like my journey in the next 2 days is a bit rushed. Could you please?" Yulu raised an eyebrow. "You want to travel at night?" Su Yiqing nodded. Yulu didn't refuse. "Okay. Then keep your speed at around 30 miles per hour, slowly move forward, and I'll help you clear out monsters in front. But I can't guarantee there won't be any stragglers, so you still need to be careful. Did you buy the car repair kit?" Su Yiqing nodded, looking grateful. "I bought it, thank you." Yulu smiled slightly. "No need. It's just mutual benefit." After saying that, Yulu summoned all his little brothers and climbed onto the back of the 2-headed giant eagle, then commanded, "Everyone, move forward." Although the scene looked a bit juvenile, and the giant eagle was quite unstable, nearly throwing Yulu off twice while diving at monsters, he was still quite excited. Isn't this more thrilling than riding a roller coaster? On the other side, Shirlang, who had transformed into a vampire, was also going crazy, seeming like the true executioner of the night compared to the monsters scattered in flight. As he consumed more and more monster blood, he finally heard the system notification ringing in his mind. Congratulations to Challenger Shirlang for successfully absorbing 1,000 points of monster essence blood, upgrading vampire bloodline to level 2, allowing transformation into a basic blood-sucking bat with a duration of 5 minutes. Shirlang was overjoyed and immediately transformed into a palm-sized red-eyed bat. Although small, he was a super predator in the dark, not only agile, but also capable of flying at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Unfortunately, the transformation duration was a bit short, just as he killed a level 4 monster. He transformed back into his human form and awkwardly realized that he didn't know where he had thrown his clothes during the transformation, leaving him to run around naked. Luckily, this was a survival challenge world on the road, and besides Lin Xingyang, there was no one else on this road. If this had happened in the real world and someone caught him running naked and posted it online, there would surely be a bunch of unscrupulous marketing accounts claiming he was high on drugs, running naked on the streets at midnight, complete with headlines like, "Is it a moral decline or a distortion of human nature?" And then the illegitimate children of the old man would definitely jump out to create a power struggle. Yulu spent 4 hours hunting monsters with Su Yiqing, covering 100 kilometers forward. He also gained quite a lot, not only feeding a group of hungry little brothers, but also capturing a lot of live reserves, with his copper coins increasing by over 400. Although Lang was alone, he was also extremely rapid, having cleaned out all the monsters within dozens of kilometers around Lin Xingyang, leaving even a few remaining ones fleeing from the smell of blood in the air. The total number of monster corpses he sent to Yulu was nearly 100. At 6 in the morning, as soon as Lin Xingyang woke up, he drove out. Although it was still dark, thanks to Lang cleaning up the monsters, he faced little danger on the way. He only stopped for a brief rest of about 10 minutes to eat some bread for breakfast, and before noon, he finally saw the shadow of Diana Valley. Excited, Lin Xingyang immediately reported in the group, "Family, I'm almost at the finish line." Chapter 78. It's hard to explain to you rich people. Lin Xingyang was disappointed to find that only Yulu was there to greet him at the finish line. The siblings Sun Rui and Chu Jinghuan had already returned to reality, and Lang was sound asleep after a night of fighting. Yulu acted as a guide again, explaining the rules and general situation of the service area to the little fatty. As Lin Xingyang waved his spatula to cook, he praised, "Master brother, you really know a lot." Yulu, smelling the delicious aroma in the air, returned the compliment, "Your cooking skills are also great." To be honest, after not having eaten the little fatty's cooking for 2 days, he was starting to crave it. Initially, Yulu hadn't considered including Lin Xingyang as a member of his future team, but now he felt that he was someone indispensable. After having lunch in Lin Xingyang's car, Yulu took him around the service area. During their stroll, they ran into Chu Yu in the shop. Yulu raised his hand to greet her. But to his surprise, Chu Yu only shot him a cold glance before walking away with a blank expression. Yulu was puzzled, thinking, did I offend her? It wasn't until a moment later that he remembered he had changed his face and was wearing a hat, so she probably didn't recognize him. In the afternoon, Lin Xingyang also needed to return to reality to check in with his family. After explaining this to Yulu, he left through the portal. With nothing to do, Yulu entered the monster ranch and practiced Tai Chi for 2 hours. After finishing, he playfully petted Little Apple and secretly petted the oil-thieving monster a couple of times. Seeing that his copper coin balance was over 3,000, he decided to build a functional facility for his little brothers to improve their living conditions in the monster ranch. Among the various facilities like Monster Paradise, Monster Restaurant, Monster Leisure Area, and Monster Arena, Yulu first focused on the Monster Restaurant. He believed that Hong Lin and the others must also hope to build this first. However, the construction cost of the Monster Restaurant was not cheap. It required 2,600 copper coins just for the construction fee. To operate normally afterward, he also needed to hire monster chefs, monster waiters, monster cleaners, and other staff from the system, which would cost 30 copper coins per day just for the hiring fees. Although he felt a bit pained, Yulu still waved his hand and pressed the construction button. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. He believed that the money spent on his little brothers would eventually be earned back. 5 minutes later, the monster restaurant was completed. After he clicked to hire staff, the restaurant immediately opened for business. The 9-headed worm and Hong Lin had been filled with anticipation since Yulu started the construction, and the moment the restaurant's door opened, they rushed in first. Due to their large size, the iron-backed Black Wind and Depung could only line up at the restaurant entrance, while the cockroach and the oil-thieving monster were queued further behind. To Yulu's surprise, the monster corpses that Lang had given him, which had been collectively rejected by Hong Lin and the others because they'd been drained of blood by Lang, were transformed into delicious dishes by the monster chef, much to the delight of the 9-headed worm and Hong Lin. Moreover, the excess monster corpses were directly stored in the monster restaurant's ingredient warehouse, relieving Yulu of any concerns about preservation. It seemed that while the construction of the monster restaurant was costly, it was quite beneficial. Yulu planned to find Lang to discuss the long-term acquisition of monster corpses, but when he went to look for Lang's eye-catching Koenigsegg, he couldn't find him in the original parking spot. After sending a message to inquire, He learned that Shi Lang was at the gas station buying gasoline and washing his car. So, Yulu directly went to the gas station to find Shi Lang, intending to stock up on more gasoline. Even if he upgraded to a level 4 engine later and the car wouldn't need gasoline, he would still need it for the flamethrower. Seeing Shi Lang squatting not far from the gas station with a cigarette in his mouth, but not daring to light it, Yulu walked over with a smile and whispered in his ear, "After you finish washing the car, give those slimes some copper coins as a tip, and compliment them a bit. They might help you maintain the car." Upon hearing this, Shi Lang's eyes lit up. "How much should I tip? Is 500 copper coins enough?" Truly a rich second generation, he probably tipped streamers in the real world at a level of 100 carnivals. Yulu replied, "That's too much. 1 copper coin per slime is fine." But Shi Lang thought 1 copper coin was too little and not impressive at all. Although he used to be stingy when he first entered the Road Survival Challenge, arguing for a bag of cookies, that was because he was poor back then. Now, it was different. Ever since he bought the vampire talent, his life had improved. Although he still owed over 4,000 copper coins to the system, it didn't matter. Owing money was a skill, and others couldn't even borrow from the system. Then Yulu watched as Shi Lang, with an air of a young master, tipped each slime 20 copper coins. Despite his arrogant attitude, this generous amount moved the slimes to the point of blushing. Their previously vague features became clear, and a group of slimes busily surrounded the black and white Koenigsegg, maintaining it, waxing it, and even gifting Shi Lang a set of transparent car covers. Shi Lang's eyes immediately lit up. He patted Yulu's shoulder and said, "Master brother, you were right. Less than 200 copper coins got me free maintenance and a set of transparent car covers. What a bargain. Is that how you got your set of transparent car covers?" Yulu, "Not really," but he didn't want to explain. Sigh. It's hard to explain things to you rich people. After Shi Lang finished washing the car, the two of them went to the gas station to buy gasoline. When they returned to the parking space, Shi Lang exchanged 2 units of low-level rubber with Yulu and then upgraded the car's level 2 chassis right in front of him. Frustrated, Yulu admired Shi Lang's newly upgraded vehicle before they sat down to have dinner together, during which he mentioned the long-term acquisition of monster corpses. Shi Lang readily agreed. If Yulu didn't take them, he would just throw the monster corpses away because the ones drained of blood couldn't be decomposed by the system. So Shi Lang offered Yulu a very low price and generously stated that the monster corpses he hunted in the past 2 days would be given to Yulu for free as a thank you for the tip information about the slimes. Yulu, all right then, he wasn't losing anything. After dinner, the two were preparing to discuss whether to go monster hunting with Su Yiqing, but unexpectedly, Shi Lang received an order to open a golden treasure chest. He decided to stay there to hunt monsters after opening the chest, leaving Yulu to go to Su Yiqing alone. Yulu, I really don't understand why someone would choose to order Shi Lang instead of me, when I'm clearly stronger and more experienced. What Yulu didn't know was that it was precisely because his combat power was too strong that some people prefer to hire Shi Lang instead of him. After all, in this Road Survival Challenge world, no one was trustworthy, and Yulu wasn't a saint. Given a choice, they would definitely choose Shi Lang, who seemed less threatening. So Yulu could only privately message Su Yiqing. "Dr. Su, I will go to your place to hunt monsters soon." Chapter 79. The registration channel for the Brave Battlefield is now open as the countdown to the last day of the first level highway survival challenge began. Sun Rue, Deng Han, Lin Shengyang, Zhao Wei, Fan Zhou, Chu Jinghuan, Chu Jingyan, and Gao Bainan all returned to the service area to register for the Brave Battlefield. During their lunch gathering, Yulu suggested to Deng Han, Shi Lang, and Gao Bainan, "Tonight, we can offer paid assistance to those challengers who couldn't reach the finish line during the day and are just a little short, helping them clear monsters so they can safely enter the service area at night. It's better to help one than none." As for those who were far from the finish line, they couldn't do much for them. Deng Han, Shi Lang, and Gao Bainan had no objections, but unexpectedly, Sun Rue raised her hand and said, "I want to join too." Old Zhao added, "You little brat, who do you look down on? Do you think I'm too old?" Yulu smiled, saying that anyone who wanted to participate could, but they must first ensure their own safety. After lunch, Deng Han urgently returned to reality, but was back in the service area in less than half an hour. Yulu guessed he had reported his thoughts to his superiors, urging them to mobilize other challengers from Long Country who had completed the challenge to help as many compatriots as possible return to reality safely. In fact, in the afternoon, Deng Han even called on the unfamiliar challengers in the service area to assist those who hadn't completed their challenges, which drew a stern warning from Officer Lion. If it weren't for Yulu stepping in timely and bribing Officer Lion with 5 silver coins, Deng Han would likely have been taken to the small dark room. the last time that red-haired fox was released, but when Yulu went to talk to it again, he found that the red-haired fox could no longer speak human language, and its intelligence seemed to have reverted to the average level of ordinary monsters. Yulu didn't want Deng Han to provoke the service area rules at this time, and after being saved, Deng Han realized his actions were somewhat inappropriate. He could have made that call directly in the large chat group, but chose to do it in front of Officer Lion in the service area. He awkwardly thanked Yulu, saying, "I'll cover those 5 silver coins." As he spoke, Deng Han was about to transfer money to Yulu, only to hear Yulu casually say, "It's not 5 silver coins. It's 10 silver coins or 100 copper coins. Do you think Officer Lion gives me face for no reason? Because I've bribed him several times." Deng Han, fine, 100 copper coins it is. After receiving the transfer, Yulu smiled and patted Deng Han on the shoulder, saying, "Officer Deng, I have high hopes for you. Good luck." Deng Han, aftervad, Yulu. Shi Lang, Deng Han, Sun Rue, Old Zhao, and Gao Bainan all spoke in the group, offering paid monster clearing services. Those who couldn't reach the finish line before dark could seek their help, but they needed to provide photos of their mileage. Those over 100 kilometers would have to manage on their own. Hearing this, many challengers who had reached the finish line also offered to help, with Chuyu being the first to respond. On this day, vehicles entering the service area were constantly arriving, and the vast parking lot was quickly filling up. Many people entered the service area, overwhelmed with joy, and immediately rushed into the challenger's home to be teleported back to the real world. Yulu initially thought that Su Yiqing, the last in their small group, wouldn't arrive at the finish line until dark, but surprisingly, she made it by 3 in the afternoon. According to her, she had hit the road early in the morning and hadn't eaten since. She even saw 2 treasure chests on the way but didn't open them, wanted to reach the finish line as soon as possible for peace of mind. This shows that human potential is limitless, depending only on whether one is pushed to that extent. From 3 to 8 in the evening, vehicles continued to pour into the service area, forming long lines at the archway. Yulu and the others roughly counted that there were nearly 5,000 vehicles in the service area, while the current online count for Long Country's District 187 was 6,869. It remained to be seen how many of the remaining 1,000 or 2,000 people could successfully reach the finish line before dawn the next day. At 6 in the evening, the 11 members of their small group had their first dinner together. Just as the atmosphere was lively, the system announced, "The registration channel for the Brave Battlefield is now open. Please register enthusiastically. As for the rules of the Brave Battlefield, it's a secret for now. All I can tell you is, the greater the crisis, the more opportunities there are. Only the brave can go further. The Brave Battlefield will open 2 days after the first level highway challenge ends, lasting 3 days, with a registration deadline at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Now, please make your choice." Without any hesitation, as soon as the system finished speaking, Yulu took out the service area rule card to scan and register, choosing not to team up. Not only did Yulu choose the solo mode, but Shi Lang and Gao Bainan also didn't team up, while the rest found their teammates. First were siblings Chu Jinghuan and Chu Jingyan, followed by Sun Rue and Su Yiqing, and finally Old Zhao teamed up with Fan Zhou. Anxious Lin Xingyang had no choice but to look to Deng Han for help. Deng Han had initially wanted to choose solo mode, but seeing Lin Xingyang looking at him eagerly, he helplessly said, "How about we team up?" Lin Xingyang nodded vigorously, saying, "Great. Officer Deng, you're so nice." Deng Han, suddenly feeling a bit envious of Yulu and Shi Lang. After dinner, those who received suitable orders gradually passed through the teleportation portal to help those challengers still on the road clear monsters. Yulu, being bold and skilled, took on 6 helper quests, arranging them in order of priority, ensuring that each person could clear monsters for 2 hours and advance 30 kilometers. As for the remaining distance, they would have to rely on themselves. Thus, starting from around 7 in the evening, Yulu led his subordinates in a continuous battle, clearing a 30-kilometer safe zone in 2 hours, which was quite a challenging task. To achieve this, Yulu had to recruit more personnel. Whenever he encountered strong or high-level monsters, he would first beat them and then recruit them. After exhausting his mental strength, he drank mental recovery potions. Using this method, Yulu finally succeeded in bringing the last challenger to the finish line before 8 in the morning the next day. His earnings from that night were substantial. In addition to the 300 copper coins paid by the 6 challengers, he also gained 1235 copper coins from monster hunting. Simultaneously, his talent points increased by 35 points, reaching 66 points, just 34 points away from becoming a 4th-level Beastmaster. The gains for Hong Lin and the others were also quite rich. They not only feasted, but also captured over 100 reserve food supplies to raise in the monster ranch. Lang even sent over more than 100 monster corpses as ingredients for the monster restaurant's food supply. However, both Yu Lu and Hong Lin were exhausted, eager to collapse into sleep. As soon as the subordinates returned to the monster ranch, they fell asleep, while Yu Lu, dragging his tired body like other challengers, went to the archway to welcome the last challengers entering the service area. Chapter 80 Simulation Training. Once the car enters the service area, the original single-lane highway will disappear. Therefore, aside from using a directional teleport card to enter someone else's highway, the car cannot return to the highway before the next challenge begins. At this moment, people are spontaneously gathering at the entrance of the service area, unable to assist those challengers still on their way, only sincerely hoping they can successfully enter the service area before dawn. As time passes, everyone's hearts gradually rise, each time a car's headlights break through the darkness. Approaching from afar, people can't help but applaud, welcoming the new challenger. Even the last few minutes, everyone couldn't help but shout encouragement to the cars outside. Yu Lu and the others counted the cars in the service area again, and there were now just over 6,000 vehicles. This survival rate exceeded Yu Lu's expectations. There were only 700 or 800 challengers left in Zone 187 who had not yet reached the finish line, and some were destined never to arrive. When the survival challenge reached its 31st day at 8 in the morning, the sky suddenly brightened, and the people who had been shouting encouragement fell silent at this moment. Because right before their eyes, 2 cars were less than 20 meters from the service area arch, but they came to a permanent halt just before the finish line. Both the people and the cars were instantly reduced to dust. The expressions of relief on the faces of the 2 challengers had no time to turn to despair before they completely vanished between heaven and earth. Just a little bit more. Just that little bit more. Less than 20 meters, only a second or 2 of time. But the challenge world did not grant them the slightest mercy. Witnessing the erasure of these 2 challengers made all the victors feel heavy-hearted. At this moment, everyone alive became acutely aware that the Highway Survival Challenge was never a game. It was a true survival test and an extremely cruel challenge, with no room for luck. The system's voice rang in the minds of all surviving challengers. Congratulations to all who have successfully completed the first-level Highway Challenge. The registration channel for the Brave Battlefield is now closed. All registrants, please attend promptly at 8 o'clock 2 days later. Unlike others who were immersed in the scene of the 2 challengers being erased, Yu Lu, after listening to the system's announcement, returned to the car to sleep. For the next 2 days, he couldn't fight monsters, so he decided to work out in the service area's gym after waking up. At 2 in the afternoon, Yu Lu stepped into the service area's gym, but to his surprise, Lang, Deng Han, Old Zhao, and Sun Rue were all there. Old Zhao and Deng Han were sparring on the fighting platform. Sun Rue was running on the treadmill, while Lang was fighting monsters in the simulation training room. Besides these few, there were some other challengers, and Yu Lu saw Chu Yu wearing boxing gloves hitting a punching bag. It seemed that even during their break, everyone was trying to improve their strength, which made Yu Lu feel very pleased. When Lang saw Yu Lu during a break, he immediately waved, "Big brother, come over for a duo." Yu Lu didn't refuse. After walking over, he swiped 20 copper coins at the payment machine, allowing him to stay in the simulation training room for 2 hours. This simulation training room had single-player mode, duo mode, and multiplayer mode, with training difficulties divided into low, medium, high, and hell levels. When Lang was playing alone, he had chosen the high difficulty in single-player mode, but now with Yu Lu joining, he directly selected the duo mode at hell difficulty. Yu Lu. Okay then. The original simulation training room was a circular space with walls, floor, and ceiling seamlessly made of a black crystal. Once Lang selected the mode and pressed the start button on the wall, the entire space instantly plunged into darkness. When vision returned, Yu Lu found himself in a misty, primeval jungle, with the sounds of monsters echoing around him. This scene was somewhat reminiscent of the Brave Battlefield. Standing next to Yu Lu, Lang was also curiously looking around. We played the single-player hard mode. The scene was a desert filled with cacti, but now it had transformed into a dark, deep primeval jungle, which was more friendly to his vampire lineage. Thus, Lang transformed, switching to vampire mode. Yu Lu, on the other hand, only took out a trident for self-defense, knowing that the simulation training ground wouldn't lead to real death or injury. So he didn't plan to summon his minions, just wanted to rely on his own abilities to withstand the monsters. The 2 exchanged glances. Then each chose a direction and walked deeper into the jungle. The ground was cluttered with twisted and winding tree roots and under the dead leaves. Small venomous snakes occasionally lurked. Vines hung everywhere, some even attacking humans, while agile monsters scurried among the treetops, occasionally jumping down to attack passersby. As Yu Lu walked forward, He remained vigilant of his surroundings. He could sense that the mist in the air was somewhat toxic, but at that moment, his special state of being immune to poisons was playing a role, helping him resist the corrosive effects of the toxic gas. Every time a monster attacked him, he had the opportunity to showcase the fighting techniques he had learned, Wing Chun and Tai Chi. At first, Yulu wasn't very accustomed to using the trident, but after successfully killing a few monsters with it, he found it much easier to handle. Of course, Yulu also sustained injuries, being bitten by snakes, whipped by vines on his back, or scratched by monster claws. However, he knew this was just a simulation training, so although the pain felt real, he remained calm inside. He continued to learn from his injuries, finding quick ways to take down various monsters. After nearly 2 hours of arduous trekking, Yulu finally emerged from the primeval jungle, arriving at a bare cliff, while Shirlang had already gotten there before him, lying on the ground, panting heavily, looking quite exhausted. Yulu, also covered in injuries, lay down next to Shirlang, and the two looked up at the large round moon overhead. Shirlang asked, "Big brother, what exactly is this highway survival challenge? Who has such great power?" Yulu shook his head. "I don't know, but one day we'll find the truth." The two fell silent, just quietly waiting for the training to end. A few minutes later, the round moon faded away, and they plunged back into darkness. When their vision returned, they were back in the circular training room, lying on the floor together, and the wounds and pain on their bodies vanished in an instant. Yulu asked, "Shall we go again?" Shirlang hesitated for only a second before saying, "Let's do it again." So the two paid again and started another duo hell mode. This time the scene before them was an icy world. The cold wind blowing from all directions made the two shiver. Just as Shirlang was about to curse, he suddenly saw an ice spike shoot out from the ice surface in front of him, and he quickly stepped back 2 steps to dodge the ambush. Looking back at Yulu, he saw him already raising the trident, stabbing at a snowman-like monster. Shirlang couldn't help but smile slightly, saying to himself, "Real men fight." Chapter 81. The Hero's Battlefield opens. Yulu and Shirlang played 3 rounds of duo hell mode together. After finishing, both of them walked out of the simulation training room with trembling legs. If it weren't for the other challengers in the gym, they would have crawled on the ground. However, after this training, the results were significant. Yulu looked at his 4-dimensional data in the gym mirror and found that all values had increased to varying degrees. Challenger name: Yulu. Personal attributes: combat power, 135 stamina, 129 agility, 118 mental power, 246, 322 talent. Beast Tamer, Tier 3, Divine Eye, Tier 1, special status. Immune to all poisons, of course. There are more than 100 kinds of poisons, so don't mistake poison for sugar water. Overall evaluation: you are undeniably excellent, with a promising future. However, remember that there is always someone better, so don't become arrogant and complacent. Of course, the combat power, stamina, and mental power values had also improved due to practicing Tai Chi the next day. Yulu found even more people in the gym. Besides the few from yesterday, Zhu Jinghuan, Gao Bonin, Fan Zhou, and Lin Xunyang also came. Then, they all gathered together and started a multiplayer hell mode in the simulation training room. After just 1 round, Lin Xunyang was beaten like a dead dog, and Sun Rue, Zhu Jinghuan, and Fan Zhou were also severely punished, expressing that they didn't want to continue challenging hell mode. In the end, only Yulu, Shirlang, Deng Han, Old Zhao, and Gao Bonin remained, and they started another multiplayer hell mode. After finishing this round, Deng Han, Old Zhao, and Gao Bonin all shook their heads in unison, saying they would continue. Thus, only Yulu and Shirlang, under the gazes of the others, began the 3rd round of duo hell mode. 2 days of intensive training couldn't transform them completely, but everyone's 4-dimensional data had slightly improved, some more noticeably than others. Regardless, it boosted their confidence for the upcoming Hero's Battlefield. The next day, as the challenge time shifted to daytime, the system's voice echoed, "Brave challengers, have you been eagerly awaiting the upcoming trials? Now, the Hero's Battlefield is open. Please prepare yourselves to fight with all your might and survive." Almost all participants stood in the square, waiting for this moment to arrive. At the center of the square, the giant statue of goddess Diana suddenly emitted a black glow, resembling a small black hole. In the next moment, everyone transformed into beams of light and was sucked into the statue. After a moment of dizziness, when Yulu opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a mountain peak, surrounded by rolling hills, hidden trees, and clusters of strange rocks. In a valley surrounded by mountains, there was a shining star that could be clearly seen even from a distance. However, around the star, many swarming monsters were circling. Without the need for the system to explain, challengers naturally understood. Their task was to pluck that star. Yulu didn't hesitate and immediately summoned his stronger and flying subordinates, including Nine-Headed Bug, Red Phosphorus, Ironback, Black Wind, Dapeng, Second Silver, Big Cockroach, Little Yellow, and Golden Tiger, etc. Then Yulu climbed onto Dapeng's back and gave the order to advance. Let us go. He led all his subordinates toward the center of the valley, instantly killing weak monsters they encountered and ganging up on stronger ones before taming them. In just half an hour, Yulu successfully plucked the first star. When he held the yellow crystal-like star in his hand, its light dimmed, and a beam shot from the top, pointing towards the location of the second star. Yulu was well aware that this hero's battlefield was a star-plucking competition. The more stars collected, the greater the rewards. He didn't take any breaks and led his subordinates toward the direction indicated by the beam, heading for the next star. In comparison, other challengers were not as quick as Yulu. Some were still unclear about the situation, asking the group, "What exactly is this hero's battlefield? Why isn't the system explaining it clearly? Are we supposed to pluck that star? Oh my god, so many monsters, are you serious? This is much scarier than the previous challenges. We can't even bring vehicles in. Are we supposed to fight these monsters barehanded?" Of course, there were also some who were more clear-headed. The system didn't say, but it seems we have to pluck the stars. Right? The closer we get to the star, the more monsters there are, indicating that the star is definitely the target. I tried, and the system warehouse can be opened normally. Weapons and supplies can be accessed. They're just monsters. I've seen so many of them for days. I'm immune now. I'll fight them. Charge, brothers and sisters. At this moment, Yulu had already spotted the location of the second star, situated between two peaks, surrounded by a group of eagles and vultures. He ordered his subordinates to step back while he raised his flamethrower and unleashed a barrage at the eagles and vultures, startling them to scatter and dropping a pile of burnt feathers. After dispersing the monsters, Yulu mounted Dapeng and plucked the second star. At this point, less than an hour had passed since the trial began. After obtaining the second star, Yulu rested for 5 minutes, but not because he was tired. Rather, it was because after plucking the star, the unreliable Dapeng got overly excited and performed a roll in midair, causing Yulu, who was holding the star, to be thrown off before he could react. Fortunately, there was a large tree below, and Yulu broke 2 branches to cushion the impact, landing safely. He then began to reprimand Dapeng, while regretting that he had forgotten to ask Sun Rue to help make a saddle and reins-like fixture earlier. If he had done that, he wouldn't have been so easily thrown off and could have even shot while sitting on Dapeng's back. Dapeng listened to Yulu's scolding. Its 2 eagle heads held high in defiance, only to be slapped by Red Phosphorus and Nine-Headed Bug from either side. Red Phosphorus, as a senior member of Yulu's monster army with a level advantage, believed it had the right to manage all the unruly ones, while Nine-Headed Bug simply wanted to bully the newcomers to elevate its status. Nonetheless, after being slapped by Red Phosphorus and Nine-Headed Bug, Dapeng finally lowered its heads in acknowledgement of its mistake. Seeing this, Yulu gently patted its wings and said, "All right, it's not a big deal. Just remember that I'm on your back when you fly. You can't just roll over randomly." After saying that, he climbed back onto Dapeng's back, waved toward the direction of the second star's light, and continued to advance. Chapter 82. Be a person as the morning passed at noon. Yulu found a flat stone on the mountainside, sat down to rest and eat, while his little brothers went back to the Monster Ranch's restaurant for lunch. He opened his portable screen and asked in the group chat, "How are everyone's battle results? Is everyone safe?" Beiji. "Safe. I'm 100 meters away from Star. There are quite a few monsters around. Dr. Sue and I plan to find a way to lure some away this afternoon. It should be easier to deal with then." Shrimp Monk. "Wow, Beiji, you're so smart. I got scratched by a monster this morning. Luckily, Officer Deng saved me." Shilong. You guys haven't picked the first star yet? I've already picked 2. Zhao Wei. Sure Lang, are you showing off? I, an engineer fan, have also picked 2. Gao Bonin. Impressive, I just picked 1. Shu Jingyan. We only have 1 too. How many has the big senior brother picked? Sun Wukong. Yulu replied, 7. Image. JPG. He took a photo of the 7 stars together and sent it to the group, instantly dazzling the others. Shilong. Deng Hon. Be a person. Sun Wukong. Others. Can't bear to watch, so want to hit someone, right? Everyone suddenly remembered that during the simulation training room a few days ago, Yulu had not summoned his monster army at all, not even using hot weapons. Now was the time for him to showcase his true power. He could probably crush the entire server, let alone just them. As they expected, Yulu picked another 9 stars in the afternoon, averaging 1 star every half hour. His monster army was also gradually growing stronger. Just after 7 in the evening, the system's voice echoed in Yulu's mind again. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully taming a level 4 fire dragon bird. Talent points 4. Current talent points, 103. Can be upgraded to level 4. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. With the upgrade of Yulu's Beast Tamer talent, the strength of his monster army also increased by a level. Hong Lin, 9-headed worm, Ironback, Black Wind, Great Pung, Second Silver, Little Apple, Big Cockroach, Little Yellow, Golden Tiger, and Startail Beast all leveled up. Even the reserve food raised in the monster ranch that Yulu had tamed with his talent also leveled up. Hong Lin not only grew larger, but also sprouted a pair of small horns on its head, showing signs of transformation. The 9-headed worm had more tentacles now. Counting them took a while. Ironback transformed from a level 4 Gale Wolf King to a level 5 Steel Wolf King. Its fur could be hardened into a suit of steel armor. Black Wind grew an extra tail, now a 5-tailed, red-eyed, giant Black Panther. Great Pang's head also grew another one, changing from 2 heads to 3. Second Silver, which had 1 injured eye and was previously one-eyed, now opened that eye, turning into an strange pupil white tiger. Yulu reviewed the changes of his little brothers and finally noticed that the thief lamp oil, apart from its size, had not changed at all. Yulu, this guy probably has some kind of bug on him. Seeing that it was getting late, Yulu did not continue forward, but instead found a wind-sheltered cave, put Hong Lin and Ironback inside to clear it out, and after confirming it was safe, set up a tent at the cave entrance and lit a small fire. At night, Hong Lin guarded outside the cave, while Yulu hugged the thief lamp oil to sleep inside the tent. To be honest, the soft thief lamp oil now felt just like a personal-shaped pillow. Not only comfortable, but also warm. Sleeping with it was not cold at all. The next day in the brave battlefield, Yulu's progress was even faster, averaging 1 star every 20 minutes. At noon, he and his little brothers rested for 2 hours, yet by the end of the day, he still picked up 26 stars, adding to the 16 from the first day, totaling 42 stars. This result was 2 stars more than the total of the others in the group, making it quite dazzling. But Yulu was not satisfied. Today, several level 4 monsters with decent combat power could not be tamed due to insufficient mental power. And forcing them into the monster ranch would only lead to rebellion and destruction, so he had to kill them instead. Thus, despite the abundant harvest over these 2 days, Yulu felt he had not prepared adequately. Next time before entering the brave battlefield, he must prepare enough mental recovery potions. After dark, both the big group and the little group were excitedly discussing their harvests over the past 2 days. Not to mention anything else. Just the copper coins earned from killing monsters was a considerable income. Yulu glanced at the little group. Shrimp Monk. Oh my god. I earned over 100 copper coins just from killing monsters these 2 days and got a lot of ingredients, but I have to thank Officer Dang. Many monsters were left with low health by him, and I just finished them off. Ju Beiji. I earned over 200 copper coins, hee hee. I have to thank the big senior brother's guidance. Without you, I couldn't have achieved this. Sun Wukong. Sherlang. TSK. I only earn a little over 1,000. Not enough to even cover the system interest. Gao Bonin. Sherlang impressive. I haven't even reached 700. Zhao Wei. This is much faster than my hard work in refining weapons to make money. Thanks to Little Sun for encouraging us to participate in this brave battlefield. Thumbs up. JPG Sun Wukong. Yulu replied with a smiling emoji, but didn't T-post his earnings over the past 2 days to show off. After all, the number 18,000 was indeed a bit shocking. Even Yulu himself had not expected it. His Road, Killer Metal, and Monster Butcher title performed exceptionally well here. Originally, there was only a 10 chance of obtaining 5 times the rewards and a 30 chance of getting double rewards. Now, Yulu estimated that it was about a 25 times drop rate and a 60 double drop rate combined. This meant that for every monster he and his little brothers killed, there was about an 80 chance they would receive either double or 5 times the rewards, which rapidly increased his copper coins. By the end of tomorrow, Yulu felt he would become a millionaire. When it was time to sleep at night, Yulu was unable to summon the thief lamp oil, so he directly entered the monster ranch to find Rat. As soon as he entered, he felt something was off. After trying to sense the current size of the monster ranch, he confirmed his suspicion. Due to the excessive number of monsters and reserves stuffed into the ranch over the past 2 days, the grassland area had expanded by another half. Looking at the long line in front of the monster restaurant, Yulu waved his hand and built a new monster restaurant on the other side of the grassland, greatly easing the pressure of customer flow in the original restaurant. When Yulu found the thief lamp oil in the Big Cockroaches' cockroach dormitory courtyard, he was shocked to discover that the previous 3 egg sacs had hatched and countless small white translucent larvae were crawling everywhere. Yulu, his consciousness shivered directly, and he decided not to have the thief lamp oil sleep with him anymore, directly exiting the monster ranch. Chapter 83, First Place. Sun Wukong. Total stars collected, 77. On the third day of the hero battlefield trial, Yu Lu first checked his mental power. After a night, it had recovered to 128 points. The recovery speed was quite fast, but this 128 points was hardly enough. So, Yu Lu thought of his second talent, the heavenly divine ability. He decided to use this talent more today. When it was time to push the monsters, he deliberately observed and found the places where the white light clusters gathered on the monsters, then attacked those areas. As he expected, these white light cluster gathering spots were indeed the monster's weakest points, and the purpose of these white light clusters was to protect those weaknesses. In other words, the brighter and more concentrated the white light clusters on a monster, the higher its level in combat power, and the fewer weaknesses it had. However, fewer does not mean none. Yu Lu's heavenly divine ability allowed him to identify the weaknesses of these powerful monsters at a glance. After he single-handedly killed a level 4 monster, he heard the system announce, "Congratulations to Challenger Yu Lu for successfully upgrading the heavenly divine ability to the second tier, unlocking the hypnosis skill. The activation condition is eye contact, and the incantation is sleep, sleep, my dear baby, Yu Lu." So that's how the heavenly divine ability upgrades. And what else with that inexplicable and shameful incantation? Excited, Yu Lu immediately found Little Apple to try out this new hypnosis skill. He had Little Apple use the intimidation skill on him, and he tried to use the hypnosis skill on Little Apple. After 5 seconds, Yu Lu, so cute, besides being cutely overwhelmed by the oversized Little Apple. Nothing else happened. It was expected that Little Apple's intimidation skill wouldn't work on its master, but he also failed to successfully use the hypnosis skill on Little Apple. Could it be that he really had to recite that incantation? After hesitating for 2 seconds, Yu Lu told Little Apple, "Let's try again." This time, he struggled and softly recited the incantation, "Sleep, sleep, my dear baby." The next second, he saw Little Apple's eyes turn into spiral patterns, and the whole bear became dazed. However, this state lasted only a few seconds before it automatically lifted. Yu Lu was overjoyed and then tried the hypnosis skill on Hong Lin and the 9-headed bug, only to find that the 9-headed bug's spiralized state lasted only 3 seconds, while Hong Lin's lasted only 2 seconds. At the same time, Yu Lu also discovered the limitations of this hypnosis skill. First, it required eye contact. If the opponent did not look into his eyes, he could not activate it. Secondly, the cooldown time for activating it was about 10 minutes. Once he grasped these patterns, Yu Lu began to consciously use the hypnosis skill in subsequent battles. When dealing with a level 5 iron-eating dragon, Yu Lu first used the hypnosis skill on it, then immediately activated the Beast Tamer talent. Miraculously, the system announced, "Congratulations to Challenger Yu Lu for successfully taming a level 5 iron-eating dragon, earning 5 talent points." Current talent points, 124. Note, talent points can be upgraded to the 5th tier after reaching 800 points. Looking at his mental power, it had only cost him 10 points. Yu Lu couldn't help but boast, "I'm truly a genius. The combination of skills and talents is just so useful. Amazing. With such gains and growth speed, who wouldn't be excited?" Yesterday, he upgraded his Beast Tamer talent. Today, he upgraded his heavenly divine ability, and he even gained a new hypnosis skill, not to mention other benefits. However, no matter how reluctant he was, when the time came, all the surviving challengers were still teleported out of the hero battlefield and returned to the service area square. The system's settlement voice echoed throughout the square. In Dragon Country's 187th district, a total of 2,892 challengers participated in the hero battlefield trial. The number of survivors at the end of the trial is 2237. Congratulations to all survivors. Now announcing the top 10 of this district's hero trial. 10th place, Zhu Beiji. Total stars collected, 10. 9th place, Deng Han. Total stars collected, 11. 8th place, Fan Zhou. Total stars collected, 12. 7th place, Zhao Wei Yi. Total stars collected, 13. 6th place, Song Chao He. Total stars collected, 15. 5th place, Chu Yu. Total stars collected, 16. 4th place, Gao Bonan. Total stars collected, 18. 3rd place, Meng Si Zhou. Total stars collected, 19. 2nd place, Shi Lang. Total stars collected, 25. 1st place, Sun Wukong. Total stars collected, 77. Then came a series of 3 announcements across the server. Congratulations to Dragon Country's 187th District Challenger Sun Wukong for successfully collecting 77 stars in the Hero Battlefield Trial, achieving first place in the entire server and receiving a special reward. Congratulations to Dragon Country's 187th District Challenger Sun Wukong for successfully collecting 77 stars in the Hero Battlefield Trial, achieving first place in the entire server and receiving a special reward. Congratulations to Dragon Country's 187th District Challenger Sun Wukong for successfully collecting 77 stars in the Hero Battlefield Trial, achieving first place in the entire server and receiving a special reward. Upon hearing this, the challengers in Dragon Country's 187th District became restless, looking around to see who Sun Wukong was, who managed to collect 77 stars. Is this something a human can achieve? The people around Yulu were also extremely excited. Sun Rui and Lin Shengyang were jumping up and down, especially Lin Shengyang, who, despite not ranking, was so excited that his round face turned red, constantly shouting, "Wow, wow, wow. So awesome, so awesome." Old Zhao patted Yulu on the shoulder, saying, "Great, great, too amazing." Sherlang gave Yulu a thumbs up, but couldn't help but tease him. "Beast, I thought I was already working hard, but you surpassed me by so much." Deng Han said nothing, just silently stood behind Yulu, blocking the curious gazes from others. The system provided rewards to all participants in the trial, but the content of the rewards varied. For example, those ranked outside the top 100 received a bronze treasure chest. Those ranked 11th to 100th received a silver treasure chest. 4th to 10th places received a gold treasure chest. 3rd place received a diamond treasure chest. 2nd place received a legendary treasure chest. 1st place received a god-level treasure chest. Among these treasure chests, there would be no treasure monsters, and the resources inside differed based on individual ranking and luck. For instance, the gold treasure chest for 4th place would definitely contain more valuable resources than the gold treasure chest for 10th place. Yulu not only received a god-level treasure chest, but also a special reward for being first in the server. As the saying goes, wealth should not be revealed. No one wanted to open their chests in front of others, so after the initial excitement, everyone returned to their vehicles to open their own rewards. Yulu, too, couldn't wait to open the shining orange god-level treasure chest once he got back to his vehicle. Chapter 84, Bountiful Harvest. Obtain God-level Mental Power Amplification Earring 1. Obtain God-level Star Dream Fragment 3. Obtain God-level Shining Heart 1. Obtain Blessing of the Stars 2. Obtain Rare Defensive Robe 1. Obtain Rare Fist God Scroll 1. Obtain Level 4 Engine Blueprint 1. Obtain Level 5 Strength Potion 2. Obtain Level 5 Agility Potion 3. Obtain Rejuvenation Pill 1. Obtain Advanced Treasure Map Fragment 3. Obtained Red Crystal 3. Obtain Blue Crystal 3. Special Rewards 1. 300 Gold 2. Space Expansion Pack 5 square meters 3-3. Sunroom 10 square meters 1-4. Viewing Terrace 20 square meters 1-5. Open Function Area for Free Planning Bountiful Harvest. A true bountiful harvest. Yulu couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Even though he had no idea what the Star Dream Fragments, Shining Heart, and Blessing of the Stars were. After all, he had never encountered a god-level treasure chest in his previous life. Moreover, these 3 items didn't come with detailed descriptions, but just from their names. He knew they must be good things. A god-level treasure chest actually yielded 2 top-notch items, a god-level Mental Power Amplification Earring and a rare defensive robe. Not to mention the Rare Fist God Scroll, Level 4 Engine Blueprint, Level 5 Potions, and so on. In short, it was simply 2 words, very fragrant. That's why Yulu had encouraged several people in the small group to participate in the hero battlefield. Although there were risks, the rewards were quite substantial. This wave of gains had already put him ahead at the starting line for the Level 2 highway. At this moment, Yulu was as happy as a laborer who suddenly won a 5 million lottery. He first examined the god-level Mental Power Amplification Earring, which was designed like a black star. After wearing it, it would double the recovery speed of mental power and allow the same amount of mental power to have double the effect. This was incredibly useful for Yulu. Therefore, even though he had to endure the pain of getting his ears pierced, he still resolutely put on the earring. After putting it on, he felt that the earring didn't match his current ordinary face very well. After thinking for a moment, he adjusted his face to the sunny and handsome look he had before. Then the earring looked much more pleasing. Next, Yulu took out the rare defensive robe, which resembled a fitted white trench coat, but the collar, shoulders, and cuffs were embroidered with exquisite and intricate patterns. After putting it on, he saw that a new data appeared behind his endurance value. Defense 1000. Quite impressive. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if Yulu stood there wearing the defensive robe and was hit by a high-speed train, he might not even get hurt. Moreover, the style of this robe was also nice. After wearing it, he looked quite handsome, although the hat and pants didn't quite match. However, it didn't matter. In the Highway Survival Challenge, there would be more and more equipment, and the odd outfits would only increase. The more mismatched someone looked, the more equipment they had, which meant they were more powerful. So in the future, odd outfits would become a trend. As for the rare Fist God Scroll, it was needless to say that after learning it, it could increase his martial power by 100 points. Just in time, Yulu's Tai Chi Scroll was about to finish learning, so he could learn this one during his rest days and the following days. Then there was the Level 4 engine blueprint, which required the whole vehicle to be upgraded to Level 3 before he could upgrade to a Level 4 engine. Although Yulu didn't need it for now, having a blueprint gave him more confidence. As for the Level 5 potions, Yulu planned to save them for later when he wanted to enhance his overall evaluation level. The rejuvenation pill surprisingly had the effect of making a person 20 years younger, restoring their physical condition to its peak. This was of no use to Yulu, who had just turned 20, but someone would likely pay a high price to buy it. Additionally, the appearance of the red crystal and blue crystal gave him 2 more materials for upgrading the floating chassis. As for the treasure map fragments, they could be saved for later, but they were currently of no use since the lowest level treasures would only appear at Level 3 highways, and high-level treasures would only show up in intermediate fields. Moreover, there were thousands of treasures, and the treasure map fragments numbered in the tens of thousands. Piecing together a complete treasure map from tens of thousands of probabilities was quite a difficult task. However, he could develop a treasure opening service later on. After studying the materials from the God-level treasure chest, Yulu looked at the special rewards, which were entirely aimed at improving the quality of life. First, 300 gold was, needless to say, a bit more than Yulu's gains in the hero battlefield, equivalent to 30,000 copper coins, which had considerable purchasing power. Secondly, whether it was the space expansion pack, sunroom, viewing terrace, or open function area for free planning, they were all meant to increase the space inside his vehicle and enhance Yulu's quality of life. However, he still needed to think about how to plan it specifically. In short, it was still the same phrase, bountiful harvest. The atmosphere in the small group was quite lively at this time, with everyone sharing their gains. And it was clear that they were all very happy and satisfied. Sherlang finally cleared the system's debt all at once. So refreshing. Ju Beiji, my workbench has been upgraded again, and I still have quite a few materials. Zhao Wei, I hit the jackpot. Finally, no longer living a life of tight finances. Gao Baonan, a wave of gains. Xiaya, I opened a silver treasure chest and got a much-desired high-power oven. Haha, just wait for me to bake desserts. I guarantee to raise your blood sugar. Fan Zhou, good news, I can mass-produce air conditioners now. Those who want to pre-order, please send money first. Su Yiqing, I obtained the permission to bring back a potion to reality, but I want to bring back each type for component research at the Research Institute. It's so tangled. Which one should I choose? Chu Jinghuan suggested. Su Yiqing, just choose the special healing potion. Last time I was so badly injured, thinking I was dead, but unexpectedly, the senior brother saved me with a bottle of medicine. Su Yiqing, good idea. This should save a lot of lives. Chu Jingyan, I opened a judo scroll. I feel like I could take on 3 people now. Dang Han, I have something to do. Going back to reality, so I won't join everyone for lunch. Ju Beiji, okay, Officer Dang, you go ahead. Chu Xingyan, okay. Xiahi, Officer Dang, I'll save you some food. You can just pick it up and eat when you come back. Dang Han, Xiahi, okay, thank you. At this moment, Yulu was in a monster ranch, spending money on his little brothers. Monster restaurant cost 2,600 copper coins. Build another one. Monster arena cost 1,200 copper coins. Build. Monster leisure area cost 3,500 copper coins. Build. Monster paradise cost 4,500 copper coins. Build. Monster academy cost 6,800 copper coins. Build. Chapter 85. Spatial rewards. After Yulu finished building the space with a loud clatter, the entire lawn suddenly became vibrant and colorful. He even planned several residential communities for his little brothers, including a small flying insect community, a medium-sized plush community, a large reptile area, and an extra-large aquatic community. After these adjustments, his monster ranch looked like a small town. However, once the construction was completed and he checked his balance, he found that over 30,000 copper coins had disappeared. Not only did building various facilities cost money, but he also needed to hire various staff. The most expensive part was the Monster Academy. Not only was the construction cost high, but he also had to hire a monster principal, a monster director, monster teachers, monster security, etc. Just the daily hiring cost alone was 300 copper coins. He wondered if this money spent would ever be recouped. However, even if it couldn't, Yulu wouldn't regret it, because he was now very, very rich. Even after spending over 30,000 copper coins, he still had 38,563 copper coins left. With money in hand, Yulu began to consider how to improve his quality of life. The system rewarded him with 3 space expansion packs, each adding 5 square meters. After a bit of thought, he decided to allocate 1 to the cockpit, 1 to the folding space, and 1 to the cargo area. He planned to install a sunroom outside the folding space, expanding a window into a glass sliding door. The observation terrace was installed on top of the cargo area. He used the functional area to freely plan and modify, and the final layout was as follows. The cockpit expanded by 5 square meters, and a small vacant area appeared behind the driver's seat. Yulu intended to install a water bar here later, placing a coffee machine and a car refrigerator for drinks. With a leisure sofa opposite, he added another door from the corridor of the cockpit. The original door still led to the folding space, while the new door led to the cargo area. The folding space expanded from 10 square meters to 15 square meters. Yulu enlarged the bathroom by 2 square meters, making it feel much more spacious, so he wouldn't have to feel cramped while showering. The single bed in the folding space now also felt a bit small, so Yulu planned to replace it with a 1.5-meter bed later. On the wall opposite the bed, the original window was transformed into a double glass sliding door. When opened, it revealed a 10 square meter sunroom. Although it was still empty inside, he could place a set of leisure chairs and a coffee table, making it Yulu's private relaxation space in the future. Lastly, the cargo area had also expanded significantly, with a small staircase in the corner leading up to the observation terrace. Yulu envisioned the cargo area as a place to invite friends over for gatherings, where he could grow tomatoes, cucumbers, blueberries, strawberries, and other fruits and vegetables on the observation terrace, allowing for both enjoyment and consumption. Overall, it was perfect. Now, he just needed to furnish it. But with his current wealth, he wasn't worried. He would see if he could buy suitable furniture, and if not, he could have Sun Rue help customize some. Despite the significant changes inside the vehicle, it still looked like a black SUV from the outside. After some thought, Yulu switched the vehicle's skin back to its original van state, making it appear more low-key. After finishing up, he saw several people in the group mentioning him, inviting him to have dinner with Lin Xingyang. After replying with coming, he headed over directly. When the others saw Yulu had returned to his original face and changed clothes, they were a bit surprised, but quickly accepted it. Everyone was present in the group, except for Deng Han. During the meal, Lin Xingyang asked Yulu, senior brother, the system didn't mention what happens next. Do you know? Seeing everyone look at him, Yulu replied, from my estimation, the system should issue a new notification in 2 days, at which time it will likely send invitations for the secondary highway to those who have successfully passed the primary highway challenge. However, participation in the secondary highway is not mandatory. Upon hearing this, everyone began to discuss vigorously. Most decided to continue with the secondary highway challenge, largely due to the gains they had made in the brave battlefield, which gave them more confidence for the road ahead. However, some chose not to participate, like Su Yiqing and Chu Jingyan. Su Yiqing expressed that she didn't want to continue challenging, saying, I think I might be more suited for life in the real world, and my daughter is still young, so I can't be at ease. Chu Jingyan, on the other hand, was not allowed to participate by her brother. Chu Jihuan said, Xiaoyan is still too young. She just got into university. She should focus on studying and enjoy campus life instead of taking risks here. The others expressed understanding and respect for Su Yiqing's choice. Although Chu Jingyan was somewhat dissatisfied that her brother made the decision for her, it was unfortunately ineffective to resist. Even though her eyes were red, Chu Jihuan still insisted that she return to the real world. After the meal, some returned to the real world to report their safety, while others completely returned to reality. Only Yulu, Shi Lang, Old Zhao, and Gao Banan remained in the service area. In the afternoon, they went to the gym simulation training room for some intense training. After 3 rounds of hellish difficulty, Yulu felt his legs and feet were weak as usual. It seemed that the difficulty of the simulation training room adjusted according to individual strength. This meant that even if your overall strength had reached a new level, when you challenged held difficulty, its difficulty would also increase accordingly, not making it any easier than before. As Yulu was leaving with Shi Lang, he encountered Chu Yu at the gym entrance. This time, she surprisingly greeted him first. Hello, big shot. Yulu nodded in response, hello. He felt a bit speechless inside since he had received 2 cold shoulders from her after changing his face. However, it didn't matter. In the previous ranking of the Brave Battlefield, Chu Yu surprisingly achieved 5th place in the district, indicating that her overall strength was quite good. Yulu decided to observe her for a while. If her values were acceptable, he would invite her into the group later. Dinner was hot pot at Gao Banan's RV. Since Lin Xingyang wasn't there, Gao Banan's cooking was passable, so he automatically took on the role of chef. While eating, they talked about the rewards from this time. Yulu mentioned the system's special rewards and his need for furniture in the vehicle. Upon hearing this, the other three were envious. Gao Banan said, "Then your vehicle should really be called a mobile home. It's like a moving house now." Lang added, "Damn, why didn't the system give me some spatial rewards? My car looks flashy, but there's hardly any living space. If it weren't for the system warehouse, I wouldn't even have a place to store my supplies." Old Zhao exclaimed, "I'm so envious. Can we take a look later?" Yulu nodded, "Sure. I was just thinking of customizing some furniture. I couldn't find suitable ones on the trading board, so I wanted to ask Gao Banan for help." Gao Banan immediately nodded, "Sure, I'll give you a discount." So, after dinner, the four of them went together to Yulu's van. Chapter 86. The Highway Survival Challenge will fully descend on Blue Star on the surface. The two seemingly ordinary cargo vans with sealed windows appeared unremarkable, but stepping inside revealed a whole new world. Lang and Old Zhao looked on enviously, while Gao Baonan took a paper, pencil, and ruler, measuring dimensions and discussing furniture styles and materials with Yulu. What pleased Yulu was that Gao Baonan mentioned he could also help customize the water bar. When they reached the viewing balcony on top of the cargo box, Gao Baonan said, "We can customize a circle of wooden planting boxes around here, with an outdoor tea table in the middle and a few beach chairs." Yulu clapped his hands and replied, "Great. I'll leave it all to you." Gao Baonan suddenly felt he had taken on a troublesome task. However, since it was a break period and he couldn't earn money by fighting monsters, he thought he might as well help the boss with the furniture while making bulletproof vests and water collectors, considering it a favor. After seeing off Lang and the others, Yulu returned to his folding space to shower and sleep. He had hardly slept the previous night in an effort to collect more stars, and in the afternoon, he had gone through several rounds of hell difficulty simulation training with Lang. If it weren't for his good physical condition, he might have struggled to keep up. When he woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning. After a quick wash and a bit of dry bread for breakfast, he entered the Monster Ranch. After a hectic construction session yesterday, the entire Monster Ranch was now thriving, and all the little minions were visibly in good spirits. Some were eating in the Monster Restaurant. Some were playing in the Monster Amusement Park. Some were sunbathing in the Monster Leisure Area. Some were attending classes in the Monster School. And a few reserve grains were fighting in the Monster Arena, with the only referee being the nine-headed bug. Yulu was somewhat puzzled about what they were doing. However, he soon understood with the guidance of the nine-headed bug. To put it simply, most of the current monster members were following Hong Lin, including Tai Bei, Heifeng, Xiao Pinghua, and later to Peng Erin. But the nine-headed bug was somewhat dissatisfied. It believed its level was on par with Hong Lin and its strength was not weaker. So it didn't want to follow Hong Lin's orders and wanted to develop its own power. Thus, it set its sights on the reserve grains, making them compete in the arena. Those who lost would wait patiently for their fate to be eaten, while the winners would be recommended to Yulu by it to become part of his monster legion. But they would have to listen to the nine-headed bug's commands from then on, prompted by the nine-headed bug to quickly recruit those reserve grains that had won. Yulu thought to himself, "I never expected this guy to have as many tricks as its tentacles." In the end, Yulu accepted the reserve grains recommended by the nine-headed bug. While recruiting them, he practiced his hypnosis skills, and, as a result, he affectionately called out to the reserve grains, "Sleep, sleep, my dear babies," and then activated his Beastmaster talent. Since these reserve grains were eager to become one of Yulu's little brothers, he successfully recruited over a dozen of them, gaining 51 talent points while consuming 78 points of mental power. At this rate, reaching the 5th level Beastmaster talent was just around the corner. After recruiting his little brothers, Yulu practiced Tai Chi for 2 hours, completing the Tai Chi scroll before studying a rare boxing scroll for another hour. After finishing his boxing practice, he suddenly remembered that he had a pair of gold-level boxing gloves. So he took them out from his system warehouse and put them on. When he practiced boxing again, he found that not only was his punching speed faster, but the power of his strikes had also significantly increased. It seemed that these boxing gloves were a perfect match for the boxing scroll. Knock, knock. While Yulu was studying the gloves, he heard someone knock on the car window. He went over to take a look and found it was Lang. "Big brother, want to do OQ?" Yulu shook his head. "No, I just finished practicing." "All right," Lang said with some regret, heading off to the gym to play in single mode. After seeing off Lang, Yulu quickly cooked some instant noodles for lunch and then browsed the shop. Fortunately, Among the items available today, 3 were exactly what he wanted: monster snacks, a mental power recovery potion, and star magnetic sand. With plenty of money, Yulu bought these 3 items in bulk. When he returned to the car and checked the blueprint for the hover chassis, the current upgrade materials were star magnetic sand 5100, wind yow, stone 85, floating rock 53, light featherwood 10-0, red crystal 2-3, green crystal 2-0, blue crystal 2-4, white crystal 2-2. He still needed wind yow stone 3, floating rock 2, light featherwood 10, green crystal 2, hoping to gather them soon. Yulu posted his materials purchasing information on his trading board and organized the unnecessary supplies from his warehouse to list on the trading board. Feeling that he had rested enough, Yulu put on his boxing gloves and re-entered the monster ranch to continue practicing boxing. In the monster ranch, he could exist as a complete consciousness and also materialize into a real body. This time, he materialized his body and had the 9-headed bug spar with him because it had many tentacles. The result was that due to the 9-headed bug's numerous tentacles, Yulu couldn't defend himself at all and ended up getting hit several times. It turned out that the sensation of being hit as a consciousness was even stronger than being hit as a real person. Watching Yulu grimace in pain, the 9-headed bug felt a bit smug, waving its tentacles proudly, only to be smacked by Hong Lin right after, instantly becoming obedient. Yulu couldn't help but laugh. It was truly a case of one creature suppressing another. After finishing his boxing practice, Yulu drank a few bottles of level 5 potions. And then he saw that his comprehensive evaluation had finally changed. Challenger name: Yulu. Personal attributes: strength, 193 stamina, 147 defense, 1000 agility, 188 mental power, 82 354 double amplification, talent. Beastmaster, 4th level. Eye of Insight, 2nd level. Skills: hypnosis, low level, special status. Immune to all poisons, of course. Poisons are not limited to just 100 types. So never treat poison like candy. Comprehensive evaluation: yes, you have surpassed the vast majority, but true strong individuals will never be satisfied with the present. Continuous progress is your only destiny. When the time arrived on the morning of the 3rd day after the end of the hero battlefield, all challengers, whether in the challenge world or in the real world, simultaneously received an invitation letter from the system. Dear Challenger, due to your outstanding performance in the 1st level highway, we sincerely invite you to continue participating in the 2nd level highway survival challenge, which will officially begin 3 days from now. Do you accept the challenge? Yes, no. At the same time, a cold mechanical voice was announcing the arrival of the highway survival challenge to all people of Blue Star in different languages. Hello, all Blue Star citizens. Congratulations. After our preliminary sampling experiments, we confirm that your Blue Star civilization is qualified to join our highway survival challenge. The Highway Survival Challenge will fully descend upon Blue Star, and we will select lucky individuals among you in batches and stages to participate in the Highway Survival Challenge. This is your opportunity for evolution, and the only channel for your Blue Star to reach higher civilization realms. So, please sincerely thank and praise the blessings of the divine. Chapter 87. Enabling autonomous driving. This announcement shattered the plans and deployments of many high-ranking officials in various countries. They had originally intended to gradually allow the general public to accept the reality of the Road Survival Challenge, or perhaps to conceal it forever. But now, the Road Survival Challenge declared its existence in the most straightforward, direct, and brutal manner, with a godlike air of superiority, whether accepted or not. The fact was beyond the control of human authorities. Chaos, panic, suspicion, and despair, along with countless negative emotions, spread among the general public, stirring a sense of doomsday fear. Countless pieces of information regarding the Road Survival Challenge flooded the internet, causing it to nearly crash. All regimes were forced to convene emergency meetings, brainstorming ways to reassure the masses. Meanwhile, in the service area of the challenge world, people remained relatively calm. After all, they had already gone through the selection of the 1st level highway, and those who remained here were basically prepared to continue. Yulum, Shilang, Gao Bonan, Zhao, Wei Yi, Chuyu. They all unhesitatingly chose yes on the system invitation. After confirming their participation in the 2nd level highway challenge, Yulu planned to spend the next 3 days practicing boxing in the morning, duo queuing with Shi Lang in the afternoon, and trying his luck in a shop at night to see if he could find something useful. However, this plan was shattered on the 1st night. Deng Han returned from reality to the service area, bringing with him a dozen meeting invitations, not only for Yulu but also for Shi Lang, Gao Bonan, Lao Zhao, Chu Yu, and Meng Xizhou, among the top challengers in the area. This invitation was issued by the official government of Long Country, aimed at gathering all outstanding challengers to discuss the nationwide promotion and response strategy for the Road Survival Challenge. At the same time, these excellent challengers were to share some experiences with future participants. The next day, 80 of the challengers who received the invitations returned to the real world to attend the meeting. Yulu had also attended this meeting in his previous life, and afterward, all challengers were invited to record a short video to share their experiences. The reason he was approached by those exceptional parents back then was also due to that video. However, now, with the title of Sun Wukong and a completely different face, Yulu had no more concerns. Upon entering the venue, he found his seat arranged particularly close to the front, only a few meters away from several central leaders. The name on the desk card was Sun Wukong, and without Yulu needing to greet anyone, the officials had automatically concealed his real name, referring to him solely by this nickname. During the meeting, the host repeatedly invited Yulu to speak and listen to his opinions, and everyone in the room listened intently. The reason was simple. He was the number one in the entire server, a genuine big shot, with a status and treatment much higher than in his previous life. This time, Yulu did not say much. He had already said what needed to be said before, and he was too lazy to repeat it. He merely suggested, I recommend that the officials quickly establish safety teleportation points nationwide, which can be divided into military and non-military types. The sole purpose of these teleportation points is to ensure that challengers can safely return to the real world, rather than being ambushed and killed by illegal or foreign forces guarding the teleportation points. Undoubtedly, Yulu's suggestion was accepted. After the meeting ended, Yulu was immediately pulled aside by a few people to record a short video. The meeting content would not be publicly announced to the civilian population, but the short videos will be publicly aired on all online platforms after editing. Facing the camera, Yulu briefly said a few encouraging words. I know you are all very anxious right now, but don't panic. The Road Survival Challenge does have many crises, but it is absolutely not the end of the world. It is a challenge and an opportunity. Walk bravely forward. I will pave the way for you ahead and wait for you. After finishing, Yulu brought his right hand index and middle fingers together, swiped them forward from his eyebrows, struck a pose for the camera, and pressed the teleportation button on his phone, performing an instant disappearance on camera. Staff, they didn't even give him a chance for a retake. However, true big shots always have some privileges. No one would blame Yulu for not following the rules. After returning to the service area, Yulu came out of the challenger's home and directly wandered into the shop. Among the newly stocked items today were first-level and second-level potions, as well as energy crystals, all of which Yulu bought in full quantity. After drinking a fifth-level potion that could boost attributes by dozens of points, the effects of the first-level and second-level potions appeared quite lackluster. Yulu planned to store them in the system warehouse. Even if he couldn't use them himself, these supplies would definitely come in handy when forming a convoy later. When Deng Han returned the next morning, he brought 2 sets of keys for Yulu. One set was for a suite in a high-end community near the city government, and the other was the key to a dammy SU-7 car. Why do you always run so fast? The leaders originally wanted to talk to you privately, but couldn't find you. This suite was arranged for you because they learned that you currently have no place to stay. If you're not satisfied, you can change it later. As for the car, I help you choose this one. It seems that young people really like this model. If you don't like it, you can apply to buy another one. After receiving the 2 sets of keys, Yulu couldn't help but click his tongue. In his previous life, although he initially received praise from the officials, he never had such treatment. This clearly showed how useful the title of number 1 in the entire server was. With this, he was even more determined to maintain his status. Others who decided to participate in the second-level highway challenge gradually returned to the challenge world that day, either organizing supplies, maintaining their vehicles, or stockpiling gasoline, all preparing for the upcoming new challenge. Yulu had already prepared most of what he needed, and just before going to bed that night, he pulled up the system's previous records and chose to enable autonomous driving. After deducting 50 intelligent driving core fragments, the system successfully enabled the autonomous driving function for Yulu. An egg-sized smart AI appeared on the central console. It was the core component of the entire intelligent driving system. At this moment, the smart AI spoke. Hello, Master. I am your intelligent housekeeper. Please give me a name. Yulu thought for 2 seconds and then said, let us call you Jinduyan. Smart AI. Okay, Master. What would you like me to do for you? It sounded a bit strange, but Yulu assumed it was just a matter of getting used to it. He said, tonight, familiarize yourself with all the layouts and performance of the car and review my previous driving records. Tomorrow morning, we will set off. Smart AI, got it, Master. Jinduyan understands. Yulu You don't have to refer to yourself as Jin Duyan. Smart AI. Can I refer to myself as Jin? You Lu. No. Just say I. If you must refer to yourself, then call yourself Xiaoyan. Smart AI. Okay, Xiao Yun understands. You Lu. No understands. He reasonably suspected that this smart AI was doing it on purpose. Smart AI. But I think Xiao Yumba sounds cuter than Xiaoyan. Alright, confirmed. It was indeed doing it on purpose. Chapter 88. Stepping onto the secondary highway the next day, as the road survival challenge world transitioned into daylight, the system's voice rang out. Dear challengers, are you eager to embark on a new journey? Now, let me announce the rules for the secondary highway survival challenge. The secondary highway features hilly terrain, and the destination is Kern Town, which is 5,000 kilometers away from here. The challenge duration remains 30 days. Do you think running 5,000 kilometers in a month is a walk in the park? But I must remind you that 5,000 kilometers is the straight line distance. As for the other rules, I believe you no longer need me to repeat them. The only reminder is, there is no beginner protection period this time. Now, everyone, please take your seats, start your vehicles, and head towards your destination. As the system's voice faded, the entire Diana Valley shook with a rumbling sound. The square, which originally had only one entrance, suddenly cracked open several exits, while the original entrance was shrouded in gray mist. Clearly, no matter which exit was chosen, it would lead each challenger to their respective road. Nearly 1,000 vehicles chose the nearest exit, lining up to go out. 100 meters ahead of the exit, a white mist enveloped the area. Once the challengers drove through the mist, they could no longer see the service area or other vehicles. At this moment, a winding mountain road appeared before Yulu's eyes, presenting a significant challenge set by the secondary highway. The straight line distance of 5,000 kilometers could very well be 3 times that in actual distance. If one's driving skills were poor, or if they drove while fatigued, a moment of carelessness could send them tumbling off the mountain road. However, for Yulu, who had activated autopilot, this was no longer a concern. He commanded his cloud vehicle, Cloud, proceed at 100 miles per hour. Don't forget to collect any treasure chests you encounter. The Cloud replied, understood. But I recommend reducing speed when approaching curves to avoid excessive centrifugal force. Even though I can stabilize the vehicle, it may still cause you and the items inside to fall. Yulu replied, that's fine. Decide based on the situation and report any issues to me at any time. The Cloud responded, okay, Master, I'll keep that in mind. Yulu then released the steering wheel and accelerator, handing over control of the vehicle to the Cloud. Indeed, having autopilot was delightful. Not only did it make things much easier, but it also freed up more time for him to do other things. Yesterday, Gao Banan had sent over the water bar, leisure sofa, and large bed he had prepared, and now Yulu was at the water bar, making himself a cup of coffee while enjoying the view of the majestic mountains outside the window. Previously, there had been a total of 666 regions in Long Country. But after entering the secondary highway, the number of participants decreased significantly, and the regions merged into larger districts. Yulu's district was numbered, Long Country District 055, with currently 302 people online. He sent a message in the small group. I'm in District 055, where are you all? Others quickly responded, Zhu Beiji. I'm here too. Shrimp Monk. Oh yeah, same as Big Senior Brother. Shi Lang. Same District 055. Chu Jinghuan. Same here. Zhao Wei. Same haha. Gao Banan. District 055. Fan Zhou Great. I'm also in District 055. Deng Han. Same district. As Yulu had anticipated, challengers coming out of the same service area would most likely be placed in the same larger district. However, there were unexpected situations where, during the adjustment of numbers, some particularly small regions might be randomly merged into others. Fortunately, the number of people in their District 187 was not small. Su Yiqing and Chu Jingyan, who did not participate in the secondary highway challenge, were automatically kicked out of the group chat by the system. Seeing the group chat's number drop from 1120 to 920, Yulu felt that they needed to expand the group chat members again. At this moment, the chat channels had also split into 2. One was the Long Country main group, and the other was the District 055 group. Yulu scrolled through and found that Long Country had a total of 55 large districts, which was 23 more than the 32 district from his previous life. This indicated that the number of participants in the secondary highway survival challenge from Long Country was at least 230,000 more than before. From this, it could be inferred that the survival number on the primary highway was at least 1 or 2 million more than in the previous life. This change in data gave Yulu more confidence in the future of Long Country and even the future of the entire Blue Star. Perhaps he could truly change the course, leading humanity to extinction. At this moment, both the Long Country Main Group and the District 055 Group were discussing Sun Wukong. People in the Long Country Main Group were asking which district the Great Sun Wukong was in, while the challengers in District 055 began to Yulu after finding Sun Wukong's name in the district list. Sun Wukong, hello, Great One. Sun Wukong. Salute to the Great One. Awesome, it's the number one in the whole server. We are saved. Oh yeah, I'm going to brag in a main group that I'm in the same district as the Great Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, do you need any leg accessories? Seeking a ride. Sun Wukong, don't be so aloof. Can we add each other's friends? Sun Wukong, why don't you reply to my private message? Is it just because we don't know each other? Sun Wukong, I have watched your videos. You are really handsome. Can we be friends? Sun Wukong, can we get to know each other? Sun Wukong, hello. I really want to be your friend. No other intentions. I just really admire you. Don't misunderstand. I'm also a guy. Looking at his inbox that was about to explode, Yulu. He really wanted to get a nickname card and change his name. However, he knew this was impossible. In the previous District 187, there had been all kinds of people at first, but as time passed, some garbage was eliminated, and the remaining people understood his style. So they no longer disturbed him unnecessarily. Now, with the merging of districts into larger regions, the environment had changed again, and the variety of birds had increased significantly. He casually scrolled through and saw a private message from a male challenger, which was a selfie of him sticking out his tongue and making an X gesture, captioned, "Handsome. Interested in getting to know each other?" Looking at that not-so-appealing greasy face, Yulu felt helpless. He suddenly understood why so many girls online despised those boundaryless, greasy, and lewd men. Men harassed women, and men also harassed men. It was truly speechless. Thus, less than half an hour after stepping onto the secondary highway, Yulu began a new round of blocking operations. Chapter 89, Zombies, Ghosts, Strange Creatures, and Demons. Gradually making their appearance after blocking dozens of private messages from people with distorted views, Yulu still felt uncomfortable, as if he had seen something dirty. At that moment, he noticed his friend, Chu Yu, had sent him a message. "Hello, Big Shot. I saw you looking to buy green crystals. I have two. Do you want them?" Yulu immediately felt delighted and replied, "Yes." After some haggling, Yulu bought 2 green crystals from Chu Yu for 80 copper coins. After the transaction was completed, he asked Chu Yu, "I have a chat group. Would you like to join?" Chu Yu was eager to join the chat group of Big Shot. "Sure, I'd love to." Yulu then added Chu Yu to the group and introduced her. This is Chu Yu, who ranked 5th in the 187th zone of the hero battlefield. Does everyone remember her? Ju Beiji. Wow, that's great. It's a girl. I thought I was the only girl left in the group. Now I have company. Welcome. Xiahi Shi. Welcome, beautiful sister. Zhao Wei He. Welcome, welcome. We met in the service area before, but you probably don't remember me. He. Deng Hung. Alvisum. Thumbs up. JPG. Sherlang. Not bad. Not bad. Another new member. Feeling the warmth from everyone, Chu Yu felt a bit shy. "Hello. You all are amazing too. I hope to learn from you all." Chu Jinghuan. "No need to teach. We can just be friends, exchange information and resources. Our small group has a much better atmosphere than the big group." Fan Zhou. "It's so lively. I'll take this opportunity to advertise. Selling car air conditioners in stock. Special price of 180 copper coins in the group. I'll list it at 300 copper coins on the trading board. If you want to buy, just message me privately. Don't bid directly on the trading board. Gao Bonan. I'll also advertise selling intermediate water collectors and bulletproof vest sets. Xiahi Shi. This mountain road is so hard to drive on, I don't dare to go too fast." Just as Yulu was about to message Lin Shengyang to comfort him, he heard Jin Do Yun report, "Master, a bronze treasure chest has been found 300 meters ahead." Yulu immediately said, "Collect it." Jin Do Yun. "Okay, master." A few seconds later, a bronze treasure chest appeared in his pocket, but Yulu didn't rush to open it. Instead, he said in the group, "The secondary highway is indeed difficult to drive on. Everyone should be careful while driving. Also, the system says the destination is a straight line distance of 5,000 kilometers, but considering the winding nature of the mountain roads, I estimate the actual distance may exceed 15,000 kilometers. Therefore, everyone should try to ensure that the actual mileage is not less than 500 kilometers per day in the early stages to avoid being unable to catch up later." His own vehicle was of a high level and had autopilot enabled, so driving on the secondary highway was basically no pressure for him. But it was a different story for others. After spending time on the primary highway, Yulu felt that the members of the group were quite decent, and he didn't want them to fall too far behind. Everyone responded, saying that even if they had to drive at night, they would definitely cover 500 kilometers. Seeing that they were not intimidated by the difficulties of the secondary highway, Yulu felt relieved. He told Jin Do-yun, after collecting the treasure chest, place it directly in the cargo box behind. After all, the cargo box is empty now, and there is enough space, making it the best place for opening chests. Jin Do-yun replied, "Okay, master." The treasure chest locator has detected a silver treasure chest 3 kilometers ahead. Yulu nodded and said, "You don't need to keep reporting the information about the treasure chests. If the treasure chest pocket is full, just remind me to open it in time." "Okay, master," Xiao Yin knows. Although the tone of the intelligent AI sounded very obedient, Yulu always felt that it seemed to be holding something back. However, the feeling of being able to free his hands was simply wonderful. So after finishing his instructions, he put on boxing gloves and started boxing in a cargo box. Although exercising in the monster ranch would have better effects, Yulu didn't want to be too careless and fail to react in time in case of any accidents. An hour later, Jin Do-yun's voice rang out in the cargo box. "Master, the treasure chest pocket is full." Yulu looked to the corner of the cargo box and saw a silver treasure chest stacked on top of 2 bronze treasure chests. He replied, "Got it. I'll open the chests right away." Yulu didn't take off his boxing gloves. Instead, he summoned Little Apple to help him open the chests. After all, it was just a silver treasure chest, and even if a monster popped out with Little Apple's help to intimidate it, he should be able to handle it himself. Yulu first opened the top bronze treasure chest, but it didn't spawn a monster. It only dropped some supplies, obtained low-grade metal 5, obtained mineral water 2, obtained soap 1, obtained men's underwear 1. Next was the middle silver treasure chest, which spawned a level 2 zombie dog. Looking at its disgusting appearance with half of its face already rotting, before Little Apple could intimidate it, Yulu directly punched it, exploding the zombie dog's head. System, congratulations to Challenger Yulu for killing the level 2 zombie dog, triggering the Monster Butcher title effect, and earning 2 silver coins. Then came the material drops. Obtain Sleep Mask 1, obtained Intermediate Glass 3, obtained Level 2 Agility Potion, obtained Glass Water, obtained Thick Soup Treasure 2, obtained Eggs 5. Yulu looked at the bits of flesh stuck to the wall of the car and the zombie dog's carcass on the floor, and couldn't help but feel a bit of toothache. Yes, starting from the secondary highway, the monsters would become increasingly abstract, with zombies, ghosts, strange creatures, and demons gradually making their appearances. To determine whether these zombie monsters would affect his monster army, Yulu didn't rush to clean up. Instead, he summoned a reserve food kangaroo and a group of cockroaches, letting the kangaroo eat the zombie dog's carcass while the cockroaches took care of the bits of flesh. Although the process was a bit disgusting, this experiment was necessary. After the kangaroo and cockroaches cleaned up the carcass in the cargo box, Yulu didn't let them return to the monster ranch. Instead, he took them to the observation deck on top of the cargo box and moved over the box that was previously stored in the vehicle's luggage rack, allowing all the cockroaches to move in. He wanted to wait 2 days to see if this kangaroo and the cockroaches would mutate. Only if he confirmed it was safe would he dare to let his little brothers deal with zombie-type monsters. After finishing these tasks, Yulu cleaned the walls and floor of the cargo box 3 times with alcohol before feeling reassured. It seemed that the cargo box was not suitable for opening chests. After thinking for a moment, Yulu said to Jin Do-yun, "Let us put all the remaining treasure chests on the observation deck. After all, it is more spacious there, and even if it gets dirty, it can just be mopped." Jin Do-yun, "Okay, master." A silver treasure chest has been discovered 2 kilometers ahead. Yulu responded with an acknowledgement. Sure enough, upon reaching the secondary highway, the quality of the treasure chests also improved and wooden boxes no longer appeared. Chapter 90 Road Survival. Are you crazy? System, say something. Yulu opened the last bronze treasure chest in the cargo box, and fortunately, this time it didn't produce a zombie monster, but a regular goose. As soon as the goose appeared, it stretched its neck to nibble at Yulu, but Yulu, who grew up in the countryside, wouldn't indulge it. He immediately grabbed the goose by the neck and twisted it, breaking its neck. Choosing to disassemble it with the system, the more than 10-pound goose yielded 3 pounds of goose meat. System, congratulations to Challenger Yulu for killing the level 1 village bully goose, earning 1 copper coin. Yulu directly gave the goose meat, the thick soup treasure, and the eggs to Lin Shengyang, saying, "Later, if you have time, you can make a pot of stewed goose. Just save me a bowl." This bronze treasure chest only yielded 2 items, a flower pot and a bag of vegetable seeds. Yulu planned to stop later to dig some soil and see if he could grow some vegetables. The van sped along the winding mountain roads. When encountering turns, the van would slow down, and on straight roads, it would speed up, maintaining a speed of about 90 kilometers per hour, driving quite smoothly. Yulu was in the cargo box, only feeling significant bumps when going around big turns. At this moment, he returned to the driver's seat, sitting on a comfortable sofa, sipping ice cola while browsing the new items in the system shop. Level 2 chassis blueprint. 500 copper coins, limited to one purchase, and 95 masks. A pack of 10. 100 copper coins, limited to 5 purchases. Level 2 stamina potion. 60 copper coins, limited to 5 purchases, curry chicken rice. 10 copper coins, limited to 3 purchases, sterile eggs. 10 copper coins, limited to 5 purchases. Clearly, once on the level 2 highway, the system shop was not as friendly as on the level 1 highway. Prices would have a markup of 30 to 300 based on market demand. In other words, this was its original price, but on level 1 highway, there were new player discounts to prevent challengers from speculating and reselling supplies for profit on level 1 highway. The Road Survival Challenge set corresponding regulations. Starting from level 2 highway, challengers could repeat the challenge 1 to 3 times, but on level 1 highway, each person had only one chance. Once it's over, it's over. If not passed, it's not passed. Yulu bought 5 packs of masks and 5 bottles of stamina potions, and reminded everyone in the small group. The supplies and food on level 2 highway have increased in price, so you might want to adjust your prices accordingly. Sun Rue, Lin Shenyang, Fan Zhou, and Gao Banan all acknowledged it. In the chat channel, whether in the Dragon Country main group or the 055 district group, there is a heated discussion about the prices of system goods. Damn, wasn't the level 2 chassis blueprint just 200 copper coins before? Why is it suddenly 500 copper coins? What kind of eggs are these? Selling for 10 copper coins each? I risk my life to kill 10 monsters just to get 1 egg? Is it made of gold? Damn, how did the egg crisis from the beautiful country blow into the Road Survival Challenge? A pack of masks can sell for 100 copper coins? Are you crazy? Or is a new coronavirus disaster coming soon? Above, killing level 2 monsters can get you a silver coin. You wouldn't only dare to go after level 1 monsters, would you? Damn, I just opened a box and got a zombie cat, and it scratched me. I'm so panicked. Should I get a serum or a rabies vaccine? I regret it. Really, last time someone wanted to sell me a level 2 chassis blueprint for 180 copper coins, I thought it was expensive and insisted on bargaining for 150 copper coins. Now I really regret it. Is the Road Survival Challenge crazy? System, say something. However, no matter how much they complained, the system did not respond at all, and the Road Survival Challenge completely did not care about the challenger's thoughts. Yulu frowned for a moment, then chose to send a message in the Dragon Country main group. I suggest that those with workbenches and materials collaborate to produce a batch of masks for sale. Of course, if conditions permit, it's better to buy masks from the system mall. This time, Yulu didn't need to repeat it 3 times. Just his name caught everyone's attention. Naturally, some supported Yulu's suggestion, while others questioned it, but he didn't explain much. In the small group, Sun Rue asked, Sun Wukong, why do you suggest everyone hoard masks? Is it related to a disaster? Yulu didn't hide it from them and replied, well, there's no beginner protection on level 2 highway, so the first disaster will happen soon. I expect it to be related to air pollution. Lang said, I just passed by a valley and saw mist there. I was driving with the window open and felt a bit uncomfortable in my throat after inhaling the mist, and my stamina seems to have dropped a bit. Is this related to the disaster? Sun Wukong, Yulu, most likely. Gao Banan, should we rush to make masks? Yulu, you could decide based on the situation. After experiencing the brave battlefield, you should have enough money, right? If you can buy from the system mall, then buy from a system mall. As for whether to make masks, it depends on whether you have the materials in time. Besides, the masks made by yourselves might not be as effective as those from the system mall. Just then, Shu Jingwan spoke up. I just got a gas mask blueprint. Can it be useful? Yulu, what a rare blueprint. Sun Wukong, of course it can be useful. Zhu Beiji Gaobanan, you two collaborate with Shu Jinghuan to make gas masks. This is suitable for outdoor environments. The 3 hit it off immediately and began gathering materials. Yulu asked Jindian to find a place by the roadside with soil to park, and 10 minutes later, Jindian stopped the van at a relatively open bend. Yulu got out with the flower pot to dig soil. After digging, he looked around and saw the mountains rolling in the distance, shrouded in mist, while the road he was on seemed like a road in the clouds. To be honest, the scenery in the challenge world was indeed impeccable. If it weren't for the numerous dangers, it would be a great place for a road trip. After returning to the car, Yulu sprinkled a bit of vegetable seeds in the pot and watered them. He initially wanted to place the flower pot on the viewing terrace, but thought about the kangaroo that had eaten a zombie dog and a group of cockroaches up there. So he turned and put the flower pot inside the sunroom. As lunchtime approached, Yulu checked Lin Xingyang's trading page and found he had listed a lot of marinated dishes, including duck necks, duck wings, beef, and pig's head meat. Although Lin Xingyang had raised the prices, they were still comparable to the prices at service area restaurants, much cheaper than in the system mall. Yulu simply bought a bit of everything. Even if he couldn't finish it for lunch, he could store it in the fridge. Then, Jinduyan continued driving, while Yulu ate lunch and read the messages in the chat channel as electronic pickled vegetables. Suddenly, a person named Sheng Yufei caught his attention. Chapter 91. How can you, an intelligent AI, have such violent thoughts? Sheng Yufei is a challenger from the Dragon Country's 026 region. Because the divisions are different from his past life, Yulu isn't sure if this Sheng Yufei is the son of his mother's remarried husband, who is considered Yulu's nominal stepbrother and the main culprit who caused his death in his previous life. However, the news in the main group of Dragon Country was scrolling too fast. In the blink of an eye, Sheng Yufei's name disappeared among countless messages. Yulu paused for a moment while picking food, then continued eating. The secondary highway had just begun, and he had plenty of time to figure out the other party's background, so there was no need to rush. If this person was indeed the Sheng Yufei he knew, and not another with the same name, he would definitely prepare a big gift for him. For example, let him experience the feeling of being torn apart and devoured by a group of monsters. After finishing his meal, Yulu was about to take a break when he heard Jinduyan report. Master, the treasure chest storage pocket is full again. Okay, I got it. Yulu replied and walked towards the viewing terrace. Compared to the primary highway, the secondary highway not only has higher quality treasure chests, but also more of them. However, if other challengers do not have treasure chest locators and storage pockets like Yulu, they will encounter far fewer treasure chests than on the primary highway. This is because treasure chests on the primary highway are mostly found by the roadside, making them easy to spot. Starting from the secondary highway, treasure chests will be randomly distributed, some far from the road or hidden in inconspicuous corners, making them nearly impossible to discover. Only with the treasure chest storage pocket could Yulu collect all the treasure chests within a kilometer range on both sides of the road. However, once the treasure chest storage pocket is upgraded, its range will expand, allowing for even more treasure chests to be collected. Thinking of this, Yulu asked Jinduyan, when can the treasure chest storage pocket be upgraded? Jinduyan replied, you need to collect 52 more treasure chests to upgrade. All right, it seems it will take a few more days. This time, he received 1 silver treasure chest and 2 bronze treasure chests. Before opening the chests, Yulu checked the status of the kangaroo and cockroach to confirm they were fine, feeling slightly relieved. After thinking for a moment, he put on his protective suit before reaching out to touch the treasure chests. Although being scratched by zombie-type monsters isn't fatal, it can easily lead to negative status effects, which is quite troublesome. Fortunately, neither of the 2 bronze treasure chests released monsters, but the silver treasure chest spawned a level 4 cloud beast. This creature looks like a giant cotton candy and is quite cute. It floats in the air, capable of raining, hailing, and even releasing lightning to attack. Yulu almost got struck by it. However, Yulu just dodged and did not retaliate. Instead, he looked for an opportunity to make eye contact with it while chanting a hypnosis spell. Sleep, sleep, my dear baby, as the cloud beast's eyes turned into spiral shapes. Yulu immediately used his Beast Tamer talent on it. System, congratulations to Challenger Yulu for successfully taming a level 4 cloud beast. Talent points, 4. Current talent points, 179. Note, after talent points reach 800, it can be upgraded to the 5th tier. The tamed cloud beast descended from the air in front of Yulu. Yulu reached out to touch this giant cotton candy, but he couldn't feel anything. His hand seemed to pass through a mist. Yulu, all right then. He named the cloud beast cotton candy and then put it into the monster ranch to play with the other little ones. Looking back at the resources dropped from the 3 treasure chests, he saw obtain intermediate wood 5, obtain tiles 3, obtain silk quilt 1, obtain memory pillow 1, obtain bath towel 1, obtain cotton towel 2, obtained N95 masks 2, obtain portable toilet 1, obtain chocolate 3, obtain turkey noodles 2, obtain mineral water 3, obtain salt soda 2. Wow. Yulu felt like these 3 treasure chests opened a home textile special session for him. Although he found it a bit speechless, the items were quite practical and could improve his quality of life. In the afternoon, the fog on the highway grew thicker, and when encountering fog, visibility dropped to less than 5 meters. Even Jinduyan, as an intelligent driving AI, had to reduce speed to maintain around 50 miles per hour. Yulu had no objections to this. After all, if he were driving himself, he might not even reach 30 miles per hour under such conditions. After thinking for a while, Yulu also listed his treasure chest opening service on the trading board, but only for diamond level and above treasure chests. He even posted an advertisement in the Dragon Country main group. Treasure chest opening service, limited to diamond level and above, resources split in half. Need to send a photo of the treasure chest as proof before ordering, serious inquiries only. This immediately sparked another wave of discussion, with both friendly and malicious comments. But Yulu didn't pay much attention, not even glancing at it. As the highway level increased and the difficulty grew, many people would be eliminated. He one day would reach further and higher places, and by then, he would no longer hear any discordant voices. As the saying goes, when you are at the bottom of society, all you see are backsides, while when you climb to the top, all you see are smiling faces. This rule also applies to the Highway Survival Challenge. Yulu's goal is not limited to the gains and losses in front of him, so he does not want to waste his time and energy arguing with fools. After an afternoon passed, due to the reduced driving speed, the number of treasure chests encountered also decreased. Before dinner, Yulu only opened 1 bronze and 1 silver treasure chest. Suddenly, Lin Xingyang sent a message asking, "Big brother, do you really only open diamond treasure chests? Don't you open golden ones?" Yulu, "I don't open others, but I'll definitely open yours. Did you encounter a golden treasure chest?" Lin Xingyang, "Yes. When will you have time to come over?" Yulu, "In 2 minutes." After sending the message, he returned to the driver's seat, took out a directional teleportation card, and said to Jinduyan, "Help me locate Lin Xingyang from Dragon Country's 055 region." Jinduyan, "Okay, master. Do you want me to flip his car over?" Hearing its tone, it seemed a bit excited. Yulu, "No need, he's my friend. Don't make decisions on your own." Jinduyan, "All right, the upcoming fork leads to the highway where Lin Xingyang is located. Please be cautious." Yulu, "Hey, what's with the disappointment in your tone? How can you, an intelligent AI, have such violent thoughts?" At that moment, Yulu had no idea that night, after he fell asleep, Jinduyan really did secretly kill someone. Chapter 92, Fivefold Material Reward. The process of Lin Xingyang opening the box went quite smoothly, and the materials dropped from the treasure chest were also decent, including a life-saving item, which was a talisman. After Lin Xingyang's strong refusal, Yulu accepted the talisman and then gave all the remaining materials to Lin Xingyang, even gifting him the portable toilet he had previously opened. After all, he had a bathroom in his own vehicle, so he didn't need it. Lin Xingyang invited Yulu to have dinner together, and Yulu naturally did not refuse. By the time they returned to their highway, it was already dark. Jinduyan asked Yulu if he wanted to stop and rest, to which Yulu replied, "Are you tired?" Jinduyan responded, "Master, Little Cloud is an intelligent AI. As long as you provide me with enough power, I will not feel tired." Yulu nodded and said, "All right then, just drive at 20 miles per hour, and if you encounter any unavoidable obstacles, you can call me to handle it." Saying this, Yulu went to the observation deck to check on the situation of the kangaroos and cockroaches. Fortunately, they still seemed normal, which reassured Yulu a bit. He then released the 9-headed bug and the great Pung, instructing them, "Keep an eye out, and if you encounter any monsters blocking the road, help deal with them. If you get tired, switch with Hongling and Arian." After ensuring that Jinduyan and the 9-headed bug would cooperate, Yulu returned to the folding space. He first spent 2 hours boxing in the monster ranch, then took a shower before going to bed. Little did he know, around midnight, a challenger named Xue Qingfu sent him several private messages. "Hello, Big Shot, I would like to be friends with you. Can we get to know each other? I have no ill intentions. I simply admire your abilities. Are you there, Big Shot? Are you asleep, Big Shot?" Undoubtedly, these messages received no response. Then, less than 5 minutes later, the reverse tracking alarm in Yulu's vehicle went off, but it only sounded once before being silenced by Jinduyan, which switched to silent mode. 3 minutes later, a Toyota Land Cruiser appeared behind a van. As Xue Qingfu, the driver, saw the slowly moving van ahead, his heart skipped a beat. He thought that Sun Wukong must have fallen asleep and was likely parked to rest, but he didn't expect that he was still driving. So, not responding to his messages was because he was used to ignoring messages from strangers. Xue Qingfu had a small bomb in his hand, capable of causing 800 points of damage upon explosion. He guessed that Sun Wukong's vehicle must have been upgraded to level 2, but the defense of a level 2 vehicle was only 500 points. Therefore, he planned to secretly attach the bomb to the bottom of Sun Wukong's vehicle while he was asleep and then remotely detonate it, which would not only breach the vehicle's defense, but might even send Sun Wukong straight to the afterlife. However, now that Sun Wukong's vehicle was still moving, was this guy's number 1 title in the whole server achieved just by being this reckless? Not sleeping in the middle of the night and still secretly driving. Wasn't he afraid of being flipped over by monsters? It seemed that Xue Qingfu had only one option before him. to quietly leave before the other party discovered him. But he was somewhat unwilling. Moreover, why was the vehicle in front going so slowly? It didn't seem to be going even 20 miles per hour. Even old man walking would be faster than that. Since he had chosen to drive at night, why not go a bit faster? Fu found this hard to understand. Yet perhaps because the slowly swaying van looked easier to bully. Fu suddenly came up with an idea. Since the left side of the road was a cliff, why not speed up and directly knock him off? With this thought, Fu pressed down on the accelerator and increased his speed. However, to his surprise, as he sped up, the van in front also accelerated. Frightened, Fu quickly stepped on the brake, thinking he had been discovered. But after he stopped, the van resumed its slow swaying speed, as if it were deliberately teasing him. Suddenly, a wave of unexplainable anger surged within Fu, and his right foot involuntarily switched from the brake to the accelerator, speeding up to chase the van ahead. For the next 10 minutes, whenever Fu accelerated, the van in front would also speed up. Whenever he slowed down, the van would slow down too, making it seem like it was intentionally toying with him, which infuriated Fu. Suddenly, a fog appeared ahead, and the van slowed down again. Fu was delighted, thinking this was a good opportunity, and immediately sped up, aiming to crash into the van ahead. However, just as he was less than 5 meters away from the van, it made a sharp turn and vanished from his sight. At this moment, it was too late for Fu to brake. On the dark mountain road, there were no guiding streetlights, but through the headlights, he could see his vehicle had already veered off the road, heading towards the cliff below. Then came a series of crashes and rolls. System: congratulations to Challenger Yulu for triggering the effect of the road killer medal, killing Challenger Fu, and receiving a 5-fold material reward. Waking up in shock, Yulu was confused. What the heck? When Yulu asked Jinduyan what was going on, it feigned ignorance. I don't know. Suddenly a car appeared behind me, trying to crash into me. I sped up while turning, and unexpectedly he also sped up. Then, because it was dark, I couldn't see clearly and didn't turn in time, and he directly went off the road. Little Cloud had no idea what he was thinking. Yulu thought, "It's suspicious that you don't know anything. The system has already determined that Yulu was the one who killed him. And the fact that Jinduyan didn't shift the blame onto the 9-headed bug, and the other showed that it was indeed the culprit." After thinking for a moment, Yulu summoned the Great Pung, donned night vision goggles and a mask, climbed onto its back, and flew towards the cliff below. After all, it was a 5-fold material reward. It would be foolish not to collect it. A few minutes later, riding on the Great Pung, Yulu found a fallen Toyota Land Cruiser at the base of the cliff where it had rolled over. At this moment, the vehicle had suffered severe deformation from multiple impacts during its fall, and the occupants were bloodied and lifeless. Around the vehicle, several shadowy monsters were gathering, drawn by the scent of death. These monsters belonged to the eerie type, lacking physical form, and were merely distorted, blurry shadows. Against such monsters, bullets were ineffective. So Yulu raised his left hand to summon the Fire Dragon Bird and the Cloud Beast, instructing them to breathe fire and strike lightning. While he took out a flamethrower, under the assault of fire and lightning, these shadows quickly dissipated into clouds of black mist. System: congratulations to Challenger Yulu for killing a level 2 shadow monster, earning 1 silver coin. Congratulations to Challenger Yulu for killing a level 2 shadow monster, earning 1 silver coin. The 5 shadow monsters surrounding the Toyota Land Cruiser were soon cleared out by Yulu. They were not difficult to deal with if approached correctly. However, for someone encountering them for the first time, it might instinctively cause fear, as humans have a natural fear of the unknown. Yulu then jumped down from the back of the Great Pung and began to scavenge for materials. Chapter 93. Bitten and spit out for half the night. Due to the effect of the road killer metal, all the supplies collected by Yulu from Fu's car, as well as the materials exploded from the car, were multiplied by 5 times, resulting in a significant harvest. 325 copper coins 5, directional teleportation cards 2-5. Level 3 vehicle body blueprints 5, anesthetic guns 5, bronze daggers 5, mini bombs 5, wind 5, intermediate metals 10-5, intermediate wood 3-5, intermediate rubber 5-5, intermediate glass 6-5, low-level metals 23-5, low-level wood 15-5, low-level rubber 34-5, low-level glass 16-5, genuine leather 4-5, N95 masks 5-5, sterile eggs 2-5, Lee Kun cigarettes 2-5, white beer 4-5, intelligent driving core fragments 8-5. Unexpectedly, on the first night of the secondary highway, such an incident occurred. Because of this bountiful harvest, Yulu's grievances of being awakened in the middle of the night disappeared. After all, Shui Qingfu's death was not unjust. However, once back in the car, Yulu still put on a stern face. But it seemed that the Jinduyan was not very good at reading moods. After detecting that there were as many as 41 intelligent driving core fragments in the system warehouse, it eagerly asked Yulu, "Master, can you feed all the intelligent driving core fragments to me?" Yulu was momentarily stunned. In his previous life, he had never used autonomous driving, so he wasn't aware that the intelligent AI could continue to be fed intelligent driving core fragments. He was originally considering whether to sell the surplus intelligent driving core fragments to Shirlang and Deng Han. "You can eat intelligent driving core fragments?" Jinduyan eagerly replied, "Yes. Master, the more intelligent driving core fragments I fuse, the higher my level will be." Yulu still maintained a stern face, but couldn't help but ask, "What happens when the level is higher?" Jinduyan said, "When my level is higher, I can suppress other intelligent AIs I encounter, not only stealing their information, but also misleading them, causing them to crash." However, to Jinduyan's disappointment, after learning the answer, Yulu ruthlessly refused its request. "No, you made a mistake today. It will be good enough if I don't punish you. You still want intelligent driving core fragments? Dream on," Jinduyan pleaded. "Huh? It's a supplement, Master. Little Yin really wants intelligent driving core fragments. Please." Yulu coldly replied, "It's useless to act cute. In my car, good performance gets rewards, but mistakes will definitely be punished. Considering this is your first offense, I'll let it go this time. But if you dare to make decisions without my permission next time, I will lock you in the small black room." Yulu was not a saint. If he had been awake, he would have certainly dealt with Shui Qingfu as well. But that did not mean Jinduyan was right. He needed the intelligent AI, but absolutely did not need an uncontrollable one. He was the only master and will of this car, and he would never let a little monster or intelligent AI lead him by the nose. After being educated by Yulu, Jinduyan could only express its understanding of the mistake in a wrong manner. After teaching the presumptuous Jinduyan a lesson, Yulu was completely awake, sat in the driver's seat, pinched his brow, and then looked at the mileage recorded on the dashboard. The dashboard showed that he had actually traveled nearly 800 kilometers today, but the straight-line distance displayed on the screen was less than 300 kilometers. Yulu decided to remind the Dragon Country group in the morning to prevent other challengers from taking it lightly, which could lead to them not being able to reach the finish line in time. After all, to change the fate of humanity's extinction, it was necessary to preserve more living forces. Otherwise, even if he changed it alone, it would be meaningless. After ordering Jinduyan to continue moving at a speed of 20 miles per hour, Yulu went to the observation deck to check on the kangaroos and cockroaches. After confirming that they were still normal, he had Honglin and Air-een switch shifts with the nine-headed bug. It wasn't until after 3 in the morning that Yulu started to feel sleepy again, and then he slept soundly until after 9 in the morning. Looking out the window, Yulu noticed that the fog on the road had become thicker, giving off a mystical feeling. When Yulu finished washing up and returned to the driver's cabin, he saw that Jinduyan was still moving at a turtle's pace of 20 miles per hour, unsure if it was genuinely following Yulu's orders or sulking. Yulu didn't want to engage in a battle of wits with an intelligent AI, so he directly ordered, "Adjust the speed to what you consider safe." Jinduyan, "Okay, Master." Then the speed increased to about 60 or 70 miles per hour. Yulu didn't bother with it anymore and instead opened his portable screen, first sending a reminder in the Dragon Country group. "Everyone, please note the difference between actual mileage and straight-line distance. Try to ensure that the daily mileage is no less than 170 kilometers of straight-line distance to avoid running out of time later." After sending the message, he switched to the smaller group, where things were lively, primarily due to Shirlang. He had been complaining in the group early in the morning, saying that he accidentally bit a zombie creature while hunting last night, took a bite, and then vomited for half the night. Everyone in the group was comforting Shirlang, and Yulu silently lit a candle for him in his heart. Then the devil spoke. "Shirlang, actually, vampires are similar to zombies. They are both undead. So why are you so disdainful?" "Doghead, JPG Shirlang. Is what you said even human language?" Everyone else laughed, so only Shirlang's injured world was achieved. However, they quickly moved on to other topics. First, the thick fog not only severely affected their driving speed, but also posed significant harm to the human body. "Xiahi Shang, when I was sleeping last night, the car window wasn't closed tightly, and when I woke up in the morning, I lost 2 points of stamina." Zhu Beiji, indeed. When I got out of the car to open the box, I wore a mask, but afterwards I still felt a bit uncomfortable in my respiratory tract. Deng Han, this fog is scarier than smog. Everyone should try to wear masks while in the car. Gao Baonan, I'll make a few gas masks later for everyone in the group to use. Zhu Beiji, I'll have a finished product ready in about an hour. Yulu himself didn't feel anything unusual, but that was probably because he not only had high-dimensional data, but also a special state of being immune to all poisons. But others were not as lucky as him. Just as everyone was discussing the drawbacks of the fog, Chu Jinghuan suddenly said, "Have you guys checked the system all today? There's actually a nickname card now." Hearing this, Yulu was taken aback. In his previous life, the nickname card was not available this early. He switched to the system mall and saw the first item was a nickname card. Nickname card. Price 1,000 copper coins, limited to one purchase. Folding toilet. Price 2,000 copper coins, limited to one purchase. Wash set. Price 50 copper coins, limited to 3 purchases. Beef bun. Price 3 copper coins, limited to 20 purchases. Throat lozenges. Price 10 copper coins, limited to 10 purchases. It seemed that with the fluttering of Yulu's butterfly wings, the challenge world and the system had made corresponding adjustments and changes. Chapter 94. Oh, Giant Panda. Although everyone in the chat channel was complaining that nickname cards were too expensive and only fools would spend 1,000 copper coins on one, Yulu knew that soon. These challengers' names would become increasingly abstract. Sure enough, when Yulu checked the chat channel again during lunch, he occasionally saw some abstract nicknames, such as "No one understands road survival better than me." "Are you free this Sunday?" Director Wong of the Abnormal Human Research Institute. "Sexy mother cockroach seeking mates online." Accidentally joined the White House chat group to watch the Hosai PC team. "Sister is so fierce, unlike me, who can only feel sorry for my brother." Domineering rich woman falls for me. The delivery guy, the most famous monkey in the mountain. "Have you all said thank you today?" AAA's second-hand housing agent Xiao Li. Noodles always break at the thin parts. Fate teases the big glutton. Even Shirlang's name had changed too. "Old B, did I give you face?" What shocked Yulu even more was that many people, unable to use the same Sun Wukong, had come up with variations like Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, by Ma Wen, Qi Tianda Sheng, Sun Xingxia, Zhixing Sun, Xingxia Sun, Black Horse, Sun Wukong V, Sun Wukong Road Survival Edition. Sun Wukong, first in the whole server edition. Yulu, enough. You people are really enough. Sure enough, after reaching the secondary road, there were many more who cried poor, but there were also quite a few who were wealthy. After Sun Rue saw Shi Lang change his nickname, she shared her feelings about changing names. "Previously, when I didn't change my name on the primary road, I often had guys messaging me with harassment, but now, they all message me asking if I can introduce them to the great Sun Wukong. Although it's still annoying, they probably think I'm a guy now." Chuyu, is there such an advantage? Then I'll buy a nickname card too and change to a very manly nickname. Then, Yulu watched as Chuyu's name changed to Flying Earth-Burrowing Big Wild Boar. That was indeed quite manly. Yulu didn't understand, but chose to respect it. Not long after, Sun Rue sent Yulu a gas mask privately. After accepting it, he asked, "How much?" "Ji Beiji, no need for money. Senior brother, you've helped me so much and I haven't properly thanked you yet. A gas mask is nothing, so don't be polite with me." Seeing this, Yulu didn't insist on giving money. However, by evening, Gao Banan also sent a gas mask along with a set of coffee table and chairs. Yulu didn't mention that Sun Rue had already sent him a gas mask and asked, "How much in total?" Gao Banan, the material cost for the coffee table and chairs isn't expensive, just the custom labor cost is a bit high. You can give me 300 copper coins. And the gas mask is bulk, so just 100 copper coins for that. Yulu immediately transferred 400 copper coins and expressed his gratitude. Gao Banan replied, "Recently, I've been busy with travel and making things, so time is a bit tight. The remaining table and wooden planting box will have to wait until the fog disaster passes before I can make them for you." Yulu wasn't in a hurry. After all, he wouldn't gather everyone in his car for a meal yet, and even if he did, it would probably be after the secondary road ended. "It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. You handle your matters first." Gao Banan directly replied with an OK emoji. Just as Yulu closed the conversation with Gao Banan, he heard the report from the cloud. "Master, the treasure chest storage pocket is full." Yulu, "Okay, I got it." He then went to the observation terrace to open chests and check on the kangaroos and cockroaches. The good news was that everything was normal with the kangaroos and cockroaches. The better news was that this time, in addition to 2 bronze chests, there was also a gold chest. Upon seeing the gold chest, Yulu suddenly remembered that he hadn't prayed to the lucky goddess pendant for the past 2 days. So he turned back to the driver's seat and first prayed to the lucky goddess pendant on the rearview mirror. "Please bless me to quickly gather the materials for the floating chassis. Please, please." The cloud immediately chimed in, "Yes. Just 2 units of floating rock and 10 units of light feather wood left. You must bless my master to get them." Lu glanced at the smart AI on the console that looked a bit sycophantic and ignored it, turning back to the observation terrace to open the chests. It seemed he already had the blueprint for a level 3 car body and still had 5 copies. After opening the chests, he would check what upgrade materials were still needed. This time, all 3 chests released monsters. The 2 bronze chests dropped 1 shadow monster and 1 oversized slug each. They weren't difficult to deal with, but the slug could spit saliva, which was corrosive. Its attacks weren't strong, but it was quite disgusting. After Lu used a flamethrower to turn the large slug into slug jerky, the kangaroo surprisingly rushed over and swallowed it whole. Lu, forget it. Finally, when opening the gold chest, Lu summoned Little Apple in advance, and after a flash of white light, a black and white giant panda charged toward Lu. He immediately stood in front of Little Apple and loudly recited a hypnosis spell to the panda. Sleep, sleep, my dear baby. Oh, giant panda. Who would want to raise one? Unfortunately, due to a lack of eye contact, the hypnosis failed, and when the panda's paw came down, Lu dodged to the side. The paw hit the ground, causing the entire observation terrace to tremble. Indeed, no matter how cute it looked, the name Ailuropoda was not in vain. After dodging the panda's first attack, Lu turned back and fought it. This panda was a level 4 monster, incredibly strong. But fortunately, Lu had consumed a lot of strength potions, so he didn't fall behind in strength. After a few minutes, Lu seized the opportunity and successfully hypnotized the panda, then immediately activated his Beastmaster talent, using only 15 points of mental power to successfully tame the panda, which stood taller than him. System, congratulations to Challenger Lu for successfully taming a level 4 Ailuropoda. Talent points for. Current talent points, 183. Note, after talent points reach 800, you can upgrade to level 5. Lu was ecstatic. He immediately began to rub and massage the panda, making Little Apple next to him feel jealous and start whining. So, Lu also gave Little Apple a few rubs, trying to appear as a master of balancing attention. After naming the Panda Bear Mountain Lord and putting it along with Little Apple into the Monster Ranch, Lu finally had time to look at the rewards from opening the chests. The 2 bronze chests dropped. Obtain Cutlery Set 1, obtain Men's Sports Shoes 1, obtain Toothpaste and Toothbrush Set 1, obtain Tissue 5, obtain Trash Can 1, obtain Yangji Ganlu 1, obtained Apples 3. Although there was nothing surprising, it was still practical. The gold chest dropped. Obtain Country Style Decoration Blueprint 1, obtain Blueberry Seedlings 2, obtain Intermediate Wood 5, obtain Filet Steak 4, obtain Strawberry Jam 2, obtain Butter Rice Cake 10. It didn't include the materials Lu wanted for upgrading the floating chassis, but when he saw the decoration blueprint, his eyes lit up. Just then, the system also sent a good news. Detected that the conditions for upgrading the level 3 car body have been met. Would you like to upgrade? Chapter 95. Almost missed a fortune. When Lu opened the level 3 vehicle body blueprint, he realized that the missing material was supposed to be intermediate wood, and the 5 units of intermediate wood he just obtained were just enough to complete the upgrade materials. Level 3 vehicle body blueprint. After use, it can upgrade a level 2 vehicle body to level 3, increasing the vehicle's defense capability to 2500, doubling the interior space, and adding 1 customizable function area. Required materials for upgrade. Low-grade wood 200-301, intermediate wood 2020, low-grade rubber 5266, intermediate rubber 526, low-grade metal 100-297, intermediate metal 1052, low-grade glass 60-157, intermediate glass 533. During the upgrade, the vehicle must remain stationary, so Lu planned to wait until nightfall to proceed with the upgrade. He also checked the newly obtained decoration blueprint. Rural-style decoration blueprint can decorate the interior of the vehicle in a rural style, based on your current interior space estimation. The required materials are intermediate wood 1020, intermediate metal 852, intermediate glass 133, tiles 6512, flooring 9315, genuine leather 3231, fabric 282. This means that if Lu upgraded to the level 3 vehicle body, the decoration materials might need to be doubled or even more. It seems that the decoration would have to wait. Lu opened the group chat and sent a message. I have 4 level 3 vehicle body blueprints. If anyone needs them, feel free to DM me, whether to trade or buy. Since having extras was useless, he might as well benefit the people in the group. Once the message was sent, it sparked a discussion among everyone. Zhao Wei. 4? How did you manage that? That's impressive. Gao Bainan. I'll buy 1 Sun Wukong Shrimp Monk. Ooh, I also want to buy, but my level 2 vehicle isn't upgraded yet. Zhu Beiji. I want one too. I just upgraded to a level 2 vehicle yesterday. Sun Wukong, Sherlang. Senior brother, save one for me. I'll borrow money right now. Meanwhile, Chu Jinghuan and Chu Yu both sent private messages to Yu Lu. Chu Jinghuan: Senior brother, can I trade you a level 3 engine blueprint? Chu Yu: big shot, what's the price of the blueprints? Or what do you want to trade? I have 2 pieces of equipment, take a look. Chu Yu's message was accompanied by 2 pieces of equipment information. One was a gold level armor that increased defense by 200 points when worn, and the other was a 5 Emperor's coin bracelet that could resist 80 of mental attacks. Yu Lu immediately became interested in the 5 Emperor's coin bracelet. So he first replied to Chu Jinghuan: I've already upgraded to a level 3 engine. Do you have any other blueprints? Then he replied to Chu Yu: could you send me the 5 Emperor's coin bracelet for a look? Chu Yu directly sent the 5 Emperor's coin bracelet to Yu Lu, showing a high level of trust. After examining it, Yu Lu confirmed its attributes matched what Chu Yu had sent and immediately sent Chu Yu a level 3 vehicle body blueprint in return. At this time, Shi Lang, Sun Rue, and Gao Bainan were all privately asking Yu Lu for the price of the blueprints. Yu Lu thought for a moment and quoted a price of 2,000 copper coins. This price was the same as the service area and was considerably cheaper than the system mall, not to mention it wasn't guaranteed when they would encounter it again. The 3 didn't hesitate at all and immediately transferred the money to Yu Lu, who sent them the blueprints after receiving the payment. Thus, in less than 5 minutes after the message was sent, all 4 level 3 vehicle body blueprints were sold out. Chu Jinghuan had no suitable blueprints to trade and had to give up. However, Deng Han waited another 3 minutes before asking in the group: Sun Wukong, senior brother, do you have any blueprints left? I also want one. Although he knew Yu Lu's true identity, Deng Han chose to keep it a secret and, like Shi Lang and the others, referred to Yu Lu as senior brother. Yu Lu replied: you're too late. The blueprints are all gone. Deng Han, all right. You guys are really fast. By the way, I just encountered a monster in the fog that seems to create illusions. I almost got tricked off a cliff by it. So be careful, everyone. Deng Han's words immediately sparked heated discussions among the others. Sure, monk, wow. It can create illusions? That's terrifying. Zhu Beiji, how do we deal with that? Shi Lang, what does the monster look like? Officer Deng, did you see it clearly? Deng Han, it was hiding in the fog. I only saw a vague, large silhouette. I fired a few shots at it, but I probably didn't kill it, and it got away. Chu Yu, it sounds like it might be tough to deal with. Fan Zhou, do you know what level of monster it is? Chu Jinghuan, if Officer Deng couldn't handle it, it must be pretty high level. Yu Lu immediately understood what kind of monster Deng Han was referring to. Everyone don't panic. It's probably a level 2 Shenyang. They usually hide in the fog, weaving illusions similar to mirages. But they don't have any substantial attack power and are not hard to deal with. A strong wind or fire can defeat them. Upon hearing Yu Lu's explanation, Deng Han suddenly remembered that the booklet he submitted earlier indeed contained an introduction to the Shenyang monster. However, written descriptions are never as memorable as personal experiences, which is why Deng Han didn't connect the dots right away. He was also somewhat puzzled. I remember the monster introduction said the Shenyang is only the size of a coconut. Why did I see a gigantic creature? Yu Lu replied, because Shenyangs tend to move in groups, what you saw was likely hundreds or thousands of Shenyangs gathered together, and the fog obscured them, making it appear as a giant creature. Deng Han suddenly realized, no wonder when they ran away they suddenly scattered. But the system didn't prompt me that I killed any monsters, which made me think that creature could disassemble itself. Yu Lu added, killing 1 level 2 Shenyang earns 1 silver coin, which converts to 10 copper coins. Hundreds or thousands of them could be worth 1,000 to 10,000 copper coins. Officer Deng, you missed a fortune. Doge. JPG Deng Han. Damn, that group of Shenyangs, come back. I want to treat you to tea. Hearing what Yu Lu said, the others were no longer afraid. Instead, they began to cheer for Deng Han, saying he had missed a fortune. Even Zhao and Fan Zhou, with their brilliant ideas, suggested that they should figure out a way to install 2 high-powered blowers on the front of their vehicle, so they could blow away the fog and deal with the Shenyangs if they encountered them. Watching their enthusiastic discussion, Yu Lu couldn't help but smile slightly and said nothing more. When night fell, Yu Lu had Jindian park the vehicle by a road on the mountain with a wide view. Then he called up the system records. On the option to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle body, he clicked yes. System. Okay, this upgrade will take 60 minutes. Chapter 96. It's scary to be out at night. During a break in the system upgrade, Yu Lu took another look at the kangaroo and cockroach. After confirming they were fine, he felt relieved and stored them back in the monster ranch. He then summoned the 9-headed worm and red phosphorus from the ranch and sent them out to hunt nearby. The group of large minions quickly disappeared into the darkness, including the cotton candy and bear mountain king he had received in the past 2 days. Yulu opened his system warehouse, preparing to organize and count his supplies, putting useless items up for trade, while also looking to purchase some renovation materials. Just then, he received a private message from a challenger with the nickname, May's senior sister. Hello, big boss. I saw you're looking to buy light featherwood and such. I have 3 units of light featherwood, 2 units of tiles, 3 units of flooring, and 5 units of fabric. Do you want them? Of course. Yulu wanted them, so he immediately began discussing prices with her. However, May's senior sister seemed unclear about the value of these materials and, seeing the items Yulu had listed for trade, asked if she could exchange them for 3 packs of N95 masks. The total value of the materials she offered was less than 300 copper coins, but the N95 masks had recently sold for high prices due to the foggy weather, and normally might not even sell for 10 copper coins per pack. Yulu had looted 5 packs of masks from Shui Chingfu's vehicle, which had expanded to 25 packs, and he had also bought 5 more from the system mall, giving him a total of 30 packs of masks, which he wouldn't be able to use all of. So without any hesitation, he agreed to May's senior sister's request. After the transaction was completed, May's senior sister asked again, Big boss, do you want mushrooms? I just picked them from a mountain this afternoon. They're very fresh. Yulu looked confused and asked, Are you challenging the world to pick mushrooms? May's senior sister replied, Yes. They are tender and fresh and look particularly good. If you want them, I'll give you a discount. Yulu decisively refused. No, I don't want them. I suggest you don't eat them carelessly either, since things from the challenge world can be poisonous. May's senior sister protested. How could that be? I often went up the mountain to pick mushrooms back home. I can tell what is edible and what is not at a glance. I just had a big bowl for dinner. It was delicious. Those who got sick from eating them were the ones that didn't cook them properly. Yulu replied, No thanks. He felt a bit powerless to retort. After ending the conversation with May's senior sister, Yulu continued to organize his supplies. When he saw the directional teleportation card, he suddenly remembered that Sheng Yufei might have changed his name. He quickly took out a directional teleportation card and searched for Sheng Yufei in Dragon Country Zone 026. The system displayed, No such person found. Yulu. He then tried searching for the name Sheng Yufei in the Dragon Country main group, finding 2 entries, but he couldn't be sure if either was the person he was looking for. At that moment, the voice of his cloud assistant, Nimbus, rang out, Master, the level 3 vehicle body has been upgraded. You are amazing. You've surpassed 99 of challengers in the entire server. Yulu was stunned by this, meaning there were others who had upgraded more than he had. Nimbus explained, My detection results say so, but I'm not sure of the specifics. Those AIs have a higher intelligence level than me. Yulu instinctively thought of the Buddha from the Cactus Kingdom. After a moment, he took out a smart driving core fragment from the system warehouse and said to Nimbus, who was eagerly waiting, You did well today. Here, as a reward for you. Nimbus conjured up a pair of small mechanical arms to take the smart driving core fragment and eagerly said, Thank you, Master. You're so good. You are the best master. You are the most handsome master. I love you, Master. Yulu. After being speechless for 2 seconds, he finally said, You need to remember, in my vehicle, rewards and punishments are clear. You must ask for my opinion on everything, and you are not allowed to act on your own. Nimbus stuffed the smart driving core fragment into its small body and obediently replied, I understand, Master. I will be the best AI that listens to you. Yulu, forget it. Help me try to locate Gengqi on the level 1 highway in Dragon Country. He only just remembered Gengqi while searching for Sheng Yufei. Nimbus, okay, Master. A minute later, Nimbus listed 3 people named Gengqi from Dragon Country Zone 17, 21, and 86 for Yulu to choose from. Yulu felt a bit troubled. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he decided, let us check one by one. After all, he wasn't too short on directional teleportation cards. Thus, 5 minutes later, Gengqi, located on the level 1 highway in Dragon Country Zone 17, was nearly scared into the bushes by a van that was chasing closely behind him. What puzzled him even more was that when the van brushed past him, the driver merely glanced at him before driving off. The same situation happened to Gengqi in Zone 21, who was almost scared to death, only for the people in the van to look at him for a moment and then drive away, until the van completely disappeared from sight. He still couldn't figure out what had happened. What a crazy world. It's scary to be out at night. Yulu used 3 directional teleportation cards in a row, and when he used the last one, he saw a familiar figure huddled next to a bicycle in Dragon Country, Zone 86, and he stopped the car with a bit of disbelief. At that moment, Gengqi, who was crouching next to the bicycle, was looking terrified until a strange face poked out from the driver's seat of the van, and a somewhat familiar voice said, Why did you pick a bicycle for your end choice? Are you planning to pedal all the way to the finish line? Geng-Chi stared in disbelief for 2 seconds, realizing, Yulu? You're Yulu. Yulu jumped out of the car, walked up to Geng-Chi with a face full of disdain, and asked, What's wrong? It's only been a few days, and you don't recognize your father anymore? Geng-Chi wanted to curse, but instead, he burst into tears. Wah! I didn't want this either. Out of my 3 options, wah. The bicycle was the only somewhat normal one, wah. The other 2 were a walker and a cart. If only there had been a small electric scooter, I wouldn't have picked a bicycle. Wah! Yulu felt a headache coming on from his crying, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. All right, stop crying like a fire alarm. It's giving me a headache. Didn't I come to rescue you? This time, Geng-Chi didn't curse, and instead obediently acted like a grandson, but still couldn't help but complain. Dad, why did you come so late? Do you know how I've been these past 2 days? I've only had a bottle of water and 1 steamed bun. I'm thirsty, hungry, and tired, and I didn't dare to sleep at night, afraid of being eaten by monsters. Chapter 97, The Unlucky Kid. Yulu took Geng-Chi into the car, cooked him 2 packs of instant noodles, and added 2 eggs and 2 ham sausages, making them so fragrant that Geng-Chi almost swallowed his tongue. He was even more envious of Yulu's car, to the point where drool almost leaked from the corner of his eyes. Ooh, you Xiaolu. You're living a good life now. The car doesn't look great from the outside, but I didn't expect the inside to be so spacious. It's more than twice the size of our rented house. It's even better than an RV. Indeed, after upgrading to a level 3 vehicle body, Yulu's car interior space expanded significantly. Now, his driver's cabin was over a dozen square meters. The folding space was around 30 square meters. Connected to a sunroom of 20 square meters, the cargo area was over 20 square meters, and the viewing terrace was an impressive 40 square meters. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Yulu's car had become a mobile little villa, not to mention that he also had a customizable functional area yet to be decided. Watching Geng-Chi devour the instant noodles, Yulu handed him a bottle of soda and added him as a friend using the light screen. Since the phone would automatically disappear when entering the challenge world, they could only communicate through the system's built-in messaging software. When Geng-Chi saw a friend request from Sun Wukong pop up on his personal light screen, he immediately spat out a mouthful of noodles. Yulu reacted quickly, dodging the spray, and then somewhat disdainfully said, You better clean that up before you get out of the car. Geng-Chi coughed several times, his face flushed with disbelief as he said, What the heck? You are Sun Wukong. You Xiaolu, you are actually the number 1 Sun Wukong in the whole server. Yulu smirked and replied, Isn't it obvious? Wow, that's just unbelievable. You Xiaolu, you are Sun Wukong. Mamma mia, I'm definitely sticking with you. Geng-Chi still couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at the name on the light screen, then at Yulu's face, and finally confirmed, Yes. The number 1 boss, Sun Wukong from the official account's outstanding challenger video compilation, looks like this. Geng-Chi suddenly felt a pang in his heart. No wonder Yulu wanted to stay in the road survival challenge. If he were the number 1 boss in the whole server, he wouldn't want to leave either. It was really a mix of fearing his brother would suffer and fearing his brother would drive a Land Rover. Geng-Chi felt quite uncomfortable now. Yu Xiaolu wasn't just driving a Land Rover. This was clearly like driving an aircraft carrier. Geng-Chi angrily slurped another mouthful of noodles and mumbled, You Xiaolu, you said you would take care of me. Does that still count? While Yulu was picking out items from the system warehouse to give to Geng-Chi, he replied, Of course, just remember to wash the bowl after you're done eating and maybe mop the floor too. Geng-Chi choked, just about to retort, when he saw a flurry of notifications pop up on his personal light screen. You received a red envelope from Sun Wukong. You received a red envelope from Sun Wukong. You received a red envelope from Sun Wukong. So Geng-Chi decisively shut his mouth. After all, one can't forsake money for the sake of dignity, right? Yulu sent Geng-Chi dozens of low-level materials, instant noodles, bread, compressed biscuits, bottled water, low-level water collectors, daily necessities, etc. And even sent over the folding mattress and camping tent he had used before. He didn't need them anymore. But they were all good items for Geng-Chi at this stage. Finally, Yulu sent him a tranquilizer gun, a bronze dagger, and 100 copper coins. For Yulu now, 100 copper coins was just the price of a pack of masks, but for Geng-Chi, who had just entered level 1 of the road, it was quite a fortune. After sending the red envelopes, Yulu said, Since you're already in, just challenge well. Upgrade your broken bicycle as soon as possible and try to improve your strength. By the way, do you have an awakened talent? Geng-Chi raised his head from the pot of noodles and said with a bit of toothache, I awakened, but my talent is a babysitter. Yulu didn't quite understand at first. Huh? It's a support talent, similar to a shaman, that can increase teammates' attack power and speed. But I currently have no chance to use it. I can't just heal monsters and let them attack me, right? Yulu. One unlucky kid. However, this talent was very suitable for being a teammate. So Yulu said it's fine. At worst, during level 1 of the road, Daddy will support you. Once your level goes up, when I form a team later, I can have you as my team member. Just stick with Daddy, and I guarantee you'll live well. Hearing this, Gung Chi perked up and patted his chest, promising, "You Xiaolu, I accept your kindness. From today on, I'm sticking with you. You can even think of me as your adopted son in the future. Get lost." The two bantered for a while, and seeing that Gung Chi's condition had improved, Yulu bid him farewell and drove away. Once back on his own road, Yulu found that the red phosphorus 9-headed worms were already waiting for him. So he collected them into the monster ranch and let the Nimbus continue to run at 20 miles per hour on the night road. It was already past midnight when Yulu glanced at the light screen and noticed that the Amame Master Sister had sent him a message asking if he had any antidote. He switched to the chat channel and saw that not only had she sent him a private message, but she was also asking for an antidote in the chat group of District 055, saying she had seen a little person. Yulu. Hard to evaluate. After thinking for a moment, Yulu decided to send her an antidote and said 100 copper coins. Although he had only spent 10 copper coins when buying the medicine from Su Yicheng back then, the situation was different now. Selling a life-saving medicine for 100 copper coins was already an incredibly fair price. The Amame Master Sister quickly claimed the medicine and then sent a message with just the word, "Wait," and there was no further communication. Yulu didn't know if she was temporarily out of money or had lost consciousness, but seeing that her avatar was still active, he didn't worry too much and went asleep in the folding space. The next morning, when Yulu woke up, he saw that the Amame Master Sister had sent him 100 copper coins around 3 in the morning, along with an extra pair of goggles as a thank you. The goggles weren't immediately useful, but they would come in handy during a blizzard disaster in the future. Although the goggles weren't high-end equipment, the fact that she gave them voluntarily made Yulu change his opinion of her quite a bit. She might be a bit rough around the edges, but at least her values were right. After finishing breakfast, Yulu accessed the system records and finalized the customizable function area that hadn't been determined after upgrading to a level 3 vehicle body, training room. This training room was set up in the cargo area, with an extra door added to the vehicle wall. When opened, it revealed a space of about 10 square meters, but it was currently empty. Yulu planned to place some training equipment inside later. Of course, if he wanted to change the functional area layout later, it would be a simple matter of just a few clicks. Just as Yulu was admiring the newly added space, the Nimbus suddenly reminded him, "Master, someone has placed an order for you to open a treasure chest."